Oh, you didn't think we could beat the A's. Did they beat the A's? Yes. Did Hunter Brown destroy? Yes. Welcome, everybody. Good Thursday morning right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I thought they could beat the A's. They were favored in every game this series.
Well, I'm pretty sure you were all disgusted with them the last 2 days, and then they come back and they destroy them 8-1 after scoring 2 runs in the previous 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hunter Brown looks good, man.
Man, his turnaround. I was thinking about this. Like, it's maybe a little bit, although it's better. I mean, it's better. But remember Jalen's rookie year, where just kind of ho hum, and then he ended on he was just unbelievable at the end of that year. I don't know. He's 9-6 now. Hunter Brown is 9-6
with a 4.
He was terrible.
I remember he gave up terrible. 9 in the first against the Royals.
He couldn't.
You know how hard that is to come back from on an ERA.
Oh, and he got blasted against the A's. I mean, I'm not the A's, but the Rangers early in the game. Like he couldn't get out of the first 2 innings without giving up runs. And this is, he's been fixed. He's fixed. And not every game's going to be perfect, but his stuff. Now it's the A's, but he dominated the A's.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, that was nice. It is. Hey, the A's have been beating the ball around.
He only gave up 1 hit to Lawrence Butler. He's the first guy to keep him from getting multiple hits in 6 games.
He did give up 8 hits, but he got out of all of it. With 8 strikeouts, just 1 walk. So the whip wasn't all that great yesterday. There's a lot of traffic, but he got the job done, and he's throwing that. It's amazing. Amazing that 1 pitch has changed his life.
Yeah,
that sinker that he had.
I mean, I'm sure there's more to it. It appears to us that way on the outside, but I'm sure they would tell you there's more that goes into it. Maybe there's something they've done with his release, or maybe it's his mentality. Maybe he's thinking different. He's got more confidence. I'm sure it's more than that, but it does align from a timeline standpoint. His improvement and when he incorporated the sinker started about the same time.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. I'm sure there's more to it than just that, but I know that's a big part of it. Although he doesn't use it all the time. It's not like it's a primary pitch for him.
No, I don't know what the percentage is. I didn't see the percentage, but he is using it more, and it's keeping the ball down for him is what it is. I mean, as opposed to that rising 4-seamer, he's hitting lower in the zone, and it's coming up. More ground balls is coming up where the guys are swinging over pitches and beating into the ground. So it's nice. It's nice, and he's just changed the whole deal. If it was, listen, I saw an article yesterday. It's like, what's up with Fromber? What's up with Fromber has gone from, and I think the afternoon show the other day was talking about. Is it crazy to think about trading Fromber? Is it crazy?
You just don't have any pitchers.
You don't know, but
it's kind of crazy.
Pitcher,
but
bring another pitcher in.
I'm in favor of trying to restock your minors a little bit. But one of the problems I have is that you just it wouldn't be if everyone was healthy.
Well, I'm not talking about restocking the minors. I'm talking about being better this year. What you
mean trading them this year before the deadline?
I guess.
Oh no, I don't think that's possible.
For another pitcher.
Yeah, you can't.
I mean, no, you can't. But I don't. You know what?
You got to pay Fromber. Like, who's going to give you another pitcher for a guy you got to pay who's not pitching well?
Yeah. Well, he's got, if I'm not mistaken, he's got a couple of years left of arbitration. So
Fromber.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, he might have too.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing: is Fromber. Fromber's not your number 1 starter anymore. Fromber's not the number 1 starter on this team.
Well,
Hunter is.
The number 1 starter is whoever Skip would roll out there to start a series.
He started the second half with Hunter Brown.
No, that's true.
I mean, it's not crazy. It's not crazy.
Well, the best pitcher on the staff right now is Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
It's Hunter Brown. And that's from where he was last year and the beginning of this year.
1 more year of arbitration.
1 more? That's it.
Yeah, 20. He's making $12 million this year. 12-1. He's got 1 more year of arbitration at 25 when he's 31 years old. Arbitration still.
Well, yeah, that's the Astros. That used to be the Astros way all the time.
Yeah, but he just came up his first year up, he wasn't good, and then all of a sudden he was just good.
Yeah, he just got here. He got here later. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
So they got the win 8-1. Man, a big weekend here. The Astros. The schedule gets interesting from here on. What with the Dodgers coming, Paul Skeens is coming, and then Tampa. You got a nice 9-game homestand now, starting with the Dodgers. And no, I'm not a Dodger fan, everybody. Okay, I hate the Dodgers. You get to watch on Apple TV tonight, everybody. Congratulations. That broadcast team is fun. That is always enjoyable. Or tomorrow night, excuse me. And Friday night, Apple TV baseball, Astros Dodgers, and then Paul Skeens is going to pitch. It looks like in Game 1 on Monday. So that's going to be fun to have Paul Skeens at Minute Maid. Just turn on him. I mean, I think that's the game.
He got beat the other day. I mean, 2-1.
2-1.
He still was dominant.
8 innings, and he gave up 2 runs. And what? I'm not sure. Were both earned? I don't know if both were earned.
I don't know, but I think his ERA did go up. Yeah.
His ERA went up because it's the only way it can go is up. But the Astros are going to destroy him. They'll turn on that fastball, put it in the Crawford boxes. He's got no chance here against the Astros. And then Tampa comes to town. Then at Texas, at Boston. This is where this is a big part of the schedule right here. You're playing some good teams and some big games, and especially going to Texas and getting back at them after they came here.
Yeah, dude,
and
sinker.
Won the series.
Hunter Brown's throwing 13.8% of his pitches are sinkers. Before that, he's not listed as having a sinker. So he is throwing it. I mean, look, it's behind what's behind fastball, obviously.
Yeah.
But he's throwing it as much as his change and his curve right now. So Hunter Brown has gone down on his fastballs over the last 3 years, 53% of his pitches, 46, 37. And his sinker is now 13.8. His changeup has gone from 2.3, 4.8. This year it's 13.3. So he's really, the slider he's taken pretty much out of the mix from 25% last year, which was a bad year, to 5% this year. His curveball has gone from 23% to 12%. So basically they've taken away the slider and the curve and replaced it with sinker and change.
Yeah.
And that's been the big difference is he just plays off the fastball and he goes fastball. He's got a good fastball. He just goes fastball, sinker. So he's just kind of keeping the eye level the same when it comes out of his hand. And because maybe guys were reading the curve, maybe his release was something guys could read easily, that it was going to be a curve or slider. Because those breaking it's interesting that the breaking pitches have really gone down now, and it's changed with trick pitches, where it's coming at the same angle, at the same, you think it's coming same speed. So now instead he'll play fastball and then slider and changeup. So really he's just altering speeds on guys and altering, lower in the zone. He's gone lower in the zone because obviously he can keep the sinker and the changeup lower in the zone. Changeup, he's taking speed off of it. It's going to go lower a lot of times, and then sinker, same thing. So that's interesting because Astro's so curveball heavy. His first year up there, Strami was gone in 22, wasn't he?
Yeah, Strami was gone. It was the law firm.
So he was 31% curve, 31. He was fastball 53, curve 51 his rookie year. The next year was 23.8% curve. This year down to 12.
Yeah.
And, a lot of that's probably when he was struggling.
Right.
So interesting to go on Fangraphs and just see how he's really changed, how Hunter Brown has really changed his approach in terms of what he's throwing now.
I'm not alone in thinking that he would be the number one guy. Because Joe Espada talked about it yesterday, as a matter of fact, and he is. I mean, he looks like, okay, he's got he's a mirror image of Verlander because he grew up in Detroit and he mimicked him. His delivery is a lot like that. Of course, he doesn't have Justin Verlander's results, but he is a lot better right now than he was before. And even Joe Espada said he's giving off an ace feeling.
He's kind of have that ace feeling to him. We are expecting him to go out there and deliver what he just did. We knew all along that is in him, and now he's starting to turn the corner, and he's starting to have that swag where he knows, hey, my team needs to win, and he did that. He delivered.
He did, 8 hits is a little much. It's a little much to be given up in 6 innings. 9 runners in all. That's a 1.5 whip, which is a little bit higher than you want it to be. But he was able to get out of those situations. Now, he did respond to he ace feeling. I mean, that's got to make him feel, after where he was earlier this season, for your manager to come out and say, he's giving off an ace feeling. Here's Hunter.
You're just trying to put together good outings and good innings, make good pitches. So, you kind of start stringing some of that stuff together. You're gonna see some things happen that you want to happen, and the things that you prepare for. So, obviously that's a very high compliment from Joe, and that's better than him saying that I'm a question mark going out there. So, yeah, I guess I'll take that and feel good about that too.
Yeah, that's way better.
Way better than being called a question mark.
Did Joe ever call him a question mark?
I mean, it sounds like it the way he said that.
Well,
it makes me feel like maybe one time Joe said he's a question mark. Oh, that's way better than that. Like, it sounds like something he's hung on to.
Well, either that or, it's like, well, it's better than a sharp stick to the eye.
Yeah. It's one of those two.
Hopefully it's that and not Joe. Hey, listen, you're just a question mark every time you go out there.
Or maybe somebody asked him, like, what are you doing hunting around? Well, right now he's a question mark out there. I mean,
I don't know. He might have said that earlier.
Totally believable he would have said that.
Oh, after Kansas City, I can imagine he would have said that. Yeah.
After last year and this year, early on.
Yeah. I could imagine that would be something.
We were talking about he needed to go to the minors. Remember that? That was this year.
Yeah.
Hunter you got to get him out of the rotation. You need to get him in the minors.
Yeah, he was awful.
He stayed in the lineup, I think, because of injuries.
Yeah. What was his ERA up to earlier
John,
this year?
It was
awful.
Yeah, it was terrible.
No, I think it was higher.
I was in the Astrodome at one of his games. It was just not great. No, I was at an Arrighetti game. I was at a Hunter Brown. Yeah, you just play the over back then.
Here's his game log earlier this season. Let's see what the high water mark was. Oh, this is not good. 16.43.
Right.
16.43. Now that was after the Kansas City game. 2/3 of an inning, late 11 hits, 9 earned runs. 16.43. To get that down to 4 right now. This month he's at 3. Last month 1.16. 3.42 the month before. He's been good now for 2.5 months.
Yeah.
He's been really good for
convinced.
2.5 months.
We're all convinced.
Yeah. And to come down after a 9-run and 2/3 of an inning, to get his ERA down to 4, he's been excellent.
Bottom line is he changed. I mean, it's what looking at it on Fangraphs. I'm sure some of it is his mentality's different. He feels he's going in there with an idea that he's going to get people out. But just looking at this, I mean, it really runs directly with getting rid of curve slider. I mean, and that's the Astros want you to throw breaking pitch. That's the concept is high to low in the zone. You want to move left and right, up and down, change eye levels. Hunter Brown's just not that guy. He just doesn't have those pitches. And so when he went with more of a standard delivery with the change, the sinker, and the fastball, his success level has rocketed up. And I think probably he found the zone at a better rate, and that's caused him to be much more confident in how he's pitching. I mean, because he's not just living off the fastball. It looks like he's confident throwing 3 different pitches.
Yeah.
So really, really great to have Hunter Brown doing this. The Astros, Altuve, 3 more hits. He's just very quietly put together.
What about Chaz?
Well, a home run for Chaz.
Yeah, a couple of hits, a home run. I mean, that
was nice for Chaz.
Yeah.
He's still below 600, I think, OPS.
Okay, when we come back, let's do this because we have to pay some homage to him. But one of the greatest voices in Houston history passed yesterday, and we'll pay tribute to him on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now, a little maestro.
Maestro Dobell, the maestro. You know, when you have maestros, there's somebody who is highly accomplished at something, a maestro in music, and Maestro Dobell is highly accomplished at making the tequilas. They are a company who is based in Tequila, Mexico. That's where they make their tequila. And Maestro Dobell does it as well or better than everyone else out there on the market. They're huge in Mexico, and they decided to come over to the United States. And it's kind of a boutique tequila brand that's gotten really, really big. And so the flavor profiles are phenomenal, really good. And I'm talking Reposado, the Añejo, the Cristalino. They started the Cristalino type of tequilas. Others have copied, but they were the first to do it, taking the Añejo Extra, and the Reposado, and they charcoal filter them, and then they age and distill them, and the result is tremendous. A little hint of sweetness on the back end, but always smooth. Every tequila they have can be used as a sipping tequila or in cocktails, and it's something that if you don't have it in your local Mexican restaurant you go to or your liquor store, go ahead and ask for it by name. It's Maestro Dobel. Say, I'd like for you to start carrying Maestro Dobel. That's Maestro Dobel.
All right, I got to talk about my bookie right now. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. The Olympics are here. You see football, all the training camps have started up. You got futures bets. You've got MVP, preseason MVP that you can bet on. You got, Rookie of the Year, all of these things that you can bet on right now. You still got baseball going on. You got soccer. But just the Olympics will give you enough to just destroy it. I want you to destroy my bookie. I want you to win big. I want you to go there, put in promo code Bet975, and start and get your bonus for signing up, and then just go to town. Let's go. Beat their brains in. Get money out of them. Destroy them. You know your Olympics, okay? You know your baseball. You know your football. You love that. Well, here's the deal. Sign up now at mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie. For those of you that are a little older, you may not remember. That are a little younger, you may not have ever heard Gene Peterson. But Gene Peterson was an iconic voice in this city. He was Rockets basketball. And holy crap. He was so... Gene was a character now. I heard the story of...
Gene was a super fan.
So Gene was a super fan.
He would get mad if they were playing bad. You could hear the disgust in his voice.
I got to hear Joel today talking about him. There are so many stories about Gene Peterson. I was told one where every trip they went to the hotel, and they stay in nice hotels, but they got a suite. And somehow Gene Peterson finagled it that he had the suite in the hotels.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And then it was found out, and boy, he got a slap on the wrist. They were pissed that Gene was taking the suite in every hotel, and he got reprimanded for it. But Gene was like, I mean, talk about, he was a character. He was so much fun. He loved to play golf, but you're right. He was just a super fan of the Houston Rockets, and boy, the most memorable time, the most memorable moment in Gene Peterson's career, we got it right here. And then it's he and Jim Foley talking about it. For those of you who don't remember, they're playing the Jazz, and it's in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And you'll understand when you hear what happened with 13 seconds to play in the game.
All right, here we go. Chambers will throw it in bounds for the Utah Jazz. Karl Malone's probably going to try to muscle it, or they'll shoot the outside shot, one or the other. Chambers looking, still looking. Out it comes Hornacek. 12 on the clock. Well, start the time clock. They're not even starting the clock. The clock. They didn't even start the clock. They haven't even started the clock. They haven't yet.
Well, between the two of us and Jess Kersey, I don't know who was more flustered in that situation. He was the lead official in that particular ball game against the Jazz that night. And I just don't know how we could do anything but lose control. It was just one of those situations. There was 13 seconds to go. It came in bounds. And 5 seconds, 6 seconds later, there was still 13 seconds to go. We were both extremely frustrated.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know if we were broadcasting to our audience at the time. I think we were
each other.
We were trying to get through to this timekeeper who was seated right in front of us.
They didn't even start the clock. They haven't even started the clock. They haven't yet. They haven't started the clock. Something's got to give here. Can you believe this? They haven't even started the clock. We got it anyway. We got it anyway. Take it in. This ball game is over. Oh, my goodness gracious. Yes. How sweet it is. The Rockets winning, and boy, that's one of the dirtiest plays I've ever seen.
Well, you know.
I'm trying to find the one where Gene Peterson cusses because he's so mad at the officiating. I think he cusses at an official and gets kicked out of the game.
Yeah, he got kicked out of the game.
Yeah, I think it was against the Spurs, maybe. The Rockets, you have to understand now, if you're too young to really know this, maybe you've heard it, the Rockets and the Jazz was true. Like that was Gene Peterson hated the Jazz. The Jazz fans hated the Rockets. Rockets fans really, truly hated the Jazz. Like, it was a big rivalry.
Yeah.
It was a huge rivalry.
I think it was of course, Lakers and Celtics, but that wasn't nearly it seemed like as dirty. It wasn't nearly as but in Boston, I'm sure the Lakers caught it quite heavily. But I was on the floor. The stuff, I was literally under the basket with a camera on when I worked for Channel 51. You had to shoot your own stuff, and I was on the floor for the playoff games, and the stuff that I heard those Jazz fans saying.
Really? You really did?
Oh my gosh. They were awful. And Kenny would just Kenny, I got to know Kenny pretty well. And he came on Sports Night Live all the time. But I remember him.
Do you remember anything specifically?
Oh man, just all the ugly things you could say.
Yeah.
I mean, bad
all
things.
those nice Mormon people.
No, yeah, all those nice Mormon people. They were but you want to talk about, yes, it was the vitriol towards both sides. I think I told the story before. I'm under the basket with the camera, and the Jazz hit a basket, and Kenny's getting the ball out of the basket, and I look at him and I go, "Come on!" He goes, "We got this. We got." He goes,
say it again. What happened?
I look at him and I go, "Kenny." I'm like, "What are you?" And he goes, "We got this. We got this. Don't worry." And the Rockets went on to win the game.
Wait. Dell, are you hearing this? What were you doing with Kenny?
I was like, "Hey, let's go."
You got the
Let's
camera?
go. I've got a camera, and I'm like, "Let's go. What are you doing?" And he was like, "Relax."
Why is this cameraman freaking out?
Yeah. It was funny. And anyway, Gene Peterson he was great. He's
trying to
one
find
of
the game where he
now.
got ejected.
Okay, this will start a I don't want to do the Mount Rushmore, but to me, Gene is the iconic voice of the Houston Rockets, right? I mean, is Gene the
of the Houston Rockets?
of the yeah.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
100%. Backing it in, turns, backing. Like, when I heard him, when you would grow up, I was a kid listening to Rockets games. Gene did it for a long time. And Gene everything was backing it in, back. His ability to call exactly what was happening, turns, fakes, up, under, fakes, turns, spins, turns, fading. Got it, basket, got it.
Yeah.
Like, everything was backing it in, 12 on the clock, backing it in, turns, fakes. Dream shake. Left, right. Nope. He's going to fake. He's going to turn. He's fouled. They don't call it. He's fouled again. They don't call it. Turns. Basket. Good. And you know what? That should be a basket and a foul. And he's screaming the whole time as the ball's going back down.
Yeah.
But Gene was Gene is.
Gene is okay.
And Mark Vandermeer, to me, is on the Mount Rushmore Texans play-by-play guys.
You're going to take him over Joel. Okay, who does the preseason
Over whoever
games?
does preseason
Yeah,
games.
right.
I'm a Mark Vandermeer
No, Mark
guy.
Vandermeer is the
Let the record reflect. I'm a Mark Vandermeer guy.
Mark
when it comes
Vandermeer
to the
is the
Texans.
man. There's no question. And the Astros, I guess it's Bill Brown.
Yeah, it's Brown.
It's Brownie.
Well, for now, I mean, it's crazy because Callis has been here for the run.
Yeah.
Maybe Todd Callis feels like a good luck charm. Every time
when he got here,
all we do is go to ALCSs.
Yeah. But Brownie was the guy, not Milo. Brownie was the guy. Brownie was the man. Yeah.
Not Milo. No. Listen to John. Not Milo.
Milo was.
No, I kind of
for some people Milo was, and you know what? I'm not.
Honestly,
I'm not a Milo fan because I knew him.
Yeah, most people would say Milo. Most people would say Milo, but yeah,
I'm a Brownie guy.
Yeah, I am too. I like Bill Brown, but I like Todd Callis a lot too. And Todd Callis is now 7 years here, and there will be a time. It depends on when you start watching, because for somebody 32 years old, they're going to say, it's Todd Callis.
Yeah,
is the voice. He's got World Series with them. He's the voice. Todd Callis just needs to just keep doing it longer, and he'll be the guy. And an iconic voice. Brownie just had a different voice that was soothing and calm, and you couldn't have watched Astros baseball in the first prime. Well, first prime I guess was in the 80s but
Bill Worrell might have something to say too.
Worrell did some. Bill Worrell did basketball, more
basketball
Rockets.
and baseball.
Rockets, yeah. He did some on HSE, but Bill Brown came, I want to say, in the early 90s, and Bill Brown was fantastic. It's hard to, although I think Callis and Blum are really, really good. Like, I'm a big fan of both of them, and when you look at what Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies did, I thought Deshaies both of them had a very dry sense of humor, very clever. Like, that's my kind of sense of humor they had. They were both a lot of fun to listen to. But I like Blum and Callis and Julia. I think that's a really good three. And I think you have to mention Julia, because Julia is such a big part of that broadcast. She is terrific.
Yep.
She's really terrific. And I think our friend Vanessa Richardson is on the same track. I think she's great in basketball.
In basketball, she's doing great. Somebody in Awful Announcing did the rankings of the baseball teams.
I saw that.
And the
terrible.
Astros finished 22nd.
It's terrible.
They don't know.
And how good are these other baseball groups? Because I'd be surprised if they're that many more better than those two guys.
Okay, who finished last? Does anybody know? I got to find that. Awful Announcing's baseball rankings.
Probably the A's.
Well, I have to be the A's.
Yeah. Who's watching? Oh,
no,
yeah.
She's terrible.
Oh, my God.
She's awful.
We heard some of her call that was really, really bad. It wasn't Deshaun Foster at the intro for the Big Ten conference, meetings. It wasn't that bad, which we'll hear in a little bit. UCLA's head coach in one of the worst, I'm going to go ahead and say it, the worst initial press conference that's ever been held by a football coach, surpassing Nick Sirianni is now Deshaun Foster. Have you heard it?
Oh, I saw it. Yeah,
it's fantastic.
I had dinner with him in L.A. last week.
Did
2
you
weeks
get a
ago.
sense that he was cringy?
No.
Well, to be fair to him, it wasn't his initial press conference because he's already spoken quite a bit.
Well, his initial at the Big Ten Media Days, I guess, right?
Right.
His intro press conference at Big Ten.
So Oh my
We
gosh! if you
might
haven't
want to
seen-
have some talking points.
Oh my gosh, that was awful.
When we come back.
I was gonna the guys that that we all went with. I wanted to send it to him and say, what happened to
You
him?
wanted to
He's a
s-
very amiable. He's an amiable.
You didn't
guy.
want to send it to Deshaun Foster.
No, not
Oh,
to
okay.
Deshaun Foster. I wanted to send it to. But you know what? He wants to come on the show. But I was like, what are we going to talk UCLA football?
We can't have him
Well,
on the show.
but maybe he'll come on to explain it.
No, I don't want to talk to him about it. I don't want to see him or talk to
Okay,
him.
we'll
I'm too
do that
nervous.
on the other side.
I'm too nervous.
We will. And we got a fight at camp that we got to talk about as
Yeah,
well.
our camp.
Yeah, our camp.
Our players
Our
are fighting
people.
our players.
Okay? When we're the least arrested team in all of football, you saw that one, that stat too, right?
No.
Oh, yeah. The Vikings are number one. We're last in arrests.
Remember when people...
And yet we're still fighting on the field?
I'd rather they do it here than in a bar.
I would too. Listen, a matter of fact, I talked to Chastang Ford yesterday. There was a recall on my truck, and they were like, hey, we'll pick your truck up. What do you want to do? We got to get a part for it, but we want to take care of you and make sure that it's easy as possible. And Chastang Ford does that. They have a mobile team that will come and fix your cars, okay, at your site, okay? Now, it's for commercial for the most part, but they'll also pick up your car and deliver it to you. That's the kind of service that you get at Chastang Ford. And oh, by the way, in that mobile service, if you've got a fleet of vehicles, towing them every single time, what about that expense? No, they'll come to you and fix your cars or trucks on the spot. So those of you that are out there out there saying, man, I have a couple of vehicles down, not to worry. Chastang Ford will come to you. That's kind of service that you get with Chastang Ford. They're the best. I love them. You'll love them too. They got 2023 F-150 still on the lot. It's the best deal that you'll find on a truck, period. It's still got zero. They got 0 miles on them, but they're 2023s. Who cares? Go buy one now. Get them off the lot. They're trying to get rid of them all, and they're giving them away. Not giving them away, but almost. At ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Okay. For those who missed it, Rockets legend Gene Peterson, voice of the Houston Rockets for so many years, died at the age of 83. And we played a video where they were in Utah at the playoff game. It's famous because they don't start the clock.
Yeah.
And we already thought Utah was a bunch of cheaters anyway, and we hated the Utah Jazz. Everybody, every Rocket fan, coach, player, didn't matter. And they weren't starting the clock. Dale, can you hit that again just so we can hear it, because we got a great tweet that came in that I want to read. If you can just bring that up for a second, because Gene Peterson, you can hear, and Jim Foley, who's also passed away. Jim, there's got to be retro. Jim Foley says something too here. What in the heck is going on here? Listen to this again in case you missed it. This is what it sounds like, and I think Craig Ackerman might get worked up, but not this level. Like Gene Peterson was ready to fight somebody.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Chambers will throw it in bounds for the Utah Jazz. Karl Malone's probably going to try to muscle it, or they'll shoot the outside shot, one or the other. Chambers looking, still looking. Out it comes Hornacek. 12 on the clock. Well, start the time clock. They're not even starting the clock. They didn't even start the clock. They haven't even started the clock. They haven't yet.
Well, between the two of us and Jess Kersey, I don't know who was more flustered in that.
Brian says, God, that sounds like Granado when it's cart path only. What are we doing in here? You got a cart path? Do you scream at starters when it's cart path only like that?
I'm neither. I'm not going to answer that question. I might.
I knew it.
Yeah. Incriminate myself.
Peterson used to always say Rockets going left to right on your radio dial.
Yeah. Yep.
That was great to paint the picture.
Yep. All right. So rest in peace, Gene. He was a lot of fun. He was a good guy. Got a lot of fun. Deshaun Foster, the UCLA head coach, his
former running back.
Media days. This is not his introductory press conference. This is the first time he's walking out on the stage to meet the media at Big Ten Media Day.
Intro to the Big Ten.
And listen to how confident and how
he's got
informative.
Yeah.
He does have a message. Here is Deshaun Foster's message to the media, meeting them for the first time at UCLA. First of all, UCLA in the Big Ten is just the stupidest thing ever.
They just made it there. And I think there is, as you'll be able to tell, I'm not sure Deshaun Foster thinks that they know, like the Midwest probably doesn't get TV, maybe the West Coast games don't come on TV.
Well,
and they've never heard of them.
This is almost. Do you ever hear Kamala explain the war between Ukraine and Russia?
I have.
Ukraine is a country.
Yes.
And Russia is
That's the
a country.
Same energy.
It's the same energy that Deshaun Foster brings to his introduction to the Big Ten.
This is a low energy conversation.
Yeah.
Here.
Coach Foster, welcome to the Big Ten. We'll begin with your opening statement.
How you guys doing?
Good.
I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
Wow. Deshaun.
In a second.
Goodness gracious.
We're from Los Angeles.
I mean, he really had nothing to say about the program.
Nothing was
But
prepared.
you know what? Is he that far off? UCLA football.
Well, they are.
Troy
in Los
Aikman,
Angeles.
Gary Beeben. Gary Beeben won a Heisman as a UCLA.
I've never even heard of that person.
Gary Beeben was in 1966, 67. He won a Heisman.
What point are you making?
I'm making a point that there's nothing to talk about with UCLA
They've heard
football.
of UCLA.
No. UCLA football.
They've won 133
Let's go.
championships.
Okay, I've named a couple of things. You name a couple of things about UCLA football.
Okay, Chip Kelly coached there.
Okay.
He left there because he left the head coaching job to become an assistant.
Okay.
Which is not the normal.
No.
He willingly left
Okay, that
as
is
a head coach to become an assistant.
Okay, Dana leaving West Virginia
All right,
to go to a non-power 5. Chip Kelly, which is the
Okay, you had Cade McNown. Maybe you remember
Cade
he was
McNown.
a first-round quarterback that was inflamed out in Chicago. A weak-armed quarterback who tried to play in Chicago with the win.
Okay, weak-armed quarterback. Okay, and that's another UCLA note.
Yeah.
Other UCLA notes. Dell, you want to chime in here?
Tim Biakabatuka played there, and Lou Holtz was
Tim
famous.
Biakabatuka
He played at Michigan.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Skip Hicks played there.
Yeah,
Kareem
that's right,
Abdul-Jabbar.
Who did the linebacker for
Maurice Jones? You ever heard of Maurice
the
Jones-Drew?
linebacker for the Lions played
Maurice Jones-Drew is from here.
Which one? Oh, which one?
there? For not the Lions, for the Vikings.
Miles Jack played there.
Miles Jack did play there.
Yeah, Danny Farmer, Brian Pulley-Dixon, those great UCLA teams in the late 90s.
Pulley-Dixon.
What?
You don't remember those?
Yeah, I remember
great
those
teams.
tall,
Did you
wide
say
receivers.
great
Yeah,
teams?
the teams.
Did you say Freddie Mitchell?
who made a Rose Bowl? They were number 2 in the country until
That
they
was
got
with
beat
Cade
by
McNown.
Miami. Yeah, the
That was
Cade
with Cade
McNown, the Cade
And they
McNown
got,
teams. Yeah.
Remember, they're the ones that got. Did they get slaughtered by Miami or no?
No, it was a 49-45
Okay.
final.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Cade McNown teams were pretty good.
They were good.
It's not. There's not a lot to say after that, though. That's right. I just want to say Tim Biakabatuka. You know why I'm thinking of those two together? Because they both played for Carolina. He and Deshaun Foster played together, and Deshaun Foster was a Carolina a UCLA Bruin. That was not having anything prepared, not having a statement that he had practiced in the. We're both. We're from Los Angeles. You probably never heard of us.
With USC.
You may not have ever heard of us. Dude, Alcindor, Bill Walt, we've heard of you.
Well, yeah.
You've had good runs in basketball. Chip Kelly was there. Do you not understand? College football fans have heard of other college football programs. But this is the weird thing, though. You know why he thinks that way? The West Coast you're going to find this out. It is a bubble. The West Coast is a really weird bubble. You think we're into high school football here? It's almost, I don't want to say it's nothing compared to L.A. L.A. is weirdly into high school football. I couldn't go there without it's Maurice Jones-Drew and Money Smith and Bucky Brooks and Willie McGinnis. They talk about every high school football game that's going on, every program. They know them all. They know all the players coming out of there that go local to SC and they know all that stuff. But they care about L.A. They care about – it's truly one of those coastal elite situations where they don't care as much about the football outside of it. So I think because that's that bubble mentality, he probably thinks you guys probably don't know as much about us. We're in L.A. USC is also in L.A. We're both in your conference now. Dude, everyone else in the country pays attention. Just because the West Coast thinks that they're it, that doesn't mean that all the other programs.
Although, honestly,
But they don't fear you.
UCLA football since then. I mean, Dorian Thompson.
No, it's not.
It's been nondescript.
It has.
Really has been
But
nondescript.
they know who UCLA is.
No, yeah.
Well, the SEC schools probably don't. They don't care about anybody else but themselves.
They know who you are because they make fun of you.
Right. I mean,
they got to have ammunition for making fun on message boards.
The UCLA's biggest win was the 86 Rose Bowl. And even that was because Ronnie Harmon was shaving points. It's true. Ronnie Harmon shaved his points in that game. Remember that? Oh, you don't remember that? Did you remember the story about the point shaving? Yeah. Ronnie Harmon. I remember oh my God, he threw that game.
I'm glad you didn't tell 16-year-old Lance that. I would have been devastated. Just because I didn't think anybody cheated back then.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Ever.
Well,
Ever.
Guess what? 16-year-old Lance? Wake up. Hey, ESPN 97.5 is a proud partner for Houston Restaurant Weeks in 2024. Time to raise some money for Houston Food Bank. They have raised millions and millions of dollars for Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. Dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefixed menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. It starts August 1st, runs through September 2nd. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all the participating restaurants. We're behind this wholeheartedly. We are the station for Houston Restaurant Weeks. So we are really, really behind this. This is a great thing. You get great deals at places you normally can't go. Places you normally can't go to because it's too expensive. They are lowering the prices. Houston Restaurant Weeks has to approve the menu to make sure that it's low enough for people to get there and be able to afford it. So this is the time to go to really nice restaurants this month. So let's go. Starting August 1st anyway. Time to talk about Doc Linville now. Doc Linville's the best. Doc Linville is awesome, awesome, awesome. Love what he has done for me, and you'll love what he does for you. If you're looking for a great way to get hair, if you're sick of not having hair, you're waking up every morning and that hairline is receding, if you're looking at the back and that bald spot is growing, don't have to anymore. And especially if you're a little bit younger, I mean, it's terrible. You don't want to be bald. Hey, start the process now. At some point, it could be too late, okay? If you're completely bald, it's going to be awfully difficult for Doc to help you. So do it now. Do it now while you still got some hair, and it won't be noticeable. I mean, it won't be noticeable that you're doing it. It's just oh, wow, your hair looks good. It looks thicker. It looks fuller. Yep, sure does. Don't know why, but that's what's happening. That's what you tell everybody. You don't have to tell anybody. You're doing it. Doc is going to get this job done for you, and in 6-7 months, you are going to have hair again. All you need to do is go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com. Hey, welcome back. Out of camp yesterday. A little kerfuffle. I like to call them kerfuffles. So apparently, CJ hits Stephon Diggs on a route. He slides, and Jimmy Ward hit him. Tried to let up, but he hit him. The two get up. A little bit of Dalton Schultz comes in, and then there's pushing and shoving. And then when it's all broken up, Stingley goes after Schultz.
Knocks him down.
And knocks him down, and here we go again. I don't mind it. I'd like to not see.
Coaches hate it.
Yeah, coaches hate it.
I don't know if D'Amico hates it. Gary Kubiak really hated it. Bill O'Brien really hated it.
Oh,
you would think Bill O'Brien might secretly like it, but they just see it as a lack of discipline. It's going to turn into flags, and then the real fear is, God forbid, somebody like Dalton Schultz separates a shoulder.
Yeah, or something. Yeah, a hand. A lot of coaches hate when you hit the ground. Don't hit the ground. Stay up. Do not hit the ground. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that at practices. So Diggs goes down, slides, and Jimmy Ward hits him. I'm just worried that might put Jimmy Ward out for the season. That's one of my biggest fears, is actually touching someone might cause Jimmy Ward to miss another season. So hopefully that won't be the case. Not that he's soft. I'm not suggesting that. I'd like to see him on the field this year. It'd be great. It would be awesome if Jimmy Ward could actually be on the field this year. And because no, I didn't insult him. No. No. You kind of like it. The guys, you know what? You're hitting each other. You're going after each other. You know each other as well, and coaches hate it, but it's just there's some competition there. It means that you care. So it's no big deal, but it at least happened. There have been a lot of reports of some interceptions, and especially
from Davis Mills.
No, on CJ. CJ's throwing some picks. Yeah,
that's a lot of that's what we call fake news.
You think that's fake news?
Yep.
I'm not sure that it's fake.
This feels like fake news.
Those are fake. Okay. I don't know what you're doing there. What is he doing? Why is he doing that during the show?
Video.
What is wrong? It
just hit my timeline. I just have to show you certain things. I'm not worried about.
Nothing just hits your timeline, by the way. There's algorithms that suggest you want to see that.
That's
so
because
that's why it's
I
in your
copied
timeline.
John's crazy video stuff, and now my timeline's basically John's timeline.
Well, it is. No, I don't get that. I do get any kind of crazy fight or crazy clips. You got to follow all of those.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
this is all you'll get. You'll get in a rabbit hole. It's what they want.
It's what they want, and they win.
Dopamine, and
There's
they
no
win,
question.
and you're addicted. I would be more worried if I were the Bengals with the way Joe Burrow is conducting himself than I am about my quarterback. C.J. Stroud's going to be fine. Have you ever thought about the fact that maybe some of these supposed interceptions are just him, something like, hey, well, this is a defensive drill. You're going to be the scout team quarterback. You just throw the ball and let him make a play on the ball. Maybe maybe people didn't. Maybe that's what he was doing.
What's going to happen with Jamar Chase here? They're not paying him.
They will.
This is going to linger throughout Mike Brown already said we're not paying him this year.
But they're going to pay him.
Yeah, maybe, unless they let him walk.
How do you let him walk? You just let T. Higgins walk. Well, the problem is when you get a Joe Burrow contract, sleep tight. You maybe can afford one wide receiver, and that's it, and you're done.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just going to be him. I don't know. But he's going to cost you. Listen, Brandon Ayuk actually went to practice yesterday.
He's holding in.
Pardon me?
He's holding in. He showed up to camp, but he's not doing.
Well, because he held, so he doesn't get fined.
So he doesn't get fined.
Yeah.
So he didn't even practice. So much ado was made about that. Like Brandon Ayuk's at practice. He's not getting fined.
Yeah. No, right. But he's not going to do anything. Remember we had that with Deshaun. Just sat around.
How'd that work out?
Yeah. It worked out pretty well.
What I'm saying
all the
is
draft picks they got?
You don't keep your player.
No, but all the draft picks they got, I think it worked out pretty damn well. I'm happy with that trade.
They're not getting 3 firsts for Brandon Ayuk.
No, they're not getting 3.
And they're trying to win a Super Bowl now. We weren't. We were just trying to get to 6 wins.
Yeah, that is true. It's a totally different situation. But
and we wanted Deshaun back then.
do you see how much money Hassan Reddick has given up? He didn't work out in the offseason. He lost $250,000 just not showing up for the offseason.
When the money's that high, they don't have to.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's FU money, and the same thing with
and
Trent Williams now. Is Trent Williams?
But they have
down?
they have to fine him the $50,000 a day now.
Right. Trent Williams is shutting it down now.
Yeah.
You see that? 49ers have some big win problems turning into big money problems. I mean, there's no way around it. The Astros, anytime you're really good, this is the Grim Reaper's coming for you in some way, shape, or form when it comes to salaries. And that's, you want your players to be good, but with that comes the difficulty of maintaining your players. And the Astros have just said, basically, we're not going to hang on to, unless we get a deal done early that's team favor, that's, that we believe is, well, it's favorable to the team if the players keep playing well. If not, it turns into McCullers and Christian Javier. So you can't just say they're always favorable to the team because sometimes they're favorable to the player if the player's hurt. But, yeah, you can't, like the 49ers now they've got a rookie deal quarterback. They've got Ayuk and who wants to get paid. You've got Deebo Samuel, who's already getting paid. Kittle's getting paid. Trent Williams is getting paid, but he wants to get paid more. You got Nick Bosa, who's getting paid. I think Bosa's had his new deal up, right? He was a 19 player, so it's 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, he's on a new contract. So I think I got to double check that. That's a really good team, but also they couldn't afford to hang on to Azeez Al-Shaair, for example. And that's the Texans' benefit. The same way we can't afford to hang on the Astros. We're not even thinking about that with the Texans, but at some point, there's going to be decisions that have to be made on Stroud, who's going to stay, Nico, who is staying already, but you got Tank Dell, who is in the same draft class, although he's a four-year guy. So I would assume Tank will be in the mix at that time.
Oh, no, well, you're just going to have to lose one of them. You can't have three great receivers like they've got right now.
No, it's more than likely Stephon Diggs won't be there. But defensively, Will Anderson at some point is going to be making $25 million a year. But it's not for a while. Like, the Texans are in really good shape for the next 3 years.
So I'm looking at predicting the next wave of NFL quarterbacks who will break the bank. Let's do it on the other side. Along with a big controversy yesterday, Del, in soccer at the Olympics. Did you see that? Wow. I don't know how you could possibly rule what they ruled, but they did. You, in the meantime, need to talk about John Daspit.
John Daspit is a personal injury lawyer who's the best in Houston. He's got offices in, Arizona and Georgia, and he's got offices outside of Houston because he's really, really good at what he does. He worked there was a huge refinery blast that happened a few years back, and it took, I think, 2 years for the case to be finished. Maybe even 3 years. And John Daspit had several people who he was working for. He was getting all their statements, doing all the depositions, pulling together all of the financial burdens on the families in terms of medical bills, inability to work, because we were talking about some devastating injuries and also some loss of life as well. It was really, really tough on the families. And John Daspit took his time and overturned every stone to make sure that every dollar was accounted for and was taken care of, and the proper amount was handed out to the victims in terms of the pain and suffering. And they wanted to go to trial, and John Daspit said, let's go to trial because I'm going to whip you for even more. And they finally, at the last second, came to an agreement on a strong settlement that John Daspit, and they tried to settle multiple times. John Daspit's not just going to settle. He knows what your pain and suffering and all of your injuries are worth. He's going to get you that check and get you taken care of for what you've had to go through. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. At 713-CALL-NOW or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5.
What if my power goes off? What if my power goes off?
Well, I do want
you
to
see
tell
how
you
much
about
rain we're getting? I'm waiting for my power to go off.
Well, it could. Actually could. Center Point can't handle a drizzle. So there's a good chance that you're going to have a power outage sometime soon. Listen, we still got the whole fall. Bronco Power Boost is here for you. If you can't have a generator or generators are too expensive, and oh, by the way, generators, you got to have gas to them. You got the carbon monoxide. There's a lot of downside to it. Oh, and not even downside. There's a lot of HOAs that won't allow them because of the noise. There's a lot of strip malls. For you businesses out there, the Bronco Power Boost is the way to go. There is a place here, a poker room. I don't want to mention which one, but there's a poker room that has 12 power boosts right now. They want one for here, they want one for there. It's incredible, but they're going to stay open. I'm going to tell you this: if power goes out, they're going to be there because they got Bronco Power Boost. You're looking for a great way. How about this? It's a lot cheaper, 30% discount because the government is going to give you rebates. And how about no maintenance at all? No maintenance whatsoever. So your power goes out, you got Bronco Power Boost there for you. BroncoPowerBoost.com. Let's talk right now about back to our Houston Astros for a second, okay? And then we'll get to the quarterback pay situation. Our Astros, those of you just joining us, our Astros win 8-1. Seattle lost again. Seattle's terrible. Seattle is terrible right now.
They've lost, so they're 8-17. I went and looked at this. They've lost 8 of their last 9.
No.
They're 8-17. They have been swept by the Angels twice. The only game they've won in their last 9 has been the Astros. That's it. They've lost to the Angels, swept by the Angels, and then the Astros, they lost 2 or 3.
They're just bad. They're just they can't hit.
Bad
They're just a terrible team and terrible people too. So yeah. Oh, remember when they said, "Oh, it's always good." Cal Raleigh. You know what started this slide? When Cal Raleigh said, "Oh, it's always good when the Astros lose."
Yeah,
that's what started their slide.
Jesus loves the Astros.
He does.
I figured this out.
Yep.
It seems like Jose Altuve is suffering for the sins of others. When they were cheating. And Jose Altuve is, I don't want to say Christ-like, but he's
wow.
Like I said, he suffers.
This is not.
What about all this? Jose Altuve, is he being persecuted by people?
Yeah.
Is he being persecuted by people?
This is not.
Is he being persecuted by people?
Yes, but I was looking for maybe
is
a
Jose
different route
Altuve
here.
Always positive and have messages of love for kids and people like that?
So we were
Yes, he signs baseballs for people who hate him.
We're watching a game yesterday, and Jose Altuve had 3 hits. And my buddy goes, "Oh, I think he can catch Rose." And I was like, I thought so too.
It's not.
I thought so too.
Go run the math
but he
on
had
it.
injuries. He's had injuries, and he had COVID. So he didn't have COVID, but he had COVID in his life. There was COVID, which limited the number of games.
Well,
Last year, he only played 90 games. He 48 in 2020 when there were only 60 games. He's missed some games, and that's a lot of hits. When you miss 100 games in 2020, 100 games that's a lot of hits that you're gonna lose. Not that he would have challenged Rose anyway. Maybe I was a little overzealous in my prediction that at some point he was going to catch Pete Rose.
It's not even close. You have to play for an eternity at an unbelievably high level.
Rose, what age did Rose retire?
43?
45. 45 he retired.
That's not possible.
With how many hits?
Oh, what is it? 46?
42, 56.
Yeah.
42. Do you know that Jose Altuve just passed the halfway point of his hits? Jose Altuve is at 2170.
I never thought Jose Altuve could hit that.
No, I did.
That's an untouchable mark.
I did. I thought at one point.
Why?
Because
he's not going to play that long. And
and
Pete Rose, back then there were no injuries. Remember in the 70s and 80s when no one got hurt ever?
Right.
There was no Tommy Johns other than Tommy John?
Well, he started at 21. Pete Rose started at age 22. Pete Rose, however, do you know how many times has Jose Altuve had 200 hits?
He had it 3 times.
He's had it 4 times.
Oh, 4? Okay.
4 times. He's led the league in hitting he led the league in hits for 4 straight
years. He had 3
years.
times in a row, right?
4 times in a row.
He had 204 times in a row?
Yes, 4 times in a row, and that's it. From 2014 to 2017, he had 200 hits, and he hasn't since.
But here's the other thing.
Or before.
This is why no one can ever touch Rose. Players they know more about load management, so they'll get time off as well. So Pete Rose didn't get time off. Go look at the back of his baseball card.
Yeah.
You can't see it. It's the font is so small. But go look at the games played.
Well, the
for
games
Pete Rose.
played. He played in the maximum number of games 5 times, and he was 157, 136, 162, 156, 148, 149. I mean, he did not miss time. Dude was there. Who has a higher batting average, Pete Rose or Jose Altuve?
Oh, I'll say the longer you play, the lower your batting average goes. I'll say Tuve.
Yeah, Tuve does 307 to 303.
Pete's lifetime 303.
303.
Huh? Man,
which is
serious.
Yeah, because as many hits as but he did play for 25 years, 24 years.
That's impressive to hit 300 when you're playing that long. What's the most strikeouts he had in a single season, Pete Rose?
The most strikeouts he had?
He was a contact hitter.
He had 106 in 74.
Did he really?
106.
Wow.
But that's the only time. Dude, that's pretty good. 100 year. One
but
year
back
of
then
100
you didn't
strikeouts.
strike out as much.
No.
I'm going to tell you what's crazy. So I went and did this research either a week ago or 2 weeks ago. You know, right now the pitching is ahead of would you say pitching's ahead of hitting?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
All right, let's take a look at this. Over the last, I'm just going to use a 10-year sample size from 2014 to 2024, just a flat 10-year sample size. In 2014, the average batting average in the American League was 253. I'm going to read now in ascending order, 15, 16, 17 batting average. It was 253 and 14, 255, 257, 256. We're cruising along, 249, 253. Once you hit 2020, now that's COVID year, so whatever, 243. But after that, 245, 242, 247, 240 this year. It's the lowest it's been. It's the lowest batting average. Well,
we don't care about batting average anymore, though. Remember?
No, but it gets to the point. It's the lowest batting average ever. I can't find a lower batting average. I'm back to 75.
In the modern day?
No, it's the lowest batting average since 1972, 239. The OPS in 2014. Now you would say, okay, well they've given up batting average for home runs,
right?
And home runs is going to bring more OPS. 2014, the OPS was 706. This year, it's 707. Now, listen to what it did. In 14, it was 706. Then it went to 730. That was kind of an outlier year, actually. This is the lowest year. 14 was the lowest year because before it, 730, 731, 725. Outlier, 706. Then it went 730, 744, 753, 734, 762, 733, 733,
wow.
701 in 2022, 729, and then this year is 707. Slugging percentage.
So it did go up. The OPS went up.
Yeah, the 706 was the outlier because even before it was 25, 31, 30, 34. What I'm saying is the OPS, if you go all the way back, you have to be careful about going back too far because you get into steroid area.
Todd is right. I was looking at walks. No, his max.
Yeah, I was going to say 106.
No, 76 was his max strikeouts.
Yeah.
76. Yeah.
I was going to say Rose.
I was looking at, he's right. I was looking at walks. 706.
But listen to this.
And every year he had more walks than he had strikeouts.
If you go to 2008, and 2008 was back when the Astros really couldn't hit well, and it was the amount of home runs per home runs per game, home runs per hit allowed is one home run 1-1, and it's the slugging was 730 in 2000. Let's say 2010, the slugging was 734. In 2024, the slugging is 707. The batting average is 20 points lower. The slugging percentage is still 9 points lower. The on base is lower. Like the old excuse you used to make was, well, they changed the launch angles and they're hitting more home runs and things like that. The reality is they just don't hit well anymore. And I think is it the hitters? I think it's the pitchers. I think pitchers throwing harder because they throw less innings, so they're going full gas. I think specialized. I think relievers going one inning. I think the spin rates and I just think right now pitching is ahead of hitting based on performance. I don't know that guys can't hit anymore. I just think pitching They have specialized. What can you do with hitting? With hitting, you can change launch angles trying to hit home runs. But other than that, would it be better? Are there some teams that are maybe studying, hey, what if we got back to just trying to pile up hits and maybe we didn't play for – and because the analytics will tell you play for home runs and play station-to-station ball, don't steal. But more people are stealing now because of the changes with, the pitcher rules. But if you look at these numbers, though, man, it's astonishing how – now, stolen base numbers have gone way up this year as opposed to where they were in the, 2014 to 24. But you just look at the way baseball has rapidly changed. It's a pitcher's league now.
Well, I mean, it started. I remember Bags. I was covering them, back in the 05, 06, and I was in the locker room every day. Bags was like, man, the game is. That's when it really started to turn. He goes, when I got in the league, maybe one guy threw 100, maybe two guys, maybe threw 100. Now you come in, it's the late innings, and every team has got a couple of guys that's throwing 100, and that's actually happened. Look at Minnesota. Look at Durant. I mean, it is ridiculous how hard guys are throwing. Look at Skeens. I mean, there are multiple guys that are hitting 100 or right there at 100. It's hard.
We've very quietly got some really we've got some really good pitchers in the league too, and it's kind of very quietly doing this, but some really good pitchers. You look at the home run numbers, and they had gone way up. Like you could see where the analytics, the home run per at bat, it was 1.10 in 12, 1.03 in 13, 0.89 in 14. But that's when Leno started to build up the Astros. And I think a lot of this is Astros ball. If you look at the way it changed, the Astros started saying, we're going to hit home runs, we're going to change launch angles, crush city, all that stuff. It went to 108, then 122, 130, 119, 143, 127, 126. This is when everyone changed launch angles. We're changing our approach. It's going to be about hitting home runs. We're not going to worry about strikeout as much. But the last 3 years, 1.05 home runs per hit. 1.20, 1.13. It's come, every single metric has come way down over the last 3 years. Have they changed baseball? Has the pitching do pitchers approach this differently? Like, I wonder what's happened the last 3 years where all of a sudden we have a jarring lack of hitting and power and everything.
Well, they did say that the baseball has been blamed, but not the Yankees baseball, but everybody else's baseball.
Yankees baseballs fly out just fine.
Yeah, you fly out. They're doing okay. They're doing fine. We got a break.
I love seeing Garrett
When we
Cole,
get
man.
back, we'll take a look at what this says. I'm sorry, we teased it. We will perform. What this says, we will perform. We
teased it. We will perform.
I don't think that's what I meant. I think
deliver.
I meant we'll
deliver.
Deliver.
Are you giving people blue
perform
ears?
is deliver, same thing, probably.
Mm-hmm.
It's close.
Not after you say we've teased it, then
we teased it, then we will perform.
John's giving people blue ears.
Yeah.
Edging towards this topic.
Fluffy.
Maybe you can
fluffy there.
Finish that topic.
Okay. I want to talk right now. I'm sorry, Kent, that you got into the middle of this conversation, but this is where you are. This is where you landed.
Well,
Sorry, buddy.
You don't have to apologize to him. You should apologize to the Chastangs, actually.
Do I have to apologize to the Chastangs?
Yeah, not Kent.
You're
Kent's
right.
I would apologize to both. I would actually apologize to your listening audience.
I want to apologize to everyone, including the Chastangs, especially the Chastangs, because they're the ones that are set right here in the middle of this where they shouldn't be. Here are the Chastangs are awesome. Matter of fact, I talked to Patrick just a couple of days ago, and we were texting back and forth. I can't be happier, and you won't be happier with what they do for you. They still have 2023 F-150s on the lot they want to get rid of. They're just like, just take them here. The interest rate is ridiculous. The prices are so low. They want them off the lot. You will benefit from the 2023s, and they're still brand new vehicles, okay? And they'll customize them exactly as you want. I was just with a landscaper that says I buy all my trucks, and he's got a whole fleet out there. And I buy them all from Chastang Ford because I know I'm going to get the best price and I'm going to get the best service as well. I mentioned it a little bit earlier that they'll come to you businesses out there that you have a fleet. They will come to you and they will fix your vehicles. They got a mobile unit out there. It just doesn't get any better with their service. It just doesn't. It can't be. So here's the deal. You want service. You want the best price you could possibly get. You want your payments to be where you want them to be. You don't want any add-ons. You don't want any markups. You want to customize exactly how you want it. That's what you get every single time. At ChastangFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. The only place to get your Ford on, Chastang Ford. So we talk a lot about the quarterback situation in the NFL.
We talk a lot of junk, but we mostly don't mean it. We're just playing.
We deliver.
We're just fun.
We're delivering here. Okay. We're delivering here.
Right, tell me about
performing too.
Who are the next big quarterbacks to get paid?
Okay, Jordan Love. What do you figure he's going to get?
Well, he wants to go for 60.
Yeah.
I think he gets 50. I don't know, 52 a year.
The projection is 5 years, 282, 56.5. Spot Track has his market value at 53.
That's what I'm thinking.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not giving Jordan Love the most money, are you? I mean, honestly.
Why not? I mean, it's his time. CJ, by the time it's his time, will be.
What do you do with Dak?
I really think CJ is going to be close to $70 million a year, and then you just have to
what do you
hope
see
and
what
pray.
What do you see what they say?
Football.
Okay, what do you think of Dak?
I mean, 90. I don't know. You may play this game for real. It's such a dumb game.
55.
Saquon Barkley gets 9 or 10, and then Dak gets 55.
55. Right.
What a weird, and they're okay with this. And the running backs don't beat the quarterbacks' asses. Like, the quarterbacks deserve to take. They should almost get an undue amount of criticism now because they're such a big part of the salary cap.
Yeah.
You can't even maneuver. You can't even operate. They've literally taken money away from other positions. This is what's crazy to me. The Players Association doesn't bitch about they're getting a percentage of the revenue. It's all negotiated. The owners are fair about it because they've been beaten into that type of negotiation, and that's fair. It is fair. But now they're stealing from. They're not stealing from. They are taking from linebackers, safeties, centers, running backs. Like, these guys are all integral parts of. And quarterbacks are. I would be so mad if I were on a roster and I'm a running back and I get Devin Singletary had a good year last year. It's like $4.5 million. And then you're going to have Jordan Love get $56 million. Now, I'm not suggesting, obviously one's much more important, but Singletary's not worth, like it should be, quarterback should be in the 30s, and you should be making more at running back. It should be a little more equitable. But this has really gotten out of control to the point that we're talking about, who's the first $60 million quarterback, do you think?
They think it's going to be CJ.
See, I think it happens before CJ.
I do too.
CJ's too far out.
Well, okay, but wait, Brock Purdy, is he going to be it? Is Dak going to be it?
I mean, if you're Brock Purdy's agent, what do you argue?
Well, they say Brock is going to get 57.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
And I know Brock's boy listens to the show and everything, and I'll probably get a text from him here quickly. But the fact is, come on now. You can't find someone to do what Brock Purdy does in that offense. Really? Did the offense make Brock, or did Brock make the offense? Why are you paying him for Shanahan? How much of that goes to Shanahan? How much of that is going to Ayuk as a kickback, and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey? Like, do they get a kickback out of that for all that they made Brock Purdy? Yeah. There's certain guys who are win because of, and then there's the guys who are win with. Brock Purdy's a win with quarterback. CJ's a win because of quarterback.
How much better would San Francisco be with Dak as their quarterback?
I actually don't think they'd be any better.
You don't?
I don't know.
I think Dak is better than Brock Purdy.
I think he's better than Brock. Now, the Cowboys, they'd be better. San Francisco 49ers.
How much worse would the Cowboys be with Brock Purdy?
I think they'd be worse.
They'd be worse, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just the system is Brock Purdy runs the system well. I don't know that Dak would be on schedule. I don't think they'd be any different with Dak. But the Cowboys would be worse to me. Now, I say that, but do you remember that Cooper Rush was really good with the Cowboys, won a bunch of games? Cooper Rush has the same kind of arm, if maybe less, than your boy Purdy. Like, Cooper Rush is just a highly intelligent quarterback, but they won with Cooper Rush.
Yeah, that is true. Listen, CeeDee Lamb deserves to get paid. CeeDee Lamb is holding out, and he's saying, I need mine, because you know what? CeeDee Lamb, I don't know that there's two better wide receivers in the NFL.
Who's the better player? CeeDee Lamb or Dak?
CeeDee Lamb.
Without question.
Yes.
Who's better at their position, CeeDee Lamb or Dak?
CeeDee Lamb.
I would agree. But this is where we are, where it's such a massive, I don't know what you do to fix this, because CeeDee Lamb is, he's quarterback because it's the most important position, so now it's getting paid like that, right? But where else do you have this? You have max dollar guys in the NBA that can come from any position. In baseball, it can be a pitcher or a hitter. Pitchers make $34, $35 million.
Yeah.
This is the only sport where only because of the level of importance of the position do you get paid a lot. If that's the case, then what? If you're getting all that for the benefit of the level of position, why would you want your son ever to change positions?
No,
ever.
Never.
If you desire him to be an NFL quarterback.
Yeah. So, okay, is there a market for Dak if the Cowboys don't come to terms?
Yes.
If they just listen, how well is Trey Lance playing? Is Trey Lance is there a possibility Trey Lance is the answer there? Maybe. If they decide, listen, we ain't doing that, Dak. You've not proven anything in the postseason.
Who's going to be the first to do that?
We're a regular season team. We're a postseason team.
But you start back at I don't want to say ground floor, but you basically are hitting reset at quarterback. Who's going to be the first team to do that?
That just says
Kyler Murray. The Cardinals wouldn't do it. Where you let a guy go and you draft a guy. I guess we've seen that with Minnesota. Letting Kirk Cousins walk. Does that
the
count?
49ers let Trey Lance walk.
Yeah, but they didn't have a
wasn't like they were committed to him, no.
Or Jimmy Garoppolo. They didn't have when's the last time you had somebody who's a playoff caliber quarterback? I guess it'd be Jimmy Garoppolo. But Kirk Cousins is the only guy I can think of. Where you let him go and you hit reset. That's the first time I've seen
Packers?
Yeah, but they had drafted a first-round quarterback. I mean...
Yeah, but they didn't know he could play.
They did eventually let him go. But it took 2 years of MVP before they did it. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, they didn't know Jordan. They had an idea. Yeah, he was on the roster. It's kind of what you'd be doing with Trey Lance, only Jordan actually had starts.
Del, if they can't come to terms with Tua, what's the market? Honestly, are people going to be clamoring for Tua?
Yes.
You believe that?
There are enough teams who don't have competent quarterback play that he will get a deal someplace.
Is he okay? Is he a $60 million guy?
Well, he's not. He wouldn't get $60 million from the Dolphins. If they do come to a deal, it's going to be in the $50 million range. At least that's what he wants. He said market value. I don't think from the impression, it was now 2 months ago now, so whatever market value is
What's
now.
his market?
I think it's the same as
whatever Jared Goff's market is,
be.
whatever Trevor Lawrence's market is. That's who he's going to be looking at. Why are those guys getting paid more than me, particularly Trevor Lawrence? What has he done?
Well,
nothing.
Jared Goff got his team to the NFC championship. Jared Goff did.
Did he get them there?
Yeah.
Would people say Jared Goff got them there?
Yeah.
No one's saying Jared Goff got them there.
No one's
saying
Jared Goff
that.
plays a really good quarterback.
Well,
but
so does
Jared
Tua.
Goff is a top 10 quarterback. Tua's not.
But
Yes,
hold on,
he is.
Tua's numbers would say he is the top.
Tua's okay. Put Tua on the Bears.
Put Tua on the Lions. Why are we using the Bears as an example?
Yeah.
Well, put him on a. No, he's got the most weapons in the league.
And the Lions have a great offensive line. They have a great tight end. They have a great wide receiver. What are we talking about? The Lions have weapons.
No, absolutely. But Jared Goff performed better.
And you know what? And you know what? What Tua doesn't have? A great offensive line. He makes that offense work because that offensive line stinks.
The offensive line's not great. Tua's numbers, 29 and 14. He did throw for 46-24.
He led the league in passing.
Completed 69% of his passes. I mean, you're kind of a known Tua hater.
Yeah.
Like you are a known Tua hater.
No, I don't want him as my quarterback.
And I think it's an LSU.
You ain't winning
thing.
nothing with Tua as your quarterback.
You
may not
want
that.
He's 25
That's a separate,
years old.
What?
You're making determinations on someone who's
No,
25 years
Tua,
old.
honestly, Tua could be another Kirk Cousins, where the numbers look great.
Yeah.
I mean, Tua's yards per attempt are 8.9, 8.3. He's got tremendous weapons. There's no arguing that.
No good quarterback outside of Patrick Mahomes doesn't have tremendous weapons.
He went from 3,500 yards passing to he played a full season last year, 4,600 yards
CJ
passing.
didn't have tremendous weapons.
29
Yes,
touchdowns passing with 4,600 yards is feels low, though. But some of that comes to the running game. And this is an offense where quarterbacks typically don't throw. Remember with Matt Schaub. Matt Schaub led the league in passing yards, never got to 30 touchdowns because once you get to certain areas of the field, it turns into a running attack with the
well, he's got really good running backs, too.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe I don't. Now, I didn't love 14 interceptions. 29 to 14, he's at 2-1. You'd like that to be a little higher. But I don't know why you wouldn't say that Tua's Kirk Cousins. I'm not sure if you can win at the highest level with him, but I know he's going to perform well, and I know the stats are going to look pretty good. But I think that the more I look at him, it's like, wow, he is Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. You hold on to him, Dell. You ain't winning nothing.
But you have to keep paying.
Yes, because you know how the NFL works. If you're 26 years old, we all know that your career has been settled. There's nothing that can be done. You're 26. You play
limited.
He's limited, but fine. Drew Brees is limited. Jared Goff is limited. Jared Goff's not a great talent.
Jared Goff's a great talent.
Stop it. We're talking the great talents.
You seen his girlfriend?
I don't care about that. The great talents in this league are Patrick Mahomes. Justin Herbert's a great talent. What has he won? Trevor Lawrence is allegedly a great talent.
Justin Herbert is overrated.
So we're talking about we're writing the history of a player, their eulogy apparently for a mid-20s quarterback.
Yeah.
I know Patrick Mahomes has changed the narrative about what a quarterback is going to be, but that dude's going to go down as the greatest quarterback of all time. So comparing people to him is silly. So, and by the way, the difference between Tua and other young quarterbacks, those guys generally didn't have 2 years of working with a coach who was actively working against them. Brian Flores was working against his young quarterback.
I'm kind of, Bucky Brooks made this argument, and it's good on paper, but when is an NFL team, who's going to be the first team that looks at a quarterback and says, we're going to run an offense where it's not dependent upon a certain type of quarterback so that we can recycle quarterbacks every 6 years if we need to, every 7 years. When is there going to be a quarterback that has an offense? And I would argue that San Francisco has that. I think San Francisco could start anew at the quarterback more than most. I still don't think it's going to happen, though. I still think the devil it's too scary for Miami to think about life after Tua. And let's be realistic. It shouldn't be. With Tyreek Hill,
he's not going to be there forever.
But if you follow the model of surround everyone with a great player, the Troy Aikman model, then how could you not, you should be able to succeed.
You know
right?
what?
If you're accurate and you've got mental
think the thing you
makeup,
guys I guess for whatever we continue to miss, they didn't build the offense at Tyreek Hill. They built the offense around to a skill set. So what you're going to have to do is either find a quarterback that fits his skill set, or then build a completely different offense.
I got him.
Who?
And it'd be a lot cheaper right now.
Who?
Ryan Tannehill.
Oh, I like that.
Yep.
I like that.
You're not gonna
I
try to
love that
trigger
for
me a
you,
Ryan
Dale.
Tannehill.
Yep.
But see, it's been a conversation for down in Miami for years, or at least the last couple years. How much do you pay him?
No one's cheap anymore. Even Baker Mayfield got, what, 30?
Yeah.
Like, what? Baker Mayfield?
Baker Mayfield's
getting
number
30?
one, a Heisman Trophy winner, number one overall pick.
I don't care about that. That has nothing to do with
How
the
does he
NFL.
perform?
What is he's primarily been a bust as the first pick. What about Derek? How much does
He
Derek
actually
Carr
performed
make?
for them, though.
How much does Derek Carr make? Like, those kind of guys should be getting $17 million. And then you pay the other players.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. John Daspit, okay, you're going to get paid if you're with John Daspit.
Yeah, you are going to get paid. John Daspit understands how this game works. He says, look, you were injured. You were out in a wreck in the roadway. You're at your workplace, and it's a dangerous workplace. You get injured, and that's what, and they'll tell you, well, that's part of the dangers of it, but we've got insurance to take care of you on that. Well, what does that mean? John Daspit said it means getting to the hospital, getting to the doctors, getting your x-rays, getting your MRIs. Do you know how many people get hurt and they're just like, I don't like going to the doctors. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. You mean you're willing to be injured and live with an injury that doesn't heal because you're afraid? No one should have to do that. And John Daspit wants you to get there. He wants you to find out exactly what's going on. They're going to get it fixed. They're going to get it discovered, fixed. The time that you have to miss from work, that's going to get paid. John Daspit says, look, all the money that comes out of your pocket or that you're missing out on, insurance is going to take care of that. We're also going to get you taken care of with a very fair settlement for pain and suffering. He wins big for people because a lot of people get, taken advantage of by insurance companies, and they don't get fair settlements. That's never going to happen with John Daspit. If you get hurt, first call you should make is 713-CALL-NOW. If you know someone who is hurt, first phone number, 713-CALL-NOW. It's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Eric has a question, wants to get in here. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Great show. What are the Cowboys going to do with Trey Lance? I heard he's been lining up at the training camp. Would they trade Dak during the season if the Cowboys are not doing good and put Trey in? And John, good luck in L.A. We're going to miss you, buddy. I'll hang up and listen.
I'm going to be here. You don't have to miss me.
People believe you are done.
I'm not done.
Some people believe you've retired and that you're going
I've retired a long time ago.
to live in your Yeah. This is the best of both worlds. You just wake up a little earlier for your retirement.
Yeah.
Do you play golf all the time?
Yeah.
Do you play poker?
Yeah.
Do you have drinks?
Yeah.
Do you go do things with friends?
Yeah. I'm retired.
And you get paid?
Right. I just started at 10 o'clock. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't start at 8 or 7. I just started at 10 o'clock. That's all.
Well, if you're actually, I guess depending on what you did the night before, if you're actually retired, you probably wouldn't get up to 8:30, get ready for your round of golf. So either way, about an hour and a half difference between when your life would start if you actually weren't working in.
I bet you wake up early anyway, don't you? Is your body used to it?
I do. I get up
Weekends?
sometimes at 3 in the morning and I'm up for an hour and a half.
What's generally
No, generally that's how I
Saturday
sleep.
or Sunday?
Saturday or Sunday. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I go back to sleep though. Yeah.
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 But I mean, what time do you get up on the weekend? Get up.
8.
Okay.
8, 9. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
like a normal human.
Like normal.
I don't. I'm earlier than that. It's hard to. When I did sleep until 8:30 the other day, I felt the best I felt probably in multiple years. I had one day on Sunday where it's like, this is the best day ever.
Well, when did you go to church?
That's a topic of
what?
Apparently, I was late getting ready, so my wife left me. And then I was going to go at night, and then I went to one where they used to have a 5 o'clock mass, and apparently they don't
anymore.
St. Michael's, they don't. That's the one that Gary
St.
Kubiak
Michael's
used to go
doesn't
to.
have it? Yeah, that's where I went.
That's where I went. I thought they were going to, and so instead, I mean, what am I going to do other than go see a movie?
Yeah. Well, wait a minute.
Well, I was supposed to have
Where'd you
it.
go see?
Long Legs.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Not Twisters.
No, I haven't seen Twisters yet.
You haven't seen Twisters? No, I haven't either. But people say it's good.
I saw your boy Kevin Costner's stuff didn't get a great review.
No, it didn't.
I feel bad because that guy put all of his money in it.
Everything into it. It's not.
Rotten Tomatoes.
It's basically a
48%.
TV show.
Wait, did you watch it?
Yeah, I went.
And how was it?
It was okay. That's all. I'm not going to go pay for the other 3.
What? Kevin doesn't like hearing that.
Well, no, I'm not. But it's just a TV.
Kevin needs you.
It's basically a TV show.
Kevin needs you to. So he should have just done it on Paramount again.
Yeah.
With his own.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, he made a big mistake. It's just a TV show, is all it is.
Yeah.
And it's expensive. It's expensive. So I'll wait till it comes out on Paramount or wherever it's going to come out.
And you'll watch the next 2?
I'll watch it when it gets to my TV. That's when I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, some people liked it. Some most didn't know. And I just thought it was meh. It was okay. 713-780-3776. By the way, the answer is no. They're not trading Dak in the middle of the season. That's the answer. If Dak gets hurt, they got a capable. I guess they got. We'll find out if Trey Lance can play. When's the last time Trey Lance played football?
I mean,
he got
really played.
Yeah, he got some snaps.
I mean, he had some snaps in San Francisco, but really, to be honest with you, it was the COVID. It was not even the COVID opt-out year, which is 2020. It was really 2019. His 1-year starters, North Dakota State.
Yeah, that's 5 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's a long time ago. We don't know that Trey Lance can play football.
Mm-hmm.
We're not sure about it. We weren't sure about Jordan Love
Bobby
either,
Sloak
though.
really liked him.
Yeah,
he really liked him and said there was an injury that he tried to play through that really diminished him in camp, and they had to get him right. And now it's just a situation where he I don't know if it's I don't know. He was his coach that I spoke with his coach North Dakota State about their preparation. He was preparing like a pro quarterback. The way he had to cut up tape, the Monday through Thursday stuff that they did, how sharp he was and intelligent. I just really thought Trey Lance had it all. And so I'm not ready to just quite give up on him because he really hasn't, as you mentioned, he really hasn't had that opportunity just yet. So maybe the coaches there in Dallas have an idea of what he might be capable of. Maybe that has something to do with how they're willing to go with Dak. But I think when it's all said and done, they're not letting Dak walk.
At some point, though, I mean, you got to play. At some point, it's like you're going to start to lose your skill set, because you got to. Dude, if I'm him, you can't be more frustrated with a career than him.
But who wants him to start? Like nowadays,
well, I'll tell you this: when Bobby Slowick gets his head coaching job after this season, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he didn't go after him. Yeah,
as a backup,
or maybe he thinks he could turn him into a starter.
But you can't. But you have to do it as a backup, starting first. Like you can't go in with the idea that, hey, we're going to sell our fans. My first and only head coaching job. I'm going to put my trust in the guy who's going to play football for 5 years.
No. But he's going to a place that probably doesn't have a quarterback, right?
But he's not your.
Because otherwise, that job's not open.
But he has to be your backup model. I don't know. Think of a job that could be open this year.
The Jets.
Let's go the Jets, and there you have. And I think if the Jets end up getting rid of their GM and head coach, Aaron Rodgers may retire, because it means it didn't go well.
The Saints.
Saints are one. Yeah, Saints are one. But once again, you'd have to really be in a transitional season to have Trey Lance come in and be your starter. You might have him come in and compete for a job with somebody. More than likely, it's as a backup. See, he's going to need somebody to get hurt and to shine. That's the only way. That's the only entry point forward for him anymore, because the way teams and fans demand and owners demand success very fast, or you get fired. No one wants to do that. Hey, it's one thing to develop a rookie. It's another to develop somebody else's rookie that they had to get rid of and that, doesn't have experience. Like, who wants to do that?
The Bears, there's a chance if they don't perform this year, Eberflus is gone.
It's Caleb. So there's no quarterback.
No, there's no quarterback. There's no job there.
But you know what?
What about
and
the
Ryan
Cardinals?
Poles would be smart to hire Bobby Slowick over there for that job for sure.
What about the Cardinals?
I think Cardinals did well last year. Remember, Gannon's only been there for 1 year.
I know they ain't afraid to pull the trigger on a coach right away.
Yeah, but I don't think they don't actually have the money to do that. They stuck with Cliff for a little bit. They did that but they actually played way better than we all expected last year. I think the Saints are the one that you maybe take a look at. For sure, the Jets. That's one of the hottest seats. That's probably the hottest seat.
Yeah.
That's probably the hottest seat going. Tennessee has made a change. Jacksonville could be a sneaky one. Stefanski with the Browns.
Yep.
Zach Taylor with the Bengals?
No. Well, the only time he doesn't win is when Joe's hurt, which is a lot.
Yeah, it's. I wouldn't put that on Zach Taylor.
Oh.
And that's not a team. That's not an ownership group looking to pay out extra money to a quarterback, to an owner. To a head coach.
Real unfortunate for the Bengals to, pay a fragile quarterback all that money.
Yeah, it's okay when the Bengals do it, but not when the Dolphins do it.
That's right.
8:45, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Still ahead. John Chill's going to join us, tell us what to bet on at the top of the hour here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Dream Rate right now. I'm talking about my man Kent. See, this is a better segment, Kent. You didn't have filth and flarn heading into your spot, so you win. Dream Rate Mortgage. Kent Jones at Dream Rate Loans. He's a listener to the show. He's been in the city of Houston forever. He's 29 years here doing home loans. Call or text. You will have his phone number, so you can text him for any questions that you might have. If you got a question about how much you're going to pay if you do buy a house, okay, all you need to know is how much is the house and how much do you have down, and he can figure out what your payments might be. If you're a first-time home buyer, this is the time to buy. The government is giving you all kinds of incentives to be a first-time home buyer. Stop making other people wealthy by renting. That's what you're doing. You're renting and you're making them wealthy instead of building wealth yourself. When you pay off your mortgage, you have built yourself some wealth there. That's how you build wealth, by owning real estate. Do it now. Okay, and do it with Kent Jones, because he'll save you thousands at signing and thousands along the way. It's what he does all the time. He is really, really, really great at this. So if you're looking for that mortgage, he's the ultimate mortgage hookup. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
Time for me to talk about Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC and the offers that they have. Anytime that you get an opportunity to shop for a vehicle at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, you really should, because they are going to really set the bar for customer service. And customer service means not only the sales experience where they don't hustle you, they don't hassle you, but they also are going to make sure that the prices that you get are going to include as many of the discounts as they can possibly find, the lowest APR rate they can possibly get for you, and the best trade-in value they can possibly find for you on your vehicle. And frankly, the trade-in value is going to be higher than everyone else. They understand that's how they get your business, because their service is going to be above anyone else's. They even go so far as to drive your vehicle into Houston if you need, like if you can't get out there. Most people like to drive it back, but if you can't get out to Angleton, I mean, they can do the whole process online if you need to, including delivering the vehicle to you. That's how good they are. Shop online at Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com if you'd like, and you can see all the offers they have right now, including $5,750 total cash allowance going on right now for the 2024 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab LT 5.3-liter engine. That's 10% below MSRP. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
Astros finish up the road trip with an 8-1 win. Hunter Brown looked good. Hunter Brown gave up 8 hits, which is a lot, but in a walk. But he got out of every situation except one. He gave up 1 run, and the Astros win it. It was surprising. They were up, they put up a 4 spot in the 7th inning, and then they brought Brian Abreu out. But they got a day off today. And so they got the day off, and they got the Dodgers this weekend. It's funny to see Brian Abreu in that situation. And he didn't have a clean sheet. He gave up 1 walk. Brian Abreu maybe needs to keep working. When Brian Abreu took a long time off, I think he had at one stretch he had 11 days. He wasn't the same guy.
It was a 10-day run. I remember that.
Yeah.
And
he wasn't the same guy. He hasn't been the same guy since.
Well, some guys, that's what they need. Yeah. They need to constantly be working.
Yeah.
Some running backs need a bunch of carries. Maybe he's a guy who needs to have constant work.
The 3 guys at the end, though, did their job. No runs by him, Taylor Scott, or Brian King. King might play a role with this team.
This is really getting weird with how bad Seattle is. This could turn into a thing where it is the Rangers and the Astros once again.
Yeah.
Because the Rangers haven't played bad baseball. The Astros haven't been great recently.
That's the thing. The Astros were too good to be where they were, and so are the Rangers.
So are the Rangers, yeah. And the Astros, they won 2 or 3 but they lost 2 or 3 against the A's. They lost 2 or 3 headed in. Who did they headed into the break? Who'd they lose to?
They lost 2 or 3 to the Twins.
Yeah. But they won 2 of 3 in Seattle. And Seattle's been swept by everyone else. The Angels have swept them twice. During a 9-game span, it's been Angels sweep, Astros win 2 or 3, Angels sweep. So they are playing so poorly. The Astros have not actually been like
Texas beat them 2 out of 3.
Red hot.
And Minnesota beat them 2 out of 3.
Yeah, they've not been red hot recently, but the Mariners have been so bad that the Astros, and they did have a good run in there, but the Astros have caught them. Now the Astros aren't playing great, but here they are, a game up on Seattle because Seattle's lost 3 in a row, 8 of the last 9. They're 8-17 in their last 25 games. And so the Rangers could be the team now because they have been – the Astros and Rangers for much of the year have been like – it didn't make any sense that those 2 teams –
No.
Well, for the Astros, you had injuries, and that made some sense.
The Rangers, too.
The Rangers have had it, too.
Now, listen, the Rangers just swept the White Sox, okay? Mm-hmm. They lost 2 out of 3 to the Rangers because of the Orioles before that, who the Astros slapped around when they were here. But, yeah, they beat 2 out – they won 2 out of 3. The Rangers have been playing better baseball, but it's been against crap competition. They beat the Angels before the Astros. Not the Astros.
Oh, not crap competition.
Well, not the Astros weren't the crap competition I was referring to.
Okay.
But they swept Tampa before that. San Diego, they lost 2 out of 3. Baltimore, they lost 3 out of 4. Plus, they just lost to them in the second half as well. So, The Rangers have been playing good baseball, but they've been playing it against not so great competition, except the Astros.
Because the Astros, what's their record right now? Are they 4 games above 500
Yeah,
out there?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a game up on Seattle, who's only 2 games over 500.
Yeah, we may need. I said before, we may need to stop worrying about the Mariners unless they make a couple moves. Just look behind you.
Well, they haven't swept the White Sox yet. They got the White Sox tonight to the Rangers. So, this afternoon, 1:35 game. So, hopefully the White Sox take care of that business.
That seems likely.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very likely, does it? That's one of the worst teams in baseball history right there. The Texans got in a scrap yesterday at practice. That was all the news. It was between Jimmy Ward hit Stephon Diggs when he was down. Dalton Schultz came in. Derek Stingley came over and got into Schultz's face.
Boom, bada bing.
Yeah. And then, also, we had soccer yesterday. Del, can you explain this?
Not really. If it's weird, Argentina in what was a lot of added time was awarded a goal, and after a long delay,
like over an hour after the game was over,
the goal was taken away from them.
Yes.
So instead of tying Morocco 2-2 and fighting back from being down 2-0, an hour after the game was supposedly decided, it turns out that no, you didn't score that goal. It doesn't count, and you lose 2-1. And it was like 16 minutes. They scored in the 106th minute, which means 16 minutes into added time, they scored a goal that didn't count. Like 106 means generally, we're going into extra time. No, this was a group stage game, so there is no extra time. And then
16 minutes they added on.
And by the way,
now how much do they lay around on the ground?
It depends if Morocco was delaying, trying to delay tactics. But initially, it was supposed to be 13 minutes of extra time. So even with that, there were a lot of delays in that game. And then it went 3 minutes over what was supposed to be the allotted extra or added time. Scored a goal, took it away. Morocco has a big upset against the Argentine team.
Well, and apparently some fans were throwing fireworks onto the field.
Yeah, it wasn't a great.
That's rude.
It wasn't
and
a
the
great
players
time.
were all jumping like, "Oh my God, we're under fire here!"
And I'm literally on episode. I don't know what episode it is of Band of Brothers now. That is an exhausting show.
It is.
The amount of explosions and bullets, people getting killed, and just like, when is this war going to be over? When are you going to let the Easy Company off? Can they get a break?
No, the Easy Company got no breaks.
Why don't they not give the Easy Company a break? And then I see all these explosions, and then they're throwing fireworks on the field. I don't blame those players for being nervous.
Yeah.
They could have thought it was
and did you
an
see
explosion from the Germans.
Del, did you see the offside that they called, the VAR?
No.
Oh my gosh, he's got half of like his toes are just past.
Them's the rules.
It's the rule. I get it. It's the rule, but it's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
Anyway,
That's offside.
It's ridiculous anyway.
That's offside. What's the difference between in Wimbledon when they go to the little thing, the replay, and they show where it's on the line? If it's out, it's out.
It's out. It's out.
You're offside. You're offsides.
Yeah, but it has to be before the guy kicks the ball. Are you sure that that's exactly before the guy kicked the ball? He made the pass. Okay. There's a little bit more to it than that.
You don't care enough. You don't really care about this.
Don't really care enough.
Yeah.
But Argentina got screwed, and people were throwing
Did
fireworks.
they get screwed? Or did the rules just
An
play?
hour later,
Hey.
you took a goal away?
Well, the match was suspended because of all the things you're talking
Yeah.
about, so they couldn't finish.
How could it be suspended? It was 106 minutes in.
Well, they kept the players in the stadium, told the fans to get out of there.
Yeah.
And they were going to restart it. Obviously, with the game tied 2-2, turns out it was actually 2-1. So even if you're checking on an app or something, the game just said suspended. It didn't say it was over. Even if you checked in an hour after your last check-in, the game's still suspended. Turns out it's not 2-2 anymore. It's 2-1.
2-1.
Game over.
Sorry. Good thing there weren't fans in there because it
would have been maybe a
ugly.
riot. Yeah.
You know what's not ugly is TPC Industrial. Houston's rather, and Archie. He's got beautiful hair. It's ridiculous. He's got black hair. Arch, stop already with it, okay? Stop
with
using
what?
the Grecian, okay? Get off the Grecian formula. Here's the deal, and he says he doesn't, but I don't know. Here's the deal: is those guys are awesome at what they do. They are getting you if you're in the PVF or hose and fitting industry. These are the guys for you. Okay, pipes, valves, fittings, flanges, forged steel couplings, hoses, and more. Thousands of pieces in stock. Any part you need, stocked or not, they can get it. If you're looking for a particular item, give TPC Industrial a call today. Rapid delivery. Their trucks are going to get to your location as soon as possible. They got interstate access to deliver across the country. Doesn't matter where you are or where your job is. If you're running a job from here that's in another state and you can't get the supplies that you need, call TPC Industrial. They'll get them to you. They'll get there and get there on time so your guys aren't sitting around wasting time and you're wasting your money. You trust TPC with all of your PVF needs, okay? If your current PVF provider can't find you the part you need, can't get it to your job site on time, call TPC Industrial today. 346-226-3866. 346-226-3866 or tpcindl.com. Welcome back. CFO over there at Golden Nugget Lake Charles joining us, John Chill, to tell us what's going on in the betting world, DraftKings betting world, where that's the place to go and get your bet on. I'm telling you, it's one of the best sports books I've ever been in. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. Great place to have your fantasy draft. Y'all are planning your fantasy drafts right now. Great place to go. Go on a Saturday. You guys stay there, do your fantasy draft. They'll put it right up there on one of the big, gigantic TVs that they got there. They'll give you a little section for you guys to do your fantasy draft. John, you guys got fantasy drafts there, don't you?
Yes, we do, and we're booking up pretty quick. We're pacing better than we did last year. We're also offering out at the Cabanas as well, the fantasy. But
ooh, that's fun.
It is an awesome experience. I actually do it with the finance team. We do a fun fantasy draft in there. You can log into your laptop, put it on the screen, and the other screen will have the sports that the games you want to watch. So it's an awesome experience in there.
How about that? But what about it in a cabana by the pool? That's even better.
Yes. Once the sun comes out, it'll come out anytime you book. The sun will be here. So, but yeah, you can sit out in the cabana. We got the TVs in there. You can hang out and be by the pool and pick your favorite players.
That's fun. That right there is some fun right there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a good time.
So let's talk about what we got. We got futures for the NFL, right?
Yep.
And MVP voting and all of that stuff. Have you seen any futures moving this week?
Yeah, it looks like Rookie of the Year starting to see some movement. We got training camp started, so football's in the air, which is a good thing. And we're starting to see a little Caleb Williams. Seems like there's less money on him. He's moving up. He was starting out about plus 125. He's moved up to 135. Jaden Daniels is starting to see some action. He was at plus 625. He's at 550. The interesting one is Marvin Harrison. He was plus 750, and he's down to plus 650 here in the last week and a half. So interesting, a receiver starting to see some action for that. J.J. McCarthy has gone down a little bit. He was a plus 1,800. He's a plus 1,600. Bo Nix is who I still kind of like, I think, with that offense. And, I think he's groomed to be, to go right in there. He's went from plus 1,900 down to plus 1,600.
So I had my article come out. Both of them are out, offensive and rookies of the year and defensive rookie of the year candidates. I think that Caleb Williams should be a big favorite. I think he's going to win it. Of course, in Washington, I think that obviously Daniels is going to be a big one. McCarthy is interesting because it depends on how quickly he would have to get on the field and perform to have his shot. But I think Marvin Harrison Jr. as the number 2. I've got him number 2 in my rankings, and that's because if Caleb falls off or gets injured at all, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the target. And he's very polished.
Where's he at, John?
Yeah.
He's in Arizona. He's up there.
What are his odds? I know where he's at.
He's at plus 650. He's the third favorite right now.
Yeah,
plus 650.
He's the third favorite. The best value though to me is on the defensive side. I made my number 1 player Jared Verse, who's close to 1,000 plus 1,000. Yeah. What is he?
He's at plus 1,100 right now.
I made him number 1, and I've studied this over the years. Like I had Darius Leonard as a long shot a few years ago because linebackers rake up stats. So 2 good long shots on the board this year are Peyton Wilson and Edrin Cooper, the two linebackers. Edrin is going to be starting with the either Rams or Chargers, and then Peyton Wilson is with the Steelers. Those 2 guys both have a chance to. If you're a linebacker who can get sacks and who can cover, play all 3 downs, you got a real shot. So I think those 2 guys are long shots on the defensive board. But I also think Jared Verse, Dallas Turner's the favorite. Am I right, John?
Yeah, he's at plus 350.
Plus 350. The value may not be on the offensive side. The value may be on the defensive side with guys like Jared Verse, Edrin Cooper, Peyton Wilson, and frankly, even I would say, even Dallas Turner at 350 is not bad, but I do think you have some longer shots on the board that you should take a look at. No safety has won the award since, God, it's been years since a safety won the award. Byron Murphy is close to around 1,400, 1,500, John, from the Raiders.
He started out there. He's at plus 1,000 now. Yeah,
plus 1,000. Yeah, not as good a value, but to me, Jared Verse, who's going to step in at Minnesota, and step in with the Rams. Jared Verse with the Rams, to me, is a great fit, great for the scheme, can play the run, and I think his power is going to immediately show up as a rusher. Power rushers typically translate quicker, like George Karlaftis in the NFL, than speed and skill rushers who typically have to get used to the athleticism of tackles. So that's a guy that I think is a very real live dog at plus 1,100 there for you guys. At plus 1,100 is Jared Verse from the Rams.
Nice. Edrin Cooper's with the Packers. Yeah.
Packers, yeah. That's right.
Yep.
And he plays next to Quay Walker. So Quay will handle a lot of the heavy lifting, and Edrin Cooper gets to run and blitz. He's a 4.40 guy, so he's going to be all over the field making plays. He's a great blitzer and can cover. So, and how long are the shots on Edrin Cooper and Peyton Wilson? These are good long shots. Listen to this.
Edrin Cooper's plus 3,500, and Wilson is he's a plus 5,000.
Oh. Well, let's see. If they throw a little something on them. At DraftKings,
there's a lot of value, in the defensive end. So
at DraftKings, Lake Charles. That's
both
where
guys are slated to start right now. So keep an eye on them. I think they're going to come down.
Go get your bet on. How are you? So there's so much with the Olympics. Does DraftKings have a bunch of bets, or is just the main sports? How's it work?
No, actually Louisiana approved. You can do canoeing all the way to basketball. So, if you follow, almost every sport is out there right now.
Got to have a circle on canoeing, though.
I know.
Or can I go there and put 100,000 on the U.S. canoe team?
Yes. Let me see what their odds are. Yes.
Wow.
100
you can bet Benjamin Savasic. He's a plus 250. He's the favorite for the canoeing.
Benjamin Salasic?
Yeah.
Well, he was my favorite. Lance, did you have?
Yeah,
where did
that's
you?
who
Where
I wouldn't play him 100,000, but yeah, that's
Yeah,
the guy.
okay.
That's the guy I've been looking at.
Okay. So you can bet everything. So, but we won't. Okay. So it's so weird because it's in Europe with the time and everything else. You got to get there early in the morning, or you got to do it the day before, usually, right?
Right, yes. It looks like, I think it's an 8-hour time difference, I think, between Paris and us. So, yeah, like, for example, the USA team will be playing at 10 in the morning Sunday. You know, and you just got to watch live versus what's on TV because they do a tape delay. So, you know, be conscious of that and you know, look at the real time for that. So.
Yeah, but you can bet anything, huh? Is there?
Yeah.
Are people? Are they getting on this thing?
Yeah, you're starting to see a little bit of action. You know, mostly basketball right now. You're starting to see, you know, some action there. You know, there's a lot of futures on. You know, they're minus 500 right now, and you're starting to see some, you know, some play there. I think with the hiccup, I shouldn't say hiccups, but I think they were, you know, predict to dominate, you know, the last prior 2 games and had a little bit of struggle. So you're starting to see, you know, seeing some action there. You're seeing action on the women's basketball as well. You know, and it's yeah, you're starting to see that all weekend. USA's minus 13 Sunday morning. That'll be interesting. You know, for me, I think that's a good play. I think that, you know, I think they'll clamp down on their defense. I think that the three-point shooting will get a little bit better, and the perimeter, you know, and I think a little bit of the scare will wake them up a little bit. I haven't seen the status on Durant yet. I think if he gets involved, you know, they just get better with that.
What are they laying?
13 against Serbia. Yeah,
I just can't. I'm sorry.
Serbia, I know.
I can't lay 13 with this team. I'm sorry. I mean, what about the women?
The women's, let me see what time they play. They are on at 2 p.m. on Monday. They start. So the women's are minus 19.5 against Japan. So.
Oh, Japan. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah. That one, I'll give 19. I ain't giving 13 to Serbia.
No, and I usually give my underdog pick. I kind of like France, Wembanyama, Rudy. That's a defensive juggernaut, I think, right there. France can shoot some threes. You know, they might be able to give the Team USA the money at the end.
So can I bet the long? I can bet who win the gold, and I can bet the individual games as well.
Yes, yeah. So France is basically 14-1 to win the gold, and you can also bet, you know, to get to the gold. You know, the odds there as well. So
the U.S. is obviously the favorite.
Yeah.
How big a favorite?
They're at minus 500 right now.
Minus 500.
Yeah.
Wow. They're not that good. Man, that's just way too high.
Well, then go find somebody that you like then. Don't talk about it, be about it.
I like France.
Yeah. Okay.
I like the French.
Well, let's
at
go
home.
then.
Okay, they got home court. They got
what about the
Victor? Okay.
Yep, they got Rudy.
Where's Canada?
Canada's a plus 12, or they went down. It's plus 1,100 right now.
You know, they got some guys too.
Yeah.
We got a big MMA weekend.
Yes, we do. So that always brings a big crowd for us over at DraftKings. So we got the, I think it's the welterweight. We got Muhammad and Edwards. Kind of like the underdog in this one. I like Muhammad. I think he's improved in his striking. I think, you know, he uses the strike now to get him down on the ground, and you know, he's at plus 210. So kind of like him. We got the heavyweight. We got Blades versus Aspinall, and that's, you know, he's a big favorite, minus 355. So I kind of like him. And another underdog I like is Marcin Pacino. I think he fights around 8 o'clock at plus 135. So that's probably my big play is Pacino, and then Edwards. I think I like that to go to distance. The Edwards fight, like I said, I think he's improved. But I think that'll be a good fight and a good card. We got that, the Olympics, so you can win money in the morning off the Olympics and put it all on Edwards at night then. So it'll be interesting.
Good stuff. That's John Chill. CFO out there at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We love the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, just a couple hours down the road. It's so much easier to get to than Vegas, and you got everything that you could possibly want in a Vegas casino right here, just not even 2.5 hours down the road. So that is great, great stuff. Love it. John, we appreciate you as always. Have a big weekend with the MMA, and hopefully you guys get nice crowds for the Olympics every night as well. So good stuff. Thanks for hanging with us.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks,
Thank you, guys.
Time to
you
talk
next week.
about that Golden Nugget right now. Love it, love it, love it. How about 11 different restaurants in there? You want the steak, you got Vic and Anthony's. You want Italian, you want Chinese. You got everything. It's awesome, awesome, awesome. There, you're not going to hurt. It's a Landry's property, so you're going to get the best food that you could have. The pool is awesome. John talked about it. Get you a cabana out there in the summer. It is just every weekend just filled, and it's just a beautiful people and just a great time. Great time had by all. I love the poker room. You could go and play golf there. The golf course is awesome. You've got the Blue Martini, which is a great nightclub in there. And, of course, you got all the casino games. It just doesn't get any better. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. So much easier to get to than Vegas. And you got all the shows as well, nonstop every weekend. They've got a big show going at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You're looking for just a good time had by all. Get to goldennuggetlc.com. goldennuggetlc.com. JT Poston tees off at 12:43. That's my pick to click this week. JT Poston, just for those of you, if you want to bet a little something, put a little something on him. Pick to click, JT Poston. Dal, who's your pick to click this week at the 3M?
I don't know what you just said.
You're a bad person.
I'm not a bad person. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about JT Poston at the 3M this week.
What is the 3M?
It's a golf tournament.
Like I'm just supposed to know that? The 3M. What does that mean?
See, it just is embarrassing. It's embarrassing to try to talk about golf with you.
Well, stop talking about it with me then. I'm not the one asking for it. No one is.
Everyone wants to know my pick to click this week. Okay.
Well, clearly, by all the calls.
His pick.
They have been. A lot of people. No, many people have been talking. Okay. Twister in the 4DX deal. Absolutely rocked. Twisters. It's Twisters because it's the second one, right?
Is it just a bunch of gymnasts doing flips and backflips and all that stuff?
No, that's actually the Olympics.
Oh, that's twisties.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's what happened to
Simone Biles.
Simone Biles. She got the twisties.
I know. Is this movie about that?
No, it's about actual tornadoes.
I could see why she get the twisties. Did you
I
see
thought
her?
we were going to watch a movie called Twisties.
No.
Oh, did you see? We watched it yesterday.
Yeah, they do a lot of. They do a lot of. Flips.
Holy crap! I could see where she got twisted. Where she was twisty.
But this has been going on forever. You just notice all the turns and twists.
Well, no.
For a gymnast?
Yeah, I really never paid attention. It was a lot.
Yeah, no, this has been going on for quite some time.
Yeah, it seems like a lot, though. I mean, she does things nobody else has ever done.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
She literally does things no one else has ever done.
But her floor routine, there's still people who do the same kind of twists and
turns.
turns.
She does things that no one else has ever done.
Wow, you didn't even know they flipped and twisted like that.
No, I kind of knew. I'm pretty sure I was familiar a little bit with the not really. But yeah, she's fantastic. Fantastic. I hope she doesn't get the twisties this year. I hope. It certainly would be nice if she was able to perform all the way.
Yeah. How about you perform in the clutch?
Wow. That's Simone
Dell's been
Biles.
tough on her. She hasn't won. He told us the other day she hasn't won a gold since 16.
She hasn't won anything above an individual bronze since 2016. Let's pick it up.
Wait, an individual bronze. So, but you're saying the Olympics? She's only won Olympics since.
Yeah, in 2020 she got a team silver and an individual bronze because she got the twisties, whatever that means.
Criticizing the Queen of Houston.
The heel turn for Dell is great.
I thought that was Beyonce.
Go say that. I dare you to go say that on the internet. Go say on Twitter how, she got the twisties. And watch how quickly
I'll put twisties in
feminine Twitter comes after you.
I'll put twisties in quotes. The twisties.
Do it. Do it now, and I'll retweet it.
No, you won't.
I will.
You're scared. You wouldn't retweet anything.
No, I will. Oh, wait. No, I don't want to do that. That sounds like I'm,
You're supporting it.
Then they'll be like, why are you supporting this misogynist, racist take by Dell?
Racist.
It'll be considered racist and misogynist.
Yeah.
If you retweet
if I retweet it, yeah, and I'm gonna get a call from the NFL. Hey, just quick question about your a retweet you had about Simone Biles, and I'll say I'm from Houston. I can retweet stuff like that.
You're getting some hate here. No, Lance. No one else is Simone. She does things no one else has ever done.
Who says this?
People. Many people.
Is it somebody who's a gymnast?
Yeah.
Who?
No. It's Chelsea. She's like, she is the best.
Who's
and so
Chelsea?
Stop denigrating her name,
Who's
Dell.
Chelsea?
Chelsea, meet the team. Okay, we have a salesperson here
Oh,
named Chelsea.
her.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, she does some things that no one else does. But the floor, what we were looking at is standard. Like, it's not outrageous to have
what
double
she did in that floor routine was some things no one ever has done.
You don't.
How
have
do
any
you
proof
know
of
this?
that.
I know this.
We're not listening to you for anything having to do with women's
The only thing I
Olympics.
know that she does that no one else has ever done is ask out of the Olympics because of twisties.
You're a bad person. No, you're gonna be. No wonder Twitch hates you.
I'd never heard of twisties before until that.
Twitch is firmly against
which might
you
make you
on
think
this
that
deal.
it's kind of made up.
Yeah, you're kind of making it up.
No, he said he's never heard of twisties.
Apparently, gymnasts know about twisties.
Okay.
Apparently, Chelsea knows about twisties.
Twisties. I just didn't hear Carrie Strug when she was running down that running down that
with a broken leg,
doing the vault. Yeah, oh no, can't do it. I got the twisties. Didn't hear that from Kerry Strug. Wow. Did Nadia Comaneci ever say?
I'm not allowed to say that. Dell's allowed to say that.
Sorry, Romanian overlords. I've got the twisties.
You're not allowed to tell.
No,
them.
you
no.
Could, oh, she would have been
Eastern Bloc
in
communism.
big trouble.
You're not allowed to talk about twisties.
There's no twisties
in
there.
China. No such thing as twisties for the Chinese athletes. By the way, I was looking at some of the. Would you like to guess what the Chinese men's table tennis team is?
Minus
of them winning?
4,000.
Minus 2,000 for the men. Minus 2,000 for the women. It's the same thing. Like they're going to win. The favorites in those events are two Chinese athletes.
A little something on it, a little taste. Get you some minus 2,000.
100 to win 2,000. How much do you want to win? I just want to win 50.
No, 2,000 to win 100.
Yeah, well, it's 50 to yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I went the other way. So how would you like to put 50 down and like, okay, you're only risking 1,000 now.
Yeah,
1,000
to win $50.
No, you really have to sweat.
To win $50.
To win $50 for what? For who?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Just ridiculous.
Is there a favorite in what teams were they again? The Chinese
table tennis.
Table tennis teams.
Why can't the Taiwan team be good enough?
I don't know. Is there a tremendous favorite in the individual part of table tennis?
Let me look.
Who's going to come down with the handsies and can't?
No one has the handsies, Dell,
and can't hit the ball. So they're not gonna win a medal this time.
Okay, so what is it in baseball? It's called the yips. It's kind of like the yips. We have it in baseball. We have it in golf, right?
Yeah.
In golf, is it considered the yips?
Yeah.
Why can't you have twisties?
I didn't say you can't.
Okay. Do you think Wang Chu-Quinn, who's minus 130 to win gold on the men's side, is going to get the handsies? Or on the female side, Yingxia Sun, Yingxia Sun.
What was
she's minus 330. I hope she doesn't get the handsies.
What was the guy's name again?
Wang Chu-Quinn.
I don't think China's going to let him get any handsies.
No, Wang's not getting a handsy.
No.
Wait, what just happened? Why is John ducking away from the mic?
I bet you if he uses the excuse I'm getting the handsies, there's something bad's going to happen to him.
There's no.
You can't even smoke for the Chinese team.
Why are you keep talking about handsies?
Because twisties.
There's no such thing.
Well, what they're twisties? Why can't there be handsies for table tennis athletes?
Paddles.
Oh, the pads.
Handsies. You getting a handsy?
What is it? I had said handsies. I didn't say what you're saying. What happens to a table tennis person when they can't?
Crap?
When they
Clean
can't,
it up, guys.
When they don't have coordination between hitting the ball, like their brain wants to think they can hit the ball, but their hands don't. Is that called the handsies?
I don't think they have handsies. There's a really great hand roll place here called Handies.
Yeah, we've heard that before.
Yeah,
we talked about it, right?
We talked about it.
Yeah, there's two of them.
I mean, do we have to keep? I mean, honestly,
no.
Is this
really
something
good.
that we should talk about on the air?
Not
really?
with you.
Handsies.
Well, that was what I assumed table tennis people get when they can't compete. What he's saying is a different thing altogether.
Where you can't row properly, you're too nervous to pull the paddle back when you're doing canoeing or whatever, or
kayaking,
or the kayaking. No, the what is the crew?
Yeah.
Do you get rosies where you just can't I'm too nervous to pull it. I just can't let it go.
Questions need to be asked.
I just can't let it go. Or maybe you get too nervous, you get disoriented.
I don't know.
I think you taking shots at our queen
I'm not taking shots. I'm just simply asking for more.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Queens of Houston go like this: Beyonce, Simone Biles,
Megan,
Julia Morales.
Before Megan Thee Stallion?
Yes, before Megan Thee Stallion. She didn't live here.
Doesn't
she didn't live here. You don't get to be.
Renew
She's the same
Couture.
as Travis Scott. She's the same as Travis Scott. If you don't live here, we're not putting you in here. Of course, Beyonce kind of ruins that. But she's
Renew Couture
she's
is one of
grandfathered
the
in.
queens.
Renew Couture is not ahead of Julia Morales. How many World Series does Renew Couture have? How many conference championships does she have in football?
Oh.
What about basketball?
What about basketball?
We're not doing basketball. We're only doing
we're a
football
basketball
for her.
school. I don't know if you heard.
Why are we not doing basketball?
School.
Yeah.
That's the one you lean into.
We are a basketball school.
No. We're a basketball school. There's no question about that. Well, and we'll see if we turn into a football school.
Good luck.
Yeah.
At least not in year one.
I don't think the schedule is very conducive to people coming back in year one. It's not going to be great. It's not going to be great.
In football?
Yeah, there's only one Texas team coming here, Baylor.
Oh, you mean just to come see another team?
Well, yeah.
Not to see the Cougs win? You mean just to see other teams?
Yeah, but don't you want something that will attract people to the stadium?
You mean like a winning team?
Dubs.
It's not like
Like a winning season? They've had that before, Dell. It doesn't always work.
It doesn't work.
Very true.
It doesn't work. It's 928 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Speaking of a basketball school, how do you get your kids to be better at basketball? There's one way to go. Pro dunk.
Shoot from outside.
Yeah, actually all of those things. And it doesn't matter how high the rim is, because when they're little.
Can you raise the goal to 12 feet and make your
it
kids
goes
learn to
10
shoot
tops.
on different sides? Okay.
10 tops, but you can bring it down with a drill. Zzz, and it lowers the goal so the kids can enjoy it. These little kids, when they're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, a lot of times they can't reach a 10-foot basket, Dad. They want to lower the goal. They want the best goal in the market. So does Mom. So it has some curb appeal. So it's not broken down, tilted basket, needs painting, all of these things that you get when you buy a cheap goal. You don't want that. Don't staple the goal to the garage. Get the best goal you could possibly get, and it's not even arguable. The best goal in the history of goals is the Pro Dunk goal. ProDunk.com. That's ProDunk.com. Del, we missed the biggest story, not of the day, maybe of the year. Southwest is going from open seating to assigned seating. Southwest Airlines. You know, that's what I take into Burbank.
So now you don't have to fight the hordes.
Well, you don't have to pay $25
or the
to get
extra
up.
money for a
Yeah.
Pay extra so that you can go get your seat quicker and don't end up in the mids.
Yeah.
Back by the toilet in the middle seats.
Or-
I immediately bought
or-
stock in them when I found that out.
Listen.
Immediately.
That's a good move.
I haven't flown there for over a decade, easily over a decade, for this very reason.
It's not so bad. But here's the deal, is exactly the second that you're 24 hours before your flight, you have to get – the best I could do was B34. And the second it turned 24 hours before
I don't
the
even
flight.
know what that means. What is
A to 60.
Well, it's because a
and
lot of
then
people
B to 60,
buy
C
into
to
early
60.
bird. That's what I've done for
Yes.
my family members, is bought them
Early bird.
so that they can get a seat.
Yeah. So it is. It's good. That's huge news. Huge news that you're going to be able to get assigned seating. What? Thank you. Good night. Any other huge stories we missed today, Del?
I don't know if it's a huge story, but there's a gentleman who won the lottery. Instead of not being in a part of the photo where hey, look, this guy won the lottery, do all that promo stuff, he showed up for it, but he wore a scream mask and other attire, and including gloves, to hide his identity completely because he doesn't want anyone, including his family, to know he won the money.
Including his family?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
He wanted the photo op, but he wanted to do it in secret. So if you find the picture, he's in the scream mask.
Yeah, I've seen guys before, they hide. Well, first of all the charities attack immediately when you win the lottery. Yes.
Have you heard of Edwin Castro?
No.
He won the $2 billion Powerball prize. It's the biggest ever. Is making a big financial mistake, according to financial experts. He purchased multiple mansions in California, and even a vintage Porsche 911. So he's on a huge spending spree.
And
he's buying that. He didn't have any social media. He had scrubbed all social media, and an influencer is now his girlfriend. She got to him, and she starts posting pictures of him everywhere. $2 billion lottery winner, hashtag, about all the places they're going. They've been going out now for 2 months or whatever. So she outed him, which you don't want. If you've made this much money, I mean, how easily could he just be kidnapped or his family be kidnapped by a cartel? Go ahead and deposit $400 million.
How about this? A gambler at the Venetian turned a $5 side bet into $2.2 million on Sunday after being dealt a 7-card straight flush playing face-up Pai-Gow.
Wait, what happened? How much?
$2.2 million on a $5 bet.
Oh, that's a good payoff.
That's a great payoff.
By the way, this guy who won $2 billion, this is how
it
this
was
works.
the largest Pai-Gow progressive jackpot in the resort's history. Second largest in Vegas history.
The guy I told you, Edwin Castro, who's buying all these houses, and first of all, dating an influencer is a mistake. Buying multiple houses in mansions in California is going to be a mistake.
Can we talk about that?
What, the influencer thing?
Yeah. It's got to be insufferable. If you are not in that world and you just want to live your life, and she goes, hold on, you need to be out of this shot because I got to pretend like I'm filming myself waking up. And then, I need you not in the kitchen because I got to walk in, set my camera up, and then walk in and make my coffee. Can you imagine living that life with someone?
He's gone
Wait
public.
a minute. Why do you have to be an influencer anymore when you're with a guy that's got 2.2B?
Because he ain't staying with you.
Yeah, it's only been 2
Billionaire
months.
Powerball winner Edwin Castro and his new self-described poet and bikini model girlfriend. She's also a poet. This is how you know you're just dealing with hoe.
Oh,
poet.
my
No, I
goodness.
have to say it for what it is, Del. We just have to be real with this. This is Instagram hoe. It doesn't mean she does hoe stuff, but she's got hoe mentality where she is Instagram model and poet and bikini model. Come on now. They are appeared in public as a couple for the first time. You know why? Because she's taking pictures and putting him out there, which is, and honestly.
She's not with him for the money.
No, you see him.
Oh, God.
Yeah. She's Peyton Vincent. 24 snapped a photo alongside the California-born jackpot winner during an event at the Soho House in Malibu. Like, he's gone from, like, his whole thing now, and, oh, look, his hand is on her leg right here. See, they are in love.
They're in love.
And then there's this picture of her
Uh-huh.
from her Instagram, and then there's this, and there's him. Oh, look at my boyfriend got a fish in this picture. Huh, he got a fish. Now, he's a $2 billion jackpot winner. How much does he come out of with that? How much did he, once he won his $2 billion, I've got the number. What did he actually end up winning?
He actually ended up winning 1.4.
$628 million.
That's it?
California got him. Well, it's a cash option of $1 billion.
Oh, okay.
So half of it immediately gone, and then taxes got him for the other percent.
Oh, why would you cash out like that? Take the 2.2.
You can't, over
time.
30 years?
Yeah, you're Bobby Bonilla.
No, my mans can't buy mansions like that.
Well,
you know, he's not getting Instagram models 30 years at a time.
Yes, he is.
No,
don't
not.
worry. He can.
How could he buy the mansions? How could he buy that mansion?
He on credit? Guess what a bank will do for a guy that's got $2.2 billion for coming for 30
he
years?
He doesn't want to get. He's too smart with his money. That's why he's not taking these
really?
finance rates where they are right now.
$686,000 on a
$2.2
billion win.
Finance rate.
He can't be very smart with his money if he's allowed her to latch on.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Here's what he's done. He's taken
money.
$628 up front. He's immediately buying mansions. I will say, it feels like a little bit of a turbulent economic potential time here right now in our country's history, because it's not exactly the most stabilized our government has been. We're fairly destabilized right now as a nation. And so you know what I should just do? Buy a bunch of houses in California with incredible tax hits. Buy a Porsche, a vintage
No,
Porsche.
actually, houses in California don't get tax hit. They have something called Proposition 13, where it's like 1.5% is all they tax on a house buy. On a house buy.
Your house taxes
Here,
don't.
you'd get taxed the snot out of you.
No, but however, and I wonder how all the departures from California. You're the one person from Texas moving to California.
I'm the only person.
It's the other way around for everyone else.
Yeah.
But you're the one who's like, you know what? I want to live that life. So you want to go and live that life, and that's going to be cool. You're going to like it. It's way nicer than the Twitter videos. You know, everyone, it's a dump. It's just like.
No,
people who don't even go there.
It's pretty nice.
It's a dump in areas that are dumps.
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't lying about that. And yeah, you're gonna run into some. Yeah. You're gonna run into some cultural stuff that you're not probably you think doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
I can tell you that. No matter what, you're gonna hit that.
No.
But the way you live your life is gonna be pretty good if you like weather. You're not gonna like it because it's rarely 100 there. It's rarely you're going to miss the humidity. You're going to miss 107 degree summers.
Like people don't put their air conditioners on because it's so nice at night that you just
they have
sleep
hot
with
days too now.
Yeah. Oh no.
They have their 90 degree.
You know, I was there. It was over 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
but you go to a house didn't have air conditioning on.
It depending on where you live, I can promise you, it's not a dump if you live in certain areas or stay in certain.
We might live in a
hotels.
dump. I don't know. We're not sure.
Yeah, I can see Wendy living in a dump.
No, we ain't moving to East LA. I can tell you that we're not. It's nice. It is nice. It'll be nice. But I'm coming back and forth, people, back and forth, and I've already brought stories. These guys have already got some stuff that they.
Oh no, the stories are going to be good.
Yeah,
we're going to get some. No, you will get some stories.
There's being content. There's no question.
There's going to be some content, but yeah, the $2 billion Powerball award winner. He's
making some mistakes.
Here's 4 horrible purchases, they say. According to annuity.org, lottery winners have lump sum or annuity options, and the choice can affect how much the winner gets by millions of dollars. The lump sum option allows for immediate investments, and many opt for this to avoid long-term tax implications because you get taxed longer with all that money, and your money's not worth as much in 30 years.
Yeah, well, later. But
however,
it's worth more than $686 million.
Yeah, it says annuity payments provide tax benefits, prevent overspending, and provide a steady stream of income over the time. Castro has purchased a 3-story, $25.5 million mansion in Hollywood, which Fortune estimated at $255,000 to $1 million annually on upkeep. That's the upkeep for it. The home has 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a game room, a wine cellar, a home theater, a wet bar, for him and his influencers. Weeks later, he purchased a $4 million Japanese-inspired home in another part of California, and then a $47 million mansion in Los Angeles as well. He also spent $250,000 on a vintage Porsche. So he's already spent he's already spent $80 million. He's already spent about 12% of the money he made.
Wow, he's doing it wrong. First of all, the influencer is a bad sign. Bad sign. Okay.
And here's what that's
an indicator that you're making bad decisions.
The managing director of Wells Fargo's Investing and Wealth Management say, here's what you're supposed to do. Don't make any visible life changes. Don't quit your day job. Don't go out and buy a Ferrari. Don't buy a mansion.
Don't quit your day job?
You got to keep it steady, and then you eventually tail off if you're trying to stay low profile.
The
Don't
job
date
goes
an
immediately.
Influencer. If you want to be this guy likes it now. I mean, his flash money. Oh no, he's going to be on the broke. He's not going to.
No, he ain't.
He's going to. Yeah, he's most of these. A high percentage of these lottery winners go broke.
Yeah. We got to break it here, and we got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, you got John Daspit.
This is the third time I'm telling you about John Daspit today, which seems like a lot for one day, but I'm not going to question all that. I'm just going to tell you that every hour needs to hear about the greatness of John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They're the ones who are going to get huge settlements for you when you've been badly injured in a wreck. And sometimes badly injured can be, up for debate. I'm not talking. They've done loss of life. They do it, unfortunately, too often. Right now, they're in the middle of, putting everything together for the big case with the Astroworld concert that went so horribly, and he's representing several families there. He's done refinery blast, but he's also done cases where people have been hurt at work. And he had a case he was telling me about that he was handling personally where a guy was on a train and another car. They were latching up the cars, but there was a guy was about to be crushed in between them, so he had to jump off of the cars just to save himself and was badly hurt in the jump off of there. And so that one took a while, and they ended up getting a really good result for him because he was fighting tooth and nail on weekends. John was working overtime to make sure that this guy got taken care of, and he's going to do the same thing for you. Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
All right. I got to talk about Doc Manavis right now. I got to talk about enlarged prostate. I got to talk about the process that she uses. So you get an ultrasound, you get an MRI, and then you get an IV, and that's it. Okay, so which one of those sounds painful? None. Okay, the most pain is they have to, put the needle in to give you the IV, and that's it. Big deal anyway, right? I mean, that's nothing. If you go to another doctor, other doctors, they will say you need surgery, and boy, is that painful. So don't do that. If you get up in the middle of the night too often, if you can't start, can't stop, if, a weak stream, all of the things that are indicators of an enlarged prostate, you need Doc Manavis now. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com. All right. A Japanese restaurant says they are not charging tourists more. They're just charging locals less. Do you feel like...
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Do you think that's fair?
I've been somewhere where that's been the case, where they had a separate price. I was told that they have a separate price for locals, but they don't advertise it.
Well, they like golf courses all the time have separate, like Memorial. You go play Memorial. If you live in the city of Houston, it's like $30. Not even. If you're outside the city, $150.
Mm-hmm. And you got to show your license.
You got to show your license.
Ooh, that's a lot more.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with what they're doing there.
Yeah, I'm okay too. I mean,
I don't
locals
live
should
there.
get a benefit. It's ridiculous at Torrey Pines in San Diego. If you're you pay for $14. If outside of there, it's $400.
Did you say 14?
$14 to play. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
ridiculous.
they can subsidize the locals.
Yeah.
Because other people are going to pay that other.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It makes no sense, says the government. Toronto building had to tell its residents to stop throwing feces at electrical workers. Do you feel like electrical workers should get feces thrown at them?
No. Why are we throwing feces again?
At anybody. Why is this happening? Can we stop throwing feces?
It wouldn't have even been a thing if people hadn't seen it virally when the monkey throws that thing, reaches down and it hits grandma on the nose. I know you've seen it, where it sticks to grandma's nose. Have you seen that one?
I don't know, but that's kind of gross.
Monkey.
I don't know. Do I have to see that one?
Feces at grandma. It's the first thing to come up. It's one of the great videos of all time.
Why monkeys don't? I mean, I can see monkeys. They're not human.
Ever since this video
they're
came
animals. I can see monkeys throwing feces. Why are people throwing feces at electrical workers?
Well, everyone copies what they see on the internet.
Yeah, is Centerpoint in Toronto too?
See, look at this. Describe what's happening in this video. What's this monkey?
This
what's
monkey
this
going up and down,
jumping up and down.
Yep,
up and down. Go ahead, John. Tell it. Just keep
and then
talking.
he grabs some feces and starts throwing it up at the crowd. And Grandma got some right, and then oh God, oh my God, oh she's got a giant turd hanging off her nose. That's awful. Oh my God. A Rajasthan man was declared dead by the government. So to prove that he wasn't dead, he started committing crimes and got arrested. Apparently, the government thought he was dead, so he wanted to prove he wasn't. Is that the way to go about this?
I don't
Is this the way to prove it to the government?
I don't love that for him. I gotta feel like he probably.
Well, if you're dead, then you know what? You can do anything you want, right? So start committing crimes.
Well, but it doesn't sound like he got arrested.
Well, he did get arrested, and then he was found to not be dead, and now he's in prison. CrowdStrike making amends.
What are they doing?
CrowdStrike.
Everyone gets a free flight?
The giant IT outage throughout the world.
Yeah.
CrowdStrike is offering $10 Uber Eats gift cards to partners as apology for the global IT
that's
outage.
Good stuff, yeah.
$10. Is that? I know some businesses and banks and everything that lost like millions of dollars. Airlines. Did you see what was happening at the Atlanta's airline?
That was. They said it was a half mile.
Yes,
it was a half mile line. The one at Dallas was even longer than that. I had my buddy Aaron Taylor the other day. He had his flight. No, it wasn't Aaron's. It wasn't Aaron's. It was like Randy Cross or somebody was flying in, and they couldn't get in on time because of the CrowdStrike stuff. And I was like, that was that was like 5 days ago. He goes, oh, no.
It's still going on.
They're still having to catch up all these different flights. He goes, no, it's still issues.
Yeah.
And you know what he told me? He goes, but I didn't have an issue. I said, how come? He goes, Southwest Airlines computer system is so old and antiquated that they didn't get hit by CrowdStrike because they're so old. And he said the pilot on their flight said, well, finally, being on an airline that never upgrades anything. And he goes, it actually benefited us today, so we're on time. We're not affected by CrowdStrike because our computers are so old.
That's
and
great.
our system's so old.
That's great. Good for Southwest. Apparently, University of Ottawa researcher is probing the mechanics of bitchiness. They're trying to find out why, and I think that it's exclusively for women, why women get bitchy. Can you, Dallas, do you want to join in on this research?
You're asking me to give input on why women get bitchy?
Yeah.
I think the theory or hypothesis is crazy. When do women ever get bitchy?
They can't be part of this.
I can't be because I've never seen it happen.
The premise of the initial premise that women are bitchy
from
you
the
don't
entire research.
No.
Because I've never seen it.
You've never seen it?
I've never experienced a woman getting bitchy.
Wow.
In fact, I don't think it's part of their
good
genetic
life
code.
you're living.
I don't think it's part of their genetic code.
No. Okay.
Attaboy, Dale.
Attaboy. Twitch hates you even more now.
In fact, I'm offended that this was even a thing people spend
Ottawa.
money on.
It's in Ottawa, the Canadians. Apparently, Canadian women are bitchy. Not
By the way,
ours.
I just found out a friend of mine.
Not ours.
I just found out a friend of mine was secretly married. Like, he'd never told me this, and that he's got a wife. Do you have a wife, Dale? Because you're acting like a man who has a girlfriend or wife listening right
Maybe
now.
I've never seen a woman get bitchy because I don't have a wife.
Oh, well.
Oh, there's that too.
All right. That's a different explanation. How about, have you guys seen, it's not a good, a convicted child rapist is in the Olympics? And this woman here, Radcliffe, former marathon world champion Paula Radcliffe, she has to say she's sorry because she wished him luck. She wished him good luck at the Olympics. There is a lot of questions about this guy being able to compete at the Olympics.
I would imagine.
I would imagine that this is.
You said convicted?
Convicted, yes. And apparently,
This
how about
must
this
be
though?
like a
just wishing him good. I hope you do well at the Olympics. Sorry, everybody. Was
she to have known what he was convicted of, or
when they say child, like, is this I'm guessing if he's still competing, this has something to do with statutory.
Here's what she had. She said, "I am mortified that I expressed it so badly. Didn't condemn the rape out loud." Okay, listen. Good luck, but I'm against rape. Just
How's
so
this
you know.
person competing?
He made the team. I don't know. He's Steven van der Velde, who was in the Netherlands beach volleyball squad for Paris 2024, was sentenced to 4 years in prison in 2016, pleading guilty to raping a 12-year-old British girl.
Oh my God! Did he?
When he was 19 years old.
Did he?
Man.
How's he? Okay.
Yeah, he's still competing. He's still there. Must be a pretty good player, but not a great person. Good player, not a good person. Sean's got the headband on today. Nice.
That's right.
I like it. That's your look.
Let's go.
Way to go. That's a good look. All right.
Did Sean now
Royal
knows
Tannenbaum.
that's his preferred look, at least for you?
It is?
He now knows that about you.
Yeah. No. That's for me. You're better than Hat. Way better than
I like that. Like early 80s tennis player playing off the baseline.
Like Royal Tannenbaums.
He is Tannenbaum.
He just asked, would you like an embroidered one with Granado on it?
No, like Jim McMahon used to do for Roselle, for Pete Roselle. No, I don't need that. I'm good though. Thanks though. I appreciate the offer, but no. We're done, and I'll be broadcasting live on the road tomorrow. Right here on ESPN.
Thus begins John's journey to eventually leaving you, as you guys all think it's going to happen.
It's not the case. That is not. John's not leaving you. I've left you a long time ago.
Yeah, literally, the man has had 1 foot plus a half of another foot out the door for years now.
Yes, just so you know, I'm not leaving. I still will be here.
He's been gone, actually.
Even though I've been gone for a long time now. Time to talk about GimmeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf's been around a long time. John Clay Wolf has been here forever. John Clay Wolf is awesome. Saturday mornings right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John Clay Wolf will buy your car. John Clay Wolf will buy your car for more. And if he can't beat CarMax, if he can't beat your deal, whatever, John Clay Wolf says he's going to send you $100. Well, I know for CarMax for sure. I don't know if he can't beat the deal or whatever. Here's the deal. Go armed wherever you're going to sell your car. Go armed with knowing how much your car is worth. Because if you walk in to wherever you walk into, they're going to try to lowball you. And you go, oh, no. My car's worth this because that's what John Clay Wolf says. And then most of the time, they're going to say, sorry, we can't match that because John Clay Wolf is giving you more. It's just what John Clay Wolf do. He do it every day. So you're looking for the best way to sell your car. There's one site that you have to go to every time. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
You know you're deep into summer when ESPN has in the middle of the day, not even the middle of the day, actually, this started relatively early in the morning. You've got elimination game softball for the Little League World Series. We're not even talking about the championship game to send one of these teams to the Little League World Series. It's elimination day where one of these teams has to win to survive. We are deep into the summer. I don't remember exactly when this became a thing. It used to just be, we're watching regional Little League World Series for the boys stuff. It's like Carson, California is playing Portland, Oregon for a chance to go to the World Series. And I was like, that seems like a lot. I didn't know we were doing that now. And I know they've showed or broadcast the softball Little League World Series regional stuff for the last couple of years, but I don't remember ever seeing an elimination game that's not even the actual game that gets you to the Little League Softball World Series.
Yeah, all respect to the kids. I'm good on the regionals.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Just tell me when they get to Williamsport.
Yeah, I mean, even the parents feel the same way. I'm looking at this crowd. It's like an Oakland A's crowd out there. Not even the parents are traveling. I'm sure they're behind. I guess I can't see any parents. Maybe there's like one or two. It feels like.
I was thinking like, wow, and it's also 10 o'clock.
This is the other thing.
That's a bit early. But then I remembered all of you sports is played Saturday mornings at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it's not usually in prime time, unless it's for ESPN.
At first, I was like, wow, they're playing this game early. I forgot that. Yeah. That's when all the YMCA basketball games I ever played were like before 9:30.
Yeah, all the games are at this time of the day, so that's on. Hey, it's the summer, and that's what ESPN has to. And look, at least it's sports. It could be a lot of other things, but at least it's actually sports.
It's either this or Dak Prescott talk.
Yeah, just happens to be like 13-year-old girls trying to not have their summers ruined by losing before the title game in their region. As Florida's currently getting worked by Virginia. We'll see how that plays out, I guess.
You think bullies use the Little League World Series as smack talk? Where they're like, hey, so you ground out into that double play, loser.
You know, I don't know how – I don't even know if they're even called Gen Z now. I think their age might be like Gen Alpha. I'm not sure how they treat each other. You know, because bullying, they've heard all the talk about how bad bullying is, and normally it's online stuff. So you see kids, you think they're a little bit more sensitive, but you got some old school traditionalists out there still bullying everyone.
Oh, so do you think there's memes about, like the shortstop has a ball go through her legs, and there's memes about it later in the seventh?
I gotta be real. Chat? I'm gonna be real. I don't think any of the bullies are watching this game. They're not. First of all, if they're up, they're certainly not tuning in to ESPN. Kids don't watch it. Kids,
yeah, they're
not doing that. Yeah, they're watching YouTubers, influencers. They're not watching this. In fact, the kids out there are the nerds. The ones out there playing softball are the nerds. What do you playing soft? You playing sports during the summer? What? No, but
don't you know there's a Twitch stream?
Yeah, what are we talking about? So whoever wins, I hope you have a great time in your next game, because I'm just going to root for Florida, Virginia, because I don't imagine I'm going to know who the other team is they're going to face. So I'm just rooting for Florida, Virginia to win.
Okay.
It looks like Virginia's
that's your squad.
That's my squad until, I forget completely all about this. But for right now, that's whoever wins is my squad.
It is a tight window because the Olympics are starting.
Yeah. Well, the Olympics have already started.
I get, yeah.
We've already had a controversy in soccer. Surprisingly enough, Morocco and Argentina, where a goal was waved off an hour later. In fact, after the goal that was initially counted was scored, you had fans rushing the field, so they had to suspend the game. And they announced to the crowd that the game was over, but it was actually suspended. So the crowd's out, and they were going to wait until they could file them out of there to actually make a ruling on whether it was a good goal or not. Turns out it wasn't a good goal, and Morocco beat Argentina. That happened before the Astros took the field against the A's. And, when you win a mid-afternoon game against the A's, get out of there in an easy one, it's a relief because you're staying up late. You're watching the A's take two out of the first two, actually, from you. And all you want is to not get swept. The Astros made it pretty clear that was going to happen. I mean, the game almost started out exactly like Tuesday's game started, where Lawrence Butler had a chance to throw out an Astro at the plate. This time, Altuve made it. Butler started off the next inning with a double instead of a triple. He eventually came around the score. So Lawrence Butler was terrorizing the Astros. And I got to make an apology, Sean. For some reason, I thought he was the junior. I don't know who Lawrence Butler's dad is. He may be a Lawrence. He may be a Dave. I don't know. He's just Lawrence Butler. I don't know where I got Lawrence Butler Jr. from, but I said that a couple times, maybe several times yesterday. For all I know, his dad's not named Lawrence. I'm just going to go with the official ESPN and Baseball Reference, because I kept looking. I was like, why did I keep calling him Butler Jr. yesterday? There's no reason for it other than I just wrote it on the log. I mean, on the doc. But Lawrence Butler was terrorizing the Astros for about a good 19 innings or so until they eventually got him shut down and the Astros go on the win. Hunter Brown, another good outing for him. That's 12 straight outings with at least 6 innings pitched. He is what you might want to call the ace of the Astros staff. Now, he scattered 8 hits, and I love that term. When a pitcher finds a way not to give up runs, but they give up a lot of hits. So he scattered those 8 hits, but avoided any big innings, got himself out of jams. In fact, he kind of pulled a Fromber early in that game where a ball was hit to him and he completely misplayed it. In fact, didn't know where it was for a little bit. And then he got a strikeout, I believe, maybe of Lawrence Butler to get out of the inning. And he kind of mimicked throwing the ball to first base because, he made life more difficult on himself than he needed to, but it was fine. Hunter Brown, I got to apologize to him too. I was calling him cosplay Verlander for the first 2 months of the year. He's certainly not been that. He's been closer to, in some ways, vintage Verlander, depending on the outing or start. And he's been a guy who's been needed. And Joe Espada talked about the vibes for Hunter Brown and what he means to that team when it's his turn in the rotation. And he used the word ace to describe Hunter Brown. So here's Joe Espada talking about Hunter Brown and the vibe he gets from him when he's out there.
He's kind of have that ace feeling to him. We are expecting him to go out there and deliver what he just did. We knew all along that is in him, and now he's starting to turn the corner, and he's starting to have that swag where he knows, hey, my team needs to win, and he did that. He delivered.
That he did. They needed something out of him before they come home, where the opponents get tougher. I mean, at least on paper. The A's were supposed to be a soft touch, and then they weren't. So the opponents get tougher, so you needed to come home not riding a 4-game losing streak. Not that it would have mattered. Seattle continues to lose games. The only game they've won in the last 9 is the Astros. They get beat 6 straight times by the Angels over the course of a couple weeks. Seattle, not good. The Rangers, not been good all year long, but they're playing well. I think they've now won 4 in a row. They have the White Sox today with a chance to sweep them. So objects in the mirror, a little closer than they appear. That Rangers team, who has been poor, but you would think they're due for a hot streak. And unfortunately, it's coming at a time where the Astros haven't been playing great baseball unless they're playing the Mariners. So the ALS race remains tight. Astros a game up on the Mariners, 3 games up on the Rangers as we get ever closer to the trade deadline. And there's an article that we'll get to about the Astros previewing their trade deadline. And we've gone over some of the things that they may do, whether it be a third or fourth type starter or bullpen arm. But there is an actual article about really all the teams, but the Astros do get featured in that. So we'll get to that. Also, I want to let you know that we are going to do a giveaway. I mean, at least the station will. It starts today, so continue to listen throughout the day, and I'll give you some more information as we go along. So if you're into free stuff, we got some stuff for you. So we'll get to that as well. Coming up on the show beyond Hunter Brown and Joe Espada, there's something. Deshaun Foster's the new coach at UCLA. This was awkward as hell. You know what? After getting the initial description of it, I actually felt better about it after I heard it. It's not great. It's not good. But how people described it, I thought he threw up on himself practically, or he just pretty much didn't say anything, which may be worse. So we'll get to that. And also, they're trying to tear our team apart, Sean. I mean, they're trying to tear the core 7 apart already. We have people talking about the potential of one, maybe more than the other. Hey, it's all good vibes right now for the Rockets, but the Vipers are out there, Sean. And by Vipers, I mean some random podcaster just has some thoughts.
Not the Rio Grande Valley.
No. The Rio Grande Valley Vipers aren't seeding discontent because they need a couple players for this upcoming year to try to win a title. No, it's proverbial Vipers who are just saying and making comparisons like any analyst would do about who has star potential and who may not. So we'll get to that. And I need you to think about this, Sean. And it's really about the people in your life. Would you disguise your identity if you won the lottery? Simply to keep the people in your life away from you after you've won it. Think about that, because a man in Jamaica did that, and he went to the extremes because he wanted to be in a photo op. He just didn't want anyone to know it was him. So we'll talk about that when we come back. We're just getting started here on the show. A lot to get to. Texans had a fight. The Astros are nearing the trade deadline, and we're trying to keep the Rockets from getting torn apart by the national media. All that to get to. We'll be back. Welcome back. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776. Let's also, you're calling in to the previous show. If you want to get in here, you certainly can. Anyone else who wants to, you can as well. Open forum, as you know, on this show. We welcome pretty much anyone and what they want to talk about. So we heard before we went to break that Joe Espada was getting those ace feelings from Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown credited his preparation for being confident in his performance. He's saying that preparation leads to performances, which leads to good confidence, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing out of him. Well, he also talked about hearing his manager in those words. Now, it was relayed to him by the media, but this is Hunter Brown after being told what Joe Espada said about him.
You're just trying to put together good outings and good innings, make good pitches. So, you kind of start stringing some of that stuff together. You're gonna see some things happen that you want to happen, and the things that you prepare for. So, obviously that's a very high compliment from Joe, and that's better than him saying that I'm a question mark going out there. So, yeah, I guess I'll take that and feel good about that too.
Which he very much was early in the year, and maybe question mark is being too positive. The ERA after the Ranger and Royals starts was awful. We forget that he pitched in the Yankee series in which the Astros got swept, and they always have felt behind the 8 ball up until recently. Since that point, getting the season started that way was rough, and Hunter Brown was part of that series. He wasn't the only one who was a problem there. But yeah, the last 2 months been their best pitcher, has been the stalwart as the Ronel Blanco starts have kind of fluctuated depending on whether he's even around because of suspension or, just having the typical not stellar outing that any pitcher will give you. Hunter Brown's been the one who's like every time he goes out there for the most part, you feel like you got a real good shot to win. And what he did yesterday was very important. The Astros are in the AL South, at least as what I call it. But you still got to win some games at some point, and dropping 4 in a row in the middle of July as you're heading to the trade deadline wouldn't have felt good. So they avoid that. And now the hated Dodgers come to town. So the schedule picks up. You needed the one yesterday, and now you got to find a way to play better against good baseball teams. That's not something they've been able to do. And just a word of some info to you guys. Tomorrow's game is going to be on Apple TV. So if you're wondering, you're hoping to tune in to see the Astros, don't go to the normal places you go to if you don't have Apple TV. There are ways around that, but don't expect it to be Todd and Julia and Blummer. You're gonna deal with the national broadcast. Just let you know that's where you can find it.
I do like the public service announcement of telling us and also me right now.
Just to be aware.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah,
so,
why you don't think about it? You just expect, hey, it's the game's at 7:10. I'm gonna go to Space City Home Network and watch my team.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get there and you see Ime Udoka sitting down with Vanessa Richardson, you're gonna be like, hey, what the hell? I don't know if that's gonna be it, but that's part of their programming all the time. It feels like some coach is sitting down with one of their reporters when they don't have live sports to show. Not tomorrow, guys. Fine, it'll be on Apple TV, where you can watch Lady in the Lake with Natalie Portman. And
I think I'll just flip back and see what Ime Udoka has to say about Reed Shepherd's Summer League performance.
It's getting pretty good reviews. And Natalie Portman is the first time I think she's ever done TV.
I'm ready to start putting asterisks on doing TV when it's a
streaming network.
Streaming network that I saw what's the Adam Scott show?
Severance.
Yeah, where each episode costs like $20 million to make.
Well, that's the only way you're getting Natalie Portman. It's got to be some. You ain't gonna see her as a star in a sitcom.
That's why I'm throwing the flag. Is like, okay, so you're still making something that costs $200 million.
Yes, but it's on a small screen. She's never done it before.
Great, now I can watch it on my phone.
Well, they'd ask that you watch it on TV. I love when directors do that. Hey, this is meant for the big screen. I'll watch it any way I want to. Thank you.
Yeah, yay. You took the money. I'm gonna watch it how I watch
it.
All right.
Don't tell me how to watch this. I appreciate your efforts, but I'll watch it the way I want. So
that said, there are movies that it's like actually you should.
Yeah, Dune 2. You probably should have watched that in the theaters. Twisters. Apparently, you need to watch it in like 4XD or something to get the best experience possible.
I'm good on that. 4XD.
Yeah. How much more is that going to cost me
It's a
to watch
scam, dude.
fake tornadoes do their thing?
It's such a scam.
I can watch the Weather Channel and see the real thing.
Even IMAX, it's like, it's not a straight up scam.
It does add to the experience, IMAX.
Yeah. It doesn't need to be that much more expensive, though. It doesn't need to be that much more.
I mean,
It
they got
need to
to
be like an extra $8 more.
make their money somehow, I guess, right? Maybe not that way though. I don't know the upkeep for the IMAX experience. Why does it cost so much more? You've already bought it. Are you still trying to make your money back?
And it was one of the last, and now this is just a complaint about not just movie theaters, but the Marquee movie theater, the Regal or whatever at the Marquee. The IMAX was one of the last ones to get the like reclining seats. So you're still in like the old...
what the hell?
Yeah, it's like going to a ballpark.
What are we doing?
But it's like, oh, now I'm watching Dune 2. That's where this complaint came from.
I bet.
To fully pull it behind the
Yeah,
curtain.
like,
I'm complaining about my one experience.
There haven't been that many movies that really required an IMAX experience.
Yeah.
Dune 2 was one that I actually did see in IMAX. I rarely care that much, but hey, they're selling me on it, and they got me.
Yeah, got to see that spice.
But I went in the middle of the afternoon, so it did cost less than it normally would, though.
That's such a good move.
Yeah. Hey, look at the jobs we do.
Yeah.
It allows for that opportunity. In fact, I can't do it. We got a meeting on Saturday. I had a plan to watch Twisters in the middle of the afternoon. Apparently, I forgot.
I mean,
that meeting got
You
changed.
can just do it tomorrow.
That's true. It's been out for a little bit.
You're gonna be free every afternoon for the foreseeable future,
well,
except for Saturday.
Well, to be fair, I gotta grind out that dynasty too. So there are things on the table. There are things on the table. Not all of us had like a 6-day head start because we smartly took a week off to do it.
I was gonna say, whose fault's that?
It's mine.
Now Rice is in the playoff.
Oh.
Yeah. Update.
Mike Bloomgren, there's a standard that's being set. Can you match Sean?
I'm gonna really hold Rice to some unrealistic expectations.
Like, because if I can do it, then you can do it.
Throw it to Kobe Campbell.
All the time. Run that RPO,
throw it to him.
pop gun offense.
Yeah. Slot fade. Come on.
Yeah. 1-on-1 against some fourth corner and make it work. Speaking of wide receivers, there is more news. I mean, as always, and really this is less about the wide receiver position, but more about what they like to do when they don't get their money. We know they're either holding in or holding out. Prominent wide receivers, including Brandon Ayuk and Jamar Chase, are either not showing up to camp at all or showing up and not practicing. Well, apparently offensive tackles can do it too, because Trent Williams, the star left tackle for the San Francisco 49ers, is also holding out. So that's a team in flux. You know, it's what happens. And they don't even have a Super Bowl to comfort them and go, you know what? Maybe we don't pay this guy. We already got our Super Bowl. It's time for a bit of a reset. They still have to be all in. They still have to make this particular run of players pay off. So I don't think Trent Williams is going to go very long without more money. But I would imagine the 49ers were like, not you too. Ayuk, we kind of expected. We dealt with Debo a couple off seasons ago. The Ayuk thing feels like it's going to come to a conclusion because he's actually at practice, or at least in camp, just not practicing. But Trent Williams isn't showing up at all. I don't know if they expected that from how old is Trent Williams? Is he like 37 now? Now, he's still a great player, but at some point you expect age and injury, as he's suffered from. He'll be 30. He just turned 36. Turned 36 less than a week ago.
I was gonna say he was like in the 2009 draft.
Yeah, he 36 years old, July 19th. I feel like it's now or never for the 49ers. If they don't win it this year, even if they do pay Ayuk, how can you sustain that roster when the Brock Purdy money is coming around the corner? And it's always a problem. I do laugh at how teams with young quarterbacks who don't have to pay them, how their fans react to when another team has to pay their quarterback. They just say, hey, he's not worth it. He's not worth it. Just wait. 2 or 3 years from now, if you haven't won a Super Bowl, you're going to have the same discussions about your young quarterback too.
Yeah.
Why will we pay him? the system's good. We can go get another guy. It's a great position to be in when it's not your decision or your team doesn't have to deal with that decision.
Yeah, or even if it is your team, it's not. If you're the GM, it's not your job on the line.
Yeah, that too.
Where it's like, actually, if I just, it's the Kirk Cousins. It's why Kirk Cousins has made $500 million playing football. Is because he's willing to play poker in the way that you need to be to maximize how much money you have. Because yes, I think we all agree, paying Kirk Cousins a lot of money is not a way to win a Super Bowl.
But if you're the Falcons, we've had this talk before, certainly. But if you're the Falcons, and I disagree with this actually, but operating how most teams do, we want to be competitive, and maybe we can convince ourselves that Kirk Cousins can be more than just a divisional round quarterback. Maybe win a wild card game at home, maybe lose it. We think with us, he can be better than he was and take us further than he took the Vikings.
Yeah, it's also Washington. How'd you like the post
Exactly. When you don't pay them, they're still looking to find a guy.
Yeah, Minnesota. Good luck with JJ McCarthy.
And right now, Sam Darnold's scheduled to start, at least initially.
Yeah, it's not so much that Kirk Cousins is this giant piece. It's
the aftermath.
It's the unknown of like, then what?
So when you find yourself saying, I can't believe they paid these guys, and even me, I'm guilty of it because the Trevor Lawrence thing really hit a weird spot. I was like, what are they doing? But either way, there's a reason that it's tough to make this decision, because unless you're the Colts with their succession plan from Manning to Andrew Luck, and it took a year or two because there was a difference as far as when he was drafted. They've had a year where they were running out not so great quarterbacks, or the Packers with what they've done. If you have a above competent quarterback, it's very hard to find the next one. And you might go searching for a couple years, partly because what we talked about yesterday. If you have a competent quarterback and you don't trade them before the season, you're stuck in the low 20s trying to draft a guy, and you're not going to probably find your next franchise guy. So it's all this, it's just revolving. And right now, the two teams who are in it right now as far as making decisions about quarterback are the Dolphins and the Cowboys. We'll see what they do. But it doesn't just go with quarterbacks. An older left tackle has decided, you know what, I'd like one more big deal, and I want it right now. And if you don't give it to me, I'm going to be a little disruptive in training camp. Will Trent Williams miss any games? Maybe they'll pull what the Texans did with Stephon Diggs. They'll just give him a couple extra million this year, try to make him happy, and then they'll further the discussions later. But he's the latest to tell his team, star player to tell his team, I want out. But here in town, when they're not fighting each other, pretty good in Texans camp. Let's talk about what happened. And the Texans, at least some of the players, coming to the defense of Stephon Diggs, because the national media really latched on to, look who's in a fight. Look who's in a fight. Of course that guy's in a fight. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first,
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
What I neglected to mention before we move on, Trent Williams has 3 years left on his deal. So he probably doesn't have another big deal in him. So he's decided, I'm going to renegotiate right now because by the time this deal ends, I'm going to be 39 years old. Unless I want to be Jason Peters, who was playing into his 40s, I'm not getting any more money after this. So he's trying to get in while he's still at the top of his game. We'll see. We'll see what the 49ers do. It's rough. It's rough. That's a great team. Can't get over the hump quite yet. And now all the guys who helped you reach a Super Bowl want more money. I don't know how NFL GMs operate. They're all different people. But when I heard from Trent Williams' representative that he wanted to renegotiate after just giving him money and he's got 3 years left, I might have fainted. I'm like, no, not you two. Not you two. I got Ayuk over here. I know I got to give Brock Purdy like upwards of 57 APY when his time comes. And now you?
Yeah, we just did the McCaffrey
Yeah,
deal.
McCaffrey got money. Now you? We're just can I get a Super Bowl win? Can you make me feel better first with the Super Bowl win? I'm coming off the disappointment of losing in overtime to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I like the idea that this is turning, just them getting so close and then turning around and all asking for money is leading John Lynch to just be like, hey, how about you win the big one, all right?
Yeah, all that stuff about how much we love you guys and you're a great team. I'm still empty-handed here.
Yeah.
The only title I won is when I was an actual player myself with the Bucks.
Be clutch. How about that? How about that, Trent Williams? Be clutch.
Yeah, maybe make a block on 3rd and 1, and maybe Patrick Mahomes doesn't get his money or get that win. Yeah, so it's just a business of sports, business of being a really good team. All your great players are going to ask for money. I mean, it's going to be tough contract negotiations at some point for the Texans, but you hope the players are good enough where they can actually ask for stuff and it would be reasonable. So the Texans are out at camp, and they had a fight. Typical camp fight. Player gets hit a little later, a little harder than he would like, and it starts a bit of a ruckus. Derek Stingley's involved, Dawson Schultz involved. Those two are kind of the guys who ended it before it was broken up. The beginner, or you want to say the agitator, was Jimmy Ward. He hit Stephon Diggs later. Stephon Diggs sliding to the ground, and it starts the pushing and the shoving, and it led to all the bad faith aggregator sites or accounts to blame Stephon Diggs for it. And Titus Howard was one of the players to come to his defense. I believe even some of the reporters who were there were quote tweeting that these particular accounts saying, no, that's not what happened. We were there. Stephon Diggs wasn't the problem here. And really, there's no one that's a problem. It's a camp fight. It's not a big deal. But, hey, his reputation means people are going to use it for engagement. I won't even say it's through any fault of his own. Camp fights aren't out of the ordinary. They happen. Stephon Diggs, hey, man, I'm just trying to avoid a hit. Jimmy Ward hits me, and now you got my face all over Twitter saying it's my fault. And credit to Titus Howard for jumping to his guy's defense. And even some of the reporters were saying, no, that's not what happened. It's not going to matter, though. Those accounts already got what they wanted.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
They already got all the comments and
quote tweets and stuff
going,
like
bruh,
that.
Yeah.
With
the skull emoji.
And the
Yeah.
Of course Stephon Diggs would be involved.
And their Twitter handles like Bills Mafia 69.
69, huh?
I just
random number that came in your head. The number 69. Sure. May say something about your psychology. You never know. You never know. So, of course, the coaches who were there, including the defensive back coach, Dino Vasso, said, I like that type of competitiveness. And as long as no one gets hurt, the coach can take it. Of course, they're not going to like it in the moment. The worst thing that can happen is someone getting hurt doing something stupid. Getting hurt in a camp fight is on the same level as breaking your hand by punching a wall, like as a pitcher. Hey, stupid. That's how you make your money. Don't punch a wall. What are you doing? So, yes, stay off the ground. Don't get in any fights. And if you do, make sure you don't throw an actual punch that hurts you.
Don't throw a punch to someone's helmet.
Yeah, that's dumb. Don't wait for his helmet to come off either. Just don't throw a punch. Everyone will be cool. So I imagine those guys will get asked about it if the next time Stephon Diggs is available or Jimmy Ward's available, they'll get asked about it, and they'll just push it aside like I'm doing now. It happens. But that was the big news out of Texans camp yesterday. We had a fight that lasted, I don't know, all of 35 to 40 seconds. And everybody's cool. Everybody is cool. I did want to get to this, and we'll start it here. Probably won't have all the time because I would like to stay on time. But the NBA told Time Warner and TNT, nah, we're good. We're good. We've been kind of talking about this story throughout, and Time Warner and TNT are where you find inside the NBA. Jack, Gurney, Chuck, and Kenny. If you had any hope that after the news broke that they were matching the offer by Amazon, that we were going to get them beyond 2025, 26, or 24, 25, excuse me, I would say maybe back off the hope, because the NBA has decided to go with Amazon's bid and saying that actually Time Warner didn't match it. So now we're going to get into a fight because TNT's had the right to match, at least they believe so, and they believe they did match it. But the NBA say, nah, we're good. And that means little to us as far as the money involved and the legal stuff. It just means we're probably getting a worse quality product, unless Amazon, which has been reported or rumored, is going to go after the inside the NBA crew. Now we know Ernie has a deal with TNT, and the reporting was he wasn't going to leave even after basketball left because he still wanted to do stuff with Warner. If they could pry Ernie out of there and keep everyone together, I think we wouldn't care that much about TNT. Then it will turn into what is the quality of the Amazon broadcast. But at the moment, we got one more year, the last dance for the TNT guys.
If you're Amazon, you just keep dropping money at these guys' house, right?
Until they say yes. Yes. You want to add some credibility to your broadcasts?
It's also, we just spent like $2 billion to get this package. Honestly, what's $20 million to each of them?
Yeah, you're dropping.
Like, if you really think about it, that is just a drop in the bucket of what you've already paid.
Yeah, you're spending that on an episode of Lord of the Rings, that TV show that's going into its third year. You're spending lots of money, and you made this acquisition. You won the battle, although it felt like you were kind of in the bag. It kind of had it in the bag. I think for whatever reason, the NBA wanted to get away from TNT for whatever reason. But so you did this. Go get the best product. And by product, I mean those guys get in that show. Go get the best guys you can and start from there, because people, whether right or wrong, didn't really like the NFL on Prime. Maybe it was the personalities. Maybe it was how it was presented, the game itself. But people were kind of unsure. And mostly that's, hey, it's new. We're not really sure about it. It's not how we normally watch our football. If you want to add some credibility, drop all the cash on those guys and go, you know what? It's going to be the same show. We may not be able to call it inside the NBA. Maybe we can buy the rights to that, but it'll be those guys on our network. Come watch it. It'll be the same thing. We're not changing anything about what those guys do. I think that's their best foot forward. Also, the news broke that Mike Tirico is going to do it for NBC. Mike Tirico, who is kind of the voice for Sunday Night Football when Al Michaels isn't doing it. I mean, they've gone back and forth. Like Mike Tirico will get particularly the non-Sunday night NBC games. Like he'll do like if they have a holiday game, he'll do it. Or if Al Michaels is like, nah, not this week. But it looks like he's going to be the voice of NBC for basketball. Just give me my John Tesh theme song. I don't care who calls the games, honestly.
That is funny that people are just like, yeah, just give me the.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who calls the games. I just want to hear that song as you open. And don't give me some newfangled version. Like don't add a little bit to it. Just the straight old school.
Are you sure?
Yes, I don't.
Lil Yachty's been working on some stuff.
It wouldn't even be as drastic as that. It would just be they would add a couple drums to make it more upbeat or whatever it might be. Or an extra guitar. No, give me the John Tesh.
Katy Perry presents Inside the NBA.
Yeah, she better. Okay, just stick with your below average at this point pop music. She's had better than what she just put out a couple weeks ago now. She's done better work. Leave it alone. Just roll it out there.
Oh, actually, they just get Carrie Underwood. Just get her to pull double duty
like
Tirico's doing.
There are no words for that song. That's the point. We don't need a singer. There are no words to it. We all know what it is. When that thing hits, it's like, oh, nostalgia. I love it. Mike Tirico could.
Now I kind of want him to remix it just to make people upset.
Just pay. If you don't even have the rights, maybe John Tesh does.
Hank
Maybe
Williams
they reverted.
Jr. is back.
No, he's a football guy. Keep him away. Hank Williams Jr. is back. He was never there for that song.
Yeah, I guess he was the
Monday Night Football. I know. Carrie Underwood can do a little premiere, sing a song for the premiere, but it shouldn't be the John Tesh song that opens up a broadcast or takes us to break. We all know what it sounds like. Back when Jordan was a thing and Stern was suspending him, except he actually just wanted to play baseball. We all know. Just bring it back. Don't change it, and we're good. It's a very simple thing. I've been waiting for NBA on NBC to come back only because of that. I don't even know if the product, at least their production value, was that great. The song was it.
I don't know. Is Noah Eagle going to be in the mix for this one too?
Yeah,
Oh no, I hate. I'm just curious.
Nah, it's a little hate.
He's already doing the #1 college football for NBC, so
And
I don't know if he has the time.
How's he going to have time to do that and the Clippers?
I don't think he does the Clippers anymore.
He doesn't? Oh, he's moved on to national stuff. He doesn't want to do the first game from the new arena?
If NBC's there, maybe.
I don't imagine. They're going to have Sunday night basketball. I don't imagine they're going to start off with a Clipper game.
I don't know.
It'll be Celtics versus, if it is Sunday night, if that's the first game they get, it'll be Celtics versus someone. Or Lakers versus someone.
Oh, yeah, it'd be ring night.
Yeah, but ring night's generally like a Thursday, so I don't know how that's going to go. And by the way, the NBA thing on ABC doesn't start till the next season anyway.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it'll be the Rockets ring night.
Who's going to
Shepard looking at the banner?
Who's going to be in that starting lineup that's going to win a title for the Rockets? Are they trading for Devin Booker? Is that going to happen?
And also Giannis.
Yeah, how many players will it take for that to be a reality? Added to this current roster. LaSalle, I see you. You want to talk about soccer. Is it about Morocco and Argentina or something more silly? We'll see. We are way late. I'm not following my own rules. It just happens. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We got LaSalsa on. We'll get him here if you want to get in. 713-780-3776. LaSalsa, you want to talk soccer? What's up?
Hey, K Basto, Delvin Tito. I just finished the Shogun book, dude, and it was amazing. Kind of makes me want to go back and rewatch the show. But this is kind of in response to the 7 to 10 show. Do you think whenever soccer players get the yips, they call it the footsies? Just wondering.
If you missed it, in my want to just be a dummy sometimes, I was questioning the twisties that Simone Biles had back in the 2020 Olympics. All in good fun, at least for me. I was having a good time, at least. So that's what he's talking about. We went into a story about table tennis, and I asked, is it called the handsies? If those guys and ladies don't know how to play the game anymore and can't be coordinated because of a mental block, which I guess is what the twisties are. Like your mind thinks it can do something, but the body is not responding. And Simone Biles suffered from that during the 2020 Olympics. So, no, I don't think soccer players get the footsies. I think that's a different thing altogether. They may play that with their significant other, but I don't think it happens on the field.
Maybe if it's just like in the big moments when it's like a penalty kick, they get the pennies.
No, I don't think there's a name for it other than choke. I don't know if soccer players give it a name.
It is an adorable name, the Twisties.
Yes, that's where my fun from it came from.
It is.
Like
really
if you gave it a clinical term of what it actually was, I wouldn't have made a joke. But the fact that it's called the Twisties makes it she's got the Twisties. It's fun.
It is fun.
It may be a very serious thing, but it sounds fun.
If it was just the yips, like no one,
yeah.
But if who is the Chuck Knobloch? If he had the throwies,
yeah. I mean, Altuve had a little bit of that a couple years ago, where he was a little worrisome throwing the ball from second to first.
It was a little bit of the throwies and a little bit of the glovies too.
Yeah, it was a thing for a year. Thankfully for him and us, he didn't go the Knobloch route where he couldn't play in the field anymore. He eventually got over it. But the Twisties. Hopefully no one on the U.S. Olympic team has a Twisties this year.
Remember when maybe you don't remember this, when John Lester just couldn't throw it to first?
I feel like in the back of my mind where I still cared about teams who weren't the Astros and I cared about baseball beyond the Astros, I feel like I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had the pickies.
I know there was a Dodger second baseman at a point, or maybe it was a Yankee at the time. I think Steve Sachs might have had it way back when. I remember that story from watching Dodger baseball, at least the stories about it when I was a kid growing up in L.A. So it happens from time to time. Simone Biles had her version of it and doesn't seem to be affected by it now. If we go by the video I was shown yesterday when we were doing something for content that might appear at some point this week. The Twisties.
Yeah, I think she's got it.
I think she's fine now. She's remarkable, and I will see what she does with the Olympics coming up here in the next couple of days, at least when her events begin. The Olympics as a whole have already started. Soccer, some team sports, other team sports as well. I think rugby has started, maybe as well. But Jerry, he wants to talk about a sport closer to home, and particularly a fight. He wants to talk about the Texans fight. What's up, Jerry? Jerry, how are you?
Good. Good.
You want to talk about the Texans fight?
Doing great. Yeah, they forgot about the Dalton Schultz push. What happened with that? I was trying to see how that played in.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz came in at the end, and Stingley, in the midst of breaking up offense versus defense, Stingley gave him a shove that escalated the fight a little bit more. But that's about it. There's nothing different than any other fight you've ever seen at camp. But yeah, Dalton Schultz and Stingley were the guys who, at the very end, got into it as well. What it'll mean? Probably nothing. But Dalton Schultz was involved as well.
All right, thank you, buddy.
All right,
appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. let me ask you this, Sean. Did that particular instance where he wanted to know how Dalton Schultz was involved fall under, hey, what time is the game on?
It's close.
Right?
Maybe,
but I did bring the fight up.
Maybe
I did bring it to the show.
But maybe you had some other knowledge that isn't out there.
That's very true.
That's
maybe
like,
I had a source out at camp.
or just like the backstory or something, the fallout.
Yeah,
literally the fallout.
The backstory is Stingley shoved him.
Yeah, it really.
That's
just
pretty
seems
much
like
it.
There's a what it was. It started with Ward and Diggs, right?
Ward and Diggs, yes.
Yes.
On a play.
And then that was popping off, and Sting was like, "You know what? While we're here, let me get my stuff."
Maybe
off,
Dalton caught him with something in the midst of a play from earlier, and he's like, "You know what? I got something for you right now."
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Since we're in the fighting mood.
Yeah. And Ryan,
it's not even really fighting mood.
No,
it's
it's
like
shovey, pushy mood. Yeah, no one threw a punch.
The pushies.
Shovey pushies.
It's when you can't lift weights. It's called the pushies.
When you're on the bench, and all of a sudden you lose all coordination, so your spotter has to come help you.
Squatties.
We can do this all day if we want.
I can honestly do it all day.
I understand. You and a Captain America. You got to be a Marvel nerd to know what that means. We got hour one in. If you have any other questions about things that I can answer, whether it be obvious or less so obvious, I'm here for you. That's what we're here for. We'll get into more of the Astros as they are looking to acquire maybe a pitcher, maybe a hitter. We'll get into what they might do at the deadline, and also what you would do if you won the lottery. This really all depends on you and your family's relationship, because one gentleman in Jamaica wanted no one to know who he was, because when you're about to bring in like what equates to 1.2 million American dollars, far more in Jamaica, you got to hide your identity. We'll get into that. We'll also hear from Deshaun Foster. Maybe the most awkward thing from all the media days so far. The Lane Kiffin, Paul Feinbaum thing wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't this. We'll hear from Deshaun Foster, the new UCLA coach, when we come back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. Maybe you have less confidence in the UCLA Bruins after watching Deshaun Foster up there. Maybe you feel even better about him. I would guess not. Let the audio determine that. But if you want to bet on them and their season win total, you can go to mybookie.ag for that. So the futures for football are there, whether it be the NFL or college football. Make your bets. Place your bets at MyBookie. And also, if you're into the Olympics and you want to place a bet on track and field or gymnastics, or maybe you're just locked in on soccer. Didn't go well for the American team yesterday, late in that second half. You can do that as well, because MyBookie allows you to bet on pretty much anything, and you can do it from anywhere. I've got the website up on my laptop, so certainly you can do it there. Maybe you want to do it from home. Take your device anywhere and use MyBookie. Remember, not just sports betting, the live casino option is there as well, because maybe you're not into sports, but you do love playing cards. Poker, baccarat, blackjack, have a live dealer for those games. And remember, the promo code helps you out as well. Bet975 is that promo code for signing up. So if you're a new customer to MyBookie, they're giving you a little incentive. And they've got experts to help you crush them. It's weird considering they're a bookie, but they'll provide you with experts if you don't know a lot about the sport you're betting on. So remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. All right, we begin hour 2 with something you always want to avoid. You always want to be prepared when you go in front of a mic. Sometimes, we do this here and things pop up that you're not exactly looking for. So you get caught off guard. But there's really no excuse for what we're about to hear. Deshaun Foster, he's a new head coach at UCLA. Chip Kelly is now the OC at Ohio State. We'll get to Ohio State a little bit later in this segment. But Deshaun Foster, UCLA legend, I guess. I mean, it's very hard to talk about legends in UCLA football. I mean, you got Aikman, you got Beeben, some Cade McNown stuff. Deshaun Foster certainly crossed over with Cade McNown. But he was a big-time back at one point, played in the NFL for a bit, and now he's a coach. And I'm not sure his introduction to the Big Ten went the way he wanted to or what UCLA wanted or how UCLA wanted it to go. Here's Deshaun Foster as he's walking up to the podium for his introductory press conference to Big Ten media.
Coach Foster, welcome to the Big Ten. We'll begin with your opening statement.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. We I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
In a second.
The tone would suggest you weren't that excited. Your tone, even beyond the pauses, beyond the lack of information, your tone suggests not that excited about being there. And maybe it's just nervousness. I heard that already. We played it earlier in the day. I had a thing when I was a kid in class when I knew someone was going to say something that was dumb. I would, and in class you can't take your headphones off and not listen because I was tempted to do that there because I had heard it already. I used to put both hands over an ear and go and just put my hands over my ears, just rub my ears and try to avoid making it look like I was blocking out what they're saying. I wanted to revert back to when I was 12. That's how uncomfortable that thing was making me.
When you're doing the reading, whatever one kid reads a paragraph,
yeah,
and it gets to that kid where you're like,
oh
this
no,
is brutal.
Yeah, that or I know some kid is going to get lost in his answer when the teacher asks a question. I would just go, oh, hands over the ears.
That's so disrespectful.
I know it was out of me being so uncomfortable with what was going on.
Also, just how early. If I was able to see you and how early you did it, I would also lose it. Johnny.
Oh no! It wasn't this quick, dramatic, abrupt hands to the ears. It would be like this slow up, hands over ears. Oh, I'm just rubbing my ears.
He's losing me.
It's just me rubbing my ears because I'm itchy or something, and I would keep a circular motion so it didn't just look like I'm just going hands on the ears so I can't hear
listen
them.
To this BS. Yeah.
It just made me too uncomfortable, and it almost got to that point.
He really petered out.
Yeah.
He really petered out. He started off, it was all right.
It was fine at first.
I mean, you bring up school. It's like when you get called on to make a presentation or to hey, what is this book that you didn't read about? And you're like,
so
it's about a catcher and some
rye. And Holden Caulfield's in it.
Yeah.
You know some of the names. The premise, but
the author.
But that's about it. That's about it. And now you start to slow down and go, hey, like he said, I'm just really excited. You're like, yeah. It's a great book.
It's just a great book.
It's just a great book.
One of he's one of America's best writers.
Yeah.
He's a hermit now.
Yeah. All the stuff you found out searching online as opposed to what's actually in the book. So that's Deshaun Foster. Hey, being up at a podium doesn't mean you're not going to be a good football coach. it's just your first impression to the Big Ten suggests you're not built for this. A team who's building, or at least is trying to build a super team to avoid losing to Michigan again, and frankly, they're just tired of not winning a title, is the Ohio State Buckeyes. Their roster, even just according to their own AD, Ross Bjork, their new AD, he's saying their roster, when you include NIL and with the new rule that came out about revenue sharing, their roster is going to be upwards of $22 million, what it's going to cost for that roster. And he expects it to go up. And we know some of the guys who are on the roster, and if you don't, I'll let you know. Quinshon Judkins, who was the Ole Miss running back, is now there. Caleb Downs, the former Alabama safety, is there. They got Chip Kelly. They grabbed a sitting head coach who was employed to be their OC at a Power 5 program. They grabbed him. Now, some of that might have to do with, well, UCLA and their lack of resources and their lack of commitment. Maybe Chip Kelly was tired of doing the fundraising, being a head coach, and recruiting. Just wanted to call plays. A lot of factors came into play for that to happen. But that is an expensive roster. And we'll throw Will Howard in there, as much as I don't particularly think Will Howard's a floor raiser. He was their best option when we were talking about Devin Brown and other young quarterbacks on the roster. So we're at an AD announcing how much their roster costs. Generally, that's reserved for one of your rivals. They go, they're spending a lot of cash over there. But now everything's so open, it doesn't matter anymore. He can just tell you, our roster is going to cost over $20 million. That's what it takes to recruit them, to keep them, and then snipe them off the other roster. Wait for them to enter the transfer portal and then convince them to come play here. When really it's like most of those deals, particularly for the guys with the biggest names, are already done before they even announce they're going into the transfer portal. All I know, with Ross Bjork being so open about things, you better win, Ryan Day. Michigan doesn't have their head coach. That a lot of their rosters in the NFL. Yeah. Now's the time.
There's really not more normally I would say like this is a move by an AD really putting a lot of pressure on your coach, being like, "Hey, we got all the players for you. we're spending a lot of money on these players. ... If we fall short again, point the finger at the
how much more do you want?"
But in this situation, I actually don't think there could be any more pressure already on Ryan Day. So it's just like this is. It doesn't really matter. This is not adding pressure. This is just stating facts.
You've lost to Michigan 3 times in a row. They got their national title, and the way you lost to them, this last game was closer. But just the way their physicality, their ability to run the ball down your throat, it's embarrassing. They don't want that. Here's a quote from Ross Bjork talking to Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports. In fact, the university is rich enough that its donor-led collective and brand affiliates dispersed to Buckeye football players around $20 million this past year. And in all likelihood, that figure ranks first in America. So they're that's a recruiting tool too, by the way.
Yeah.
We're going to let everyone know we're going to spend cash. If you want to play here, come to Ohio State. You're going to get paid. Don't worry about it.
That's always the thing that gets me, like you said, when rivals do it. Recently, I guess they're not like on the field rivals, but Kirby Smart made comments about Oregon and Dan Lanning, where he was like, "Yeah, I wish we had Dan Lanning's budget for recruiting," and which is clearly a call for
more money.
Yeah, Georgia boosters,
pick it up,
get your money right.
Yeah,
and it always gets brought up as a negative to me, like where it seems like it's an attack. People take it as like an attack on the coach. To me, it's like if I was any team in the country, I'd be like, yes, tell everyone how much we pay players.
Yeah, it's really silly. Like they're still leaning into.
I want all the players out there to know if you want to get paid, come to my school.
Yeah, so they're still leading into like this moral, upstanding sport where if money is exchanging hands, then it's bad. But no one's gonna care about how expensive Ohio State's roster is if they win a title. Like you can slap them with, they paid for their roster. You know what? They're the national champion, and they're on their way, and they're up 31-14 in the fourth quarter of the title game. No one's gonna be like, oh, Kim, like the announcers on television are like, oh, this is the best roster money can buy. They're not gonna say that during the game. That's reserved for the message boards and the jealous fans. And Ohio State will comfort themselves with your tears when they're celebrating their national title. So I've never understood that. Yeah, go ahead, tell everyone my team is willing to pay whatever it takes. Let everybody in the country know, especially those 17 or 18-year-olds. Let them all know.
It's only a problem when you lose.
Yes,
but only a problem.
It sets Ohio State up to be made fun of if they don't win, which we all will do.
But the stakes already can't be higher for that.
Yeah.
That's where Ohio State's in this weird position where the internal, even if you take away NIL, you take away the transfer portal, it's just a normal year, and Ohio State has lost 3 straight times to Michigan, all basically eliminating them from not only the play. I know they made the playoffs with C.J. Stroud, but it eliminates them from winning the Big Ten.
Yeah.
That situation already would put so much pressure on the sitting head coach for the Ohio State Buckeyes because they lost in 23, they lost in 22, they lost in 21. They didn't play in 20. So you're going back to 2019, the last time your fan base has seen you beat Michigan.
Exactly.
There's so much pressure on you already that even all the money stuff doesn't even add to it. In my mind, it doesn't even add to the pressure.
Yeah, Jim Tressel erases some of the memories for some people and maybe just younger people, but remember the name John Cooper. Back in the 90s, Ohio State, now they would drop a game to Michigan State that cost them the title, but John Cooper got fired because he couldn't beat Michigan. He was a winning head coach. Ohio State was always in the conversation for a Rose Bowl. Times are different. It wasn't always about the national title at that point. But in times when they were really good and had national title aspirations, Michigan would either get in the way of them winning the Big Ten or keep them out of the Rose Bowl or in their undefeated season, and it cost John Cooper his job. Ryan Day, I mean, he's halfway there. Cooper hung around for like more than 4 straight years of losing to Michigan. But if they lose to Michigan again, in this era where all the money's being thrown around to keep a roster together, you can probably pack it up, Ryan Day. And that's crazy considering around the Michigan stuff, he's been a successful head coach. But you know what Jim Harbaugh said? Not all of us are born on third base.
Yeah.
Because he took over from Urban Meyer.
I think his record is his record's something like 50-4 in the Big Ten, where it's like all of their losses are to Michigan.
Yeah. And that's just the way it is at Ohio State. So Sean made a great point. The internal pressure will exceed anything any of us are going to put on him for having an expensive roster. The reason the roster is so expensive is because of all the pressure. They want that trend to end with a title appearance. And now it just gets tougher in some ways because of how many games you now have to win. It's not just win a semifinal after winning the Big Ten and getting to the title game. Now you got a couple more games to go. And, that's why making the playoff in the 4-team format is the real accomplishment. Just listen to any Texas fan, including that one in there. Thomas, I see you. You want to talk about the Big Ten? Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We'll talk to Thomas and you guys when we get back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Welcome back. And I said we would do this, so let's do this now. Let's get to Thomas. Thomas wants to talk about the Big Ten. What's up?
Hey, Dale. Love the show. Yeah, I kind of hopped in the car late, so I'm not sure if you've touched on any of these, but a few like storylines I was thinking in the Big Ten. Yeah, obviously Ryan Day. Can he really live up with that roster? It seems like he just gets hot no matter what he does. I mean, obviously losing to Michigan or whatever. But then I was interested in like these Pac-12 teams. You know, for years, I mean, going on these last 2 decades, the knock on them is you got, you know, fast athletes, but they don't have the size or depth. I thought Washington was a really, really good team last year, and they got spanked by Michigan. So, I would have put Washington as, like, ready to be in the Big Ten, and they didn't show that in the national championship. So I'm interested to see, you know, the offense carry some of these teams the first few weeks and see how they can handle the big boys week in and week out once people start getting banged up. Last few things, I think got to watch Wisconsin and Nebraska, both of those coaches, you know, after a year of Big Ten, try to get their recruiting classes and transfers. I really have confidence in Luke Fickell and the guy from the Panthers and Baylor. And then last but not least, I don't know if I saw the soundbite correctly, but was Lincoln Riley scared of LSU and trying to undo that scheduled game or something? But yeah, man, those are my talking points. See if you had any comments, but I'll hang up and listen.
You know, the narrative around Lincoln Riley was he got out of Oklahoma because he didn't want to go to the SEC. I have to look about the LSU thing to make sure. I'm not sure about that one, but some of your other points with Wisconsin, Luke Fickell, is Tyler Van Dyke going to win that job? He transferred from Miami after the end of last season. He had a rough last year and a half in Miami. The injuries piled up, and he became a big gun shy, couldn't read zone defenses. So let's see if Luke Fickell can rebuild him pretty much from the ground up, honestly. And can he win that job? Because he's a talented player, talented thrower of the football. It's just, you know, this show gets called Mopey and Mapes by the morning show. Tyler Van Dyke can get a little mopey. So I wouldn't call him a demonstrative leader. He's a guy who probably needs to get off to a good start really early. I don't know if fighting back from adversity is his thing. So if he does win that job, if is the number one, watch him early in the year and see if he can get off to a good start. And Wisconsin may have a pretty good year because when he's good, he can be really good. Just don't expect a lot of bounce back. What else did he ask about? Oh, the Pac-12 schools getting to the Big Ten. Oregon's on the defensive line. They brought in a Michigan State transfer. I believe his name is Harmon. He's a big guy. On offense, their offensive line is going to be one of the best in the country. Now, to their skill position players, Evan Stewart, the former A&M receiver, is there now. Their receivers are going to be good. Their running backs were good, too, but they're not the big bruisers, as we heard from Thomas. Maybe a little smaller and faster. I don't think their offensive line is going to have any issues. It'll be a question of their defensive line with Jordan Birch, who's another big-time recruit out of South Carolina, transferred there, and Harmon out of Michigan State. So they've done a job of trying to get bigger and stronger. The depth will be the question, because those two can play anywhere in the country. The question will be after those guys. Washington was small. I mean, they could throw the football around, and Texas found that out. But even their offensive line wasn't a big offensive line. They were skilled and talented, but they weren't maulers.
And all those guys went to the NFL.
Yeah, and all those guys are gone. So, Will Rogers is there, the former Mississippi State coach. How do I pull that off the top of my head? Because I was playing with Washington yesterday in EA College Football. So I know that Will Rogers is there. So Washington's going to look a lot different, even beyond Michael Penix and all the receivers that they lost. I was like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, no Jalen Polk. Yeah. No Roma Dunze on this roster as I was playing with them.
None of the guys you remember from last year are on the team anymore.
You're going to see an entire – the coach ain't there either. He's at Alabama.
True. So, it's just a brand-new team.
Yeah, Washington. Overall. If you're thinking about Washington and what they did last year, don't. It's a almost completely different team. Some of their defenders are transferred out of there. It's a different ball club altogether.
You're probably going to get more of the Washington that you remember.
That you're used to, not the one who set the last couple years on fire with their offense. Not going to be the case this year. That's a team probably in a transition year that's hoping to stay maybe bowl eligible. Their schedule will determine a lot of that. I don't know about their non-conference. It may set up where they don't have to do a lot in the Big Ten. Oregon, that's a title contender. That's the one. USC, offensively, Miller Moss, good quarterback. Not Caleb Williams, but maybe he doesn't need to be. Maybe he'll take what is out there. One of Caleb Williams' criticisms, even from our own Lance Zierlein, was he would bypass like a 6-yard open receiver to try to hold on the ball to make more happen. And we know Lincoln Riley doesn't have any problems getting quarterbacks to play well. Defensively, he finally got away from Alex Grinch. We'll see how that plays out. I think USC is the team, if we're talking about teams beyond Washington, as far as the Pac-12 schools with prestige, because I'm not even going to count UCLA in this one, that's the team who's going to probably deal the most with being beat up because their defensive front's not great. It's only year 3 for Lincoln Riley, but which you might think would have he would have set them up to be a better defensive team, but they're in a transition period with that too. They got to get bigger and tougher. They played to be a Pac-12 team. Now they gotta try to be a Big Ten team. Look, the Big Ten throws the football around, but still, the trenches are a thing for them.
I mean, they start the season like Thomas or
With
not
LSU.
Thomas. Who's the caller?
Thomas. It was Thomas.
Okay. Like he brought up with LSU the game that Lincoln Riley was running from as fast as he could. And then they play Utah State. Then they get Michigan. Like they jump straight to not just a test as far as one of the best teams in the Big Ten, one of the most physical teams in the entire country, obviously reigning champions, and it's in the Big House. So they really kind of get thrown into the fire on September 21st. So you're going to learn a lot about what Miller Moss is all about and what that defense and that and honestly, in most September games, you're not thinking that the depth is going to get pushed. In that game, you might have to lean on your depth a little bit.
Yeah, you're going to get a full taste, no matter what the personnel is at Michigan, and with the departure of Jim Harbaugh, Sharon Moore was an offensive line coach before he was an OC.
Yeah,
they're going to run the ball the same way Michigan always runs the ball, and they've done enough recruiting, at least at those positions, running back and offensive line, where you're going to get a taste. It may not be bolstered by Roman Wilson and J.J. McCarthy, but their tight end Loveland's still there. He's a good player. You're going to get a taste of Michigan. They're going to run the ball the same way they always do and see if USC can stop it. They're probably not going to be able to stop it. Probably not.
Last we saw USC, they were 100% ill-equipped to stop it. They were letting anybody run all over them.
Yes.
Now you're getting the team that wants to run all over you the most. 3 games into, or your 3rd game into a new DC.
Yeah.
Listen, he could be an awesome DC. Probably isn't going to have the guys.
What do they say? It's not the X's and O's. It's the
Jimmys and Joes.
Maybe we need to update the names. It rhymes, but we probably need to update the names.
I don't want to come up with the names. I'll let you come up.
I was trying to trick you into to using some names. Hey,
nope.
The Raekwons and
nope. We're
there's
running
a lot.
late.
There
We're
are a lot of Raekwons in the NFL and in college football too. But Sean adeptly dances around it.
Jalen's and something.
Yeah, wasn't gonna trick him into doing it. We got a couple more segments to go, and when we come back, we're gonna do a giveaway. If you're a hunter, this is for you. I'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
If you sat through the commercials, you might have heard the promo for this, but the 2024 Hunters Extravaganza is here. You can go see the newest in hunting products, clothing, rifles, knives, and more. The 2024 Hunters Extravaganza is August 2nd through the 4th, and we are giving away a pair of tickets right now at 713-780-3776. So caller 5 wins a pair of tickets to the Hunters Extravaganza. You can go one of those days between August 2nd and August 4th. Caller 5, 713-780-3776. And if you go on that Friday next week, you can see Gallant George and the Killer Bees. They'll be broadcasting live from 12 to 6. The Hunters Extravaganza. A couple pair of tickets. We're going to be giving those away tomorrow as well. John and Lance will give those away too. So stay tuned. Got a chance to win tickets if you don't win them right now. I may have to extend it to like 8. We got a lot of callers quickly on that. I might have to make that number a little bit more next time. Next go around, just to give some other people a chance. Usually we use this for the Masters, a tradition unlike any other, but it also applies to Lamar Jackson. He's sick again. I feel like this is the third or fourth straight off training camp where Lamar Jackson misses time because he's ill. The report is he didn't feel like himself. He looked weird, or looked like himself. He looked weary, even just walking across the field and into the team's facility. He threw a little bit, but just wasn't himself. So Lamar Jackson, not great immune system, apparently. It's always right around this time. He's fine during the year. I don't remember him missing a lot of practice time because of illness. It's usually because of an injury, but it's what he does. He doesn't adapt well to being back at training camp. I understand it. If I could miss time at training camp, hot ass summer in Baltimore, I do that too. He should be fine because this always happens, but he's ill. And this comes off the back of a lot of talk from the Ravens about how they don't like the disrespect Lamar Jackson is getting. I think there was a comment about how their goal is to make him the best quarterback of all time. You better get to it. It's kind of hard to do that when one of his contemporaries already has won 3 Super Bowls. If you're in the mode of Lamar's going to be the best to ever do it, you can't lose to the current young GOAT on your home field just months ago with a chance at the Super Bowl. If Lamar wins one, it's a great accomplishment. Catching Patrick Mahomes at this point, I don't think that's happening. Now, quarterback shouldn't only be judged by Super Bowls. Your situation matters, but Lamar Jackson's in a really good situation. He plays for the Baltimore Ravens. And I think at this point, going forward, right or wrong, if Lamar Jackson doesn't win, it won't be the Ravens that get blamed. There's no question that they draft well. Now that they've given him his money, they're all in on him. Could we blame the lack of a star wide receiver for some of it? Sure. Who was it? Someone went on a rant earlier this summer about them drafting guys, and it's on Lamar for not making those players better. That could be considered fair, but they haven't drafted a receiver because they in the top 5 because they weren't in a position. The great wide receivers that have come along recently, as far as young players, all in the top 10, except for Justin Jefferson. He's the outlier, but even he was a first rounder, and we know he was great at LSU, but he wasn't. He was a guy that the Eagles passed on for Jalen Reagor. So Lamar Jackson hasn't had one of those guys, a clear, no doubt about it, number one. But we're at a point where anything that happens where it doesn't go well for the Ravens will fall on him. We know the defense is great. The infrastructure for that team is great. They draft well. It's on Lamar Jackson. But he's sick right now. But he's always sick at this point of the year, so not a big concern, particularly this early in training camp. And
he's kind of sick all the time.
I know. You're on the phone, so you didn't hear it. He's always sick. I mentioned it. He's always sick at this point of the year.
I feel like even during the season, he'll
have
an illness or be battling through an illness.
I said that thinking, I said it's usually something that happens here, not through the year. But then as I kept talking, I kind of remembered.
There's
I think
like a
it's
Monday night game.
It's like an all the time thing.
Yeah, there's a Monday night game where I remember because they kept showing him walking back and forth from the tunnel.
You're right.
And he was just having to use the restroom or throw up or something.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. It did happen through the man's got a poor immune system apparently.
Yeah, I don't know what the fix is to that, but I'd be looking into it. Take some vitamins.
I don't know, some airborne. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Some preemptive airborne
some vitamins. I don't know, but he's not himself. And Todd Monken, now they hired him last year, but he's the OC who was supposed to be brought in to change how the Ravens played offensive football with Lamar, make them more of a refined passing attack. He says they're going to work him back in. I know I'm being kind of a smart ass. You'll have to ask him how he feels, but he was great in meetings. When we were on the field at the start of the practice, he said he was feeling good. Turns out, wasn't feeling that great. Lamar Jackson ill. And we have our winner. We will, as I said, we'll continue to give away the Hunters Extravaganza tickets throughout the day and tomorrow on John and Lance and this show as well. Some other quarterback news. Tua participated in practice yesterday, did some 7-on-7 stuff as he awaits a contract. He did not practice today. He was out there, he was listening, but he did not practice in drills. I mean, this isn't to the extent of a hold-in like Brandon Ayuk, because Tua's actually making it on the field, Tua Tagovailoa, but he's another guy looking for a deal. We talked about it earlier. And today, which you might classify as a veteran's rest day, according to reports, he did not participate in drills as he awaits a deal. The cat and mouse stuff of I'm a good player, I want my money, I'm going to show you I'm upset by not practicing continues around the league. It is what it is. You don't want to get fined, but so you're there, you just don't participate. And for the most part, the coaches are okay with it because it's generally happening to guys who are established who don't need to really actually be practicing on July 25th. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I will say there also is an extra element to the fact that all these are holdouts with the guy still reporting, still being in meetings, still listening to the play calls, still on the sideline, just not participating. Where, back in my day, when guys held out for a contract, you didn't know where they were. They could be anywhere.
Yeah, we didn't have social media to know. We just know they weren't at camp.
Yeah, so I do think that adds a level or throws some like cold water on the like camp holdout.
Yeah,
watch,
it means less.
where it's
You're
like,
definitely right.
The guy's still there.
He's there, and they're stars. Like now, Trent Williams isn't there, but Trent Williams doesn't need to be out there. Yeah. He probably wouldn't be practicing anyway today. Yeah. He probably will be sitting on the side anyway.
He'd have a lot of veteran days.
Yes, he's 36 years old. He'd have plenty. Just consider this another Veteran Day, except you get to fine him for this one. It's not Veterans Day. That's a completely different day. Consider this another Veteran Day where you could fine him instead of giving him his money. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So I get players doing it, but it doesn't feel like it has the type of effect it used to. Because you're there. They can see you. They're not worried about it. And they'll get to you when you guys can come to an agreement, and then you'll be right back out there. So, but Lamar Jackson ill, as always. It doesn't matter that he's ill. It matters that you didn't beat the Chiefs last year. That's what matters.
It especially doesn't. Of all the ailments that can keep you out of practice, I think being ill on July 25th is like, yeah, sure, dude.
Yeah.
Take as many days as you want. Don't get everyone else sick. That's
actually stay away from us.
The only way we have a problem is everyone gets sick.
Yes.
If one guy's sick, that's fine.
Even if it is the starting quarterback. I would be much more concerned about Zay Flowers' ball security than I would be Lamar Jackson being ill.
Yeah.
Hey, can we practice you diving into the end zone and not fumbling? Can we? I don't know if we can practice that. We can throw the pad down. Let's do that a couple times. We'll hit you with the pad. You dive. You keep the ball.
Yeah.
You score a touchdown.
We'll have the
stuff
guy
like that.
With the pad swat at the ball.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Just like
and
how those Chiefs defenders would.
We'll even leave a pad where in your landing spot so you don't beat up your body. We're just going to practice this because we appreciate you. You had a really good rookie year, but that fumble hurt.
I don't know. Maybe take away the landing pad.
He didn't fumble because he hit. A ground doesn't cause the fumble, Sean.
Yeah.
So the point is,
No,
the
but
pad.
it's about sending a message.
Oh, you're punishing him.
Yeah.
I'm using it as instructive. I'm not punishing him.
The pad won't be there next AFC Championship game. That's what I'm saying.
What next AFC Championship
Well,
game?
the next time. What we're practicing this for. The next time you lose to the Chiefs.
No.
It could be in the division.
Excuse me. Haven't you heard about the Texans? What AFC title game are they gonna? It's not gonna be the Ravens.
Or it's not going to be the Chiefs.
It'll be the Chiefs.
That's where we draw the line.
Yeah.
It'll be the Chiefs.
Yeah, we could do this hypothetical nonsense that we're doing, but it will be the Chiefs. It will. We got one more segment to go as we wrap up the show. I got to ask this question to Sean. What would he do if he won the lottery? Because a Jamaican man did something that I commend, but it doesn't speak well to what his family is like if he's going this far. We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Hear the show live as it's going out there, and I hear the music on. I'm like, wait a minute, is that from a previous segment? Nope, that's from this segment. So I had to run back in here.
I was working on something else. I didn't even see that you weren't in there.
It happens.
Normally
It happens.
I'll throw in a 30.
Yeah, understood. We get it. I'm back, and I forgot to tell the story. It didn't come up on the air from 7 to 10, but it doesn't really affect you guys. But I think it's a story you should hear. John Granado, who you know, well, you may not know, he is going to do shows from L.A. and from Houston. He's not leaving. He's not saying goodbye, but he will split his time between Houston and L.A. So, you know, there is not a need for some furniture. Maybe, I think he's going to be like couch surfing with his buddies when he's here. I mean, they have beds, but for the most part, he's just going to be floating between his different buddies' homes while he's here for a couple weeks at a time or so. While the family, and by the family, I mean his wife, Wendy, who used to be the general manager at the ABC station in town. She's got a job in LA doing the same thing. So she's moving. No need to have a home here. He decided to bring some chairs from his home and just drop them off here. All those white chairs out there are John Granado's doing. And we don't really need all the white chairs, honestly. So he brought them in his F-150, his electric truck that he always talks about. Why didn't he just throw them away? Was there a request made by us for those white chairs to be here?
No, I don't think so.
No, right?
I don't.
So he just decided to use this as a dumping ground for his furniture.
I mean, we could use more chairs.
But how could we use 5? Look how many chairs are in here.
There was 6 of them.
Yeah, could we use now? Some of these are broken down.
That's why I think if the problem with the Granado chairs,
but they don't help the show.
There's no problem with the Granado chairs. Let me get that first. The reason that
clean it up.
The reason that the Granado chairs don't help us is that they're not really tall enough to have in the studio.
They're not at all.
To use for you guys to sit in.
Or for anyone to sit in the control room with them.
Yeah. So now they're just in the bullpen.
Yeah,
all 6 of them.
I mean, I guess they're great for the meeting on Saturday.
True.
So if we have meetings all the time, which we don't.
We should start that.
No, we shouldn't.
I think everyone would love that.
There's no one who would love that.
Hey,
not
Billy,
even the person.
Got a second?
Not even the person planning the meeting would love it. So he just decided, I'm just going to dump 6 chairs here, and you guys figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess this place is his dump now. There's going to be a carpet in there tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if he comes with something really nice, I might just
bring one of those TVs in your homes. You got 12 of them. Bring one of them. Don't just bring a chair. I'm not exaggerating about the TVs. He's got a lot of them. He had his own media room.
Oh, really?
Yes. That's where he watched all the football on the weekends. So if you want to drop a TV off, John, if you're listening,
I'll take one.
We're cool. I think maybe even if you want to give it to an intern or Sean Mapes.
Yeah. What
John's like, wait a minute, interns? What about me?
I feel like I should get first.
Yeah, sure. You take top priority over an intern, but he's got enough to hand out to you, a couple interns, someone on the sales side. He's got plenty.
People on the street.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he could have left the chairs on the street, but he brought them up here instead.
They're nice chairs.
They're fine. I just don't know if
they just don't help us.
They're just they don't help the actual production of any of the shows. They're just going to be sitting out there and empty for 97% of the time.
Yeah.
Because at any point, there are only 2 people out there at any point.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
They'll be great on Saturday for the meeting, but other than that, they're going to be useless.
On Saturday for the meeting, they'll be great. I don't know if we ever have a ton of people come by.
Maybe intern orientation, maybe at some point.
Yeah, that's coming up.
Once. So
once every 6
they're good,
months.
They're good 2 days out of the year, pretty much. Thanks for the chairs, John. Thanks. We appreciate it. I didn't want to get to this before we go. Maybe John's a bad person in his family, but this gentleman who won the lottery in Jamaica has decided no one can know his identity, mostly because he doesn't want his family to know. And he went to the extent of not avoiding the photo op because the article shows him taking pictures, but he's taking pictures in the Scream mask. I forgot what the killer's called in Scream, but he's taking pictures in that, and he's covered head to toe. So no exposure of his skin, which, I was thinking about this as I was rushing back from the restroom. If you're in Jamaica, the population tends to lean to a certain demographic. Did you really need to cover your hands? Unless he's not black. If he's white in Jamaica, you probably stand out a little bit.
Oh, that's correct.
Yeah, exactly. Hey Tom, I know those hands. But if you're not,
White Greg.
They would call him White Greg. But if you're black in Jamaica, did you really need to cover up your hands? Who are you tricking if your hands aren't exposed?
I don't know.
Sean doesn't want to speak on it. He's going to let me do it because apparently I can and he can't. It's just a question. I get covering your face.
I get where you're coming.
The hands are not that easily identifiable, and honestly,
Maybe he has tattoos.
that would be the one reason why I think. That's the one way I'm shooting him some bail. But if you look at the picture, not one part of his skin's exposed.
Also, just to pull off the look. I feel like at a certain point, it's like, if I'm going to do this, let me go all out.
So you are finding a way to make what he did make sense. So it leads me to my question. Is there anyone in your family, who would come calling for money that would even make you consider disguising your identity if you won the lottery?
The problem is, if you win that much money, you really, like, it's not so much your immediate family. It's just everyone you've ever known asking you for money.
You think there are people in your life who just kind of know you who would ask you for money?
Not just kind of know me, but like
you
extended
think friends?
relatives.
You think a cousin who you don't really see would come asking you for money?
Maybe.
Yeah, you never know until money gets involved.
What if they do? What if they then what? No, sorry.
Yeah, I say
not related enough. Later.
Yeah, you're too extended of
Yeah.
a family member.
To ignore the fact that I gave I gave some other parts of my family money. You don't make the cut.
Yeah, you're not even in my online dynasty. Why am I giving you money?
Yeah. It's also when you win the lottery, it's especially perilous because, and this is why people go broke all the time. You didn't do anything to earn the money.
It's true.
There's no good reason for you to be so precious with it.
It's very true. You simply filled out a couple numbers and you won a lot of money. Very true. Very true. I get it. So it makes you less willing to like hoard it.
Yeah.
But some people are like, it's mine. But you don't have any like real standing to go, no, I earned this money.
Yeah, you can't go, no, this is my money. It's like,
I
guess.
Look, if I didn't want my identity to be known, I'm not showing up for the photo op. Because how does?
I think I know some states do, and I imagine Jamaica is the same way, where they like force you.
But they force you to for the photo op, but you're in a mask.
I guess
that
might be one of those legal loopholes.
They would rather
you have to come in person to sign.
Well,
a document.
sure, but you don't have to photograph me. I'll show up.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I get coming in person, but they want the photo op. They want it to be public. If I'm disguising my identity, I'm not showing up in a scream mask.
Do you think he owes his like bookie some money or something? And he's like, "Hey, listen, I can't have
once again, there are reasonable reasons why you don't want people to know. But why are you taking pictures then? Why are you in a scream mask? Why is your whole body covered if you want no one to know? Just don't show up. Or don't show up for the photo shoot.
Yeah.
Do all those things you need to do to get your money. Get the bag. I get it.
I do like that state lotteries and Jamaican lotteries make you do the like just signed a new deal, fresh new ink. It's like we just extended Trevor Lawrence, and he does the photo op of him signing a piece of paper because the article that I saw had a picture of him signing the paper in a scream mask.
Yeah, I'm looking at the article right now, and just to close the loop on something we talked about earlier this summer, the room in Jamaica nicer than the room that Nico Collins signed his deal in. I mean, it's very hard to not be nicer.
Wait, is that Jamaican Drew Rosenhaus?
Jamaican Drew Rosenhaus wouldn't allow his client to sign in that dingy-ass room that the Texans had Nico Collins sign in.
American Drew Rosenhaus let him.
Jamaican Drew has higher standards. We're done. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow because...
We did it!
That we did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Got him. Give him 12 straight starts of 6 innings or more. Hunter Brown has been phenomenal for the Astros, and he walks off leading 4-1.
And the Astros went on to win 8-1. Hello and welcome aboard, Gallant and George. It is Thursday, July 25th, 2024. Another dub. Finally won over the A's to avoid a sweep, plus a loss by the Seattle Mariners, who lost again to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Has the Astros a full game in first place, Joe.
There we go. Not percentage points anymore. They're actually in first place because, oh my gosh, are the Mariners terrible, Paul.
Yeah, they are falling apart, and it's very thankful that that's happening. The Texas Rangers have won 4 in a row. Meanwhile, as we keep an eye on the American League West, they beat Chicago 10-2. You can actually get it on your Fubo TV package, Rangers game. So I had that on. Looked up at one point, the White Sox were up 2-1. Looked up again, and the Rangers were up 10-2.
Yeah, when you sent that text to the group chat about the score, that was the first time I was like, oh, the White Sox fully collapsed on themselves again.
Yeah.
Not a surprise. Yeah, they play again today. Max Scherzer's on the mound for the Rangers. So if he's better, they'll probably get a sweep, and they'll inch a little bit closer to the Astros as they get ready for the Dodgers.
Could be 2.5 games back. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying to have in the back of your mind, with Houston hosting the Dodgers this weekend in a rematch of the 2017 World Series. But let's start this show not talking about the win as much as just Hunter Brown. So, as you heard from TK there, 6 innings for the 12th consecutive start. 11 of those starts have been quality starts. And yesterday, 8 strikeouts, 8 hits, 1 walk, 1 run. His ERA has dropped from 9.78 May 5th to 4 as we talk today on a day where the Houston Astros have off. He's been awesome of late. So awesome that Astros manager Joe Espada had this to say of his recent play after the game. Here is Joseph.
You know, we wanted to come here and win the series, but we didn't accomplish that. But we won a big game. You know, Hunter Brown set the tone from the beginning. He was really, really good. 6 strong, 8 punchies. He's kind of have that ace feeling to him. You know, we are expecting him to go out there and deliver what he just did. We knew all along that is in him, and now he's starting to turn the corner, and he's starting to have that swag where he knows, hey, my team needs to win, and he did that. He delivered.
Punchies is a fun word for strikeouts.
It's a great one.
Does sound a little Gen Z. I'll take it.
Yes.
I'll hijack it.
Yes.
I want people like our intern out there to have to be recreative and find their own stuff. I'm stealing all your stuff. On God, for real, no cap.
Lots of punchies.
It's a bussin' term to describe strikeouts, but that's not what I want to focus on. Joe Espada said Hunter Brown is pitching like an ace.
He is. Since May 5th, he is the 3rd best ERA in the American League. Only Garrett Crochet of the White Sox and Corbin Burns of the Orioles have a better ERA than Hunter Brown since May 5th. So it's not even just the June 1st turnaround that so many have pointed to. He's been good since May. He was just a disaster at the start of the season. But what they've changed in his mechanics, I heard the radio broadcast talking about this with Justin Verlander was really the one that pointed out to Hunter Brown what was going wrong with his mechanics versus what was good versus what was bad now at the time, and how it added 1.5 miles to pretty much all of his pitches. Alex Bregman was the one that told him to incorporate this, this 2-seamer to his arsenal that's made him so much better. He's completely turned around his season and maybe his career, because the ace word felt millions and millions and millions of miles away for Hunter Brown at the end of last season, at the start of this season.
Yeah, and I still don't think he's an ace.
I don't think it is either.
I hate it when the Astros do this stuff, and I get it. Like, as you laid out, he has been really awesome. He has been one of the top 3 pitchers statistically in baseball over this stretch. But the first couple of weeks of the season happened, and he's been doing this largely against teams that aren't very good. I know you can only do what you are presented with being able to do. You can only throw against the teams you're scheduled to throw against. But
I don't like that word being thrown around so loosely. I mean, we're not looking at Hunter Brown as the ace of the Astros staff. And I suppose it's subjective what even is an ace. What is a woman? What is an ace? Truly.
Which one of those is more confusing to you?
Great question. If we're talking about an ace, I feel like we got to be talking about one of the best pitchers in baseball. I think an ace is what every team would like to have, but I don't think every single team has an ace. I think you know an ace when you see it. And I feel like I shouldn't have to describe it, even though we are in a communications industry and we're supposed to explain how we feel about things. You know when someone is an ace. Justin Verlander, a couple of years ago when he won the Cy Young, that was ace stuff. From Hunter Brown this year, of late, he's been great. Ronel Blanco, all season long, he's been great. Would you call either of those two aces?
No, I would not. Justin Verlander, Garrett Cole, what those guys have been, that's an ace. I think you're right. You don't have to describe it. You know it when you see it. And it's funny thinking about Hunter Brown versus a guy we'll talk about so much over this show and the foreseeable future is C.J. Stroud. With a quarterback, I feel like we anoint them very early. And most of the time with a quarterback, we feel comfortable doing that. With a pitcher in baseball, to be an ace, I don't feel like you can earn that quickly. I think you have to have playoff success. You have to have more than one season of success to earn that title of an ace. It's just not handed out in baseball like we hand out the word star or superstar in basketball and football. It's a different conversation. And he's not that guy yet. And the first task is definitively say that Hunter Brown is the best pitcher on this team. I don't think you can do that even still.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
So it's like if you're not definitively the best pitcher on this team, unless it's Garrett Cole and Justin Verlander in 2019, you can't say someone's an ace until they're definitively at least the number one guy on their team, and then you can move to the next step of the conversation. He's awesome. He's been incredible. Ace-like stuff, yes. Ace material, yes. Ace prospect, kind of. He wasn't even like the number one. He's not Paul Skeens. He's not one of these elite level prospects coming up to the bigs when he came up. He was the guy that everyone wanted. Could he be on his way? I sure hope so. I sure hope he is. But I'm not ready to buy that he is an ace just yet.
Throw out, yeah, he never will be. I hate it
Really?
that he'll never be an ace. Come on.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. Come on. Look at what he was earlier in the year. How much better is someone like that going to get?
It's just the difference between what he was early in the year and now is so drastic.
Yeah, because he's going up against teams that aren't very good. I mean, if he was going up against the Dodgers this week, and you said it yesterday, okay, we'd actually have a test here. But come on, we got to raise our expectations. We got to raise our standards here. We've watched 7 straight ALCSs, and here the Astros are with their vague injury descriptions to us. And Joe Espada, I get it. He's being optimistic here. He's being supportive of his guy. Ace, 8 hits against the A's. The A's had 8 hits yesterday.
That's why I don't think I think it's unfair to say he can't be, because to counter your argument with your own argument.
He's going to be one of the best pitchers in baseball?
I'm not the best pitchers in baseball. Could be an ace on a staff, yes. The elite ace, because ace.
Okay, so this is
yes,
where we differ.
Yes, ace is a loose term now, because I hear what you're saying. Ace is a term that when we were growing up was saved for Pedro and Randy Johnson and those top guys. I do feel like the conversation is changed a little bit. Is he going to be what Paul Skeens is going to be? No. Is he ever going to be Justin Verlander? I'm going to say no. But can he be the best pitcher on a team that can win a World Series? He does have the stuff right now, it looks like, to be that.
I can't even go on a team that can win a World Series. A best pitcher on a staff, sure. Somewhere else, sure. On a team that's going to win a World Series, if Hunter Brown's your guy, you're effed. You're not winning it.
You really think so still?
Yeah.
You're not there yet?
How would I get there?
Even like just like the thought of it. Because I'm not there yet either.
No, the thought is not there. Again, I have high standards. Some people I just put in a box. No offense. And we do that to a lot of people in life. No doubt about it. But I don't see it.
So for him to get there, is it the playoff success that matters? It's like, do what you're doing now when it matters the most. Because that is a big hurdle, right?
Playoff success would be great. But I want to start with against good teams this year.
Yeah.
Regular season.
Hopefully, next time you face the Orioles, Hunter Brown, he gets a shot at the Orioles kind of a thing.
I would think in August, he's going to have an opportunity, given all the good teams that the Astros are going to play over the course of that month. But look, I'm not trying to dump on Joe Espada here, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. I just think we got to hold that word in higher regard. I don't think every single team has an ace. I know every single team thinks that it has an ace. Every team has to, by default, have a best pitcher. But, yeah, that just annoyed me after an 8-1 win yesterday.
I don't think you're being a Debbie Downer. I think you just have high standards, and that's okay. It's okay to have high standards.
I'm running out of options.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to go there.
I mean, that's part of it.
They have high standards, or you have high standards?
I have high standards. However, person I went on 2 dates with, feel like I'm being ghosted right now.
Oh,
they were 2 good dates.
That's a bummer.
I mean,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't be sorry.
Well, I know, but
I've changed the logic. It's their loss.
You're right.
It's their loss. This is what happens. You go to the gym 3 days in a row. You start taking pre-workout.
Go to training camp.
So
every
many
day.
endorphins. Oh yeah, waking up early.
Like you're grooving. Right now.
I haven't slept in one day this week.
Not even today. There's no training camp today.
No, I got up at 6, went to the gym, and then put my stuff together.
Good for you, Paul.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. We're evolving as a person. Maybe I'll be an ace someday.
Can you get there still?
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, clearly, no radio station has viewed me as an ace.
All you have to do is find someone that believes enough to be an ace. Even if you're not, if they believe, that's all that matters.
Oof.
As long as they believe.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know what some of the other stations were believing.
Well, you'll find it. Someone will believe that you're an ace.
I hope
some lady will find you.
I hope. I'm talking in a little game called love. I'm talking a little game called radio.
I know.
I'm talking both.
I'm focused on the love part.
Oh yeah, I know. Because middle management Joe here.
Middle
management Joe does not. The views of Paul Gallant do not reflect the views of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or Joe George of the Gallant and George radio program. He's Joe George of Paul Gallant. Does every team actually have an ace? What is an ace? What is a woman? Just kidding. Don't answer the latter question. We'll hang up on you. But also up next, it's another rousing edition of baseball this afternoon today because the Yankees are falling apart and something really funny happened in a Red Sox-Rockies game yesterday. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
A text from the 936. There's 4 aces in a deck. Does that mean there should be 4 in the league? The way I look at it, yeah.
Interesting. I've never thought of it like that, but I like this.
Yeah, because when I think of the word ace, I don't think of the cards. I think of who's the best combat pilot.
Yeah.
I believe that term, as far as aviation is concerned, became a thing back during World War I. You had the Red Baron, infamously, of the German Air Force back in World War I. But I forgot about the whole aces are in a deck of cards.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, so we got Garrett Crochet, Corbin Burns, Tarek Skubal, Paul Skeens. 4 best pitchers in baseball. I'm ready to put Paul Skeens there already.
Paul Skeens is there.
I can't wait to see him pitch against the Astros. This kid's incredible.
And there's a part of me, I know Mason Miller is just a reliever. There's a part of me that wants to put Mason Miller in there. I really enjoy watching Mason Miller pitch, and I don't say that about many relievers.
He just throws gas.
Right. I mean, relievers used to be the bane of my existence. A reliever coming into a game. Relievers were always the ones who were the slowest to pitch the ball.
Yeah.
Like, that was always my big issue. Like some guy who's got like a 5 ERA is taking like 30 minutes to pitch. He's like a fatty boom batty. He's like spitting tobacco and adjusting his nuts the whole game. The whole time he's up on the hill.
Yeah. Well, I remember when we went through when the pitch clock was coming and everyone did the breakdown, it was like Ryan Presley had like the most time in between pitches in all of baseball.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And I was like, man, I guess you don't realize it in the moment always, but then you think back, you're like, hey, he's always out there for quite a while.
I used to hand count.
Really?
Yeah, I used to hand count.
The pitch clock is the best thing that ever happened to baseball.
Yeah.
Straight up. It's made the game so much better.
I love that a lot of the baseball people have quieted down on it. I mean, the only pushback is now, oh, well, that's the reason all these injuries are happening. And I don't buy that.
No, I don't buy it either. I really don't.
I think everyone's just throwing with crazy velocities and whipping their elbows around like it's essentially, one of those things that you see outside a car dealership, those little parachute men, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, their arms are looking like that when they're throwing the ball.
Also, just an observation. Don't think we've had that, pitch clock conversation in a few months. So
yeah, it's been a while.
Maybe it's more about, how these teams handle spring training. To what's causing these injuries, because
could be that
they seem to have all stopped. Just an observation.
Another 281 asks if we give any credence to him using that pitch he hadn't used for a while and getting rid of that pitch everybody was raking out of the yard. That pitch is great, and it could continue to be great. I am just expecting the other shoe to drop on that pitch because baseball is such a long season. There's a lot of opportunities for someone out there to take a look at what he's throwing and figure out how it works. I mean, it's great because, hey, he's got a pitch that goes in and he's got a pitch that goes out as opposed to just a pitch that goes away. That, for those who don't know the science of it, that's what this pitch does. This fastball goes towards the hitters where the other one went away from them. That's why I think Adolis Garcia got plunked a couple of times when Hunter Brown pitched against them.
That's where I think with the ace conversation, you want to see more than one season of success most of the time. And you want to see playoff success because in the playoffs, teams, they really have the time to grind on the tape and to look at what guys are coming at you with. So teams will have a better read when you get to the postseason of what Hunter Brown's capable of. And if he can have success there, that's a huge sign. And then if he goes into the next season, and what you're saying is that this pitch doesn't get hit next year and he continues this level of success, then that's when the ace conversation really, really ramps up. The exception to the rule, not to bring him up again, is Paul Skeens, because I know I'm being a little hypocritical here of Hunter Brown's not there yet, but Paul Skeens is. But Paul Skeens is he's like the Patrick Mahomes of prospects. So he gets it.
He has delivered from the start.
Yeah, he's exempt from this conversation. But if Hunter Brown can have playoff success and success in 2025, then I think this conversation really elevates into is he an ace? Just not there quite yet.
You know they are when you see it, and you see it with Skeens. And I've barely watched much Skeens. I'm a much bigger fan of Olivia Dunn, strong, independent, powerful woman. So we do this segment every now and then, and it's basically a way for us to take a look at what's happening, big picture wise, in baseball. You know, we are in the midst of summer. How about an episode of Baseball This Afternoon today? Ba, ba, da, da, ba, da. All right, guys. Have you seen how bad the New York Yankees are playing?
Real bad.
We've been roasting the Mariners, but the Yankees are an AL East worst 10-22 since June 15th. Last night, a video clip of Garrett Cole getting mad is going viral.
Very, very viral. I've watched it. Okay, I'm going to try to be realistic now. 70 times.
70.
I just keep watching on loop because it's so funny. The way his chin gets a little fat as he's about to scream, like it's just.
Did you not like Garrett Cole?
No. I had to like him while he was here.
You had to like him while he was here.
Yeah, because I work for the flagship. But I think he's a whiny ass who mostly chokes in the playoffs. So,
I mean, he was good in the 19 World Series. No.
Yeah, he was.
And it was perhaps the biggest mistake of AJ Hinch's career to not bring him back in Game 7 as a reliever. And it might have led to Garrett Cole, just for the sake of being fair, putting on the Scott Boras hat as opposed to the Astros hat for his media availability.
100%.
And I know that has pissed a lot of Astros fans off forever. I get it. I don't think it was a great look. I can kind of get being angry about it in the moment at the same time. Do you think that he has had a single thought wondering if he should have come back to the Astros for significantly less than he's worth?
Yes, I do. I know he grew up a Yankees fan, but it hasn't gone well there. I mean, he's been pretty terrible since he came back from his injury this year. He's got over a 5 ERA.
This year he has struggled for sure.
I mean, he's had great success there for sure, for the most part, but the team hasn't. And while you have you have two of the best players in baseball in your lineup, in Judge and Soto, and you're probably going to lose in the first round of the playoffs again.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the organization that he grew up loving, I would imagine, because they would just pay $1 billion to fix their issues right now, and they don't do that anymore.
They still, for what it's worth, have a pretty good record, but they no longer look like a lock to be AL East champions or wild card. It feels like they might be the top wild card instead. Aaron Boone, old Air Bear, he's still employed
somehow.
And quotes like this are really riling up the Yankee faithful. Here he is getting a little bit snippy. Ooh, he even drops a cussy here.
I'm not defining. We got to play better. Okay? We have it right in front of us. We're a really good team that has played of late. We need to be better. I'm not going to define stretch this or that. We got to go win, right? And we're right there. You know, we're watching, other teams struggle around us. We know we got to be better. Okay?
Are you convinced?
No.
He slammed the table.
He did.
He said we're playing bleepy.
I can't find it now, but someone put this super mashup together of Aaron Boone, and every single time they've played poorly, and he says it's right in front of us, and he's said it over 10 times as the Yankees manager. It's just his. What's the one that Kamala says? I can't pronounce. I can't remember what she says.
Hang on. I actually, because happy Kamala Harris Day, everybody. It is Kamala Harris Day per Lena Hidalgo. What can be unburdened by what has been? I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
It's she's confident about it.
But she says that all the time, and Aaron Boone says it's right in front of us all the time. So it's right in front of him to lose again.
Aaron Boone, while still thinking the Yankees are playing bleepy of late, also does like some of what he's seeing out of the Yankees.
Even one of the things I really liked tonight about is how hooked up we were in that dugout in the 8th and 9th innings when it wasn't going well, and the level of at-bats and not giving in even in the end. And the guys on the top step, like, pulling for one of another as they take a tough pitch or put a good swing on a ball. I was pleased to see that. Like, we're hooked up. We want to make it happen. We're all frustrated, but I'm not worried about the compete level with these guys.
So they're trying hard. They're just not winning. They're hooked up.
Hooked up.
What the hell does that mean?
They're holding hands.
Okay. I honestly, Joe, my first thought was they're doing drugs.
Ooh.
Like the fun drugs, not the cheating drugs. We're hooked up.
But they also sound like, but the way they're playing, they're probably doing the sad drugs. They're not even doing like the fun drugs. They're probably doing the ones they're doing the downers.
No, hooked up. The way he's saying it makes it sound like it's uppers. Like they're bringing greenies back.
Gotcha.
Wink,
yeah.
wink. Those. Because and they're not hooking up. Like that would be interesting. More of a Texas Rangers thing. Yeah.
Beat me to it. Beat me to it, Paul.
Or perhaps more of a Toronto Blue Jays thing, because this is the other story we have to talk about. Alex Cora, by the way, got a huge extension from the Boston Red Sox.
Cheater.
Interesting that Alex Cora has just completely got off scot-free for the cheating scandal, which he was fired for and then rehired for. Now the second highest paid manager in baseball. The Red Sox haven't been that good. Like this year, they've been good. But there is a video going viral of Cal Quantrill of the Colorado Rockies in the midst of a 20-7 victory over the Red Sox, saying, quote, I'm going to censor this a bit, took yourself to Happy Town in a bleeping parking lot, you dumb bleep, to Reese McGuire. It seems very specific to say to someone, right? Because it has led to the benches clearing. Well, honestly, I had never heard this story before.
You've never heard this story?
But Reese McGuire, former Blue Jays catcher, was once arrested for taking himself to Happy Town while watching porn in his SUV in a public parking lot.
I can't believe you've never heard that story before.
I have not, and honestly, I'm curious as to what story he thought he was going to be able to do that.
Oh man, it took long enough for someone to yell that at him in a game, and I'm glad this is one of those moments where we're all confident in the lip readers out there. It's pretty clear what Cal said to Reese McGuire. And I respect Reese's teammates for standing up for him, but what are you supposed to say in defense?
I'd rather be that guy than pee my pants in public guy or poop my pants in public guy, to be perfectly honest. What?
I don't think so.
I would rather be this guy than peeing or pooping.
I mean, he went
in
to
public.
jail. He got arrested.
I mean,
You'd rather be a sex offender than pee your pants in public?
Yeah.
Is he a sex offender?
I don't think
if you masturbate in public, you're a sex offender.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Never mind.
I don't. Yeah. I don't know if he was because he was in his car, if he didn't have to be on the registry. But yeah.
How do they see it? This is what I want to know.
He probably is his car shaking?
But if you're parked in a parking lot, I'm just thinking about the logistics here. Okay. If you're parked right outside the store and the cops walk by, that I would understand. But if you're in a parking lot, how?
Hey, is that guy in the Corolla looking at me?
Yeah.
What's he doing with his arm?
How would you know that? Okay, they said his sweatpants were around his ankles. How do you see sweatpants around someone's ankles when they're in a car?
I think it's I don't know how they got to the car, but he must not. He probably didn't realize he got walked up on by a cop when they.
Oh, that could also be it.
Sir, what are you doing? So
I'm assuming drugs are involved.
Me too. I'm assuming he was drunk, she went home without him and just couldn't wait. Maybe it was where is it? They said it's a store parking lot. That's even weirder. I have so many questions.
At least of all the parking lots to be in, that's a better one.
He was asked by police why he came to the parking lot instead of just going home.
Oh, came to the parking lot.
I don't know if he got there. If the cops interrupted him. Did not know. It just seemed like a good place. Hell yeah, dude.
Just, hey, man.
He's a sex offender, though.
Right time, right place for Reese McGuire.
Thing I want to know, in case any Johnny Laws are listening out there, first off, salute to your service. Second off, that in a parking lot makes you a sex offender. Does driving and somebody else doing something to you, does that make you a sex offender as well? If you will. Just a question. Again, I don't have the answers. I don't think Joe does. I don't think Sean does.
Yeah,
I just want to know from a legal
expert.
I think
if you're moving, it's different.
Well, people have been pulled over for that for sure.
That's
Like,
true.
It's definitely illegal. I think I saw something recently where somebody got fined, I think, $500 for it. But I want to know if you also become a sex offender for that.
It's one of those things where it depends, like, what do you consider in public? You know?
On a road is in public.
Yeah. But if you're in your house with all the windows open, is that in public?
That's a good question. I don't know.
But if you have the windows closed, you're not in public. So there's a very weird line being drawn. Not a weird line, but someone had to draw that line at some point. Someone had to have, like, lawyers went to law school, graduated, and spent days and weeks debating this to make it a law to catch the Red Sox DH or whatever.
Yeah. Cal Quantrill, good. That's a great diss, though. Like,
if you have that in your back pocket,
Yeah.
might as well drop it. What? If you're Reese McGuire, what do you like?
There's nothing you can say.
No, you're just kind of you start a
Sorry.
fight. Like all you can do is what happened. Is
Actually-
you start a brawl.
Oh, okay.
Like that's really all you can do in the moment. You can't just
Bleep you, buddy.
You can't
And
just
swing
take
at
it.
him. Yeah.
You can't just take it and like just go to first base.
What if you just leaned into it and you did that motion? You know, the
Yeah.
that motion.
I'll do it I'll do it right after this game. How about that?
I'll do it right now.
yeah. I don't
That'll
care.
stop this fight.
I did that at a Costco parking lot. You think I care?
Oh boy, that is baseball this afternoon, today, this week. I forget what the order is, but that's around baseball, everybody. All right, Gallant and George. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. CJ Stroud hype continues, and the hype of Stroud has me wondering if anyone thinks he's overrated. I know our Twitch does, but there's a couple other quarterbacks that have been discussed the last couple of days that I feel like are in a similar category to Stroud. I'll explain a little bit more next. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and 97.9 HD2. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Guess what, guys? You can bet on anything at mybookie.ag. You can bet on a little game called poker. Today, I remembered that there's 4 aces in a deck of cards. And guess what? You got a live dealer that's going to be giving you those aces at mybookie.ag. Or with blackjack too. Aces are wild. Hell yeah. But you can also bet on the sports, like the Astros series this weekend against the Los Angeles Dodgers, or the Olympics, or who's even going to win the presidency. You got one of the candidates in town right now if you want to bet on her. Be unburdened by what has been. MyBookie.ag, the promo code is BET975. They're going to match your first deposit up to $1,000. Yes, right away. On top of that, if you are an existing customer with MyBookie already, that promo code is going to get you a sweet deposit bonus. It's mybookie.ag. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
It's football time in Houston. No Texans training camp today. They're back on the practice field tomorrow and Saturday.
What are they, scared of the rain?
No, this is just a scheduled off day. Oh, okay.
I know.
Honestly, I mean, this would be a nice day for me to be out there. It has been, as I've said a couple of times, pleasant AF out there.
Yeah, I think you've got some like real karma coming though. You keep saying it, and you're gonna wake up. It's gonna be 115.
I don't know if that's karma though. That's just
how's it karma? I'm just saying what's happening.
I just feel like it's gonna be hotter than it's ever. We're gonna go from like it's cooler than it's ever been during training
to
camp
like a record
to
August.
To a record August, and you're just gonna be sweating.
Well, I think they're practicing in Ohio next week.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So
we can talk all he wants.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, really, we just have to have tomorrow and Saturday be okay. Whatever the case. Are the Texans really being, let's just say, battle-tested by the weather? Is iron sharpening iron? By the way, you hear that at least twice in every single series of Texans press conferences, plus 3 dogs along the way. This is things that you notice if you watch press conferences and you take notes on them like a crazy person. But C.J. Stroud, the Houston Texans quarterback, is getting all of the hype. Hell, he even made it in to the most recent episode of Hard Knocks talking about the New York Giants and their off season.
Let's go the last 10 years in pro football. 2014, Blake Bortles, Johnny Manziel, and Teddy Bridgewater. 2015, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota. 2016, Jared Goff, Carson Wentz, Paxton Lynch. 2017, Mitchell Trubisky, Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson. 18, Baker, Sam, Josh Lamar. 19, Kyler, Daniel. 20, Burrow, Tua, Justin, Love, Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields, Jones, Pickett, Bryson, Stroud. How many of them hit in the last 10 years? Oh, we're doing this. Not a lot. What do you take from that, Dabes? Take the Stroud.
Take the Stroud.
An intellectually dishonest radio host would take a look at that list of all the quarterbacks drafted since 2014 and tell you that Brian Daboll thinks C.J. Stroud is better than all of them.
He didn't say take Joe Burrow.
He didn't say take Patrick Mahomes.
He didn't say take Justin Herbert.
He didn't say take Lamar Jackson. He didn't say take Josh Allen.
He said take the Stroud.
He coached Josh Allen. He said take the Stroud.
He didn't say take the Daniel Jones.
That's also true.
You guys see that screen pass he threw yesterday at camp? It went like 5 feet over his running back's head. Tough look. Tough look.
Yeah, Daniel Jones has been having a rough offseason.
Yeah. Hey, he's in shape, though. I've read that a bunch.
He's paid as well.
Yeah. He got paid. Looks good. Play good? Probably not.
But this is how much C.J. Stroud hype there is right now on an episode of Hard Knocks about the New York Giants. Stroud, of all the quarterbacks that were just listed there by one of his underlings, Brian Daboll, head coach of the New York Giants, says, find me the Stroud going in to this past NFL draft. And by the way, they ended up with Malik Neighbors. They didn't even get a quarterback.
Because there was no Stroud.
There was no Stroud.
So
from what everyone said.
He didn't take the Bo Nix.
That's true. Sean Payton would tell you that's the Stroud of this draft.
Yep.
But Sean Payton's used to lying. C.J. Stroud, meanwhile, the hype continues. He has shot up the odd boards over the summer. He has leapfrogged Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, and Justin Herbert over the past few months. he has the second favorite status to win MVP behind Patrick Mahomes after opening at plus 1,400. So he's gone from 14 to 1 to what, Joe?
850 to 1.
Okay.
So 8.5 to 1. And then one of the websites too, I think it was FanDuel. I have it on here somewhere. He is the most bet player to win MVP.
Wow.
So the public is the reason why these odds have changed, but it's not just perception, but it's the fans and the bettors across sports are making him the most bet player to win MVP this year, which is interesting because one of the players we're going to talk here in this segment about with CJ Stroud, when these odds opened, him and Jordan Love were tied at plus 1,400 to be MVP in 2024. So Stroud has jumped all those guys. Part of it's the odds were good, but I also don't think it's going to slow down. Like, because the MVP, it's about you have to be at the top of your league pretty much, the 1 or the 2 seed. But it's also about the story. And what CJ Stroud did last year, if he can recreate that and they're a top 2 seed in the AFC, he's winning MVP this year. Like he is going to win instead of giving it to Mahomes again, unless Dak Prescott has an incredible season and the Cowboys are the 1 seed. CJ Stroud could easily win MVP this year.
Definitely trending that way, and the money is talking, if you will. I saw a graph. Look at this graph posted by Hayden Winks on Twitter. He works for Underdog Fantasy. I think that's Lance Zerline's boys. CJ Stroud has a 1% interception ratio while being the most aggressive deep middle passer in the NFL. And if you take a look at the graph, Stroud has by far the highest percentage on his targets deep over the middle. So over the middle and 5+ air yards downfield. He's throwing it more than anybody, and he is converting it more than anybody. And I mean, he is far up in the top right of this graph. No one's really close. Jared Goff and Kirk Cousins, I guess, are the closest. Also, Brock Purdy and Lamar Jackson are fairly close.
Yeah, it's interesting to see him. When I looked at this graph, the first quarterback or team I was looking for was Kansas City. Because the one argument that a lot of people are going to make about CJ Stroud this year is that teams are going to take away all of that. That they're going to focus on, what can you be good at? And because that's what Mahomes did early on, right? Like Mahomes, it was deep over the middle, deep downfield to Tyreek Hill. That was the way the Chiefs won their first Super Bowl. That's why he had all that great success. And then teams started changing their coverage against them. So Mahomes really has had to adjust in a major way. We're like Mahomes on this list, he's towards the bottom, basically, of it. And
okay, so this list, there are some faults in it.
So, but I think what that kind of also tells you is that the Kansas City Chiefs have gone away from it and still had great success. And that's the ultimate question for CJ Stroud this year is if they take away the deep ball, the deep middle of the field, where he had all that success with Tank Dell and Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, is like what's the counterpunch for this year? Because if he's going to win MVP and they're going to reach the expectations that everyone has for them this season, or that most have them at this point now for this season, they're going to have to find a huge counter because what they had last year is not going to be the same. Like, it's going to look very different, and that's why they have a 5-headed monster as well, to figure it out.
I'm very curious if we get to a point where people are saying that CJ Stroud is overrated. It has not happened yet. And you truly cannot go very far on the internet without seeing something that is, as the kids say, glazing CJ Stroud. I don't know what that means, so I'm allowed to say it. What?
I don't either.
I don't know what
Sean?
it means, but I'm hijacking more Gen Z terms thanks to our intern, Ryan.
It's euphemistic and it's really hard to explain.
You don't have to.
It's hard to explain on air because it is actually very graphic involving oral sex.
Okay. Hang on. My bad. I did not know that.
I understand what it means now, though.
I thought it was.
I do. Thank you for teaching us something.
Yes.
I figured.
Slobbing on the knob.
I don't know if you can do that either. What I knew, I thought that it was in reference to like the glaze of a donut. Everyone's just adding sweetness to the delicious treat.
I mean, some would say that's similar.
Okay. Well. Now we know something new. You
Yeah.
learn something every day.
Yeah, so that's what all those high schoolers are tweeting when they're when they're writing blah blah blah's glazing this guy. That's what they're saying.
Well,
so are people going to call CJ Stroud overrated this year?
At some point, I think yes. I think if he has one bad week, if people are going to do it about the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes and saying like they're done, they're definitely going to do it at CJ Stroud at some point this year.
The way that
It's just a matter of when.
Yeah.
'Cause all those primetime games too. He's not going to win every single one of them.
No, the way that First Take and all these shows, the way that they're just actively talking about the Houston Texans for the first time in the history of the franchise, basically, on a regular basis. You look at Fox or ESPN or whatever, and there's always a Texans segment on, it feels like.
Yeah.
And so the minute he falters, Stephen A. and Colin Cowherd and all these guys, Nick Wright, like they are going to go on the attack.
Some will.
Immediately.
I'm curious as to who will try to be the CJ Stroud guy.
Like defender?
Yeah.
Is Orlovsky?
It's not going to be Nick because Nick is the Mahomes guy. I'm curious as to who is going to put themselves in the Stroud camp. I don't know that Cowherd is allowed to, since Cowherd believed Stroud never went through adversity, even though his dad was in jail when he was in middle school.
Who's the biggest Stroud defender? Probably Shannon Sharp.
I don't know.
They speak
I
pretty
feel like it's
highly.
Mina Kimes, it's Dan Orlovsky,
Yeah.
it's Ryan Clark. It's one of those.
Yeah, Mina's not going to back off Stroud.
Yeah.
No shot.
Well, the thing with the First Take guys is that it works when one guy's the defender, one guy's the antagonist, is the attacker.
Dude, Stephen A. hates the Cowboys so much, and that's become such a part of his brand. Maybe defending Stroud relentlessly over Dak is going to be the way that he's the ultimate Stroud defender.
The tricky thing is, while there's a lot of hype for the Texans this offseason, they still, in my opinion, are not nationally relevant yet.
I was gonna say I don't think the Cowboys Texans rivalry, I don't think that plays nationally. I don't think they care.
Yeah, I think the Texans have to be really, really good for it to care.
Yeah.
And depending on what happens on that Sunday night game or whatever it is, that if the Texans win that game, it'll become more nationally relevant.
100%. Now, while we're talking about CJ Stroud, there's a couple other quarterbacks who get discussed as overrated all of the time, and it almost always seems to create some sort of race war.
Yes.
These are the two guys. First off, Lamar Jackson, who I think is a very good quarterback, but he keeps having these bad moments in the playoffs, specifically the AFC Championship game against the Kansas City Chiefs. John Harbaugh is the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, and at a press conference fairly recently, he had this to say about the Ravens quarterback.
The vision for Lamar Jackson, and it's a vision, it's something you see it like it's already happened. You can see it like it's already been done. The victory has already been won when you pour into a vision. And the vision that we have together is that Lamar Jackson is going to become and be known and be recognized as the greatest quarterback ever to play in the history of the National Football League.
Okay. Now he's overrated. He wasn't.
He is definitely overrated entirely because of John Harbaugh saying that.
John Harbaugh's glazing, dude.
I guess I already know the answer to this question from what I've learned about you. But Peyton Manning at one point, I'm guessing, you would have deemed as one of the most overrated quarterbacks in the NFL because of his playoff failures.
Yes, 100%.
And that's where I think that's where Lamar's at, where Peyton struggled to win the big one. And even though he beat, Chicago, it was Rex Grossman, and he got dinged for that for a while.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comparison because you've also got two MVPs for Lamar
Yeah.
Jackson, and Manning, I'm sure, had a couple of MVPs, but he had some really bad playoff games. And eventually he didn't, but Manning in the playoffs was not like Manning in the regular season. It's not to say Manning was bad or anything like that. Manning's an all-time great, no doubt about it. But I always felt that he was put on this pedestal, and while Tom Brady was not early on in his career. And yes, I was biased. I grew up in Massachusetts, so I was a little bit biased. I will fully admit it. And I also rooted against Peyton Manning when he was with Tennessee. So maybe I had a little bit of a bias against Peyton Manning. But I always felt like he was put on a pedestal above everybody. And it's like people forgot about some of those struggles that he would have in the playoffs and just sort of overlook it. And like going into the next year, remember, there was this playoff game where the Colts smoked either the Chiefs or the Broncos, and they were playing the Patriots the next week on the road, and they were favored to win. And the Patriots had a bunch of backup corners, and the Colts scored 3 points. after the rules had been changed to help the receivers get off jams.
And that's why I put Lamar in the overrated category, because I would have agreed with the Peyton Manning sentiment back then. Lamar's got to win in the playoffs. Like, he's James Harden, he's Peyton Manning, he's a regular season stat filler, and he's a great quarterback for fantasy football, but he's not in my top 5 of guys I'm picking to help me win a Super Bowl right now.
We got to do something about Lamar Jackson's mud butt, because he left practice after 1 hour yesterday.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's the same issue that he had to leave that game for a little bit in.
Does he have the cholera?
I don't know, but he seems to have stomach issues a lot. Like, that's the first thing I thought of when it said Lamar Jackson lasts just 1 hour in his return to Ravens practice. I'm like, oh man, this guy had to poo again.
Dude, just say you don't want to practice.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't high school recess or high school.
Well, he tried to, but apparently he
Yeah.
looked shaky, and then he left.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess he was gonna try to gut through it, and then you can't really.
Nice.
you can't really show up to practice and then leave without like an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what is he doing in the offseason that's making him sick to start the year every year?
No, I seriously, I think he's got an
sick
issue.
in the middle of the year too.
Yeah.
He's just sick all the time.
He might have the IBS or something like that. Listen, there's a lot of people out there. Lamar Jackson as a spokesperson for IBS. That's something you can't really do if you're a quarterback, because you'll get roasted whenever you have a bad moment.
Because
but he should endorse it.
I'm already coming up with the idea of when they lose in the playoffs.
You're gonna show the ad, yeah.
Yeah, because he poops himself. He poops himself in the playoffs every year. The jokes write themselves.
More people say Lamar Jackson is overrated than C.J. Stroud now. We'll see what happens. Also, Josh Allen apparently overrated. There was an anonymous source that wrote this. Check this. It's an anonymous executive who wrote this in a article. Quote, Allen's 47 interceptions since 2020 are the most in the league. One of the more overrated players in the NFL. Immense talent, but makes a lot of mistakes. He's underdeveloped at winning at the line of scrimmage, tends to lock onto targets, more of a thrower than precision passer, and he forces throws into traffic. Now, I don't know if Brandon Beane actually saw those comments from an anonymous scout in an article written by, I believe, Sports Illustrated, but Brandon Beane, general manager of the Buffalo Bills, had this to say when asked if Josh Allen is overrated.
I just say if you're not going to put your name on it, we really shouldn't validate it. I know it gets validated because it's on ESPN, and I'm not a fan of that style, and I wish the writer wouldn't include a comment like that. I don't think Josh deserves that. And again, I'm biased, but I'm tired of hearing it. Sal, there's idiots everywhere. I don't know. Till you put your name on it, I don't know. I think he's done plenty.
Yeah, your coaching staff told you last year, Brandon Beane, that when they had Josh Allen stop throwing the football and running the ball more with James Cook, what happened? Oh, you won a bunch of football games. Josh Allen also very overrated.
Coincidentally, when Stephon Diggs' numbers went down, to what Joe's saying, the Bills' offense was better. They were throwing it less.
Because he's got the Brett Favre syndrome.
These two quarterbacks, whenever they are called overrated, there will be a bunch of generally race baiters that seem to throw this out there because they know that Allen, because all the whites will come and defend him, or Josh Allen, because a bunch of black people will come and defend him. Whenever that gets thrown out there as one of these guys is overrated, it is very fun to sit back and eat some popcorn on the internet.
Also, Brandon Beane, every time a GM goes after anonymous sources and stuff, when of course it's about their guy, it's like, so Brandon Beane just doesn't talk to reporters anonymously off the record. Like, he doesn't give quotes off the record, giving his opinion on things. He just doesn't do it.
Like Mike Sando does his quarterback tiers every year, and it should be coming out soon. He gets GMs and scouts and coaches to be a part of it every single year.
He gets like 100 of them.
You're telling me that Brandon Beane or someone like very close to the Bills is not a part of that exercise where it's all anonymous? Okay.
Yeah, it's always something where it's like, oh, if you're not going to put your name on it, then don't say anything. And then he gets up and then calls the local beat writer or something. He calls Adam Schefter or something. Like, they all do it. It's so soapboxy, and I'm sick of it.
Clean up aisle me. That was actually from an ESPN article. NFL executives, coaches, and scouts ranking the NFL's top 10 quarterbacks for 2024. We'll dive into that list tomorrow. It is Gallant and George. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We just talked about C.J. Stroud, if he's going to be called overrated on the same level as a Lamar Jackson or a Josh Allen at any point this coming season. I think it's going to happen. It's generally after a primetime game, a standalone game, whenever one team loses, there's usually some sort of referendum on said team about what they are. Are they frauds? And even teams like the Kansas City Chiefs find themselves in the crosshairs from time to time, which I think is insane. I can't believe we're still doing it. There were moments last year where we did it again.
I mean, the way they crowned the Lions, and the Lions had a great season, but the way they crowned the Lions after that first game, like because they beat the Chiefs.
It was in a fluky way, too, because Kadarius Toney, remember, dropped that pass that got pick sixed.
Let's just go into a world where the Texans lose week 2 on Sunday Night Football.
Which Joe is rooting for.
Yeah.
No comment.
I mean, he's literally.
We know that.
You know what? No, I want the Texans.
Decked out.
Don't lie. Don't lie.
No, the Bears can go 16-1.
Don't lie. Don't lie to us.
That's more insulting.
Don't lie to us.
That's just insulting.
Joe, if the Patriots played the Texans, I would root for the Patriots. I feel these days I would be a little bit more happy if the Texans won after the fact, and especially in a post-Tom Brady world, I care less about the Patriots than I used to, but I would 100% be rooting for the Patriots against the Texans.
Yeah, I'm not denying.
Just admit it. No, but you did. You did deny it for a second.
I told you guys I'm going to the game.
You're going in a Bears jersey. Yes.
So I'm rooting for the Bears.
Yes.
He's been throwing his Lance Briggs jersey and be at the game.
I need to get one of those.
That would be a sick. If you had a Lance Briggs jersey, that would be sick.
That would be a good pull. But like, what if they lost that game? What's going to happen on Monday?
Yeah,
if Caleb Williams and the Bears win that game,
they will get
Caleb's
crushed.
Awesome.
Yeah. If Caleb's awesome and CJ has a rough game,
well,
he's going to get torched the next.
Actually, if Caleb plays well, since it's Chicago and it's the Bears,
they'll only talk about Caleb.
They will probably talk more about Caleb Williams. So that is the one benefit. Hopefully, if they do lose, Caleb Williams just tears it up, and that way Stroud will just completely be forgotten. He'll be B block. Caleb Williams, A block.
I think there's a stretch where they have 3 straight primetime games. It looks like the Jets, and then they host the Lions, and then they go to Dallas. If they go like 1-2 in that stretch, and their record is like 5-3 or something, that's one where it's like, I mean, we do it all the time in the NFL season where we wait until where a team's at their lowest possible moment, and we go, frauds? Is this team done? But we did it last year with the Bills, like whereas like. When the Taliban story came out regarding Sean McDermott's reverence for them, we all thought this man is fired. This man is losing his job, and then they whipped out 6 straight wins.
He glazed the Taliban.
Low key. He glazed the Taliban.
No, it was high key, man.
For real.
It was for real. On God. No cap in there.
I guess I gotta start working these in with you guys too. I can't just leave you guys stranded.
No. I am Gen Z now.
But yeah,
okay.
So that's
I'm gonna dye my hair now. Get a broccoli top.
That stretches week 9 through 11. You're right, Sean. If they go 1-2 against the Jets, Lions, and Dallas, where they play on Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night in order.
Yeah.
And CJ struggles, even if they're 7-4 coming out of that stretch, but they lost 2 of those 3 games, he'll get roasted. Honestly, it could happen week 1. They're the biggest storyline of the offseason, the Houston Texans. Every move they made, they are talked about more than any other team. They are part of the national conversation. They are the sexy pick for MVP for CJ Stroud, like we talked about.
Yeah.
There are going to be people who pick them to go to the Super Bowl this year, and starting in the next 2 weeks, when all these shows start making their predictions, and people want to be contrarians against the Chiefs. The Texans and the Lions are going to be the most popular picks.
Anyone who's a contrarian against the Chiefs this year should be suspended.
Yeah. Just pick a 3-peat.
I'm picking a 3-peat.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying everyone has to pick a 3-peat.
Yeah.
I just mean if we do this again, as someone who saw people do this to the Patriots often and be wrong often, when did Trent Dilfer say that the Patriots were about to fall off a cliff? It was 2014, right?
The year they won a Super Bowl.
The year they won a Super Bowl. I mean, there were a lot of people who kept on digging their grave. And you should not do it with the Chiefs until Mahomes is gone. Yeah, gone.
There are just certain rules. You pick Tom Brady every year. You pick LeBron James every year. You picked and now you pick Patrick Mahomes every year.
I think it's crazy. Yes, even if he's showing up in a dad bod, like I think it's crazy to pick against him.
Yeah,
and I think it's crazy to call him overrated even after one game where he plays poorly.
Yeah.
I feel like we all had our suspicions. Like, if without Tyreek Hill, what's he gonna do? One of these wide receivers, maybe it's Xavier Worthy, but like Rashee Rice, who loves to drive his car.
Did he get suspended yet?
Far too fast. We haven't heard anything yet. But like Rashee Rice, by the end of the year, was a competent wide receiver. And going into the year, we're like, who are they throwing to this season? And he'd been without Tyreek Hill already. So, I mean.
The only time like I would feel confident in picking against Mahomes is this, I guess, the season after Kelsey retires. Because like that's gonna be such a hard,
that's fair.
But like besides
or
that,
if Andy Reid retires.
Yeah, but besides that, why would you pick against Mahomes until another quarterback goes to the Super Bowl that's not named Joe Burrow? Because even with the Bengals, you can't say that this ultimate threat to the Chiefs because Burrow doesn't stay healthy. So until another quarterback does it, or until Burrow is healthy for like 3 seasons in a row, I'm picking Mahomes every year.
Okay.
There's no other reason.
Also, if Burrow's healthy for 3 straight years, but loses to the Chiefs those 3 straight years, then you can't pick Burrow either. At some point, like someone just has to beat these guys.
Yes.
But Burrow was the guy who did it.
Yes.
So, at the very least, you've seen him do it. The problem is with Kansas City, even with L'Jarius Sneed traded, their defense is also really good, and everyone forgets about it.
Yeah, last year their defense was the reason that they were as good as they were.
And I do think there is something to be said with them playing for a three-peat. The last time that we saw an opportunity for this was 2005 with the New England Patriots, who were coming off of the 2 Super Bowls. And that Patriots team was not the team it was the year before. I don't know if it felt that way in the offseason, but I remember, I think it was Teddy Bruschi who had like a stroke. So that was like a rather large hole to have in their defense in the middle of the year. And there was always an element with the Patriots of, okay, hey, I mean, they're winning with a bunch of guys that they drafted in like 96, 97. So there are some older guys on the Chiefs. Oh, but I feel like at least looking at this and comparing it to 2005 when New England had a chance at a three-peat, this is a damn good one. The AFC West, much like the AFC East back in the day, sucks.
Yeah.
Who's even going to have a like close to a 500 record? Like the Raiders, because they finished the season well and they like Antonio Pierce. The Broncos stink. And I know that the Chargers have Jim Harbaugh now, but I don't think Harbaugh can clean this up in 1 year.
Well, and we're just to continue the last segment too. Also in the most overrated conversation, it's Herbert.
Ooh.
I mean, he's got to be number 1 on the list because he hasn't accomplished anything.
He has the analytics people and the film people glazing him a lot.
It's not even the film people. It's the people who post 2 throws a game on social media.
Yes, because the thing that everyone has to remember when it comes to NFL quarterbacks, every quarterback is capable of making that throw happen in a game. Every single one of them that has made it to the NFL level is capable of doing something like that. Zach Wilson's even had some ridiculous-looking highlights, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is doing that on a consistent basis. Now, with Herbert, I will say this about Herbert. We were very mean to Matt Stafford for a very, very long time, to the point where we just completely ignored him. And then he finally plays for a team that's not run by the Fords, who, by the way, idolized Hitler during World War II. When he plays for another franchise, all of a sudden he wins the Super Bowl.
I could totally see that for Herbert, that when his post-Chargers days, he goes and he rips 1 or 2 Super Bowls.
Or even just give Jim Harbaugh like 3 years to get this thing
Yeah,
running.
yeah. I mean, Harbaugh's going to – I would bet on Harbaugh turning it around.
Yeah,
it would be a mistake to bet against him.
You listed the teams in the AFC West, not Chiefs division because they're going to win the division, but the Raiders, Chargers, and Broncos. Someone in that division has to finish second place. And if you're going to finish second place, chances are you're going to be something like 9-8 or 8-9.
That's what I think.
The Chargers have a pretty good chance of being that team because the Broncos absolutely will not be that team. And then you have the power of friendship Raiders. Like the Raiders that are just like, well, we love our coach. Sell me on the Raiders. Man, they love their coach. All right?
Honestly, I'm looking at the Chargers schedule this year. If they don't make the playoffs...
Fraud?
That's a
fraud alert.
That's a real tough thing for Herbert. I mean, this is their schedule: Raiders, Panthers, Steelers, Chiefs, bye, Broncos, Cardinals, Saints, Browns, Titans, Bengals, Ravens.
There's a lot of toss-ups there.
Falcons, Chiefs, Buccaneers, Broncos, Patriots, Raiders.
I don't know, man. Like
Tough at the end. It gets tougher at the end.
the Panthers are really the only team on that I say is a layup.
Yeah, not layups, but if you're
they'll be
Justin
favored in
Herbert and Harbaugh, I would say they should be favored in a majority of these games.
Well, we'll talk a little more about Jim Harbaugh in our Around the NFL segment because all-time quote from Harbaugh to open up training camp. But coming up next, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and 97.9 HD2, we are going to tell you about history that the Astros made in yesterday's win over the Oakland A's. It is amazing. And it also has us wondering, what is the worst current stadium in American sports? Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
This one towards first. Singleton will field it. He'll flip to King, and that's an Astros winner today. A 3-3 road trip. The Astros become the only American League team to have a winning record in the history of the Oakland Coliseum, other than the A's themselves, as they end up 55-54 all time in this building.
How about that for history?
Interesting.
I did not know that.
I missed that.
They've had a lot of success there, that's for damn sure. Even when the A's were good. I mean, there was a 3-year stretch, what, like 18, 19, 20?
Yeah,
where
it was a dogfight.
The A's were good.
Yeah.
You never took them seriously, but they were good.
That's fascinating. They're the only one.
Yeah. And I mean, think about this stretch of Astros baseball. That was the only team that was honestly on their level the longest.
Yeah.
That's it. Like the Rangers, it's been 2 years essentially, and not even really like during the World Series years. It was 2016 and last year. And the Angels, everyone's always injured. And the Mariners, it was like 2 years ago for the first time.
For the majority of the run, I think the A's are the only other team in the division that made the playoffs.
Yeah, I think I think so. Although the Mariners have their play-in game,
but I mean that was 2 years ago,
right?
for in the 2010s, it was basically once the Rangers lost in 2015 or 16, and then no other team, like the Mariners didn't make it, the A's didn't make it, or the Angels didn't make it. The A's got a couple wild cards.
Yeah, Trout might have had the one series.
I think that was like 2013.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. That was in the 10th. Yeah, you're right. He's not played in the 20s.
Like in the like Astros
like golden era.
dominance era. Like no other team other than the A's a couple times has made the playoffs.
Yeah, I also learned yesterday that apparently the first time that it's documented that the wave was done at a baseball game was there at the Coliseum.
Could understand it. When
That apparently
at
like
that stadium.
It's like I can't remember if they said it was USC or UCLA is where it started, and then the first time it was done at a baseball game was at the Coliseum.
Okay.
I was just like, no wonder their fans suck.
They actually do have fans who care for what it's worth. Like I think there's more A's fans who care as far as percentage of A's fans than there are Angels fans who care, and there are Rangers fans who care even after the World Series they just won. Talking about you, Tab, where you been? I miss you. Hope you're still kicking it. You're a wonderful man. The only Rangers fan any of us like. Alex Bregman was asked about his last game at the Coliseum after it was done. I don't know why, but this quote tickled me.
Yeah, I was thinking about it my last at bat. I was like, this is my last at bat ever here. So, ended in a walk. I loved it. I hadn't walked in like a long time, so I couldn't have been happier with that result. I need to start walking more. So, it's a good way to end.
Imagine saying, you know what? It's great to end my time playing at the Coliseum with a walk. Just goes to show you what a dump that place is. I wish Bregman had said, I'm so glad we're not playing in this rancid rat hole again.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, it's the way they talk about this team, it's a lot of pity you hear. Chaz McCormick, after the game on TV, was talking about his home run there and how he'll always remember it. You even heard both radio and TV broadcasters saying nice things, which we all know is a lie because there's possums in their booth. But I think everyone just feels bad for the city of Oakland that they've lost everything. And I feel bad. They've lost the A's now. You lost the Raiders. You lost the Warriors, basically. You lost the 49ers. Didn't they play at Oakland at one point, technically? It's all that stuff. It sucks. And it's not the players' fault. It's the city. It's the ownership groups. But I don't think anyone's really going to miss that place.
No. A's fans will miss the team being in Oakland. They won't miss the ownership group that owns that team. I don't think Las Vegas wants them. I don't even know if Sacramento wants them, to be perfectly honest. What is the worst stadium in all major American sports? Which is the worst? You can't say the Trop. I'll kill you. I will.
I saw you that.
I will hunt you down and kill you if you say it's the Trop.
I actually don't.
With words.
I actually don't think the Trop is like that bad. I think
really?
I think the atmosphere is bad.
No.
I don't think the stadium itself is
Atmosphere is perfect because there's so few people there, so you can get in there, park, park wherever you want, parking lot. It's cheap.
I would like less retirees at the games.
The only games where the people showed up, Red Sox and Yankees games.
Yeah.
$10 tickets still available.
Right
still.
now.
They were available for that when they sucked, but now they're still available. Air conditioning.
Yeah.
Oh, does Wrigley Field have air conditioning? No, dump.
Nope.
Does Fenway Park have air conditioning? $300 to get into the stadium? Nope, dump.
That was going to be my controversial choice. Was Fenway Park?
Oh, Fenway's a dump. Fenway is I hate Fenway.
I heard the seats are small.
Seats are small.
The seats are small. They give your butt splinters. You might have an obstructed view.
Yeah.
The tickets are going to cost $300. When you scalp them on the corner, some random guy's going to say, Whitey Bulger did a lot for the community, dude.
Wrigley's tough. I love it. It's a great place to go visit, but there's literally netting in the stadium so cement doesn't fall on you.
Whoa, what?
Whoa. Like,
I didn't know that.
Like, there are certain parts, like, maybe it's gone now, but, like, at one point, like, cement fell from the ceiling, so they had, like, this, like, netting up. I don't know if it's still there.
The, like, 1904 cement didn't hold.
There's very obstructive views where there's giant cement poles in your way. So while it's an incredible experience, and I highly recommend people go, and if you're like me, you absolutely love it, I would get why people would call it a dump. I do get that.
It's these older...
The other one in town, nice ballpark, because it's like a Minute Maid ripoff. The White Sox park. But
Cellular.
just like, you might get stabbed on your way out, so I kind of put it in the bad
Southside's
category.
rough.
Also, dump of a team.
Yeah.
You have to give Jerry Reinsdorf money.
Soldier Field is pretty ugly.
I was going to... It's at the top of my list. It is the worst stadium in football.
The worst in football. Worse than FedEx Field. Because I think FedEx Field...
Yeah. You know what? FedEx Field...
For Washington...
Good point.
I mean, they had sewage fall on fans in the middle of a game.
I was gonna go non-ancient stadium division because a lot of these are just they're just ancient stadiums that haven't been upkept in any way. But for a structure that was built in the 90s, 2000s maybe.
FedEx Field, I believe, is the 90s, and I remember when it was first built, it was 1997, Jack Kent Cooke Stadium.
Okay,
and at the time, it was, I think, the biggest stadium in the National Football League. Just think about that. That stadium is less than a decade older than NRG Stadium. And it's not like NRG Stadium is the best stadium.
Older.
But, yeah.
No, but NRG's not... What was it, last year?
NRG's 02.
When the fans fell out of the stands?
Yeah. They fell...
They fell, like, into the tunnel.
They fell onto Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
They fell onto Jalen Hurts. The field has injured countless players.
Yeah. Oh, the field is... insane. If you actually look into the RG3 injury, and I forgot where it was that he explained it, but he was like, yeah, they would bring in sand to help the field stay solid, basically, and then spray paint the sand green, so it looked like grass.
That's not good.
And then you're like, oh, that's why he tore every ligament in his knee against the Seahawks in that playoff game.
A lot of people are bringing up old stadiums. I mean current ones, because there was an era where all stadiums were terrible.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, from a dome perspective, the Kingdome in Seattle, dump. The Astrodome. Okay, you might have great memories there. In the 60s, now, dump.
Yeah.
Especially now. Now it's just like a wart you never sawed off your body.
It's literally a dump now.
Well, see, the older stadiums, yes, they're going to be okay, the reason why Soldier Field's on there, is because of the thing they put on top, the alien spaceship.
Yeah. It looks like a space shuttle.
It looks awful. Like that's why that one belongs on there. I've heard Detroit's pretty bad.
Really? The new one? A relatively new one? Ford Field?
People do not enjoy going there.
Interesting. Because that's an O2 stadium as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, NRG's. I like NRG.
NRG's okay.
NRG's fine.
NRG. There's nothing special about NRG.
I mean, I think if you're comparing Jerry World and NRG, Jerry World blows it out of the water, and Jerry World's only a little bit younger than NRG. I do think it's something to have in the back of your mind. There's going to come a point where the Houston Texans will push for a new stadium, and you got to wonder how they're going to have it built now that they're getting good. Just keep it in the back of your mind.
You don't think that's happening in the next 3 years?
I was just about to ask. Over under 5 years.
They're never getting another Super Bowl ever with NRG. There will never be another Super Bowl here in Houston until they get a new stadium.
They got one, yeah, but without Bob McNair on the NFL's inner circle, it might be a little bit more difficult because they did renovations to the stadium right before they got the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, where Brady had the awesome comeback.
But you've got LA and you've got Vegas and you've got a new stadium in Miami coming, and at some point you'll have a dome stadium in Chicago.
They always go back to the Superdome for whatever reason.
They always go back to the Superdome.
I mean, they're doing it this year.
Is the Superdome?
I think it's just because of New Orleans.
Yeah,
more than it's about the stadium.
It is kind of historic as far as NFL stadiums go. No, just because they've had so many Super Bowls there.
Yeah,
where it feels like it's bring it. Gotta have a Super Bowl.
It does weirdly look cool if you're driving through or walking around downtown New Orleans. I remember seeing it for the first time, and I was like, I thought it would look crappier than this.
It looks kind of cool.
That's what I was going to say. I think it's the most surprising name that hasn't been on this list, considering how it's kind of old, and also you don't think of it as the state-of-the-art thing.
Well, remember the Jacoby Jones Super Bowl where there was like an
the
hour
power
delay because the power outage?
Thanks, Beyonce.
That was great. Well, and if if the McNairs were ever going to say like this is the time to build a new stadium, wouldn't when part of your roof rips off be the time to be like, hey,
such
like,
a good point.
we're gonna start exploring the new ideas. The hurricanes are getting worse. We need to make sure that our stadium is going to be cost effective and not having to wait and order these special panels that Cal say you can't get at Ace Hardware.
No,
like thanks for teaching us that,
gotta
Cal. I
get 'em
appreciate
custom.
it.
Gotta get them custom.
This is the moment that if you're going to do it, New Jersey's new quarterback, stadium damage, if you're going to explore the idea, and you'll never, ever have the amount of fan support to get the taxpayers' dollars.
That's the other thing. You have New Jersey's new quarterback. Also, team is awesome.
Yeah.
Team is good.
Yeah, if you want the taxpayers to pay for it, this is your moment to get them to do it, McNairs.
This is such a great point. Such a great point.
I would be stunned if we don't hear about this in the next 2 years.
And honestly, you're wearing that hat. I mean, they should hire you right on the spot.
Are you is this an op right now?
Season ticket holder, Joe. Okay? They sold out this year. I'm one. My dad bought them. But.
Is this your on-air audition to try out to work across?
No. We already had that awkward conversation on air once.
I know. I've been pushing it at you. We got to do it again. Come on now.
No.
Someone brought up Minute Maid Park when it had the small hill in the outfield. Honestly, I think they should bring it back. I like it when baseball stadiums have the weird things out there. There's the Monument Park at Yankee Stadium back in the day. The Trops. Catwalks that randomly knock balls back down into the infield. I like that. I think it adds a little charm.
Yeah, what was it? It was
the Metrodome had that in Minnesota too for a bit.
Was it Jim Edmonds? Yeah, I watched that yesterday because I think it was recently the anniversary where he hit the foul pole, but it was in play.
Yeah.
What a weird rule.
Just like ran face into it.
Yeah.
Ow.
I just don't understand. Like you can bring the hill back. Don't put the foul pole there.
The foul poles is where it goes too far. I like Paul. I enjoy a little bit of the mini golf elements in stadium construction, but the actual flagpoles in play is crazy.
The flagpole that was the best part. The hill, whatever. The flagpole is the funniest thing.
I can't believe adults said yes to that.
Like, who thought that was a good idea? It must have been some contractor who put the plans together and he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna put the pole here. And he doesn't know how baseball worked.
Yeah. Or no, I think they sold it as no, see, this is a throwback to when they would play in the 1930s with actual hills in the outfield. It wouldn't be a flat surface.
I mean, look, there's nothing. Maybe because it's just there's nothing to it. Toyota Center. It's not really there's nothing. There's nothing flashy about it.
It's just your average basketball.
Yeah, the NBA stuff is tough because there's not really a lot there. As long as it's relatively new, it's fine.
Yeah, besides because the good ones are Barclays. The new Clipper Stadium looks awesome.
Yeah.
You see what they did for the fans for the T-shirt gun?
No, I did not.
They said because the T-shirt gun doesn't reach far enough in the stadium that they put them up top now.
And so
T-shirts will be dropping from the top of the stadium instead of a T-shirt gun. So that way they can include everyone.
Steve Ballmer, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what he's thinking of.
Innovative thinking that built Microsoft.
How to get T-shirts out to fans.
You know what? Steve Ballmer cares.
Actually, I don't hate the idea.
I like Steve Ballmer.
I really don't.
It's just funny that the guy who came up with the Microsoft is also I'm very passionate about T-shirts.
Yeah, I gotta make sure all my fans get T-shirts.
Developers. He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glasses. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are 42 days away from the start of the NFL season. And to continue our countdown, we're not going to talk about Ronnie Lott cutting off his finger. We're going to talk about the last good quarterback for Joe George's favorite franchise. Stick around.
the mighty Bears for the last time. 10 of them are leaving for the nation's armed forces.
Luckman's farewell to football for the war's duration. A touchdown pass to Clark. The Bears win 41-21, and Luckman joins the U.S. Maritime Service with the best wishes of the entire world of sports.
Sid Luckman.
I love these old announcers.
Was the best quarterback in Bears history.
Yeah. It's a low bar, though.
He wore number 42. Well, he had an actually pretty awesome career. For those who don't know, he went to Columbia, an Ivy Leaguer drafted second overall in the 1939 NFL draft, won 4 championships, 1940, 1941, 1943, 1946, the NFL MVP in 43, 5-time first-team All-Pro from 41 to 44, and in 47. The NFL All-Star team, 1940 to 42. Passing yards leader in 43, 45, 46. Passing touchdowns leader, 43, 45, 46. Blah, 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 blah. Sid Luckman is 33 on the NFL's top 100 list that they released about 15 years ago or so. And he also served in World War II. So he volunteered stateside in 1943 as a U.S. Merchant Marine. Is it ensign? Ensign? I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the word. Whatever the case. During the 44 and 45 seasons, he would be gone during the week, but granted permission to play in games on weekends. And then in June of 44, he went from Britain to France.
Okay.
So he served stateside, but during the offseason, and I don't know how the hell he was able to pull this off. Is this Columbia connections? Is this the Bears? But he served both overseas and stateside during World War II in the Merchant Marine.
I will say the most powerful man and probably in America at that time. You know, Al Capone. Probably would have to say.
Was Al Capone? I think Al Capone wasn't as.
Was he in the 40s?
I think Al Capone. No, Al Capone was Prohibition era.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Al Capone's. Come on, Joe. Know your Chicago history. You didn't even know who Sid Luckman was.
No, I just didn't know he was number 42. I just always forget that quarterbacks used to wear weird numbers.
You know who else used to wear number 42? Ronnie Lott.
Fact.
You know who else used to wear number 42? One of the best defensive backs in St. Petersburg, Florida / Pinellas County in 2006. There's a St. Pete Times article about it.
Tommy Peterson?
Nope.
Paul Gallant.
Thank you. I didn't want to say it myself.
Why? Why didn't you?
I was one of the best.
Normally, you don't have any problem saying it.
One of the best. Well, there's a newspaper proof of it. Who's gonna prove it wrong? Who's gonna study the film? Someone should study the film. I don't agree with it at all.
Have Lance Zierlein look
at
it.
Oh, I think we should do a YouTube series.
I wish I had all of my tape.
Lance breaking down Paul Gallant.
I only have my highlight tape. I wish I had all of my tape.
I think Lance could still pick something out of your highlight tape.
It would be pretty funny. I got to put it together. It's like on a DVD somewhere.
I'll just middle management Joe will say, Lance, this is
mandatory. That actually could be pretty funny.
Lance, this is mandatory.
I like that. All right. I'm going to give you guys a would you rather. Who would you rather have as a head coach? Dan Campbell, who was doing up downs at the first Lions training camp practice of the year and also had this to say to kick off their 2024 campaign.
It's all about the work. We don't live off reputation. We live off of work.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Live off the work, not reputation. Work hard.
Then, on the other side, you've got Jim Harbaugh, new head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, who had this to say about the first day of training camp.
Just the way it feels, feels like New Year's Day, feels like being born. Feels like coming out of the womb, It's like you're in there and it's comfortable and it's safe and now you're out, you're born, the lights are on, it's bright, got chaos, people looking at you, people talking at you, and just feels good to have it happen.
Now I'm wondering if Jim Harbaugh is the only person on planet Earth that remembers his birth. Like somehow he's so intelligent that he remembers being born.
What he described was the most horrifying thing imaginable, too. Now that I think about it, being born sounds awful.
Getting squeezed out of your mom's privates into the world
Yeah.
By the way, I broke my mom's hips when I did that. 9 pounds, 8 ounces. That is not at all something, one, you can remember because you're legitimately seconds old.
Unless you're Jim Harbaugh, maybe.
No way he remembered
Do you think
it.
he remembers the womb?
No way he remembers that. And number two, how did you get from New Year's Day to being birthed?
He was thinking about great days, and he went New Year's Day. Not birthdays, like an actual birthday.
Christmas.
No, the actual birthday.
Yeah.
2 different words. Birthday.
I just wish I wish they were on Hard Knocks. And
Yeah.
I could see him tell this story of what it's like the first day of training camp and use the same exact analogy to Justin Herbert and the players. And like just see their faces.
Just you're wet, slimy, you got some doctor touching you.
Like I just want to see it. Like, I just want to see how the players react or get their reaction after he speaks. Like I love Hard Knocks.
Yeah, no offense. They should have picked the Chargers and not the Bears for Hard Knocks.
Well, the Chargers aren't eligible.
Yeah, they still should have picked him anyway.
I agree.
Because of Harbaugh. Like, Eberflus is a snooze fest. Caleb Williams will be interesting.
Yeah.
Herbert's a bit of a snooze fest himself, too, but
That
I need Jim Harbaugh.
That's why I kind of want as many. I want to be in the fly in the room, or if they're on Hard Knocks, as many scenes as possible of Jim Harbaugh talking to Justin Herbert, because I feel like Justin Herbert's just like, who am I talking to right now? Like, what are you doing right now? Justin Herbert's probably never met a person like Jim Harbaugh before in his life. I can't imagine how he reacts.
I don't know if the NFL will do the offseason one again because it seems all bad for the Giants. Like everything that comes out,
the more we know,
all the Saquon Barkley stuff. I don't know if an NFL team will ever want to give that kind of access again. It's been cool to watch. I've actually watched it.
I think that's the biggest bummer is that whenever it's actually worth watching, the NFL is going to be like, damn, we showed our hand too much.
Yeah. I mean, they did that with Hard Knocks original.
Yeah.
It was too interesting.
Oh,
and
100%.
Now they sanitized it.
100%. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Speeches can be hard. But if you're in the process of trying to show everybody that you mean business to give the best off first impression possible, you gotta come to the table with more than this. You will hear an all-time horrible introductory speech. Next, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and 97.9.2 HD.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
UCLA, esteemed Big Ten member, had their introductory press conference at Big Ten Media Day yesterday. Deshaun Foster, you might remember him as a running back in the NFL. He scored a touchdown in Super Bowl 38 here in Houston, is their head coach. He replaces Chip Kelly, who left to be Ohio State's offensive coordinator, which says a lot about UCLA's program as a whole. On the outside looking in, someone's leaving that for a coordinator gig. Must not be the easiest one. And perhaps, at least based off of this press conference, the Bruins aren't getting the best hire. Here is Deshaun Foster's opening statement.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
The best part is that he says, I'm sure a lot of people don't know that much about UCLA. We're in LA.
Yes.
There's us and USC.
The University of California, Los Angeles is in LA.
And then just a long pause. He laughs.
I think he knew what he said.
Any questions? He should have prepared something.
Yes, 100. I made the comparison on Dale Show. 100%. You did not do the summer reading, and you're looking at the book, talking about the book, being like, "Oh yes, I know what this is about." It's about a catcher, some rye.
Some people can do things without prepping. Others cannot. Deshaun Foster cannot speak without prepping. And by the way, speaking in public, it's difficult. This is this cavernous room. There's an echo. You got a podium and everything like that. But to go from saying, in just a matter of seconds, I'm sure a lot of you guys don't know too much about UCLA. We're in LA. There's us and USC. I mean, there's so many things you could have said.
He had the number of championships, which leads me to think that there was some sort of he didn't think that he was going to have to give a speech, and then someone was like, no, you're going to have to make opening remarks. And so he was like, oh, well, what should I say? And then some SID was like, well, we've won 100 and whatever championships. He's like, cool, got that. And then he said 4 other things, and he was like, didn't listen. I forgot. See you later.
I mean, look, he could have said all of the names of the great players who have played there.
I don't
He
think
could have just started naming players on his own team.
When he said, I know you don't know a lot about us, do you? Do you know anything about UCLA?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what we just said here. He clearly has not done his research, and the funny thing is, I mean, he played there. He is one of their best players ever. He was really good.
He coached there under Chip Kelly. He's been at UCLA for a large part of his life.
All he had to do was have someone give him a list of players. That's it. Troy Aikman is where you start. Jonathan Ogden, one of the best tackles in NFL history. Maurice Jones-Drew, how do you not remember him?
Mm-hmm. Josh Rosen.
Yeah, Cade McNown too. There are some guys who struggle at the NFL level, but there's plenty that he could have talked about. I think Mercedes Lewis is still in the NFL.
He could just give yep, we're excited to get to know this new conference. Obviously, it's going to pose a lot of new challenges. looking forward to meeting those challengers head on. I believe in our guys. We have a good group of guys. Any questions?
That would have worked.
Like honestly, if you just take out the long pauses, and you just insert absolute nonsense in the middle, we probably don't play. It's the long pauses and we're in LA. There's USC who's here too. We got USC in the building. Was it like a wedding speech where he's like, we got UCLA in the building, hoping for some applause or something?
You can't bring up your arch rival in the middle of your opening statement. I mean, when he was describing UCLA, you guys don't know much about us.
Yeah.
He says USC. I mean, what are you doing, dude?
Or just go up there and say, let's just get to questions.
Yeah.
Just take questions.
Hey, for those who don't know me, Deshaun Foster. Used to be a great run. Yeah, he probably shouldn't give his own bio, but
it would have been better than what he did.
It would have been worse, or it would have been bad in a different way if he was just 1,200 yards in 1995. If he just started listing off his achievements.
Or again, going through the achievements, he could have just gone to Wikipedia. Now, everyone in sports radio, listen, on the fly, when we're trying to look up something that we don't know, we can be honest and say, I don't know. We could also go to Wikipedia and pretend we do. And a lot of us do the latter. I'll admit I've been guilty of that from time to time. But all he had to do was go on his phone, put it on that podium, and look at, hey, when did they win a national title? Oh, they claimed one in 1954. How many conference titles did they win in the Pac-12? Oh, 17. There you go.
I still even think that there's a lot of stuff you don't know about us as a bad road to go down if you're going to actually just give easily look-upable facts about your team. Because guess what? You're talking to a room full of journalists. Guess what they all have on their laps? A computer.
Yes.
that can tell you notable USC or UCLA alumni.
There's also I've been to Big Ten Media Day. They also give you a packet of information.
He should have brought that up.
Just start reading it.
Yeah, our team captains
your SID wrote it for you. just start reading it. I think my favorite part about Big Ten Media Day, besides this, was they had this banner or this graphic that they were putting up, talking about all the championships that they've added to the conference. But they didn't remove teams that are no longer in the conference. They still count the University of Chicago's 7 Big Ten titles or national championships.
I don't acknowledge them.
They should.
You can't add UCLA's championships and keep the University of Chicago.
Well, you can keep their Big Ten titles.
I don't know.
It is funny to be here's how many titles, how many conference titles this conference has won.
Yeah.
It's it's as many years in the conference. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this whole realignment thing is so bizarre still. It's still hard for me to wrap my mind around that USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington are in the Big Ten.
Yeah,
it's so bizarre.
They
There's
are.
a lot of stuff you might not know about UCLA.
The SMU is in the ACC.
You might not know, but we're in the Big Ten now.
And some listeners might not know, but UCLA is in Los Angeles.
It stands for
USC.
The University of California, Los Angeles.
Yeah, he should drop you also don't know that we had to pay University of Cal Berkeley money because we left the Big 12 or the Pac-12.
Yeah, you could say we are a public school and USC is a private school. Mm-hmm. If there's a little classism in there. You could say UCLA. He mentioned all those championships. Only claimed one for the football team. One Heisman too, 1967. A guy who played 5 games in the NFL. His name's Gary Beban. Could have done that.
Things to know about UCLA, according to Google.
It's a beautiful campus.
We play in the Rose Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
In its early history, the Bruins, UCLA's football team, were known as the Cubs. UCLA colors are
good change.
UCLA's colors are true blue and gold. They were chosen specifically to represent the state's ocean and wildflowers.
Okay, I mean, you could have read those too.
Again, if he just read this, it would be bad, but it would be bad as look how boring this is. Look how boring this guy is.
From the 747, hey Paul, not everyone's a blabmouth like you. Fair. It's hard to talk in front of people. Give them a break. It would take some media members that know how to talk. Talking about someone who's afraid to speak in public. He's not afraid to speak in public.
I bet you he's great.
Prep.
I bet you he's great.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm
fine.
Sure the issue here is he didn't give a bleep about what he
Yeah,
was gonna say. He didn't even consider I'm gonna have to say something.
I bet you as soon as they started asking questions, everything was fine. He started talking about his football team, and there's no afraid to speak in public. He just probably didn't know he had to make an opening remarks, which is kind of stupid.
And it is weird.
How do you not know?
Yeah,
but it's weird. It's weird for what do I say to this room full of people that are just gonna ask me questions?
How about if
it's just Hey, I'm Deshaun Foster, head coach of UCLA. It's our first year here in the Big Ten. Any questions?
How about the route king of all Twitch's offers? We have a lot of hot-ass co-eds. What if he said, like, yeah, back in the day, I was getting some? Would that be worse than that opening statement? The answer is actually yes. It would be worse.
It would be, but
Again,
I would have rather heard that audio.
Yeah,
no, I wouldn't. I don't want that. I'd rather him do this.
It falls into bad in a different way. And honestly, just it being a bad speech in a different way is probably better.
Do you know what was better? Clearly better. The way that South Florida Bulls head coach, shout out to South Florida. I went to a lot of South Florida games when I was in high school. 10 to be exact. South Florida coach Alex Golish. He's going to have the entire world of college football quaking after this comment.
You're playing teams like Bama, Miami. You played Bama last year as well. Do you think it's important to continue having those matchups, even though last year the playoff committee didn't seem to put much of a value on strength of schedule when setting who that team from this group would be?
Yeah, Bama and Miami got to play South Florida.
You should have said Bama, but if you said Miami and Florida, then he's not wrong. Because both those programs are.
Yeah, Miami's got to play us. It's like, okay,
Miami's got to play us. It's like, you can sell me on that. You can sell me on Florida's got to play us. Alabama?
I don't know. Did you see South Florida play Alabama last year?
Yeah, kept it close.
They kept it close.
Kept it close.
And I mean, there's no Nick Saban anymore. I like it.
It was also the only game where Alabama didn't play their starting quarterback.
Hey, come on, man.
They just didn't play him.
That was so bizarre.
They played a lacrosse player.
You're right. He was. That's what he's doing now, right?
Drew Pine. I want to.
Oh boy. Anyway, it is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Shout out to the South Florida Bulls. They should put them in the Big Ten, not UCLA. Makes a lot more sense.
A lot of stuff you don't know about us.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
Alabama and Miami have to play us.
Coming up next, is Hunter Brown an ace? We'll discuss next. Stick around.
got him. Give him 12 straight starts of 6 innings or more. Hunter Brown has been phenomenal for the Astros, and he walks off leading 4-1.
Another nice performance by Hunter Brown to help the Houston Astros avoid a sweep at the hand of the Oakland Athletics. The last games ever that the Astros will play in the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. They actually finished with an all-time winning record there. One of 2 teams to have that, the A's themselves and the Astros, with a 55-54 record. Hunter Brown has pitched so well over the course of the last couple of months. May 5th, his ERA was 9.78. After yesterday's outing, it's 4 flat. 8 strikeouts, 8 hits, 1 walk, 1 run against the A's yesterday. 6 innings for, as you heard from TK there, a 12th consecutive 6-inning-plus start. 11 of those starts have been quality starts. And it led to these comments from Astros manager Joe Espada after the game.
You know, we wanted to come here and win the series, but we didn't accomplish that. But we won a big game. You know, Hunter Brown set the tone from the beginning. He was really, really good. 6 strong, 8 punchies. He's kind of have that ace feeling to him. You know, we are expecting him to go out there and deliver what he just did. We knew all along that is in him, and now he's starting to turn the corner, and he's starting to have that swag where he knows, hey, my team needs to win, and he did that. He delivered.
Joe, does Hunter Brown, as Joe Espada said, kind of have that ace feeling to him?
He has the feeling that the expectations, you know, while they were lofty and unrealistic because he had the same pitching motion as Justin Verlander, he finally has the feeling that he can meet those expectations. You know, he's not there yet, but he at least has. There's a feeling that I think you could see the light at the end of the tunnel of if he's going to be an ace. You see it. You see the proof of concept a little bit.
What do you mean by expectations with Verlander?
Because the fans saw the pitching ninja video where he threw the exact same way as Justin Verlander. He's from Detroit, and Justin Verlander was his idol. And when he called up, everyone said, "Oh, we got the next JV Cy Young winner."
But that's the internet, and there's hyperbole and trope on that.
There is.
To be the next Verlander, I mean, we're talking about arguably the best pitcher in baseball for the 21st century.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and he's not gonna be that guy, but he could be. You can see the ace material stuff. It doesn't mean he's going to be an ace, but you can see that he can be a very, very good pitcher in this league, based on what he's done recently. And a big part of that too, for Hunter Brown is the. It still sounds so sad because of what baseball expectations used to be, but just going 6 innings. The fact that he's been able to do that consistently when so few guys in the sport can do that now has been such a savior for the Astros, especially coming off a day in which you have to get so much from your bullpen.
Kind of has that ace feeling to him is how Joe Espada described it. I think that we got to be very careful with how we use that word in the same way that we should have been more careful with how we handed out the word elite to quarterbacks circa 2011 and 2012. I remember in sports radio back then that some people were actually having serious conversations about Matt Schaub as an elite quarterback. Joe Flacco has that awesome run in the 2012 playoffs. He has been proven elite as a quarterback. To bring it to this, ace is a title that should only belong to a select few major league pitchers. And even kind of having that ace feeling to him. Look, he had 8 strikeouts, and he's been pitching very well of late. But he's been pitching very well of late against bad teams. And this bad team, for what it's worth, had 8 hits against him. Could have been more if not for a couple of nice defensive plays by Alex Bregman and Jake Myers.
And it's interesting to see what happens when he faces these tough teams. If it works right away or if there's going to be a hiccup. Because it was the Twins start most recently, whereas the one where that's a good baseball team. But when you talk about him being challenged, I know that's not what you mean. You don't mean facing the Twins. You're talking about the Dodgers, the Orioles, like the cream of the crop, the Phillies, the Braves, those kind of lineups where you want to see him have great success. Even if he goes out and pitches, against the Yankees at some point in the playoffs, that lineup's not special. Yes, Judge and Soto is challenging, but it's not like that's a deep lineup. So I get what you're saying with that, because it's just he hasn't faced great teams. Now, you can only face who's in front of you, and he's done that very well. But I get the vibes, the ace vibes from Hunter Brown. But I'm not gonna call him an ace. Like I think those are two different things.
What's an ace?
One of the best 4 pitchers in baseball.
Okay, I like this. I like that we have gone over the course of this program to an exact definition.
Yeah, I like the card analogy. I don't know if that's what everyone else in the world uses when they talk about it, but I like that analogy. So
I'm gonna be lazier and say, you know it when you see it.
Yeah.
So it's Mount Rushmore of pitching.
All right, now I'm out on 4. Give me 10.
It's just the Mount Rushmores of pitchers in 2024. Go.
Yeah. But it's what you see it. You see it. You know it. You see it. Because even Garrett Cole's a weird one. We still call Garrett Cole an ace, even though he's got a 5.
This year, no, but with the amount of strikeouts he gets, yes.
Yeah, he'll start 2025 in the ace category.
I was gonna say it's also different with a guy like Garrett Cole versus Hunter Brown, where Garrett Cole has I don't have his page in front of me, but let's just say 5 ace-worthy seasons all in a row where, yes, he hasn't been good this year, but I'm willing to look past that. And if you're in a playoff setting and Garrett Cole is pitching, you're going to feel good about that.
If we're being consistent with the cards, okay, there's 4 in baseball. Yeah. If we're being consistent with the description of an ace from World War I days, an ace pilot, I feel like an ace has to be a strikeout guy, someone who's getting batters out on his own, gunning them down, if you will. That was supposed to be the machine gun fire of the plane.
Good. Yeah.
You have to be a strikeout guy. Mm-hmm. Brown, to his credit, has been striking a lot of people out. He did have 8 strikeouts yesterday. So, okay, is it possible he's ever that guy? No, it's not. It's not. He had a good outing. He's had some good outings. I like that he's pitching better. I know Joe Espada didn't even say anything all that tropey and over the top. He said he kind of has that ace feeling to him.
Now. He also threw in right now. He has
Yeah. And Junior Bronco comes up here on the Twitch. Ace is the number 1 pitcher on the staff. Is he?
No, I don't agree with that.
Is it still Blanco? Or Fromber?
And Blanco, to your point. Yes.
Yeah.
Blanco is the number 1.
I'm also not ready to give every team in the league an ace.
That's where I'm at. Every team can't have an ace.
Yeah.
Every team has the number 1 starter. Not every team has an ace.
Exactly.
I also think ace category, this helps Hunter Brown, and I agree. I think I'm kind of in the middle of you two, where I'm not saying he'll never be an ace like Paul, but I do see the signs that he could be one day, but I'm not ready to call him one right now. I'm not ready to stamp him with it right now. But one thing that helps him is the length of starts, because I do think that's a key part of being an ace is pitching for 6 or 7 innings. I think that is every time you go out there, there's not a 4-inning, 5-inning start.
Who's more of an ace? Framber Valdez, Ronel Blanco, or I guess Hunter Brown?
That's such a great question. The ace of the staff right now, Hunter Brown.
I mean, Fromber's supposed to be that guy.
I know, but I just don't trust him. We've seen the faults of Fromber, so I have a harder time wrapping my mind around a Fromber getting to that point ever again consistently and not panicking every single time he picks up a ground ball.
Fromber as a fielder, though, is not related to Fromber as an ace.
Is it?
No. I look, he is horrible defensively, often. But no, I think that's unrelated. The Fromber thing is interesting, though, to what your point about his meltdowns. They do happen. You would not want your star ace in your Air Force to be pulling a Denzel Washington in flight from time to time, flying upside down, right? You want You want this person to have his wits about him. But with Ronel Blanco, it's a changeup that has been unhittable this year. With Hunter Brown, it's a two-seam fastball that goes in towards hitters that has been unhittable of late. With Framber Valdez, it is consistently being able to create ground ball outs. Sometimes he has a big strikeout day, but I suppose right now, if you're comparing him to just Hunter Brown from that perspective, Brown's beating him of late. I'm taking Framber of these three, and a part of it is this feeling in the back of my mind, much like I had with JP France last year. Eventually, this is all going to come back to reality. And with France was never as dominant as either of these two have been, so perhaps an unfair comparison. But I feel like with these two, the potential for them to go back to not necessarily what they were, Blanco last year, Brown earlier this year.
To regress.
It's certainly there.
Yeah.
Especially if they go up against better teams, and Hunter Brown has shown that against the Minnesota Twins the last time he went up against a good team.
I think I'm closer to saying that they don't have an ace than Framber's an ace.
100%.
I don't think Framber's an ace.
Yeah. Okay. How about this way? Let's say, at his age, but Justin Verlander's back. If everyone was on equal rest, and it was game 1 of the ALDS, who do you think Joe Espada gives the ball to? Verlander, Framber, Hunter Brown, or Blanco? They're all equally rested.
I would.
Verlander.
Yeah, I would think Verlander, and
I almost have to because of his seniority.
Yeah, and but I would want it to be. I would want it to be Verlander.
Yeah,
I don't know that I would though in the playoffs. I don't know.
I know
you got the Verlander playoff dynamic with him.
Oh, okay, so here you go, Framber. I trust you.
I know.
And then
that's what you have to. That's what keeps Framber away from, because Framber is not a guy I want to give the car keys to at any moment.
I also don't want Framber to not get the first start of the series, because if he gets the second one, he might have a mental breakdown because he didn't get the ball in game 1.
Yeah.
So that's the dance. And so it's almost more of like, if it's a 5-game series, who gets game 3? Is it Blanco or it's Brown? For me, it's Hunter Brown. Like, he's not the ace of the staff. He's pitching the best on the staff right now, and he has ace vibes, but he's not an ace.
Vibing, bro.
Yeah. He's got moments where I'm like, I see the vision, but I'm not buying into it totally.
Who's more of an ace, Ace Frehley or Ace Ventura?
Ventura.
Yeah, Ventura.
I said that with a question mark.
Give me Ventura. I don't know who Ace Frehley is.
That's why I said it that way, because I don't know who that is either.
Well, I mean, that's something that you could have easily,
let me tell
unlike
you
Deshaun
let me tell
Foster.
you some things about Ace Frehley.
Ace Frehley, for those who don't know, is from the band Kiss.
Oh, then Ace Ventura.
Oh, yeah. Ace Frehley.
Not a Kiss guy.
Detroit Rock City. Banger. He is known as the Spaceman. Also, Space Ace.
Okay.
I had to look that up, though. I just know Kiss. I don't know any. I know Gene Simmons is in it. That's it, right? Did I get that right?
Yes.
That is funny that bands, just like, for people that weren't there at the time, they really do just kind of get boiled down to the one famous guy. like there's only room for us to have the name of one of the band members in our brains at one time.
It's also weird when you just Google him and it's all these photos without the Kiss makeup on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just a normal photo of him, and I'm like, well, that's not what I would think would populate. It would be an older photo.
They put on a show live.
Destroyer.
Put on a show live is what I hear. They're a generation's Foo Fighters. How about that? How about that for a hot take? It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call or to text. You can join us on our Twitch at ESPN 97.5 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. And by the way, you can also listen to us now on 97.9 HD2, giving you more and more ways to listen to the show.
And better ways.
Better ways,
just to be
right.
honest. We know what it is. 97.9 is crystal clear. So if you have an HD radio in your car, flip it over. Check it out.
I've never figured out how to do that.
I don't have one in my car. But Granado has it. He says it's awesome. So,
how about that?
Yeah.
I like it.
If John Granado endorses it, you know it's a good product.
Are we going to call C.J. Stroud an overrated quarterback at any point this coming season? And a question about your beloved Houston Texans. Next, Gallant and George, stay put.
If you're feeling good about the Astros the rest of the season, you can go over to LeBeur's Lake Charles. Place a wager on them. Their in-season total is available. The Texans this year, if you're feeling the vibes, look, we talked about this earlier. You might want to get in on the CJ Stroud MVP hype now if you wanted to place that wager. He's already moved from plus 1,400 to plus 850. You want to make sure you get on that bet if you want to get it sooner than possible. And the best place to do it is at LeBeur's Lake Charles. 19 betting kiosks, the desk there, ESPN Bet, all different ways that you can bet at the property responsibly, of course. And honestly, one of my favorite parts, look, I love food. The food's great at LeBeur's. There's blackjack tables there. The casino's great. Can't recommend it enough. When you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LeBeur's Lake Charles.
This is Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Do you have what it takes to rock the mic? Well, you got until August 2nd to get your entries in, entering a 3 to 5 minute video with your best Houston sports take to rock the mic 975 at gmail.com. The winner of Rock the Mic will receive a podcast on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Winner will be announced at our live finale August 23rd at Carbach Brewery. Get your entries in now to Rock the Mic 975 at gmail.com. CJ Stroud hype has reached critical overload. I mean, you can't go anywhere on the internet without walking into a glazed storm for old CJ.
No, you can't ignore it.
CJ Swarm. Brian.
Yeah, I was gonna say Glaze.
No.
You were too.
Listen, some people like to swarm. The Houston Texans defenders yesterday. Others like to glaze. Nothing wrong with glazing. Nothing wrong with swarming. Different strokes for different folks.
Some people were. I was looking at like our Facebook page and seeing the comments. There were a lot of people who were upset with Sting yesterday.
Derek Stingley.
Yeah, with hitting Schultz like that. Cheap shot on a teammate, they said.
It was a cheap shot on a teammate.
He's fine.
But I think it showed that that Derek Stingley Jr. is a little stronger than we all thought. So how about that? Brian Daboll is the head coach of the New York Giants. The NFL offseason edition of Hard Knocks is in full swing right now on Max, formerly known as HBO. And in a scene where Daboll is talking with everybody in his draft room about quarterbacks they should potentially draft, they start talking about the history of quarterbacks drafted over the last 10 years.
Let's go the last 10 years in pro football. 2014, Blake Bortles, Johnny Manziel, and Teddy Bridgewater. 2015, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota. 2016, Jared Goff, Carson Wentz, Paxton Lynch. 2017, Mitchell Trubisky, Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson. 18, Baker, Sam, Josh Lamar. 19, Kyler, Daniel. 20, Burrow, Tua, Justin Love, Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields, Jones, Pickett, Bryson Stroud. How many of them hit in the last 10 years? Oh, we're doing this. Not a lot. What do you take from that, Dabes? Take the Stroud.
Damn.
Take the Stroud.
The last person, Brian Daboll, speaking there. After a dramatic pause with the build-up from HBO. Of all those quarterbacks, he said, give me the Stroud. And by the way, Patrick Mahomes was listed. Lamar Jackson was listed. Josh Allen, who he coached in Buffalo, was listed. He takes CJ Stroud. Again, everyone is putting this man on a pedestal. I love it. I also am entirely aware that there's going to be a conversation about him as overrated if he slips up just once. And it's all about what he does over the entirety of the year. I'm really curious to see what he's going to do this season. We all are. He's got all these weapons, the five-headed monster. But, man, the hype, Joe, it's insane right now. People are betting on him. I just want to get this thing started instead of talking about the hype.
Yeah, and I think the weapons that they added, it increases the pressure even more for him. You know, if CJ Stroud does have a sophomore slump and take a step back and the Texans miss the playoffs, the conversation at the end of the year will be tough because people will be saying, look, you had healthy Tank Dell, you had Stephon Diggs, you had Nico Collins, who they paid, and you failed to make the playoffs. And they will deem him overrated. And it might just take that too, where he could have a great statistical year, but if CJ can't help them overcome the tough schedule and make the playoffs in 2024, there will be some, not all, maybe less than just a bad game, that will still put him in the overrated category. It's coming. Honestly, unless he goes to the AFC Championship game, there's gonna be people who call him overrated because you got to go against the grain in this business sometimes, especially on TV. Like you gotta just zag. And if everyone's gassing up CJ still this year, people are gonna find any reason they can, and there will be reasons. Imagine if he has the Panthers game this year. What they're gonna say about him the next day,
or the Jets game. I mean, he got knocked out of that game, but they looked like ass before he got hurt.
And like no one cared last year. This year, like that's gonna be a tough look if it happens again.
Would you rather be? This is a hypothetical live question.
Okay.
A Zagger or a Glazer?
It's a good question.
I want to glaze a little bit more. You know, I want to compliment people more than I do. I'm a very negative person. I'm a bit of a hater. I want to be the best person I can be on the greatest day of my life. And that involves a lot of glazing.
You really only have one guy that you glaze.
Who's that?
Tom Brady.
Yeah, but that's an exception.
Well, this is
rule.
the problem.
No, but I'm saying he doesn't glaze anyone else.
I think I need to zag more.
You need to zag more.
Yeah. I think a lot of like Joe has bad takes is trying to be too positive.
Could be that.
I think I walk myself into I think I did a good job today with Hunter Brown. I'm gonna self-evaluate.
Yeah.
I got I was trying to choose my words very carefully in those segments.
I feel like it started off as he's an ace.
Yeah.
And then you came back.
Yeah.
But see, this is where
so I need to zag more, I think.
I think you have a lot of zagging potential. I think the big problem is that when I argue against you, you start agreeing with me. Don't you know I'm stupid?
No, you're not stupid.
I'm stupid. No, I'm stupid.
No, I just think I need to zag more.
Yeah, you can zag.
Yeah, I need to start to zag more.
You need to have confidence in the take and stay with it. Even if it's bad, just go down with the shit.
Yeah, a lot of times, when I zag, it's not personal, but there's a dislike. Like I'm like you with James.
Well, zagging
Harden.
is going against the grain. I don't think it's hating.
Yeah, but I dislike James Harden because I just disliked him.
But I feel like at a certain point, the zag on James Harden is this guy's awesome.
I know.
Yeah, that would be the zag.
I know.
On this show, that would be the zag.
Yeah, I'm not going back. I'm not doing that.
Or just on sports radio. That's the
Yeah.
zag.
Yeah.
But
I have honor. I'll never do that.
yeah, so I think I need to zag more.
I also would rather zag than glaze. It's always good to have the skeptical eye. You can't. Also, some of the glazing has gone too far, like the Stan accounts and stuff. I just don't want to be lumped in with them. And those guys are glazers.
But they're successful.
Are they?
The Glazers, they go up in the world. I mean,
do they?
Look, we talk about zagging all the time, but who is Nick Wright the biggest fan of?
Mahomes
and LeBron.
But he zags on Jordan.
Yeah, but Jordan doesn't even play anymore.
Yeah,
very easy thing to zag on somebody who's not there. Like if I wanted to zag on Sid Luckman, it's like, oh, he volunteered for the Merchant Marine. Because we were talking about Sid Luckman earlier, 42 days away from the start of the NFL year. He played for the Chicago Bears, and he also served for our great nation in World War II, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. That would be the zag, is to say, oh, Merchant Marine? May as well dodge the draft.
To take a look behind the curtain, Paul was looking at his accomplishments and realized they're all during World War II, and he was gearing up for a take of what he didn't serve.
But I respect our troops.
And then he looked into it further and realized that he did serve basically on weekdays and during the off season.
I searched several times, like Sid Luckman,
Army,
Navy,
Air Force.
I don't even know what the Merchant Marine is, but he was in that.
Yeah, you could use a little more glazing in your life, though, Paul. You could use a little more positivity.
Yeah, 100%. I know that.
Just a little bit more.
I'm the most miserable person
You're
there
pretty
is.
positive about the Texans, though.
I'm sing-songy in my misery. I'm fun while I'm being a hater.
It is very like crying clown. It's
true. I am Pagliacci.
I am entertaining. I am entertaining you, but inside.
I'm Pagliacci. 100%.
I did rewatch the video of the Thomas the Train Engine story that you told yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I just because I wanted to experience it, not next to you.
That's a true story.
I enjoyed it very much.
That's a true story. Yeah. I mean, say your train goes all the way up a hill, and then it chokes at the top, and it goes back. I mean, what would you do? Would you go all the way to the bottom? I'm surprised in the movie Titanic that the captain just sits there and just gets taken out by the water.
I mean,
there were some people who killed themselves on the Titanic movie.
But just get on the boat, man. You don't have to go down with the ship.
Yeah, he throw a child into the water.
Just be the last one to get on the boat.
Yeah. I think Captain going down with the ship is actually not a good strategy to have. Same thing as way back in the day when the generals would lead the army into battle. It's like I get it. I get what the message that you're trying to send. Only takes one bow and arrow, and then all of a sudden, oh, our leader's out.
Yeah, it's true.
We don't have a general anymore.
Ronald Blanco, not the only pitcher in baseball this year with a no-hitter anymore.
Huh?
Dylan Cease just threw a no-hitter against the Washington Nationals.
And he's not on the White Sox anymore.
He's on the Padres. Got that correct,
I had the same math in my head. Going, I know that name.
I was like, the White Sox can't do good things.
No.
I remember when he was on the block from the White Sox and we did the Astros segments. I remember that.
I mean, Padres? Like, will they trade him?
This is interesting. So a couple people on the Twitch, fake Tony Stark and Chalupa Batman, say a merchant marine is someone who works on a container ship transporting cargo. That is actually extremely terrifying circa World War II if you were going over the Atlantic Ocean with all the U-boats out there.
Yeah.
Or in the Pacific with what you're
true too.
What you're loading up to go to Japan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, Japanese sunk a couple of boats, the boat that carried the
the USS Indianapolis.
Yeah, I mean, the one that carried the bomb, it got sunk, and that's. If you've ever seen the movie Jaws, Joe, have you seen Jaws?
Yes.
Okay, well,
Quinn.
That's
right.
Quinn, when he has his monologue,
Yeah,
he's
after
like,
he
"That's
does
right."
the nails
He was on
top.
the Indianapolis.
That's right.
All over, look at your big black big black eyes like a doll's eyes.
I saw Jaws advertised for me on one of my streaming platforms as I was scrolling through movies.
Give it a watch.
Without the Astros on tonight, that might be what I'll do.
I'm mad at myself.
Good summer flick.
I'm mad at myself for not having watched Jaws on the 4th of July. I watched Predator instead. Predator's a great movie.
Is that like a 4th of July tradition for you?
Oh, Jaws? Oh, Jaws is a 4th of July tradition for a lot
It's
of people.
It's a 4th of July movie.
Yeah. It happened on the 4th of July.
Yeah, no, I just don't typically think watch a movie on the 4th of July. I might start now.
It's the best summer movie.
It's the best. Is it okay? It is the best summer movie?
I think so. I mean, I'm a little
Independence Day.
Yeah, you know what? I'll walk
But
that
I
back.
think Jaws is a better movie, but it doesn't fit the theme as well
Yeah, it's
as actual Independence Day.
Got to pay attention. Anyway, Gallant George, he's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and 97.9 HD2. Coming up next, we've got some free stuff for you and a potential Houston Astros trade. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
It is Gallant and George on a Thursday. No Astros game today. They did beat the Los Angeles Angels. They beat the Oakland Athletics in the last ever game ever at the Coliseum, 8-1 Dodgers this weekend. The 2024 Hunters Extravaganza is here. Go see the newest in hunting products, clothing, rifles, knives, and more. You know, I did say I was going to buy a gun, I believe, 4 years ago today. Maybe I should actually do it.
Mm.
4 years ago today is when Tucker Carlson took a big old dump on me at the beginning of his show. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it was the 25th of July, 2020. The summer of love up in Seattle. Anyway, the 2024 Hunters Extravaganza, August 2nd through 4th, and we're giving away a pair of tickets right now. 713-780-3776. Again, 713-780-3776. And if you go next Friday, make sure you find Gallant and George and the Killer Bees. We're going to be there from noon until 6.
Can't wait.
John Heyman, who has blocked me on Twitter, brought up a couple of potential trade possibilities for the Houston Astros. Specifically one, Joe, that's got you going. It's got you all worked up. He's talking about Isaac Paredes.
Yeah, he's interesting because all of his home runs are pull home runs.
He's a Tampa Bay Ray first baseman.
Also a third baseman.
Okay.
And what's interesting is that when, Heyman has been talking about this, because he's done it in multiple places, he keeps bringing up Bregman.
Why?
And that Bregman's gone. That it is, I think like one of them was like, we all know he's leaving. And so it's interesting because it's Paredes comes in, he can play first base for this year, help you get to the playoffs, try to win another World Series, but you're also essentially bringing in a guy that could be your third baseman following for the rest of his contract when Alex Bregman leaves in free agency. So that kind of stood out to me, but it's all of his home runs are pull. And so Isaac Paredes has 16 home runs this year. If he played in Baltimore, he would only have 6 this year. If he played in Houston, he'd have 24. So all this dude does is pull and go right into the Crawford boxes. So it's interesting because it solves a big problem now. Everyone's talking about like it's a sure thing that Bregman's gone, which I think we all kind of agree with, but I had some hope that they would still find a way to get him on a short-term deal. But this is a problem solved now and a problem solved for the future. So it's a good move. It can't be your only move at the deadline, though, because you need a starting pitcher.
Yes.
I would much rather just get the starter than get a position player.
I wish I heard a name that they were mentioning that's a pitcher. And again, the Astros are probably going to play things close to the vest as best they can so that they can have the most bargaining power possible. But John Heyman saying that doesn't make me feel like that's like at the absolute front of their wish list. Mm-hmm. But I guess, Joe, there's some Tampa Bay writers who believe otherwise.
Yeah, Mark Topkin from the Tampa Bay Times. Zach Eflin, who pitched yesterday for the Tampa Bay Rays, he penned an article. Always the question for a team that's going to sell, is this the last start? And the guy we brought, we mentioned him yesterday as we were going yes,
he was
no.
on that list, right?
He was on that list.
Did I say yes or no? I don't even remember.
I think we said no to Zach.
Oh, no.
But he said, Mark said that the Astros, Braves, and Cardinals are among the teams expected to have strong interest in Zach Eflin. But what's kind of interesting about all this is like, well, if like they're being connected to Paredes and they're being connected to Eflin, like, is there a way you just go 2 for 1 right now? And you just you get your first base problem and you get your starter in one deal. Maybe you give up a bigger name prospect, but you can get both those. You can solve both those problems at once. The Astros have also made some interesting moves where they brought up Jacob Melton today, their top prospect, who I think was like number 67 the last time I checked in the top 100 prospects for MLB Prospectus. Like if he's coming up, I don't know if it means they're moving someone else up to the bigs like Pedro Leon, who we talked about yesterday, if they're just preparing to trade Pedro Leon in all of these moves. But It feels like the Rays are the best dance partner for the Astros at the deadline. I don't know if that means a good thing or not, but those are the team they're most heavily connected to for any player.
Isn't this a spot where you wish you still had James Click? Prior relationship with the Rays.
Yeah. It'd be nice.
Would help. They do look like they are sellers, even though they're still playing like just decently enough.
Yeah, I guess it's the cheap franchise thing where it's like if we're not going to make the playoffs, we might as well sell these guys and get prospects.
And you would think that the Rays, given how well they've been run, given that they're broke over the last couple of years, they'd be looking for some sort of a prospect. Also of note, Jacob Melton called up to AAA Sugarland. Sugarland Space Cowboys baseball. I mean, they're the first half champions.
Yeah,
now they're bringing more pieces up.
They are.
You don't seem excited about this.
Well, they did something that
you're right. I forgot about this.
They cut Luke Berryhill.
Luke Berryhill, who caught my first pitch and told me that it was the best first pitch he'd thrown all year.
They cut him.
Yeah, they did cut him. But he also told Jeremy that as well. He's doing some country music on the side.
Mm-hmm. I think we have to acknowledge, that there's been 2 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 nights.
Mm-hmm.
And last year,
did Luke catch last year's too?
No, Corey Lee did right before he got traded.
Oh no, there's a curse.
So Corey Lee caught it. They traded him.
Mm-hmm.
Luke caught it this year. He got cut. So
yeah, it's a bummer for Luke. Luke and I follow each other now. We're best friends.
Did you reach out to him and say, "Hey man, I hope you're okay"?
Well, I haven't seen him post about it, so I feel like I gotta wait for him to post about it to reach out.
Yeah, he's probably still hoping to.
Notes app, yeah.
Like a long one.
He did post a video, and I haven't watched it. It was about the same day that this news was dropped. Perhaps it was even before. It's got an interesting caption.
Based on this caption, should I just read it?
You can read it.
What does having true faith in Jesus really mean? Don't be deceived about this. Many people are in danger and don't even know it. I'm going to anticipate, Paul, that this video is not about getting cut.
I'm wondering if it's got some hot takes. If it's spicy.
Oh, I could see that.
And if it's related. Yeah, anyway, it is Gallant George. We've just opened up a can of worms. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in as well. In garbage time, we talk about a day that has been proclaimed a holiday and how much did Texas spend on their SEC party. You'll find out.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, unfortunately, my friend Mason Miller, just kidding, a reliever who I really like, has a fractured pinky in his left hand, a non-pitching injury. So he's smart on this front because he punched it. He pounded a padded training room in frustration after Monday night's win against the Astros. What?
I guess I don't remember enough what he'd be mad about.
What would you be mad about?
But okay.
It's a non-pitching injury, so he's smart enough when he's frustrated to not use his pitching hand. That's very smart. But damn.
I mean, assuming he still gets traded at the deadline, like Craig Kimbrell apparently just had like an all-time meltdown for the Orioles, and they still won the game, but they need a closer desperately.
Man, they've been bad in the bullpen.
So
a year and a half. Remember when last year their bullpen was one of the best in baseball? Then they played the Astros, and it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, because their closer got hurt, and then the Astros just like destroyed them mentally.
They killed them.
Did
he get hurt in that series?
I think he did.
I think
he either got
too.
hurt in that series or immediately after.
Yeah, I think it was like right after.
Yeah, it was either in it or yeah.
That sounds right.
I would imagine that Mason Miller still gets traded though for a ton. And you're just like, hey, I hope this pinky finger is healed by the playoffs.
Dude, 2-month kind of injury.
I don't know anything about injuries, man. Kyle Tucker, chop his leg off at this point. So
we haven't heard anything new about him today, but he should be back by September.
It is his left.
Or they'd be disappointed.
It is his left pinky, so.
Yeah.
For a righty pitcher, the fingers to chop off.
Yeah, like you could still catch a ball.
Come on.
Yeah,
Ronnie
you could probably
Lott
still
did
do
it.
that.
We're 42 days away from the NFL season. Ronnie Lott did it.
It's
Good point.
true.
Good point.
I don't know though. It might hurt your ability to squeeze the glove. I do not know.
Yeah, but it's like what? So then he can't, So if a ball comes his way, he just has to barehand it or just duck.
Guess how much Texas spent on their party to celebrate joining the SEC?
$800,000.
You are incorrect, sir. Sean.
I already know. Over $2 million. Let me guess. Over $2 million.
Nice. Got it. $2.3 million for their party to celebrate their entrance into the SEC.
Did you see how much they paid Pitbull?
That's what I'm looking for in this article right now. I'm assuming that half of that went to Pitbull.
Less than half.
Oh,
a sizable amount.
$610,000 for Pitbull. Pitbull cleaned up, Dale.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was almost Joe's entire guess. Was the
that's
Pitbull
how much?
budget.
So Pitbull made $1.2 million.
$610,000
performing for Texas and the WNBA.
Oh,
is that
what he got for the WNBA?
I'm just assuming that's his rate.
That's his rate, $600,000.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah, I'm just assuming. First of all, what a rate.
Maybe he was. It might have been a longer set for UT than for the WNBA.
I could see that. I
can see it being like a half rate or something. But
he's probably doing 20. First of all, I don't know. I know 2 Pitbull songs, so I'm just imagining him up there for 30 minutes, not knowing any of it. But
I don't know. You got Timber.
That's one of the 2 I know.
Got the Fireball.
That's the other one.
Yeah,
that's the other one I know.
Hotel Room. I can go all day.
All right,
one
guys.
With Neo.
ESPN 97.5's biggest Pitbull fan, Sean Miggs.
Yeah,
Who would have
by
thought?
Default, I think.
Who would have thought? All right, time for garbage time.
He has one with Chris Brown.
Happy Kamala Harris Day. Lena Hidalgo announced that today is Kamala Harris Day. I don't know if it's Kamala Harris Day going forward, but she's here in town to check on Hurricane Beryl recovery and to speak at a teachers union convention.
Mm-hmm.
What can be unburdened by what has been. And by the way, I'm sure, speaking of unburdened, I'm sure that our highways today are burdened to allow for proper transportation for a 2024 presidential candidate. That's the worst part about whenever a politician comes to Houston, regardless of party, traffic is going to get effed up.
I told this to Paul as he was going to get some water earlier. I was an hour and a half late to my interview at 6:10 to be a producer there because Donald Trump was here, and all the highways were blocked off. It was not fun. Thankfully, the person who was interviewing me was very understanding because she also did the traffic department, so she knew exactly what was wrong with me. So like it kind of worked out. Where I was like, "Hey, not gonna make it. Don't know when I'm gonna be there." And then I remember going to the front desk and I was like, "Hey, I'm here for an interview." And Leroy was like, the guy who worked there. He was like, "What time was your interview?" I was like, "An hour and a half ago." And he goes, "Dude," I'm like, "I know, man. She knows." Okay, I'm like, "I know, she knows."
I do like the judgment coming.
I know. I was like, this front desk person's judging me.
I know. Leroy's a good dude.
He's
That's
the
funny.
best. We had a great relationship after that.
One of the nicest people ever.
Yes.
And he's like, dude,
that's
gonna hurt.
Like I was an hour and a half late for an interview.
Embrace debate. I don't know if anyone saw Jennifer Lopez, possibly single, based off of this picture. She posted a picture to Twitter. It's her 55th birthday, and she looks like a strong, powerful, independent woman. Embrace debate, is Jennifer Lopez an athlete? Because if you look that good at age 55, like, don't you have to be an athlete? You're certainly athletic. She dances in concerts and stuff. Yeah, I'm going to say Jennifer Lopez is an athlete. Strong, powerful, independent woman.
I'm going to say she's athletic.
Yeah, she's an athlete.
I don't know if I can go athlete. I think I just don't know what any of her athletic accomplishments are.
Dancing is a sport. So.
All right, so she's an athlete.
Thank you.
I don't want to get canceled.
Should just yell at you like the character in South Park that they make up.
Yeah. I'm going to avoid
Who's
that at all
this
possible.
bitch? Southwest, it's getting rid of open seating.
I don't know how I feel about this.
I'm happy with it. The problem is it takes way too long to get on the plane. Just do it the way that most companies do it.
Yeah.
And also, I hate that, like, hey, I have to sign in early to check in so I could get like C39.
I will say I feel like this mean I may no longer fly Southwest.
I have a Southwest rewards card, and I believe I should be properly compensated for that card, which I pay an annual fee for.
Paul?
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
I also have one. Let's get some compensation going.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, give me better seats for this. What, I gotta wait in a line?
Just do what I did.
I want to be Group 2.
I can get you in Group 1.
Oh.
Just have a kid. You get to go first.
Oh.
One of the perks.
So that's where the line is.
When we just
drawn.
flew back from Florida, I was like, that was one of the perks was we got to go on after the A group.
Oh.
But no.
Oh, you're still in the B group though.
You're in you're ahead of the B group.
This is crazy.
But you're not in the A group.
You have to pay such a ridiculous fee to get in the A group, and you still might end up with a crappy seat.
It's true. It's true.
Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Until tomorrow, Friday, got to get down on Friday. So long. Farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's the Thursday edition of the Killer Bees. Jeremy on vacation all week, which means my man B-Mac, Brian McDonald, sitting to my right, and with him sliding out from behind the glass, that means B-Rod. Boston Rodriguez is behind the glass. As we'll take you for the next 3 hours from 3 to 6 p.m. Fellas, how we doing?
Doing great. I wish the weather wasn't as consistently rainy. It feels like I'm living in Seattle. This last couple of weeks, we get the hurricane gone, and now it's been raining a monsoon basically every single day. Other than that, it's been great.
I woke up this morning at like 6 to walk the dogs, and I'm like, nope, not even going outside.
That's when you get the treadmill and have them walk inside.
You make fun of that. There's a buddy of mine at the gym whose wife has a kind of like a bum hip, and he's like, "Hey, what do you know about treadmills?" I go, "Well, we got one. We got like a Nordic Trek." He's like, "No, for dogs." I'm like, "What?"
Oh, yeah.
He's like, "My wife wants one for both of our dogs. They're $600." I'm like, "How
is this one of the really fancy ones? It's also like
smaller and
well, there's those, but there's also ones you see for dogs that are rehabilitating, I guess after a surgery or something. But it's a treadmill that's like I guess they call it a water treadmill. I don't know if it has a more technical name than that, but I guess it helps because obviously in water you're not
takes the weight off,
right? So I didn't know if you're talking about that.
No.
That would get really pricey, I assume. But
well, he said she went to the GRB for the dog show. They had like a dog show / like expose thing. And she saw this thing, and she got roped in by the people with the business cards. And the next thing you know, she's coming home trying to talk him into a $600 dog treadmill. And he's like, "Yeah, no." I'm like, "I'm not endorsing that."
First world issues.
Yeah, how are you gonna try and sell that thing? You're not. No one's buying that thing from you.
Yeah. Back in the days when salesmen used to have to go door to door to sell their goods before the internet, I think that would have been a hard sell when you're knocking on someone's door trying to sell them the dog treadmill.
Yeah, one, the concept alone is going to be challenging, but at the $600 price tag, I'm like, yeah, no, that's not happening.
No.
All right, well, we transition from weather and the sleepless in Seattle Mariners, who continue to do you a favor as of yesterday, as we got off the air after the Astros win and then the Mariners lost. The Astros are legitimately one full game plus in first place, but they still have things to talk about. But the good thing coming off of yesterday's game was Hunter Brown was good yet again. Another 6 full innings of one-run baseball. He was fantastic, and Joe Espada had plenty of good things to say about Hunter Brown and what he looks like to him.
He's kind of have that ace feeling to him. You know, we are expecting him to go out there and deliver what he just did. We knew all along that is in him, and now he's starting to turn the corner, and he's starting to have that swag where he knows, hey, my team needs to win, and he did that. He delivered.
And it's interesting, B-Mac, because of the fact that we've had the discussion before, like if you had a must-win playoff game or a must-win game tomorrow and you could pick from any of your starters, who would you pick? Mm-hmm. And I think that for me, I still, if all things are even and everybody's healthy in the Astros rotation, Hunter Brown's not the guy I don't think I'm giving the baseball to. You may differ from that.
Yeah, I guess it depends on, like you said, when you set it up, like who's available, who's healthy, because I'm not feeling optimistic on Justin Verlander right now. It seems like he's still at least a month away, as like the conversation you and I and Barry were having yesterday. So if I were going with who's actually on the roster right now, it actually would be Hunter Brown. I do trust him more based upon this sample size going back to May 5th, more than Framber Valdez. Look, I know Framber Valdez, he had his ups and downs in the first half, but the overall numbers got there by the time they got to the quote-unquote midway point at the All-Star game. But look, it's still in the back of my head with Framber. He's going to have the 7 innings, 1 run, and then he's going to turn around the next day and go 5 and give up 4 because he's walking everybody. He loses composure. If he's playing the Rangers, maybe he even starts hitting batters at some point like we saw last year. I just don't trust his composure. I know people will point to 2021 against the Red Sox in the ALCS and the Game 6 of the World Series in 2022 and completely agree that Framber was nails in those scenarios. But that's 2 and 3 years ago at this point. A lot has changed since then, and I right now, in this moment, I trust Hunter Brown more than Framber Valdez.
See, it's a legit question. If you guys want to chime in, 713-780-3776, call, text, hit us up on social media. The big thing to me is I'm going to go with the guy that I know has been there, done that to some of the points you were mentioning, and I'm going to lean Framber simply because I know his stuff, when it's right, is as good as anybody in baseball, in my opinion. And his fastball's actually been kind of gaining a mile per hour or two this year. He's been up in the upper 90s from some certain times, where I believe that he has the stuff and the experience that I would lean his way as opposed to guys that really haven't been there in that kind of high leverage like the other two guys, in this case, Blanco and Brown. But I have my reservations, too, because driving in thinking about it, I'm thinking, okay, but what if you play a veteran manager in a team that goes, hey, all we got to do, regardless of how good this guy's stuff is make him field his position, and we could probably squeak out a run or two that might be the difference in the ballgame. Because we know that the meltdowns are one thing, but the other thing is it seems like he very much fears having to make plays on the mound, and when he's forced to do it, we've seen it too much, he melts down and throws balls away and gives teams easy runs.
Yeah, and it's not. It's definitely, we've seen teams bunt at him. So there's definitely that aspect of where you can rattle him by making him field his position. We've seen how wild he can be trying to throw over at first. What should be a very simple play, and he turns it into a dramatic, theatrical event trying to throw over to first. But even beyond that, I've mentioned it before on this show and on the bullpen. Saturdays noon to 2 with Sean Mapes tonight.
Get that in there.
We'll be on tomorrow, or not tomorrow. Gosh, today's Thursday. This week is
was.
dragged. Yeah, maybe it's the rain. But we've seen even beyond just the people bunting at him and forcing him to field his position. I can't forget last year's Game 2 against the Minnesota Twins, the ALDS, the only game of that series in which the Astros lost, when it was to the point where even the broadcast was picking up how much the Twins bench, led by Carlos Correa from the dugout, was able to rattle Framber Valdez by just yelling at him and jeering him and just getting into his head. Teams are going to see that. It's not like the book on Framber hasn't been out there. That's going to ramp up. I know Hunter Brown hasn't had those big game moments. Obviously he's participated in the past postseasons, but not to the level that he would be asked to do so this year. But he's just been so damn good. Like, I'm looking at his game log. He hasn't had a game under 6 innings since May 17th against the Brewers. Going back further than that, when he first added that sinker, which was the May 5th game against Seattle, so we're talking about almost 3 months at this point. Since that time, 2.47 ERA, 94 strikeouts in 87 innings. That's an ace.
Yeah,
that's an ace.
It's hard to argue with his performance. But, again, you look at it and you say, Blanco's pitched way above what we've ever seen from him before. Brown has pitched way above what we've seen from him before. That's all fine and dandy, but then the playoffs become a separate, different animal all in itself. And because of the fact that everything's ramped up, that one bad play or one bad pitch can have so much more of a bigger impact, that's where I'm at, in the fact that I need to see these guys on that stage be able to do what they're executing in the regular season. Because I heard Paul talking about this on the way in, going, well, you know what? He hasn't really pitched against the best of competition to get the numbers that he's gotten with Hunter Brown. Well, he doesn't make the schedule. But the thing is that when you look at, he has one of the top 3 ERAs since early May, once he had the couple blow-ups early and he started throwing the two-seamer, that you can say it doesn't matter who he's facing. As long as he owns the inside part of the plate on hitters and he establishes that, he can throw whatever he wants, and he's going to have success. It's just, how do you handle the nerves? How do you come out when you get handed the ball for a do-or-die playoff game as opposed to a game in mid-July?
Yeah, and looking at the game log, there is definitely some credence to what Paul said about the quality of competition. There's games, obviously multiple games against Seattle. There's the Angels, Detroit, the White Sox, Colorado. There's a lot of bad offenses in this stretch for Hunter Brown. But I guess I would reply to that thought, and I understand it, but I would reply to it like, what would you expect a good pitcher to do against bad offenses? What Hunter Brown's done. So, I get that he's done it against, bottom half of the league offenses for the most part, although there are games against one of the Minnesota games he was terrible, and that was his one bad start. He had a good game against Minnesota on June 2nd. There was a game right before the All-Star break against Texas, which I know their offense has taken a step back, but still an overall pretty good offense that he pitched well in those 2 games. So it's not only been bad offenses. And again, if you're looking or saying what you would expect from an ace level pitcher, or at least a very good pitcher, top half of the rotation pitcher, to do against bad teams, it's exactly what Hunter Brown's done. So I'm not going to knock him for that.
No, and that's the thing too. Like, to your point, you just have to throw your pitches no matter who's trying to hit them. And as long as you command your pitches and you dominate the zone, you're going to be effective. And the big thing to me is, it's not the swing and miss rate matters to me, but the other thing is, are you throwing competitive pitches that are in
counts that you're up in the count.
Sure.
So 0-2-1-2. I really want to throw something that for the first 3 quarters from the release point looks like it's going to be a strike, but I don't want it anywhere near the zone by the time it gets to the plate. And he had trouble with that early in the season. That's something that he's gotten better on. Some of the younger arms that we see, I think that's something that they struggle with because too many times, even in this last stretch of games where the Astros have been successful, 0-2-1-2 pitches are getting hit and barreled up way too easy because pitchers are just getting careless so they can't control that pitch. He has gotten a lot better, but that's something, again, come playoff time, you can't afford to miss and facing a playoff team, miss middle with anything that you throw, no matter what the count is, and that's dangerous.
Yeah, and I would contribute some of what you said there to him adding the sinker. That's a pitch. In my opinion, at least, that when it's thrown properly is usually bottom half of the zone to a little bit out of the zone. So that's not a pitch you want to leave high. I can attest from my experience playing MLB The Show where it absolutely gets rocked if I leave it a little too high. High level stuff there. But yeah, I think that's and that's a pitch like you said that starts. He can start lower half of the zone that can dart just below the zone and get the sort of either weak contact or swing and miss that you're looking for when you're up in the count. So I think that could be those two things could go hand in hand with what you're talking about, plus him adding the sinker. And to the playoff experience, I would say, like, especially if we're comparing him and Blanco, Hunter Brown, at least compared to Blanco, not only has been in some of these moments. Now, he hasn't been on the biggest stage because 2022 he was a reliever. And last year, obviously, they didn't get to the World Series. And I don't remember all of his outings and, the exact stats on them, but they weren't exactly dominant. But at least compared to Blanco, he's been in those moments. Not only has he been in those moments, but he's also somebody that you've seen this level of performance coming from him from a long time. Like, this has been who he's supposed to be. He's been a top 100 prospect. He's been a guy that got the Justin Verlander comparisons compared to a Blanco who is 30, just now getting a regular spot, and who didn't even find out he was going to make the team until the last spring training game at Minute Maid Park. So not to take anything away from Reynel Blanco, but if you're talking about, like, can these guys handle the moment, I think Hunter Brown has been more prepared for handling this moment than maybe a Reynel Blanco.
Look, I think to your point, too, on, like, he's doing the things that you expected him to do. We've discussed this in the past week or so, where my big hot button has always been, if you're the number one pitching prospect in the Astros farm system, look the hell out, because within 6 months to a year, you're probably going to have something happen, or something's going to derail you, or you're never going to be who you were expected to be. And Forrest Whitley is the latest and greatest of all those examples. Thankfully, with Hunter Brown, with as bad as he started the season, he has done the work and, had some help. And even Verlander, they said, was involved in the process of him finding himself. Bregman as well helped him to where he's gotten to where you expected him to be. Because we all expected, Jeremy and I were talking at the start of the season, this is a guy that could compete for a Cy Young someday because he's got top of the rotation stuff. Then with the Kansas City game and all the other games where the massive blowups happened, you're like, will he ever fully maximize the potential that we see with the way his pitches are as opposed to how he pitches them? And now we're seeing that. So it's a good conversation to have, because I think Joe Espada would love to be able to pick from all the guys being healthy. But you do have your pitfalls and your pros and cons for each of the three guys.
I would say to Hunter Brown, and kind of like, because I think a lot of people were frustrated, especially coming off of 2022, where he was so dominant at AAA. Like, he was the ERA leader in AAA, but like a full run. And he did that in a league like the Pacific Coast League, which were, they're playing games in Reno and Vegas and Salt Lake City, places where the ball absolutely flies out of the ballpark. So I think people saw the side-by-side videos people put out with Verlander, saw when he came up in 2022, he had 2 starts before they hit the playoffs. Both starts were very good. I believe they were both 6 innings, 2 earned runs. And the expectations were sky high. But I think what they have to realize, when you look at Hunter Brown's track record, he didn't come out as this number one prospect from day one, and this has been his track the whole time. He was a guy that developed a little more slowly, kind of had to work into it. So I think when you're looking at expectation, it should have been reasonable to expect and think he's not going to, just propel up the prospect standings and get here as quickly as a Verlander did. That's not his path. So, and thankfully, thanks to Bregman and Verlander helping him out, maybe his own maturation and figure things out, looking at the film and adding the new pitch, he's figured that out. But not every great pitcher's path to get to where they want to be is at the same length and the same pace.
No, you're right. All right, let's continue this conversation. But I want to know and hear from you. We both do. Who would you pick if you had a game to win in a playoff series starting tomorrow if all pitchers are healthy for the rotation that the Astros currently have? That includes Verlander. That includes Fromber. That includes Blanco and Brown. Who are you going with and why? 713-780-3776. Hit us up on text. Hit us up on Twitch. Hit us up on all the social media. And he's at Sacked by BMAC. And I'm at Pac-Man Joel with a K. Up next, besides that, who do you want at the deadline? We've been talking about this. We've been kind of prioritizing. But now it's getting down to the nitty-gritty time as everything's going to be decided by Monday in the early evening. Who do you want and what are you willing to give up? That's coming up next. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Segment as we continue to kick it off and keep it going till 6 p.m. BMAC, myself, and B-Rod as we continue the conversation on the Astros. It started with, if you had a game to win in a playoff situation tomorrow and all things were even in terms of the health and availability of the starting pitchers on this Astros roster, who you taking? BMAC was leaning towards Brown. I'm leaning towards Fromber. I'm interested what you guys have to think, and some of you guys already were pretty quick to respond. 8341 says, you got to lean Hunter Brown a little bit more than Blanco because Hunter did have all the innings last year. This is going to be a long year, long season for Blanco that he has not experienced anything like before, which is fair. I think
that is another aspect of it. The career innings pitch. I believe he's like 15 or so innings behind like his career high.
He's going to blow it out.
He's going to blow. I mean, by like his first start in August, he's going to blow by it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I mean, you're going to get, hopefully, if things go the way the Astros would like them to go, he could be pitching obviously into mid to late October. I mean, he's going to be. He could be like 50 innings beyond that, which is, I mean, when you look at kind of the danger zone for, and again, he's 30, so maybe it doesn't apply as much as it would for younger arms. He's not, a Mark Pryor, Kerry Wood age, but I mean, 50 innings pitched beyond your previous career high is a dangerous area to be in.
You know what the feelings I have? I have the vibes of Garcia because when Luis Garcia was kind of speed dated through the process to get all the way to the big leagues, going from AA right to the Astros.
Right.
Every single time he got the ball, it was like, well, this is the most he's ever thrown in a year. Well, this is the most he's ever thrown now by, this many more pitches. And it just kept growing and growing. And then the WBC, and it was like whether he was going to pitch or not, he was prepping like he was going to pitch. So his offseason was cut a little shorter. And you're like, at a certain point, that's got to catch up with him. Granted, they didn't take the approach that teams like the Nats did with Strasburg or the Yankees did with Jabba Chamberlain, thinking, oh, we've got to baby this kid because this arm is an arm that's going to be our franchise. They didn't, they babied those two guys, and they still blew out their arms. So you never know and you don't know until, the whole genetics and everything that you look at from each individual pitcher. But because he's a little older, too, and you don't know how many more years he's going to give you like this, I don't know what the ramifications are going to be because you really don't have any option but to just keep airing it out with him.
Yeah, and I wonder if this almost runs or how they might treat Blanco. And like, this wouldn't be fair to the player, but I think, obviously sports and business isn't fair either. That because he's 30, because maybe even as good as he's been, he's not really planning into their long-term plans. Like, I mean, I would assume they would view him as being part of the team, maybe being like the fifth starter in this team. But especially if Justin Verlander comes back, you get Luis Garcia back, you get all these guys back. I don't think they really look at him as like the long-term foundational piece of their rotation. They might just start to view him as like an older running back. Let's just run his legs off.
That
like
sucks,
you're on the last year of your contract running back. You're taking every single carry. We're running your legs off. They might just throw Ronel Blanco's arm off. I mean, that would suck for him. Obviously, he gets his first shot at the big leagues. He throws a no-hitter on his first night out. Well, first night of the season. He obviously pitched in the majors before and had this fantastic season that should have resulted in an all-star appearance and didn't, unfortunately. But they may just view this as kind of a one-off and throw his arm until it falls off.
You would hope that that's not as
I mean, we've already seen his velocity drop.
Cutthroat as they would be.
You're seeing the red flags already.
Right, but that's why I'm saying even now, especially because you're probably going to lean on him for this season alone in the postseason. That's why when we start talking about who to trade for, how many pitchers you need, kicking the tires on Paxton and starting pitchers that are available, it's all because right now, ideally, for more than one pitcher in your rotation currently, including a guy that's right now on the IL that should be back in Verlander, you probably need to make sure that they get that extra day of rest and make sure that you're doing some things now so that they're not completely gassed by the time you get to the playoffs, no matter what you see about their long-term future. And that's why when we start looking at like who's out there and what to do, you just feel like instead of things that they might consider, I think it's almost not that I want to say the term, but I think that it's desperation time.
No, it's desperation.
They got to make a move for at least one starting pitcher, and they got to do it rather quickly because not only is the competition getting better you face, but because of what we're talking about in terms of the health and the long-term, health of your pitching staff.
Yeah, I mean it's both for performance on the field when you talk about Jake Bloss and Arrighetti, and with the concerns of pitch limits with Ronel Blanco. I mean that's 3/5 of your rotation right now, where you feel like we got to get somebody else here because either we don't really want Bloss and Arrighetti throwing every fifth day because they haven't been performing up to the standards of what you would need from a guy in a playoff race, or you see Ronel Blanco already visibly dropping off with the velocity dropping as he nears his career best in innings pitched. So, yeah, I'm fine with using the word desperation because, I mean, right now, when you look at that rotation, like I trust Fromber, I trust Hunter Brown, I think I trust Ronel Blanco, although he's starting to show some signs of wear and tear. And then I don't trust Bloss and Arrighetti at all now.
At all. So, I don't either.
Yeah, I think that as I'm describing that situation, that does warrant the use of the word desperation.
No doubt. And because you have a less than farm system, then you have even more of a sense of urgency because you're not going to be in a competitive bidding war with multiple pitchers in this free agent cycle.
Maybe for one guy, but not for most.
So if you get one guy, the traditional trade route before the deadline, you still probably need one more because as we started the week and I started preaching about the fact that, hey, between Arrighetti and Bloss, this is a massive series against a less than team. They have to show you that they are capable of doing what you need them to do, at least for the next couple of months, or you have got to really put the pedal down to try and look for other options. Both those guys showed you less than to where this increased the sense of urgency for me about what they need to do. That's why I was saying, look, even from the standpoint of just Paxton, he may be on the downside of his career, but I believe he's got I trust him more than either one of those two guys if I give him the baseball and say, go give me 5-6 innings and eat up, and keep it within 3 runs. I think I'd give him a better chance than either one of those two guys.
Yeah, and we could kick around some of the names that might be available to the Astros at the deadline. We have Cody Davis from Locked On Texans coming up next segment. But what you said there about Bloss and Arrighetti really kind of triggered back to, for me, the previous conversation on Hunter Brown, where, okay, we need to see something from Bloss and Arrighetti against these lesser-than teams. They didn't deliver. So if we can't ding Hunter Brown's like, oh, well, he's only doing it against bad teams. Well, we just saw the 2 nights before other guys who are facing the same bad team, the same single-A Oakland A's, not do it. So, I mean, I think you have to give more credit to Hunter Brown when you saw 2 guys the day before not be able to get it done.
Wheatstraw says I'd go Brown, then blonde-haired Blanco, Fromber, and then purple-haired Blanco.
Oh, I don't remember the purple hair. Oh,
yeah,
he had the braid, right?
No. It was in the last week. It was in the last start or two. He had a mishap with the dye job.
Right. Yeah.
And it became purple, and they couldn't change it right away.
Short hair or long hair, Fromber?
I think short hair is better.
Yeah. I don't know. The long hair is kind of is cooler, but I mean,
I'm not even worried. I don't care how it looks. I'm just telling you from the fact that first of all, it's got to be heavy.
World Series win, he was short hair.
Short hair.
Yeah, so I guess I'll have to go short hair.
All right, and then 409 Josh says Fromber 5-0 in his last 5 starts. I'd still trade him to get some combo of immediate impact and prospects, and hope the pitchers getting healthy can replace his starts. I am completely against that.
That is well, we lucky for that texter. Bad Take Boulevard's already kind of full because we might have to put him on the list. And I was actually looking at, because I obviously I'd been a little bit down on Fromber, so I was looking up the game or his game log this year to see if I was crazy. And really, it's just the 1 month he was bad, which was May. You look at the other months, in March, April, his ERA is 2.60. June, it's 3.11. July, 2.89. The only time that he was bad, the inconsistency, the bad Fromber that we've complained about in the past was May, and obviously he's had 2 good months since then. But I hate the idea of, well, let's trade Fromber, and then let's hope that his production can be replaced by guys coming back from the injured list. Like, you can't count on that. Like, we think and hope Verlander's coming back by September, but again, that's by September, and I don't think you can count on anything, obviously, from McCullers, but not even Luis Garcia at this point. He's throwing 15 pitches.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's not close.
To our conversation with Barry yesterday,
He's not close.
I just don't think you can get him stretched out in time to where that's a guy that you can hang your head out and go.
Not as a starter.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm going with. I mean, he might be able to contribute in some way to your pitching staff, but at this point, I think it's a pipe dream to think that there's any chance of him being a starter for this team this season, being a guy you lean on or count on for, big time games.
No, I agree with you there.
All
yeah,
right.
There's no way.
Well, we got to get to Cody Davis. That's going to be next. He's going to be talking all things Houston Texans as we're deep into training camp already. Had our first fight, which means it's officially on. We'll talk to him about that and a whole lot more. And then we'll get back to the Astros conversation at some point. So stick with us. Hang in there. Give us your thoughts and opinions. We'll get to them. We'll star them. We'll notate them. And we'll bring them back up as we continue to roll on. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back on the Bees as we continue to bounce around covering all that is Houston sports. We've got the Astros, and we've already covered a little of that, but let's talk about the team that everybody is so excited about right now, and that's your Houston Texans. Knee-deep in the middle of training camp, getting ready for the Hall of Fame game against the Bears. Nobody better to talk about things that are going on a daily basis than Cody Davis. Cody Davis, Texans beat reporter for Locked On Texans. You can follow him on Twitter at Cody, COTY Davis _24. Cody, thanks again for spending some time with us, carving out a few moments. Interesting to hear your kind of thoughts on the early stages of camp. We've heard the defense has looked really good, even dominating the offense. Is that a big deal? Is that something that has struck you as something that you've noticed?
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest takeaway through these first 6 days of training camp. I mean, look, the Houston Texans defense took major step forward last season as part of the reason why they finished 10-7 and, made it all the way to the divisional round. But I just go back and I take a look at how Coach D'Amico Ryans and General Manager Nick Caserio, even though with the improvements that they went throughout this whole entire offseason and improved the offensive line, the defensive line, improved the linebacker unit, and even the secondary, because when you take a look at, the addition of someone like Kamari Lassen and Caleb Bullock, they are established themselves in training camp. And through those first 6 days, 7-on-7, 11-on-11 plays, this defense looked like it's definitely going to take another step forward. Now you're looking at a situation where the Houston Texans could possibly have, if not the league's best defense, it's definitely going to be top 3, man. All 3 levels have looked good, and the best part about it, even though all three levels have looked good, they have looked good and dominated in terms of having other players who have yet to practice, i.e. the linebacker unit has looked pretty solid, and that's without Christian Harris, who is by far is not the best linebacker when you look at the addition of Aziz, the second best linebacker. This defense, man, is going to be extremely good in 2024.
All right, Cody, let's stick with the defense here for a second and talk about someone you mentioned with Kamari Lassiter, the second-round pick out of Georgia. I think there was a few question marks coming into the league, like is he a slot corner? Is he on the outside? People question his long speed. But everything we've heard from practice so far is that D'Amico absolutely loves him. I saw the video from the Houston Texans Twitter account earlier today where D'Amico was just raving about him, about finishing a play and the fight and the dog that he has in him. We've heard about the battles he's had with Stephon Diggs, shoving him out of bounds and really competing and not backing away from a veteran that some rookies might be scared to go one-on-one with. Just your overall impressions of Kamari Lassiter, and do you see this as Kamari Lassiter already having locked down the number 2 outside corner spot?
I believe so. He has been the second best corner for the Houston Texans so far in training camp. And the one thing that I love about him is the fact that he's a rookie who does not back down from the challenge. I mean, look, almost every single day at practice, he is going one-on-one, toe-to-toe with Stephon Diggs. And I don't know about you guys, but I've always had Stephon Diggs top 10 wide receiver, let's say over the past decade, going back to his days in Minnesota. And this young man, a rookie who hasn't played a minute in the NFL, is stepping up to the challenge. And look, when you look at the offensive side of the ball, you can tell that the C.J. Stroud-Stephon Diggs connection is going to be something special. And the fact that he has interrupted that connection on several occasions, dating all the way back to mandatory minicamp, man, it says a lot about that young man. And another thing that I like about him is, even though he has had moments where you can tell he has made a quote-unquote rookie mistake, I mean, you guys saw it training camp yesterday, how Nico Collins put him in the blender. The one thing that I love about Kamari Lassiter is the fact that even in a situation where a wide receiver has gotten the best out of him, he's going to put that play behind him, and he's going to make sure he does whatever it takes to make a defensive stop on the next play. And that's exactly what he did, man. Kamari Lassiter, I really didn't know what to expect from him. I mean, going into the draft, I was hoping that the Texans came away with Kool-Aid because, in my opinion, he was one of, if not the best cornerback in the draft. And knowing that Kool-Aid went 1 or 2 spots ahead of the Texans, I was like, man, I really don't know if they came away with a good contingency plan with the addition of Kamari Lassiter, man. But 6 days in the training camp, going all the way back to OTAs and mandatory minicamp, Kamari Lassiter is really that guy, and I'm loving from what I'm seeing from him. And he definitely, I think, has already solidified that corner, that second starter that Nick Caserio and Coach D'Amico Ryan said that they wanted, dating all the way back to the NFL Combine.
Okay, Cody, and it's Cody Davis again, Texans beat reporter for Locked On Texans. That gets me spinning off into another thought process, which is we talked about who was going to play what positions in the secondary as we led into camp. If Lassiter is locking up the outside corner opposite of Stingley, then you're starting to look at your nickel corner. We've seen that Petrie has been moved from safety to play a little bit more a nickel, and everybody's been talking about, and D'Amico's been talking about the fact that he just likes the fact that he has the ability to do that. What does that say about how the secondary shakes out? We don't know if King's going to have a spot on the roster. If he does, we thought he was a nickel. How does that kind of shift everything else that's open in the secondary?
To me, it kind of goes back to what Nick Caserio talked about during the first day of training camp. Look, even though this roster look really good on paper as of right now, Nick Caserio basically told us that they're going to use training camp to continue their evaluation and to see what areas still needs improvement before the 2024 season. And I say the reason why I went back to, what Nick Caserio talked about, I remember the last time I was on you guys' show, and I was like, well, I really don't know if they're going to put too much money into the safety unit because at the time it looked like Jalen Petrie and Jimmy Ward was going to be your 2 primary safeties. However, 6 days in, as you guys just alluded to, Jalen Petrie, it seemed like his primary position has been that nickel position. So now the question is, what is going to how is the safety unit is going to shake up? You already know if healthy, Jimmy Ward is going to be out there. Look, Kalen Bullock, he has made plays. I think he has done really good through the first 6 days. However, I wouldn't say that he locked down, the second starting safety. I wouldn't necessarily go that far, which means I would not be surprised if we, after, let's say 1 or 2 preseason games, you see the Houston Texans starting to make moves and bringing in more veteran safeties. Like that defensive backfield is definitely something that everyone needs to make sure that they keep their eyes on, because this shift that no one saw coming, including myself, having Jalen Petrie play more in that nickel position changed a lot of that safety unit.
Cody Davis, you can find him on Twitter at Cody Davis_24. Cody, one place where the Texans did make a move was adding to the running back room, signing Cam Akers, who coming off a second Achilles injury, which is just unheard of one Achilles injury for a running back to come back from until recently was unheard of, and he's coming off of 2. What do you make of this signing overall? I mean, if he's out there practicing, how does he look? Do you see him as someone who's going to challenge Dameon Pierce, having had a previous experience in a similar offense under Sean McVay with the Rams, or is he more kind of just a depth piece that's going to fill some time until Joe Mixon gets back?
I think he's just a depth piece to fill some time until Joe Mixon come back. To answer your first question, Dameon Pierce has looked really good through these first 6 days of training camp. So much so, there's been times I say that's the Dameon Pierce that everyone loved during the 2022 season. Now, everyone knows, 2023 was a down year, both on and off the field for him, and it affected his game. However, it seemed like he's slowly but surely getting back to that player. And then, when you take a look at the rest of that running back room, look, the running back group is one of those training camp battles that is not going to be at the top of the list, but it's definitely something that everybody should keep their eyes on, because once you get past Dameon Pierce, you have Dare Ogunbowale, who has gone out there in training camp and made plays. Plus, like I always say, it's always good to keep him on for special team purposes after that field goal he made. But in addition to Dare Ogunbowale, you got British Brooks, you got Gerard Jordan. Both of those running backs have definitely they are making a name for themselves, rather in the passing game, rather in the rushing attack, or rather just utilizing their skills as a blocker. Like, this running back room is going to be very competitive, especially once preseason starts. And the addition of Cam Akers, look, I believe it was on Monday, Coach D'Amico Ryans just put it plain and simple. The only reason why they signed him was to see if he could come in and compete. And through these first couple of days of training camp, I haven't seen Cam Akers get too many snaps doing 7-on-7 and 11-on-11, and I'm pretty sure, his signing has a lot to do with the fact that Joe Mixon has been out through these last couple of days of practice. But that running back unit, if something happened and Cam Akers can make things interesting, that running back unit is definitely one of the most interesting positions so far.
All right, I'm going to throw it back on you, Cody. I'll put a little pressure on you on this one, because you mentioned, which is music to my ears, if they are adjusting things in the secondary, I would love to see a veteran, and there's some good names, veterans out there that I would love to see a part of this team, namely Mr. Simmons that comes out of Denver is a guy that I've had my eye on for a long time. But we know that Nick has said he's watching the veterans every day. He knows who's out there. He also looks to see. I didn't think that the running back number 2 was on the Texans roster currently when camp opened, and Brian and I had discussed whether Cam Akers was capable of that or not. But if you had the money to spend, if there's one other position that you can go out that with guys that are still out there and you can upgrade, is it safety? Is it running back? Is it linebacker? Is it somewhere else? Where would you go if you had the opportunity?
I got to go with safety now. I have to go with safety, and as you mentioned, I think Justin Simmons, I don't think he's not only the best safety on the market, I think he might be the best player still available. And the Houston Texans, if I'm not mistaken, they still have someone in the ballpark of $17 to $18 million. Not saying that someone like Justin Simmons is going to eat all of that, but like I mentioned, in terms of looking how they're utilizing Jalen Petrie, and it seems like every single day at training camp, he's spending less and less time with the safety unit and more time with the cornerbacks, more time with the guys that's competing for that nickel spot. It does leave a vacancy at safety, which means that, look, once again, Kalen Bullock, he has had some bright spots so far in practice. However, if the Texans were to open against the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday, I would not be comfortable watching Caleb Bullock, start alongside Jimmy Ward, which means you're going to have to go out there and spend some money and address that vacancy. And like you mentioned, and like a lot of people are mentioning, you have to take a look at like a veteran, Justin Simmons. I definitely think he will be a huge upgrade to a defense that has already looked dominant so far.
Texans beat reporter Cody Davis for Locked On Texans joining us here on the Killer Bees. Cody, one more for you. Going back over to the offensive side, I think probably at least the biggest splashy move of the offseason was the trade that brought Stephon Diggs here. And we've obviously spent a lot of time leading up to training camp about rehashing and retelling all the stories about, is Diggs a good teammate? Is he not a good teammate? Is he talkative? Is he disruptive? And everything out of camp so far has been that Diggs is a great teammate. So just your overall impressions of how he's worked with his new teammates, and also maybe what you would expect his role to be, because it seems like Nico, in my opinion, Nico is obviously locked up as your ex. I would say Tank is your number 2 on the outside, and I would expect Stephon Diggs to be in the slot. But what have you seen as far as their usage and how they're making those 3 guys fit on the field at the same time?
I think offensive coordinator Bobby Slower said it best. Whoever's going to be open, that's the one that's going to get the ball, plain and simple. And as of right now, 6 days in the training camp, I don't think the Houston Texans have a quote-unquote number 1 wide receiver. Of course, when you take a look at a quarterback like C.J. Stroud, you know he's going to go through his reads and progression. And whichever one of those 3 wide receivers is going to be open, that's who's going to get the ball. But in terms of Stephon Diggs, man, the one thing that I love about Stephon is the fact that I think that he's definitely living up to everything that he said, dating all the way back to mandatory minicamp. When we first had an opportunity to talk to him, he talked about how he wanted to take on a leadership role, a veteran role, where he have an opportunity to help a lot of the young players on the roster, whether it be someone in the wide receiver unit, whether it be some of the, young DBs. And, of course, that kind of talk, first time talking to your new media, new team and everything, a lot of time that could just be talk. However, he is definitely living up to everything that he said when we first talked to him during mandatory minicamp. And one of my favorite things that I've loved from Stephon Diggs, outside the fact that he is still one of the top wide receivers in the game right now in terms of his ability with his route running, in terms of his ability to make plays, get open, and, of course, be a very useful and valuable target for C.J. Stroud, has been his ability to just step up and just be a leader and showcase his veteranship. Because if he's not out there on the field, he's always on the sideline talking to John Mitchell, talking to Tank Dell, talking to Nico Collins. And, even when he's even shown the ability to, buy into and showcase his veteran leadership to the defensive backs, i.e. talking to a Kamari Lassiter, talking to a Derek Stingley Jr. He's always talking and always coaching up these young guys. And when you take a look at the Houston Texans and knowing that this is still a young team, you definitely need somebody like Stephon Diggs in the locker room. Now, of course, hopefully everything stays like that. Nothing changes, midway through the regular season. But Stephon Diggs, man, I think Titus Howard put it best. All that diva talk, that was before he got to Houston. He is a great teammate, and from what we are seeing from the outside looking in, he's definitely living up to that.
That is the voice of Cody Davis. He is the beat reporter for your Houston Texans at Locked On Texans. Cody, we really appreciate your time. We'll check back with you, if you don't mind, throughout periodically the season, because the updates are very valuable and extremely interesting.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
There you go, Cody Davis. All right, let's talk about something that we talked about, BMAC, with Cody, and that is the fact that the word out of camp for the early portions of camp is this defense is so dominant, it's dominating the Houston Texans offense. And is that something to be concerned with, or is that something to just kind of put a feather in your cap of the defense and say, good on you, D'Amico, way to go, and you on Nick Caserio for getting the pieces? We can talk about that. We can talk about a whole lot more. But if you guys want to get in on the conversation, 713-780-3776, call, text, hit us on all the social media aspects. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy's on vacation this week. Brian McDonald filling in with me today and tomorrow, and he also did Monday. Barry Laminack did Tuesday and Wednesday. Appreciate the Bees filling in for the Bee as we continue to get on with the B and the S and everything in between. I have from time to time, just maybe not like on the air, but
honestly, I can't get past the music that Austin rejoined with. We're playing Firestarter by Prodigy, and I did not expect to hear that today.
He's got a very wide variety of bump back music.
Yeah, I remember buying this album when it came out, and like there was this song and nothing else. It was definitely a one song album, and even this song I've grown tired of. But every once in a while, it hits you in the right spot.
But you could also charge it if you worked at certain places where we used music for bumps and videos.
Oh, you get music for free?
Used to.
Oh, nice.
Used
okay. Because you could buy it on the company card because you can use it in arena.
That's right.
Man,
there you go.
That's the way to go.
Those were the days.
Yeah, those were the days.
No question about it. All right, so we just got done talking to Cody Davis, who's the beat writer for the Texans, and he was talking about the fact that through camp, what we've heard is exactly what he's seen, and that is that the defense has been dominant, so dominant that there's been times where they have dominated this offense, which we know is loaded, which we also discussed with him about all the receivers and everything they've added with Mixon and bringing back Schultz. What are your thoughts on, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Is it bad that the offense hasn't been able to take to this defense? Is it good because the guys that they added with a lot of big free agent names on the defensive side of the ball are being effective already? How do you view that?
Look, I think the norm, at least that first week of camp, is pretty much always that the defense is going to be the head of the offense because offense has to build rhythm, has to build timing, has to, build up their chemistry. Whereas, on the defensive side, especially with the front and the edge rushers like Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, they're just, pinning the ears back and getting upfield. There's especially in this defense where Danielle Hunter's talked about, like, D'Amico tells him, like, don't think about anything else. Just go after the quarterback. Just get upfield. Don't worry about the run. Don't worry about anything else. Just get upfield. So I think it's natural for the defense to be ahead because they don't have to build up as much chemistry and rhythm. But yeah, I think it is noticeable to the degree because, you're seeing – take for a grain of salt, like people reporting training camp stats. But I saw from DJ Bieniemy, friend of the station, he'll be with us on Fridays here in the fall, that C.J. Stroud in yesterday's practice went 4 of 12. Passing. This is not.
But he said 4 drops on catchable passes.
Sure.
Too,
4.
Right?
I'd have to see them with my own eyes because I don't. Maybe everyone's definition of catchable might be different. That's a subjective opinion. But still, this is not like it's not an average run-of-the-mill offense that this defense is dominating. Right? It's a team with it's an offense with the offensive rookie of the year in C.J. Stroud with a multiple-time Pro Bowler and Stephon Diggs. Joe Mixon hasn't been available, but then obviously Tank Dell and Nico Collins, who we all think very highly of. Dalton Schultz is the top half of the league tight end. It's Laramie Tunsil, obviously, on the offensive line, and then Shaq Mason, some of the other pieces, we'll see about how good they are. But it's a very good offense that finished 11th last year in points scored, and the Texans defense is dominating. So I do think it's notable. It's not concerning to me for the offense because the Texans offense isn't going to face the defense as good as the Texans every week. Now, there will be some weeks, like when they face the Ravens and the Jets, where that could be an issue. And it certainly was last year when they went up against those two teams. But I'm not really concerned yet for the offense because it's early and because this is kind of the natural process. But to me, it's very encouraging for the defense that what we have seen through the offseason, them put on paper, and even beyond that, because we weren't sure what they were getting with Kamari Lassiter, has really shown up so far in these early practices. And they look like Cody Davis put number 1 defense in the league on them. At worst, top 3. I wouldn't go that far as my voice cracks.
I wouldn't either.
But I do, like I said, on Cash or Trash, and I think they could be top 5 defense.
Well, here's where I'm at. I don't think that it's a negative for your offense. I think to the points that you brought up and the fact that everybody comes into camp in a different shape. Some guys use camp to get in shape. So to your points on timing and the fact that when you're putting new wrinkles into the playbook, and we lose sight of the fact that this is Slowick's and CJ's second year with this playbook, but this is Diggs' first year with this playbook.
Right.
Skronik, another guy that you're trying to work in to see what he can do for you. So there's a lot of different factors that go into. I'm not putting any of this on the offense. I'm not concerned at all about the offense. There's just too much talent on that offense from top to bottom for me to be worried about. But I am going to be excited about the fact that this defense, because you added Hunter, because you added Autry, because you're expecting even more out of Will Anderson. But the bigger thing to me than all that is, when you add Elshire to the middle linebacker position, when you know that he's played for D'Amico in the past, and you know how he was still dominant with tackles and everything else for Tennessee, and the fact that you figure out that a draft pick could quite possibly be a plug-and-play starter from day one of this season, you can't help but get really pumped up and know you've got a defensive-minded head coach that now you're giving him weapons he's familiar with in the case of Elshire, and even Jimmy Ward if he can stay healthy, but you're giving him a pass rush to your point of being able to pin your ears back from multiple positions and go get the quarterback. Makes it easier on your secondary, makes it the entire unit, give him the ability to be more dominant. That's what's exciting to me, that if you can do this against an offense that's going to be as highly touted as the Houston Texans offense is going to be, just wait till they get into no matter how hard you think the schedule is going to be and the quarterbacks you're going to face, which we've highlighted, the fact that this defense looks like it doesn't really matter who they're facing. They're going to be effective. They're going to be able to do what they need to do to keep you in the ballgame. That's exciting.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting because I think this defense on paper has the ability to. I disagree with Cody about top defense in the league. I think 3 is maybe a stretch, although I think they'll be top 5. So we're splitting hairs between 3 and 5. But I do think they have a chance to be the best defense in team history. I mean, you could say that maybe belongs to 2011 or 2012. Some of the early teams before that had some pretty good defenses, but I think on paper, and some of those things on paper, like Camardi Lassiter, are already starting to prove to be maybe even better than you hope for. I think this team could be as disruptive and impactful to winning games, leading team. Not that the offense is going to need the defense to lead them to wins much when you have C.J. Stroud, but I think this could be one of the most impactful playmaking defenses the Texans have ever had.
I think that's the one thing you have to consider as a Texans fan. As excited as we were and we are about all the weapons CJ has, because we've been talking about year 2. You don't want to see him have any regression. You want to make sure you surround him and take advantage of these years where he's not making the big money yet. And you want to make sure that this team has the best chance to win. They've done all those things. That's been a lot of the talk because of how explosive this offense can be. But almost, if it's possible with the money that they spent, it's almost been a little bit more under the radar that, yeah, they added pass rush. But what are they going to do at the second corner position? What are they going to do at safety, especially because Jimmy Ward has never been able to stay healthy since he's been a Texan? What are they going to do to improve the depth at linebacker? Now all you're hearing is the fact that if you think that offense is going to be that good and this defense has kind of settled in to be already more advanced than you thought they were going to be, the sky's the limit for this team, and that's the biggest part of excitement for me. Is like, I had questions about certain spots on the defense.
Sure.
The fact that it looks like that they are already kind of gelling and doing things that you were hopeful that they could do by midseason, that's the biggest excitement to me.
I mean, I think there's still a couple spots that we'll have to get answers to. I'm not hearing really any reports out of camp about how the run defense is looking. Right? I think we have
That's a big thing from last year.
We have some questions about that. You know, changing out your defensive tackles to Mrs. Foley's baby boy and Tim Settle. Maybe Danico Autry mixing in at times on the interior, although I think he's more of a rotational edge rusher. So you have questions about that, and as you pointed out with Jimmy Ward, you have questions about safety, but. I mean, despite all that, I still think this defense looks like it could be. I mean, I said it on Tuesday. I think they're going to be a top 5 defense, especially. I mean, they're dominating an offense right now with C.J. Stroud, all the wide receivers we talked about, and a part of the training camp process where you would expect. There's no exotic looks they're throwing out there right now. There's no the full tool chest that D'Amico Ryans has that he would deploy during the regular season to confuse quarterbacks and cause chaos in their backfield. He's not doing that right now.
No,
the first week of training, yeah, exactly. And despite being vanilla, they're dominating.
Yeah,
so that's a very encouraging sign.
Yeah, no question. I mean, and the fact that all offseason it was Okudah, Henderson. Who's going to be capable. Now it's more excitement in knowing, hey, look, if you've already got Lassiter at the other corner and they're working at Petrie going into the nickel, you basically seem like, aside from safety, most of the worries have been tied up with the exception of run defense. So it's something to keep an eye on. Something else to keep an eye on that we haven't talked about yet, but it needs to be addressed is the fact that we talked to Cody Davis about the running back position and specifically who's going to fall into the number 2 spot. Is it a possibility that we need to worry about that number 2 spot being the number 1 spot because Joe Mixon has been absent and now we're finding out why? And is it at a level of concern? We'll talk about that as we open up hour number 2 of the show. So don't go anywhere. 60 minutes in the books, still 2 hours to go of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Before we go to the break, I do want to tell you about the good people at Vanderford Air. Look, I've been telling you about them because of the fact that it is so important right now before we start with this rain. It's cooled off a little bit. We're headed for triple-digit temperatures. And once we get into them, we're not going to get out of them till September or October. That means your AC units are going to have to be in tip-top shape. And if they aren't, you're going to have someone you can call and get service immediately to get them fixed because we know how grueling the heat can be. That's why I speak for Vanderford Air. You can go to vanderfordair.com right now and see all the services they offer. They do plumbing. They do water heaters. They do so many more things. But the main thing that I'm telling you about right now because it's so important and apropos is everything that they do for HVAC and AC units. They're great, and their guarantees are why I speak for them because it's exactly what I want when I deal with a business that provides services. I need everything to be guaranteed or my money back. I need everything to give me guarantees that I'm going to get what I am signing up to call them for, and that's why Vanderford Air is on the top of my list. If I call them, I am assured that there's a 24-hour guarantee that from the time I call them, within 24 hours, they're going to be at my door to see me to figure out what's going on. Not days, not wait till our call log slows down. None of those delays that are going to absolutely kill you with more heat and humidity. Nope, it's 24 hours, and I love that. And then it gets into the actual services they provide. From the people that they're going to deploy to take care of your problem, the work that they're going to do, to the parts they're going to use if they're going to fix something, or the systems they're going to install, everything is 100% satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. The temperature is going to be exactly what they promise it's going to be. The installation is going to go smoothly and do it exactly the way they tell you they're going to do it. And they're not just going to tell you, they're going to put it in writing. Everything is lock, stock, and barrel for you to make sure that you are satisfied with what they do. That's why I speak for them. That's why I tell you to lock their number in your phone right now so you always have it when you need it because you never know when you're going to need it, but as soon as you need it now. 281-557-COOL. 281-557-COOL. Put it in your phone, remember it, use it, and know that you're going to get guarantees from the best in the business. It's vanderfordair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy out, B-Mac in, taking us through the rest of the week as Barry filled in the middle 2 days, but we are rolling through another jam-packed show, and after getting off to a start with the Astros, kicking it into some Texans gears. And one of the things that we didn't get into a lot with Cody Davis, but it's something that caught your attention as well as mine, is a guy that I'm very high on in the acquisitions that they've made in Joe Mixon has been absent. And for a long time, he was just out. We thought it was just a veteran.
About 7 days now, I think, without him seeing him on the field. I know they didn't practice today, but it's been like 7-8 days now.
So he's been out, and a lot of it was us speculating that it's just a veteran getting a little extra time off, don't want to put too much on him to wear and tear him before it's necessary, those kind of things. Now it starts getting out that it's a hamstring injury.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that can throw up a bit of a red flag, and I know you've got some legit concerns.
Yeah, and maybe this is just me going through the burns and the pains of a fantasy manager who's had Christian McCaffrey and Keenan Allen, who were 1A and 1B for, the captain hamstrings, or at least in the past. McCaffrey's been pretty healthy with the 49ers. But, yeah, hamstrings, as a guy who plays fantasy football, as soon as you see that in training camp, and they didn't put that news, as you mentioned, Texans didn't put that news out initially. I'm not going to go full Astros like they're telling us about discomfort when it's actually something else. But it does seem a little eye-raising that maybe they didn't tell us it was the hamstring, maybe because they know what panic that would send out through the Texan streets. But, yeah, you see guys with hamstring injuries in camp, and hamstring injuries just linger. I mean, we've seen Christian McCaffrey in 2021 miss like 8-9 weeks. Same thing with Keenan Allen the next year. And not only do you have the worry about when he could get back on the field, but you've seen with guys that come back, especially if they rush a little bit, they re-injure it at a fairly significant rate. While they're compensating and trying to come back, they injure other soft tissue things around it or their foot. And we see that at an alarming rate. And when they do get back, we see their production's not, where 100%, for a few weeks, even after the back. So look, luckily it's July.
Yeah,
and there's not a game that matters until September. But this is something to at least put a pin in and notate for now that hamstring injuries aren't anything to F around with, and they are something that can linger for a long time. So,
but if you're Nick Caserio,
I'm a little bit concerned with Joe Mixon.
Well, you say, for all the work that I've done, for the guys that I've brought in, the last thing I want to do is put us behind the 8 ball early by doing anything to use this guy before he's 100%.
Oh, of course. No, Joe Mixon, put him in bubble wrap.
Yeah, if I don't see him the entire...
He's not playing in the Hall of Fame game. He's not playing in the next preseason week. We'll see you maybe late August at best.
If I don't see you at all playing in a preseason game, I don't care, Joe Mixon, because you are so important to the overall success of this offense right now. And that's why I also said I don't think the number 2 running back is on the roster when camp opened for the Houston Texans. And even though they signed Cam Akers, the more that we hear from Cody Davis, the more you and I have talked about it, the more I believe they're still doing what Nick said on one of the first press conferences he had at camp. Every single day, we're looking at everybody's roster. We're trying to figure out who's going to be available, who might be a cap casualty, who might be a camp casualty, who's still out there in the case of certain positions, like safety when we mentioned that. So I got to believe, especially because now there's more of a priority to getting out and figuring out who your number 2 back is going to be and having some depth, because you may not be able to use Mixon right away in week 1. You need to make sure you're kicking every stone and trying to figure out, is there someone else out there that I can bring in? As much as you think your draft picks are going to be effective, and some of them on defense already are, I'm not looking for Jordan, the running back from Louisville. I'm not looking for him to come in right away and be the number 2.
He's a 6th-round pick. He's a 6th-round pick.
I can hear Cody, sing the praises of Pierce, but I know the system just doesn't seem to fit his running style to where even if you're going to start with him and say he's going to be my number 2 to start the season, I better have someone ready to go in case he's not, and that means not a week away, but if you use him in a certain game and it's not working out, I need someone else I can go to in that game that's going to do what I need to do to provide balance for this offense. So I think that it's something that they've got to focus on even more so now than if the conversations you and I, Jeremy, have had of whether I've been more high on Mixon than you guys. We all said if there was going to be an injury, it could be a very serious situation for this team where they're currently constructed.
I mean, let's be honest about his situation. As far as running back age goes, he's elderly.
Yeah.
I mean, he turned 28 just a few days ago during this period where he's been missing from Texans training camp practices with the hamstring injury. And we've seen more so than any other position. You could say this about, almost any athlete in sports that it's a possibility, but it seems even more consistent or happens more often at the running back position that guys don't always grade or age gradually or gracefully at the running back position. It's like, okay, one day they have it, next day they're over the hill and they're done. We kind of saw that with Ezekiel Elliott in Dallas. Like one day he was a great running back, the next day he was averaging like 3.2 a carry and he sucked. And that's kind of the concern here with Joe Mixon. Not that he's necessarily washed. He didn't look like he was washed last year, although the yards per carry averages have been down for a while. But if this is a guy who's 28 now having hamstring injuries, he's not able to get reps in training camp. He's not able to get reps in the preseason. He's not getting used to his new teammates, the new plays, the new system. It's a mini red flag. I'm not full on pressing the panic bug, but it's a mini red flag that I think we have to pay attention to. And to your point, I think they have to be aggressive at going and get another running back. I'm holding out a little bit of hope that Dameon Pierce, maybe the light goes off and he gets this system, because if he does, I think we'd both agree that he has the talent to be a number 2 running back, or maybe even your starter if the light goes off as far as him getting the system in year 2 under Bobby Slowick. But I'm not betting on that, and I'm also not betting on Cam Akers. So the Texans, to your point, really need to be aggressive, maybe even more aggressive for that position than any other position outside of possibly safety. To me, those are the 1A and 1B, where I feel actually better about what they have at safety as far as depth-wise, but they need to be aggressive at both positions.
Well, and that's why when you look at it, the one thing that's a positive from what they've already done is it shows me exactly what I'm expecting them to do, which is go get someone that has experience. Cam Akers had experience with the Rams, with the Vikings. He had some years.
Does not to cut you off, but does the specific addition of somebody like a Cam Akers, because if they weren't concerned about Joe Mixon, do you think they go out and add somebody with I hate to say he's not a big name, but somebody with the name of a Cam Akers? I mean, isn't that kind of a sign that he's going to be out for a while?
I don't think so. I thought before training camp even started that this is the kind of guy that they were looking to get. But you would think that you were looking to get a guy like that, they'd be fully healthy. So the fact that you got Akers coming off an injury, one, from a positive perspective, shows me they're willing to do what I want them to do, which is not get some non-household name that you're hoping that kind of with a new change of scenery could be something that they haven't been already with a team. But finding a guy that maybe has never been the number 1 guy, but has shown you from time to time with experience with teams that they have the ability to go do what you need them to do. And that if you're willing to go get a guy like Cam Akers, especially that he's not 100% yet, that tells me, hey, they're willing to take a veteran and find a guy that's got experience to be their number 2. Because I think now, to your point, even if they're already thinking that with what they did with Akers, now I think it even tells you whether Akers works out or not, and if he's a camp body or they expected something from him somewhere in the season, they're not afraid to go get another guy to be able to be the guy right away if Mixon is indeed, injured.
I mean, I hope so, but I agreed with you, beforehand that they need to go out and get that number 2 running back. But to me, if they thought Joe Mixon, this is fine, he's back in a week, then they probably aren't going out and adding somebody to the caliber we think, obviously coming off injury, we'll see, but of Cam Akers. I've got a text from 3667 raising a point that I don't want to put on Joe Mixon right now because, he seems to be legitimately hurt, but it's something you have to talk about with veteran players who get the bag, especially at running back position. Ezekiel Elliott in Dallas was good up to the minute he signed the big contract. The next day, instant trash. Joe Mixon did get some more money added onto his contract. He's a little bit older. He's been in the league a long time. I don't want to say that he's not going to fight as hard as he can to get back, but it is something to watch over training camp and preseason as we get to the regular season. Is he is motivated? New team. He's got some money now, guaranteed money. I think they guaranteed $12 million for him over this year and next. We'll see how motivated he is to get back, see how that hamstring responds. But I'm a little concerned right now about him getting back on the field and being a big impact factor for the Texans.
I'm not. I think that I just feel like there's enough for him that he still wants to prove.
I've got the burns from fantasy play. Hamstring injuries, as any fantasy player would tell you. Other than a season-ending injury, like the thing I want to see the least when I see a news alert for one of my players is hamstring injuries. It's like, well, I'll see him in 6 weeks probably.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, 6 weeks for me, I'm still okay with that.
If he returns,
yeah,
at the
if
same
he
level,
returns to
which
be
is
at
an issue with
100%.
hamstring injuries.
But I believe that he's still got a lot that he has to prove. I believe that he wants to prove it. I think that getting out of Cincinnati, he wants to establish himself. Yes, he's got the contract. Yes, they gave him some money that they didn't have to do. But maybe that's even more motivation. That hey, this is a team that has a chance to do a lot of good things. And if I'm on this team and I'm capable of doing what I think I can still do, that this team can be taken to a different level. I want to see that from him, but that's also why I still want to see them be aggressive to find another option that can give you what you need if he isn't able to do it, whether it's early on or throughout the season. I think that they have to focus on that.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that to your point, the money is a motivating factor. Again, just speculating wildly here, trying to cover all the angles. But we've seen guys, as the texter pointed out, like Zeke. Years before that, Sean Alexander, the question was like, oh my God, are they going to pay him? Are they going to pay him? Are they going to pay him? Seahawks finally paid him, and then he was just never the same again. Not everyone responds the same way to finally getting some money, so we'll see how it goes for Joe Mixon. But between that and the hamstring and my own concerns even coming in, because as I've beat to death, he hasn't had a good yards per carry since 2019. I'm a bit concerned right now.
All right, so let's keep moving forward, but that's something to put on the back burner and keep in mind that that's something that you have to keep an eye on and make sure is going to be okay by the time you get close to the start of the regular season. I didn't think that they were going to go bring in any kind of veteran help at running back till maybe a week before the start of the regular season, so there is time to do that when you see how things shake out with other camps, but it's still something to be considered as a high priority, especially if it's not just Mixon and his age. If it is truly the hamstring that's going to keep him back, you've got to be prepared. You've got to have insurance. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to start getting back into some Astros talk. Let's talk about some of the odds that are in Vegas coming out for some of the key names that are on the on the trade list. And from the trade market perspective, what are the Astros' odds of landing one, if not more, of some of the names that are being kicked around? Interesting conversation that will also lead into Heidi Watney, who is going to join us at 4:30. She is going to be on the telecast for Apple TV on Friday night of the first game of the Dodgers-Astros series. She's great to talk to. She normally has some insight for us, and we'll catch up to her at 4:30. All that and a whole lot more. Stay right where you are. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Before we go to the break, a word from my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at two of the best procedures that I know of when it comes to your own hair, and that is the PRP treatments and the NeoGraft procedure. PRP comes first. If it doesn't work or he doesn't think it's going to be effective, he'll go to the NeoGraft procedure, which I had. But either way, they're game changers. I always use the lawn as kind of the way I compare things so that you can make more sense of it. If your lawn has still has grass on it, but it's thin spots, it doesn't look the same with the kind of lush, thick grass that you're used to. PRP treatment is like the fertilizer you put on your lawn. PRP, as you've heard athletes use it, can do a lot of things to kind of resurrect your joints, your elbows, your knees, your rotator cuff. But PRP also works with your hair, and it provides you with stronger, longer, better hair follicles because of the fact it's like fertilizing your lawn. If you do need the NeoGraft procedure like I did, I found out by doing a consultation with Doc and his staff that basically you're never gonna lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. He's able to take some of that hair, repurpose it where you need it. Maybe it's your hairline like I had in front, or maybe it's the bald spot up on top and back. But either way, that hair is visible almost instantly. When you get out of the procedure, you look in the mirror, you can see the follicles are there. And he told me 95 to 99% of those follicles ain't going anywhere. They're going to be there with you for the rest of your life. And in 6 to 9 months, when they get stronger and longer and really kind of set themselves, you are going to see unbelievable results. I saw them. You can too. And because you listen to us and want to talk to him, you get a consultation with Doc and his staff for free. It normally costs $150 just by going to 975hair.com. Go to 975hair.com, set up that appointment. Go in, ask questions, get answers. Let them explain PRP and the NeoGraft and see if it might be right for you. It was right for me. It was right for John Granado. You can be the next in line to reap the benefits of Doc Linville and these great procedures. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back on the Bees, almost to the midway point in the show. Heidi Watney is scheduled to join us to start the second half of the program, so you'll want to hear that. She's on the call for Apple TV for the Dodgers and the Astros, kicking it off tomorrow night from the Juice Box as the Astros have the day off. Also want to remind you that Rock the Mic has returned. It's time to find the newest Houston sports podcaster. The winner of Rock the Mic is going to get a podcast hosted on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Whether you already have a podcast or you've always wanted to start one, now's your chance to get in the running. But you got to enter to win. You can enter by yourself or you can enter with a partner. 3 to 5 minute video that you need to submit to us to see your best Houston sports takes and see if you've got what it takes to rock the mic. You can enter that by sending the video to rockthemic975@gmail.com. The winner's going to be announced at our live finale on August 23rd at Carbach Brewery. You can't win it if you don't get in it, so get your entries in now. rockthemic975@gmail.com. I think last day for entries is August 2nd.
I believe that's correct, yes.
All right, so B-Mac, we've talked previously about the fact that we both feel like the Astros have got to do something between now and the deadline.
Desperate for starting pitching.
I think we both have prioritized starting pitching one, but I'm not out of the realm of possibilities to say that they could add either a bat or a relief pitcher as
now
well.
You're starting to sound like Dana Brown.
I'm not saying
we'd like to add all
I'm not
of it
saying it's going to be the marquee names in those positions because I don't think they have the assets. But I'm encouraged and hopeful that they can at least look to address those as well if there's the right opportunity. But you've discovered with the Vegas odds, there's some names associated with some
There's
odds.
one name I want to start with now because we'll have to save time to get to Heidi Watney on the other side of the break. She'll be on the call for Astros Dodgers tomorrow for Apple TV. We don't want to be late for that. But the name that stood out to me, and this is the team or this is the player that Vegas. This is from Bet Online, Jimmy Shapiro. The player the Astros have the best odds on right now as far as being in contention to get them at the trade deadline. It's the name we've mentioned several times, but Eric Fetty, the starting pitcher from the White Sox, who resurrected his career, went overseas. I can't remember if it was Korea or Japan, but really resurrected his career, come back, was pitching for the White Sox, has a sub-3 ERA, his whip's like 1-1, has been great. And on top of that, I don't think he's going to command a ton because he's 31, so he's a little bit older. But you also, if you do get him, he's under team control for next year for only $7.5 million. So extreme. Yeah. He got team control. He doesn't cost you hardly anything. I mean, 7.5 for a quality starting pitcher is pennies. And he's been great this year. And he's not going to be someone because he's Eric Fetty, because he's not a bigger name like his teammate Garrett Crochet, because he's in his 30s. I don't think he's going to cost you the same sort of prospect package. So to me, I mean, I still like Tyler Anderson a lot, but I think he's going to cost more. Eric Fetty, if the White Sox are willing to deal, I say get that deal done. I think this is a home run.
Yeah, this is one to keep an eye on because I think that all the buttons that need to be pushed line up for you to be able to make this deal. The big thing that you have to take into consideration is that competition and multiple teams in the market for his services are going to take even a guy like him. And I think it was South Korea. I saw the story the other night. He was pitching.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
he was pitching against
Korea.
The Rangers, and I was actually watching the Rangers telecast, and they were talking about it and saying, "Hey, guy didn't even want to leave the country, wasn't sure that it was right for him, went and resurrected his career, and now has taken it to another level, coming back to the major leagues." To where because of that, coupled with what you said about the team control, this is a guy that looks like he could step in, be exactly what you need, whether it's a bridge or a guy that ends up continuing to pitch like he's pitched this year to be kind of an upper-ended starting pitcher to kind of complement what you have. This is the move that they need to make and focus on for the first kind of move that Dana has to make. You could trade, a player or a piece to get a relief pitcher. There are a lot of those out there. I think it's far-fetched to think that you're going to find a bat that's going to help you this year. But this is the kind of guy that you need to zero in on and go, hey, before the market really gets frantic and hectic as we get close to the deadline on Monday, you should be trying to pull every punch to try and get this deal done before we get to Sunday. Because if you can make the first move in the market, that'll shift everything, and you're not trying to get the big names that are at the very, very tippy top. This is the kind of move that I think Dana should be trying to make now.
I mean, I hope so. Obviously, it takes two to tango, and the White Sox might want to hold out to the last day to see if they can create a bidding war. But what I do think plays in your favor as to that not happening is the bidding war is going to be for the other guys on the team. It's going to be for Luis Robert. It's going to be for Garrett Crochet. They might be willing to go ahead and get the Eric Fetty deal out of the way. That way they can focus on negotiations for the other two guys that are going to bring them, a lot more back in return than Eric Fetty will.
Crochet's going to bring a boatload.
I mean, yeah, he's going to bring. Yeah, that's their focus. That's what's going to help them reset and rebuild. I mean, Eric Fetty's going to get them something. Obviously, it's not like the Astros would get him for free. But I could see them going ahead and trying to make an Eric Fetty move maybe this weekend or early next week on Monday or Tuesday, or actually Tuesday's the deadline. But let's say this weekend, and then that way freeing themselves up to deal with the bidding war for Luis Robert and Garrett.
The
Crochet.
three guys that I zeroed in on that I think that they should be kind of getting more serious about: Flaherty and Fetty. And then Anderson. I think of those three guys, if you can come away with one of them, I think all three are interchangeable enough that you don't have to give up the farm per se. And I think that they'll do exactly what you need them to do. So that's something to definitely keep an eye on. We'll continue that conversation after we get done with Heidi Watney. She's supposed to join us next. She's going to be doing the game on Friday night here in Houston with the Dodgers coming to town. So that'll be a good conversation to have. But stick with us. Second half of the show, right around the corner. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back on the Bees, joining us live in the Hive, Heidi Watney. She has joined us before. She's doing sideline for the Friday night telecast on Apple TV between the Dodgers and your Houston Astros, along with Wayne Randazzo and the D-Train, Dontrell Willis. Heidi, thanks again for joining us, spending some time with us. Hopefully no traffic like New York. Hopefully you're safe and sound and out of the rain. Heidi, are you there? Evidently, we've got some technical
the rain
issues
has
with
been
Heidi.
More difficult
Maybe
than I
the
thought.
rain
Yeah.
is getting to her. I don't know, because remember
Can we blame Center Point for Heidi
Maybe.
not being able to hear us?
Remember last
Probably
time
Center
she
Point.
was driving to the
she
hotel.
She was in a taxi
in
yeah.
traffic in New York.
I think she did the interview from the taxi.
She did. There was lots of horns,
Yeah,
and distractions,
People
and all
getting run
kinds of
over,
stuff.
probably.
Austin, are we having trouble getting Heidi on?
Yeah, go ahead and put her on hold, Austin. See if you can get her back on. We can fill some time before she comes back. So, I mean, you mentioned, Joel, during the last segment about the three names that you'd be willing to make a trade for with Tyler Anderson, Eric Fetty, and Jack Flaherty from the Tigers. I mean, I think you said to you they're interchangeable. I mean, if you had to pick one, though, that this is the guy I'm willing to, I don't know if you want to say market price, but this is the guy I'm willing to pay the going rate for to make sure he's here in Houston and the Astros get the help that they need for their starting pitching. Which of those three would you prefer?
Well, I think to be different from you, but also because of the fact that I don't think he's going to cost as much either, because I believe he's on a one-year deal. But Flaherty's a guy that I've been hot after for quite a while.
Yeah, you've
and
been
I think,
high on him.
You know, he pitched well the other night. He's a guy that has veteran experience. He's a guy that I'd really like to see in an Astros uniform.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I would if that's the move, I definitely wouldn't mind it. I think I would still prefer Tyler Anderson and Eric Fetty. I know what I'm about to say would almost seem like a contradiction compared to Eric Fetty, but Flaherty's been a little up and down. Obviously, he was very good in St. Louis for a little while, but had some injury concerns. Was a little up and down. So it sounds like we have Heidi Whitney back. Heidi Whitney from Apple TV on the call for tomorrow night's Astros-Dodgers game. Are you with us, Heidi?
I am here. Can you hear me now?
There we go. We can hear you loud and clear.
I started out by saying, I don't know if you could hear me or not, but I hope that you are safe and sound, and unlike the last time that we got you on, that the New York traffic and everything was hellacious. We want to make sure that you're in a good spot when we get into some of this conversation.
The New York traffic was awful. No, I made it to the hotel, although the pouring rain did take a little bit longer, so I'm standing in the lobby of my hotel right now so I can chat with you guys before I check in.
Well, we appreciate that. Tell everybody that's passing by that they should listen to ESPN 97.5 on a daily basis.
Will do.
Big series for you guys and for obviously Astros fans and Dodger fans, but we know there's a rivalry there. But these are two teams that a lot of teams are watching. Dodgers bringing in Ohtani, doing all that they did, and with free agency around the corner, they're all in looking for the same thing the Astros are in starting pitching. But we want to see the matchups, and it's kind of a barometer for how the two teams will match up for postseasons as well. Your early thoughts on a big game that you guys have here on Friday night?
Oh, it's going to be a great game here. I mean, you've got the Dodgers who have just been kind of cruising in the NL West all year, but they've come out of the All-Star break pretty hot. They went into the All-Star break limping. They've gotten a couple key guys back, and Clayton Kershaw, who's pitching right now against the Giants, and Tyler Glasnow, who came back on Wednesday night. This Dodgers team, they're great. They're who you need to measure up against if you want to go on a deep run in the postseason for the Astros. And the Astros we've talked about, they've just been one of the hottest teams in baseball since right around Mother's Day. They have one of the best records in the game. Their starting pitching has really turned it up. As we near this trade deadline, which is Tuesday, we'll see if they make any moves. I have a feeling they're going to be pretty active, but you can't look past this roster and what they've done over the course of the last 2 months of the season.
Heidi Watney joining us from Apple TV. You can find her on Twitter at Heidi Watney. Heidi, it feels like in some ways the Dodgers and the Astros, although their seasons have obviously gone differently, are in kind of similar spots with a lot of injuries. Obviously, the Dodgers lost Mookie Betts, Dustin May. The Astros have been ridiculously hurt with their starting pitchers. But I'm curious with the vibes maybe you get from the two teams as they approach the deadline and making their own moves, trying to get healthier in what they look to do and what type of team they look to field after the deadline on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think both teams have a lot of talent, and I think that the front offices believe in the talent they have. Every team is looking for starting pitching depth, but these two teams in particular have really been hurt in the starting pitching department this year. So if someone can bring in that, it's a weird market for trade deadline this year because there's a lot of teams that are still in it, on the cusp of in it. So are there going to be a lot of moves? We'll see. It'll be interesting. And then, the Astros first base has been a little bit of an offensive hole for the team this year. Although Singleton has been better since Abreu was sent out. And for the Dodgers, the top of their lineup is one of the best lineups. the best lineup in all of baseball, especially once Mookie comes back, which is looking sometime in August, probably like mid-August for him. But that bottom half of the order has been a black hole. Kike Hernandez was good for them today in this game out there against the Giants that I was listening to in the car just now. But, both teams have kind of an offensive need, but not that pressing. I think starting pitching is going to be the bigger focus.
Well, and it's interesting, Heidi, because of the fact from an Astros perspective that they don't know what's going to happen with Bregman after this season. You mentioned the fact that they've been less than at first base, whether it was Abreu's failed signing and that whole debacle, or the fact that John Singleton has been for the majority of the season. But as much as they're focused on starting pitching, we've heard Paredes' name, and the Rays might be sellers as a guy that not only fills a need for this year, but then can actually transition to filling in for Bregman next year if necessary. But I'm curious because we know the Dodgers are loaded with their farm system. We know the Yankees always find prospects. We know that the cupboard's not as full with the Astros. I'm curious how many moves you think the team is capable of making because they have a couple of pretty easily to identify needs.
Yeah, well, their farm system ranks towards the bottom, like 27th in baseball, so it's not ideal. But you just have to have a piece, right, or a couple of pieces, or come together on a trade. I don't know what the Rays want for Brady's, but there's a couple other options out there that they could look at for first base. Josh Bell's been tossed around, maybe Mark Canha. Pete Alonso was mentioned a while ago, but with the Mets and how they've been playing, really that last year with the Astros, and that's just so much fun. But, I just Paredes looks like it would be a good fit. I liked how you said potentially with Bregman. I thought you were ready to just write him off there. Gosh, give the guy a chance to come back.
Well, his price tag's been high. The performance started out low, and as much as everybody wants to see him stay, I think that his demands might be more than they're willing to meet. Their track record. Yeah. They don't like to sign long-term, big-time deals. Yeah,
I get it, and they've really staked this franchise on Jose Altuve, a great, great guy to stake the franchise on. But you hear a lot about Bregman being a leader in that clubhouse, though. And that's not something that you can really put a finger on. And Altuve, for as great of a player as he is, he's not necessarily the vocal guy in the clubhouse. So you need that leadership somewhere. You let Malty lead. Michael Brantley's gone. And you're going to need that somewhere. And I've been hearing a lot about Bregman's leadership in the clubhouse with a younger group of core guys, especially on the pitching side of things. But that's not what you're asking me about. You're asking me if the cupboards have enough in there to make a trade. And look, where there's a will, there's a way. They can always figure something out. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to write up the season with John Singleton. He's picked up a little bit lately, but Paredes, like you said, he's under control for next year too, so that would be a good fit there in Houston. You're always looking to improve your club. That's the best trades that are made, or trades that could improve your club for this season, but beyond. And Tampa is not there. There's not very many seasons where Tampa Bay Rays aren't in it heading to the postseason and looking to improve themselves. They're probably going to want a pitcher, and have to miss flights when they trade a pitcher with Tampa Bay because they turn into a Cy Young winner.
Heidi Whitney from Apple TV joining us right now. You can watch her in the Astros-Dodgers game tomorrow night on Apple TV. Heidi, you mentioned the name there, Jose Altuve, and coming off this last weekend with the Baseball Hall of Fame, I'm just curious, from someone who follows the game from a national level, we're obviously entrenched with the Astros every single day and have our own certain opinions on them. But it feels like every few weeks there's a kind of a think piece coming out about Jose Altuve's Hall of Fame candidacy. Is he a guy that's going to be maybe held back a year or two from getting in because of what happened in 2017, or is he the locked first ballot Hall of Famer that we in Houston view him as? In your talks with other people in the national baseball media, where do you see the national opinion sitting on Jose Altuve in the Hall of Fame?
Well, I think one thing that's helping Jose Altuve is that the fans don't vote on the Hall of Fame, because I think writers can see that from the writers who have votes for the Hall of Fame can see that, to a man, if you have looked into the sign stealing scandal, every single person on that team, coaches, support staff, have said Jose wanted no part of what happened and that he was not a participant in it. And you look at his numbers over the course of his career, and it wasn't just a 1 year or 2 year kind of thing that was potentially going on with the team. His numbers, you look at his comparison through age 34 season with Craig Biggio, who's in the Hall of Fame, his numbers are better. And he's just a guy that you can you would set your watch to him. He's just so automatic. He's so consistent. Got a couple more years, got a chance to reach 3,000 hits. I know that's a goal of his. It would be great to see. He's just one of those players that I think is going to be a no-brainer.
Heidi, I'm curious because of the fact that, you travel so much. When you come to Houston, what are the vibes for you? I know we know New York is so hectic and everything like that. Are there certain spots that you have like earmarked that you've got to go to or you want to get to, or places and things that you want to do when you get to H-Town?
The food's always really good here, but usually when I'm on the road, I'm all about work. Like, I get to my hotel room and I'm game prepping and I'm catching up on some sleep and do the game. I'm at the ballpark all day, but usually we get some good food. I know Biggio is maybe I'll hit that up tonight. I like all the big screens and the good food there. But yeah, I'm usually singularly focused on work, although work usually comes up with some really good barbecue for us to eat.
There you go.
For me, it's like hotel and ballpark. That's kind of my drive.
Got some good Tex-Mex in and around your region of where you're staying, so there's always that opportunity as well.
There's plenty of that around. And Heidi's...
you got a recommendation for me?
Oh, yeah.
We got Lupe Tortilla's great.
Irma's.
The original Nifas is
great. The original
great.
Nifas, all for Tex-Mex right down there.
Yeah, and Irma's and the original Nifas are pretty close to the ballpark, so it would be a quick Uber drive. So... But let's stay on food for a second, because I noticed in preparing for this interview on your Twitter account, you put up a poll about whether or not tomatoes belonged on a hamburger. I didn't see where you fell in the debate, because I don't know where Joel sits on this. I am firmly on no tomatoes on my hamburger, my cheeseburger. Heidi, where do you fall? And what started this debate?
No tomatoes. No
Thank
tomatoes.
you.
Good call.
Yeah, no tomatoes.
It's not that I have a thing against tomatoes. It's just on a hamburger, they're kind of like squishy and I don't know. It's like a weird texture thing for me. And it started because I had a barbecue and I had some friends over. And one of my girlfriends was like, "Do you have tomatoes?" I was like, "Oh no, I didn't even think about it. My family doesn't eat tomatoes." Like, I had all the rest of the fixings, every sauce you could imagine. I had cheese. I had onions and pickles and lettuce and like everything else you could put on a burger. No tomatoes. And then a second person asked me, "Oh, you have tomatoes?" And they started giving me grief about not having tomatoes. I'm like, who puts tomatoes on a burger anyway? So I'm putting it to Twitter, and I should never checked to see who won that poll. I should follow up on that.
Actually, if I want a salad, I'll ask for a side salad. I love my burgers enough that I don't need the lettuce and tomato included.
Unfortunately, Team Tomatoes won 53% to 47%. Heidi, so.
Well, then
we're in the minority here, but I'm with you. I don't want tomatoes on my hamburger.
No need. No, thank you. Cheese, yes.
Look, Heidi, we appreciate your work and everything you guys are doing with Apple TV, because the angles, the cameras, everything is top notch.
The music playlist, so you see that?
Phenomenal.
You can get the walk-up music on Apple Music.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So if you guys have not already found out, it's on Apple TV Plus tomorrow night, and you can get that game and see Heidi, and as well as Wayne Randazzo on play-by-play, and the D-Train, Dontrell Willis, is going to be the lead analyst. It's Friday Night Baseball. You can get Apple TV Plus subscriptions and sign up for that. It's $9.99 a month. I think you get 2 free looks at the baseball games on Friday night, I believe. But you normally, like last time you said you could post something on your Twitter account too, right?
I usually get sent a link Friday morning from Apple that I can post for a free 2-month trial. So I will post that tomorrow morning. Check out my X account at Heidi Watney. And we have our pregame show on site.
Ooh.
And Xavier Scruggs, who's fantastic, he's going to be talking to, I believe it's Jose Altuve during batting practice right around the cage. The whole thing is fan-friendly experience for the game, right? Visually and with player access. So we're going to bring you closer to the game than ever before. So tune in tomorrow. Half an hour early, though, for our pregame show, so 6:30.
We love the coverage. We appreciate you joining us because I know you got a lot going on. But thanks for joining us, and have a good call tomorrow night.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Heidi Watney from Apple TV. Again, that's from what I've understood, this is the last appearance for the Astros on Apple TV until possibly September.
Probably.
So,
I'm just glad Heidi's on the right side of history as far as tomatoes or no tomatoes on a hamburger.
That's the
most
we're taking away
thing
from this.
I took away.
Okay,
Yeah, she's on the right side of history.
Heidi is on the right side of tomatoes is what we're taking away from that, and the fact that she's on.
That's going to be the lead headline for the podcast.
Well, watch a pro here, Brian, because if you think she's on the right side of tomatoes, which is a fruit, you also know she's on the right side of Apple TV because she's doing sideline tomorrow night for Apple TV Plus. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back with a whole lot more. Approaching the end of hour number 2 of the big program, but still plenty more to get to. We always like your participation. 713-780-3776. You can call or text that number. Maybe get in on some more of your possibilities for trade candidates for the Astros to focus on. Is it a batter, relief pitcher, starting pitcher, or otherwise? We'll kick all that around and a whole lot more. Coming up as we continue to roll on, it's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back, short segment before we get to the top of the hour, but we do want to kick into some other things leading to what we were talking about with Heidi and Brian and I were talking about today, and that is with the trade deadline fast approaching. We both said, look, starting pitching is the top priority, but if they don't have enough assets in the cupboard to make the kind of moves that I think a lot of fans are hopeful for, when and if the situation arises after the deadline, do we start seeing some of these prospects and some of the top prospects in this organization that have been doing some big things in AAA to see if they might be able to be someone that could help out? We've heard the name Will Wagner, not just because it's Billy's kid, but because of the fact that at the start of the season when we were looking at what might happen with Alex Bregman, he was a name that was being thrown out as a potential guy that could fill a void next season. But he's playing really well for Sugarland. Pedro Leon, a guy that we've heard maybe the Astros are shopping because they don't know if there's a clear path for him to get to the big leagues and help them, but he is ripping the cover off the ball for the Space Cowboys. And then Shea Whitcomb is another guy that I saw up close and personal that they said is a workaholic that has been bombing the baseball. He has pop. He has all the numbers. And he's a guy like Wagner that's played first and third that might be a guy that could come in and give you some quality ABs. I don't know about you, B-Mac, but look, at a certain point, if they aren't able to acquire a bat at the deadline, these are guys that I need to take a look at.
Yeah, and I think the biggest spot where I could see somebody getting a look is maybe at first base if they're not completely happy with Singleton. I know Singleton's had some up and downs. He was really hot to start the month of July, then had a rough stretch coming out of the All-Star break. We'll see how he continues to hit between now and the All-Star break, but I mean, that name you mentioned, I believe last, not Will Wagner, Shea Whitcomb has just been unbelievable. And it's not unlike Pedro Leon, who's kind of been a one-year wonder right now, because it feels like that was a name that we've talked about forever as Astros fans as a prospect to watch, but his numbers up until this year really hadn't been that of a great prospect. But this year he's been great, but he's a 26-year-old in AAA, so you kind of raise your eyebrow at it. I mean, Shea Whitcomb's not a lot younger. He's only 25, but he's been far more consistent this year. He's 20 home runs already. Last year he hit 35 home runs between AA and AAA, drove in over 100 RBI and had over 100 RBI. Shea Whitcomb is someone, whether it be maybe give a look this year to maybe platoon or split time with John Singleton at first base if they don't get the bat, and I don't think they do because they're going to spend their resources on starting pitcher and relief pitcher. Or he could be a name where if, I know Heidi Watney wasn't crossing off the idea of Alex Bregman coming back, but if Alex Bregman leaves like we all kind of expect, Shea Whitcomb should be a name that you consider at third base next season.
Yeah, look, I think the other thing that's intriguing about all of this is there's a name that hasn't been mentioned with everything we've been talking about with a bat and where they would play, and that's Lo Perfido at first base. They still seem hell-bent. I don't think they're doing
it this year,
Yeah,
though.
they still seem hell-bent on the fact that they're not going to do what we thought was inevitable for them to do once Abreu left, which was give Joey a chance. He's played it. He's played it well. There was the whole Twitter controversy about the defensive play that they posted with the Space Cowboys that suddenly was taken down. He could play first base. He's played it in college. We had him on with us when we were broadcasting live when he was still with the Space Cowboys, and he's a great kid. But he talked about the fact that he has experience playing first.
He brings like 6 different gloves to the ballpark.
Yeah, then he comes back with the Space Cowboys and plays more first base and shows that he can play it. Bagwell was watching him down to see what he could do. Nothing says to me, especially because they both are left-handed hitters, that if John Singleton isn't the answer, why wouldn't you see Joey get a chance because they seem not kind of hell-bent to making sure he's in the lineup more frequently? Why wouldn't you at least give him some at-bats at first base, too, to see if he can do what you need a first baseman to do? I'm
absolutely with you, but I think the answer would be, one, we need to see more from him with his bat. I mean, let's be honest. I think the comparison that we tried to put on him when he first came up was like, would you take it if he was Joey Gallo? Would you take a low average if he could hit for a ton of power? Because that's kind of what he'd shown in the minor league level. Obviously, he hit for a better average than Joey Gallo in the minors, but he's facing minor league pitching. And he hasn't shown. I mean, his batting average has been far better than a Joey Gallo so far in the major leagues, but the power has not been there. I mean, his slugging's not there. He only has 2 home runs so far. So regardless of where you play him, whether it's left or whether it's platooning in center when Jake needs a day off, whether it's in right until Kyle Tucker gets back, whether it's at first, none of that matters if he doesn't start to hit for more power, because if he doesn't start to hit for more power, he's not going to stay wherever he's at. But the other part of the answer, I think, what you would expect to hear is I think they view him as too athletic to place him at first base. They want him in the corner outfield because of his athleticism. I mean, John Singleton. I mean, especially when you look at the two body types between John Singleton and Joey Loperfido. Obviously, Loperfido is a far better athlete, and maybe that would have its advantages.
But isn't that more long term? Because they're going to keep force feeding to us Chas McCormick, as much as it may be hard to take from time to time.
Isn't that part of the answer? Because Chas has been so bad, they don't want to just stick Loperfido at first base because they want somebody to take some at bats from Chas.
But they're also hell bent at playing Jordan a certain amount of games in left field too. So
yeah, like once a week though. It's not that often.
I just think that at a certain point you've got to throw all of your long term and hang-ups out the window and just look at the fact that from night to night to put your best lineup out there, you're either going to do what Heidi Watney said, was she thinks, and I think that this is a legit chance too, you just stick with Singleton the rest of the year. But if he goes through those bad stretches again and he's not as the kind of player we thought that he wasn't capable of being, but he's had a little bit of a life spurt to do some things that are better. If Joey plays first base, because Yiner's not going to, if Jordan's in left field, if Yiner's behind the plate or he's DHing, to get your best offensive lineup out there, I don't know why you wouldn't give Loperfido the opportunity to catch maybe a few other opportunities by playing first base.
Maybe it's they're not pleased with his hitting. I mean, that might be it. I mean, that we like when he first came up. He hasn't hit for power the whole time, obviously, but when he first came up, the batting average was unreal. Those first few weeks to a month before he got sit down and then came back up, he was sitting over 300. Mm-hmm. But we've seen since then the batting average is slowly creeping down. And to make up for that, or to not make up for that, the home runs haven't come back. I mean, again, he's only got 2 home runs. Yeah. So it might be that he hasn't earned the right to force himself onto the field as much as we'd like to see it. I'm all for giving him some playing time at first base to see if he can be a better defensive option than John Singleton. I think he could potentially hit better than John Singleton once he figures it out. But I think right now the Astros are just in a comfortable spot with John Singleton. They
I don't think they can afford to be comfortable with John Singleton.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but if I had to handicap it and say what are the Astros going to do at first base the rest of the season, it's John Singleton. I mean, other than days when he needs a day off, I don't think they're going to have enough assets to go replace him while also acquiring a starting pitcher and a relief pitcher. And they don't seem to be willing to put Yainer Diaz or Loperfido at first. So unless he needs a day off and maybe you put Dubon
if
there,
you're facing a tough lefty, so what are you doing? You're going to just say that Aledmus Diaz is going to be the answer?
But if you're facing a tough lefty, the answer isn't Loperfido.
That's what I'm saying. So we've ruled out Joey, and we're saying if they're going to go with John, then is it going to be Dubon or is it going to be Diaz?
I think it's going to be Dubon.
Yeah, I just don't think Diaz can catch up to the pitches anymore.
No, I don't want it to be Diaz. No, I hopefully that experiment ends fairly quickly. I think it's going to be Singleton, and when he needs a day off, it's Dubon. I think that's what they're going to do. I don't like it, but I understand there are some limitations both in what they can do at the trade deadline and probably just with the overall comfortability of Loperfido hasn't hit well enough to earn pushing John Singleton off a spot yet.
All right, we got to get to a break because we got to come back with Bad Take Boulevard. Everybody looks forward to it on a Thursday. We want to make sure we've got it for you. That's coming up next. The final hour of the program is on deck, and we will get to it in just a minute right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. All right, let's get it rolling without further ado because we always enjoy this segment. So do you. There's lots of good ones because there's lots of bad takes that seem to pop up on a week-to-week basis. Starting with a guy that I'm a big fan of, Brian Anderson.
Yeah, Brian Anderson. He was calling a game for TBS, the Subway Series between the Yankees and Mets. This happened on Tuesday when both Luis Gil, I'm not pronouncing that correctly.
It's like Yeel.
Yeel, yeah. Both he and Paul Skeens were on the mound that night. And so during the TBS broadcast of the Subway Series game, Skeens' name came up, and it led to a comparison from play-by-play man Brian Anderson that had us scratching our heads.
Paul Skeens throwing the splinker. That's entered into the vernacular. I'm good with it. Whatever you want.
Well, the way he's throwing the ball, yeah, throw whatever the heck you want.
Skeens, the all-star starter. He's on the mound tonight, by the way. He's making his first start since starting the all-star game. You could make a strong case for Luis Gil in the Rookie of the Year race, if not for Paul Skeens, who's going to be a runaway winner.
What is the obvious problem there, Joel?
I mean...
For somehow, play-by-play guy Brian Anderson at TBS said, well, Luis Gil can't win Rookie of the Year because Paul Skeens, they're in different leagues. They're in different leagues, pal.
I love Brian Anderson. I think he's one of the best multi-sport guys that are going in broadcasting right now.
Not a good moment for him, though.
No, you know that. But when he's not doing TNT and TBS, he's the voice of the Brewers on TV. He knows the league.
He knows there's two. Yeah, that is something I would expect from and did hear from a certain Baytown baddie that I used to work with. I don't expect that from the national play-by-play guy for TBS.
Well, he's the guy that tells you what you should be looking for in an 0-3 count. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
He once didn't know why we weren't putting Cody Bellinger into the MVP conversation. This was when he was still with the Dodgers. When we were talking about the Astros that could win MVP, it's like, well, it's because they're in different leagues.
Different
leagues, pal. So again, I expect that from him. I didn't expect that from Brian Anderson. Someone else that's going to wind up getting on the list this week, Jeff Francoeur, former outfielder. I think he played for several teams,
Braves,
but most remember him as a Braves hitter, right? So the career 261 hitter apparently enjoys every aspect of the game, including arguing with umps. And it went on record when he was on the Rich Eisen show saying why he wouldn't want robo-umps, and it's not because of he wants the human element of actually having maybe the wiggle room in the strike zone or any of the things you hear people argue for. He apparently just likes to yell at umps.
For the sole fact that I think what makes baseball great is the arguments. I played for Bobby Cox, right? There was nothing better than watching him go out there, scream, the fans go crazy. You're getting tossed. I mean, I tell people this, Bobby Cox got thrown out of 162 games, Tom. That is a full season of games every night. I just think he's going to take away from that, because it's going to be tough to argue that because they can switch it or do whatever. But I think it's coming, look, between gambling and everything else that's gone on in baseball because of that. But I will miss the interaction and the umpires.
I mean, I got to put him on the list for saying we can't have the correct calls made. We can't have robo-umps because he wants to watch the managers argue with the umpire?
I mean, Boch got thrown out again the other night, and he gets thrown out quite frequently. There's still plenty of times where we're going to see.
They can argue about a play at first or home.
Look at Aaron Boone. And I know we're going to get to one from him too, but Aaron Boone's the guy that has no qualms about getting tossed and come steamrolling out of the dugout and unloading on an umpire and making a display in the box and doing all the things you want to see him do. But just for the sake of, again, recently when you start looking at and following some of the Twitter accounts where they focus on the umpires, some of these guys are so bad with the zone these days that they got to do something to clean it up.
Yeah, I just don't understand the argument. It's like, we can make the game better, but I want to watch, this manager argue with an umpire. And to your point, like, there would be plenty of opportunity for these managers to still argue with umpires. There's going to be plays at the bases. There's going to be plays at the plate. There's going to be, fair foul. Hell, I'm not even going to pretend they won't still argue strikes, even if there's an automatic zone. They're still going to argue strikes.
Which is also an automatic ejection, so you'll get their money's worth.
It's going to happen. So good news for Jeff Francoeur. That'll still happen, even when they thankfully finally put in a robo zone. So as you mentioned, Aaron Boone, Things have not been going well for the Yankees recently, Joel. They lost to the Mets last night, 12-3. They got swept in the Subway Series by the Mets for the first time since 2013. And here's a little tidbit for you. Since June 7th, only the White Sox have a worse record right now than the New York Yankees.
My heart. I'm so saddened by all of this.
So, despite all of that, an absolute drubbing from the Mets. Again, losing 12-3. Aaron Boone, I guess, sees the silver lining because guys were in the dugout and into the game, late into the game, and during that 12-3 drubbing.
Brendan, you mentioned how things can get heavy, how it can be tough going through a stretch like this. How have you thought they've responded to this emotionally through day in and day out?
Yeah, I mean, even one of the things I really liked tonight about is how hooked up we were in that dugout in the 8th and 9th inning when it wasn't going well, and the level of at-bats and not giving in even in the end. And the guys on the top step, like, pulling for one of another as they take a tough pitch or put a good swing on a ball. You know, I was pleased to see that. Like, you know, we're hooked up. We want to make it happen. We're all frustrated. But I'm not worried about the compete level with these guys. I got to make sure we, you know,
go ahead and cut it there, Austin. Cut it there. He's not worried about the compete level. They just lost 12-3 by the Mets. They got swept in the Subway Series for the first time since 2013, and the only team with the worst record since early June is the White Sox. And he's not worried about their compete. They're not competing. What is he talking about? Oh, they're hooked up because they're cheering on at bats in the 8th inning of a 12-3 game. What is he talking about?
And he's in New York. I mean, he's survived in a lot of times where he already should have been fired. I've got friends that are Yankee fans going, you know, he's one of only 3 managers that's won 60% of his games. He's managing the Yankees, and they throw money out the window on a daily basis to overspend to get whoever they can get to where, okay, that's fine, but most of the Yankee fans, when things are great, oh, he's fine. But when things go wrong, the first guy they point a finger at is obviously Aaron Boone. He should be worried about his own rear end instead of worrying about. And by the way, hooked up?
Yeah, I know. I'm still trying to figure out the vernacular there. The term hooked up is not. I don't know that as how he just used it. There's a very different meaning for me of hooked up than apparently being interested in a baseball game that's 12-3 in like the 8th or 9th inning. I mean, I guess for Aaron Boone, it doesn't matter that they get swept by the Mets for the first time since 2013, or only the White Sox are worse since early June. Hey, but you know they're really interested in that 3-2 pitch in the 8th inning, down 12-3. So no worries, no concerns about their compete.
It's absolutely
Aaron Boone is
mind-numbing.
I don't know how he's kept this job for this long.
I don't either.
There's no way he survives the season.
Well, especially with the way they're going.
Well,
First half,
unless they win the World Series, obviously.
Yeah, first half, everybody's singing the praises and thinking, hey, you know, Aaron Boone.
But they do this every year. They fall off. We've seen this every year. Remember that obviously in 2022 when the Astros eventually swept them in the ALCS and won the World Series, the Yankees had run out to a huge lead. Like, it looked like they were going to run away with the best record and home field advantage. Only when I say only, but compared to their pace, it is only. But only one ended up winning 99 games and then fell well short of their expectations. So Aaron Boone has been stumbling down the second half for a while.
No doubt about it. Last one that I had was I love the fact that not only is Ben Verlander Justin's brother, but he has stayed steadfast in his support of the Houston Astros, so much so that he was out there prognosticating, like a lot of us were, about the fact that the Astros not only weren't out of it when most people thought that they were, but now that they're back in it, he's kept receipts, he's taken them to the woodshed, and he is making sure people know just how bad they looked for clowning the Houston Astros. Brian, I don't know if you've got it on your Twitter because my computer just locked up, but he saved all of them. And he started reposting them. And, of course, there were Yankee fans that were, you know, crying in there.
Well, we have the audio.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Go ahead and play it, Austin. Oh, no? Okay, I'm sorry. That's my fault. I thought we had the audio, but
I mean, you had a Yankee fan who obviously, just like we talked about, they were bitter. But then you had, I think it was a Dodger fan that's going, that's fine, you kept my receipts, but just wait, this is only July. Wait till the end of the season before you're able to throw my receipts out there and make me look bad. And it was like, no, you're the one that said that they were done. They cheated, and they were. I think the one quote was, "They're definitely on the downside."
I've got it here. So there was a tweet from @SlamCentralNYY. I'm wondering who he roots for. Replied to one of his tweets, says, "I got news for you. They're cooked." Oops.
Not yet.
From Chris Lee, 1515 on the X. The Astros could be 20 games under 500 in September, and Ben would still find a way to keep the worry meter like at a 1 to 4 range. That was replying to a Flippin' Bats, his podcast, a Flippin' Bats tweet saying, about what the Astros worry meter were. We have Trash Take Nepo Baby. Astros are not good. That from Barrel Loves Kerr. I don't know who the hell that is. And then a guy named Jeff Bates, who his Twitter handle is @RangersFanJeff. Whenever, look, this also applies to some people in this town. Whenever your Twitter handle has blank team fan, I automatically just kind of discount your takes. Like if your Twitter handle is, insert team name fan, and then your first name, I always assume you're going to have the most rational takes. But he replied to a Ben Verlander tweet saying, basically, if anyone thinks the Astros cooked, you're crazy. He replied, nope, they had a run. They are on the downhill slide. Unlikely playoff team in 2024. Highly unlikely playoff team in 2025.
You could save that one.
And now they're obviously leading.
They're one
the
game
division,
up at first place,
leading the division. So,
all right, there
sorry
is
about that, Rangers
another
fan.
Extraordinary edition of Bad Take Boulevard. If you guys want someone nominated, please send them to us. Send them to me, 713-780-3776. Send them via text or hit me up on Twitter @PacmanJoel. We know that you can go anywhere from a rental to a full-blown mansion, Cody Stutes, on Bad Take Boulevard, depending on what you say and how you say it. All right, we got more to get to on the show. Lots more to wrap up before we get out of here. Always involves you, so join us, won't you? The final hour of the show continues. Coming up next, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out, B-Mac in, along with Austin Rodriguez, known as Boston on the Times. He's on the Killer Bees behind the glass as we continue to roll through the final hour of the program. Got to give you a chance to win some things, as we always like to take care of those that are alive in the hive. The 2024 Hunters Extravaganza is here. You can see the newest in hunting products, clothing, rifles, knives, and more at the Hunters Extravaganza. It's August 2nd through the 4th. We're giving away 2 pairs of tickets right now to caller 6 and caller 7. 713-780-3776. If you go on Friday, make sure you find us and the Killer G's, Gallant and George. We're going to be broadcasting live 12 to 6. 2 winners, caller 6 and caller 7. And don't call if you're not going to use them, because we want people that win them to go into the extravaganza. Again, caller 6 and caller 7. 713-780-3776. All right, before we get to anything further, I felt a little bit remiss in the fact that we were busy yesterday. We had Barry in, and I didn't get a chance to mention the fact that we lost a great one in the city of Houston, Texas, in Gene Peterson. Got the word early yesterday morning that the family had said that Gino had passed away. He had been battling some things for quite a while, but, I saw so much of an outpouring when I put it on Twitter of so many people that like this was the sound of their memories of Houston Rockets basketball. And I thought it was really cool how many people had their different favorite memory, whether it's the championship calls, the kiss of death, the Utah game where they didn't start the clock. There was another one where San Antonio where they didn't start the clock.
Yeah, I remember the Utah one.
Some of those kind of stories. And I reposted some of those, the video clips of some of those. And actually, my old camera guy, Robert Land, actually posted a feature that I did on Gene and Jim for Rockets TV back in the day. And we know that Foley and Peterson are legends. Gino with the How Sweet It Is call. But a huge loss for the city of Houston, because for the most part, like Dustin, his sources on Twitter made the comment, and he's right, having been here his whole life, Gino was the most memorable voice of Houston sports for maybe forever.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, at the time when Gino was obviously at his height, I mean, I don't even actually remember who the Oilers play-by-play guy was, and that's part because of my age.
I think it was Russ Small.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, like, the voices of my childhood here in Houston as a sports fan were Gino and Milo Hamilton.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved Milo. He was a great play-by-play guy, but to me, the greatest play-by-play guy this city has had on radio has been Gene. And I think my favorite memory was the second title. I mean, obviously, the How Sweet It Is an iconic call. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But for me, Gino was one of those guys, and I think it's particularly difficult with basketball, because baseball, there's so much room to talk, to tell stories. Mm-hmm. Same thing with football. There's a lot of time in between plays. But basketball, it's just go, 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 go. And Gino was great about taking a very complex set of moves and plays, dribble back and in, cut across the floor. He was great at squeezing all that information in and feeling like I could see it in my mind as he was calling it, which I think of the 3 major sports is the most difficult to do, because there's so much more room to talk and set the scene in baseball and in football. But my favorite memory, getting back to that, was, again, the second title, the game 1 against the Magic, where they were down, I believe it was 20 at half, and they forced overtime. Akeem had the tip in off the Clyde miss, and they won the game before eventually sweeping the Magic. But I was on vacation camping with my family, so we had a little battery-powered radio that I was able to pick up the signal. Wasn't able to watch the game. And, obviously the first half of that, I was like, damn, should I keep listening to this? But I stuck with it. I listened the entire way, and just hearing the excitement in his voice as they, Kenny Smith hit 3 after 3 after they tied it, went to overtime. Akeem gets the tip in to win the game. I'll never forget, where I was listening to that, and just how beautifully Gene set the stage, called the moment, and just kind of felt the emotion. I always felt like he felt the same emotion you were feeling.
Well, I tweeted this, but Gino was instrumental in me getting the job with the Rockets, and I literally flew into Houston. When I was flying out, they had me transfer planes in Minneapolis with a layover so that I could meet with Gene and his wife, Marcia, before they would offer anybody the job. And just Marcia's so sweet, and they were so just genuine when I met them. And you could tell they were true, like, Midwest-type people. Gino had worked in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, South Dakota, finally got the gig. But the big thing for me then with them working kind of technically for me and in that department was this was when the NBA was starting to transition from the team's broadcasters just being homers and being true for the team to with NBA TV and the League Pass and the satellite on. They wanted guys that would get excited for both teams.
Sounded more national.
And make sure that they could use those audio calls if the visiting team or the opponent got a big play too. And that's just not who those guys were.
No,
and I mean, Jim Foley came from being the PR guy that used to sit next to Gene to give him stats to Gino needing someone to talk to start bringing Foley in. Next thing you know, it was Foley and Peterson for 33 years or whatever it was. 33 for Gino, I think 30 for Jimmy. And the other thing was the subtleties. Everybody knew how sweet it is, but Gino would have the subtlety, to your point, of working in details in a very fast-paced sport. Of every time you hit 7:47 on the clock, we got a jumbo jet, Jimmy. 7:47 left in the second quarter, and the classic Akeems with the backing it in, kicking it out.
Yeah.
3-pointer for
Barkley.
Kenny, yes, and the true raw emotion, like we talk about in the past, guys when their signature call of a championship. So many people script it out. But the beauty of all the great calls in Rockets history that Foley and Peterson did were
the Eagles
it was
landed.
just from
what they
their
felt
heart.
in the moment.
It
Yeah.
was just their raw emotion, and you felt so much more connected because those were your guys, your team, and your result that you wanted to celebrate. And that's what I loved so much about those two guys that I'll always remember. But the other one was the Anvil commercial back in the day.
I don't remember that one.
So Gino voiced a commercial. They brought in an agency one year, and there was a guy sitting on the ledge of a high-rise with an anvil with a rope that was tied to the anvil and tied to his ankle. And Gino's
what was this for?
For just to support Rockets basketball.
Oh, okay.
And it was like a ticket spot. And he was like, Rockets down by 1, final seconds of the game. They swing the ball over to Olajuwon. Olajuwon out to Kenny. A chance to win the game, and it falls short. And the guy goes, I can't take it anymore. And he throws the anvil off the ledge. And as the anvil's going down, he's waiting to be pulled off to his sudden demise. Gino goes, but wait, he was fouled. And the guy's like, what? And then it's like, you never miss a minute of the action with Rockets basketball. But Gino's sound was just so synonymous with the Rockets. And
I can't believe that would never happen today, obviously.
No, obviously not. But I mean, I
was going to ask who approved that, but it might have been you.
No, it was before my time. It was right before I
Okay.
got there when they were doing things with an agency to do their spots. But he just always he was so dedicated to that team. And he said it was always, the love of his family and religion and the Rockets. And it never changed. Like, he literally saw his family grow up with his time with the Rockets. And there's so many stories to get to, but I just was curious. People always had great memories, and everybody's different in terms of what call they remember. But there's always one with those two guys.
Yeah, for me it was the tip-in with Akeem, but there's so many moments. I think, again, not to repeat myself, but I think my favorite part about both Gene and Jim and the way they called the game was, one, the way Gene, in a sport that is incredibly fast with a lot of words to get in, how he was able to do it in a way that didn't just sound like, jump. Sometimes you hear basketball when they try to literally announce every dribble, every pass, every motion, everything. It just sounds like a jumbled word mess, and it's hard to kind of keep clear with what's going on. But Gene did that beautifully. And to your point with them living or kind of living and dying with the team, it felt like every emotion we were feeling as fans, they were also feeling in the moment as well. Like it didn't feel like you were listening to, obviously you're not listening to a national broadcast, but it didn't feel like you were listening to like an official Rockets. It felt like you're listening to just fans calling the game and doing it obviously at a very high level.
I think the key too, if I think back and say, well, Foley's signature moment to me was
Eagles landed.
Was the Mario Ellie 3, Mario my man, and the story behind that one. And for Gino, for me, it's one that people don't really think about as much. But just like the incident in Utah, there was an incident in San Antonio with the clock. Yeah. But again, because a lot of times we kept the sound up back in the production room, they were rolling. And they came back, and they were still trying to figure it out. And Gino went on a tirade that he didn't realize was on the air. And he was like,
heard it.
Are you kidding me? They can't do this. They're taking a game away from us. This is BS. And he said it flat out. And he was on a rant. And Bill Van Rysdam was our producer at the time. And he's like, Gene, you just said that on the air. And he's like, wait, Well, guess what? It was BS. And I don't like it. And it was like that was the epitome of that, love and desire to be the most loyal broadcaster he could be to the Rockets. And that's what the beauty of Gene Peterson was.
Yeah, no, I remember because as you and I have talked about, I was an intern for the Rockets. I believe it was the last year of Gene and Jim, and you guys made, and I had a small piece of this, making a bunch of the kind of memory, like highlight memory things.
Yep.
And I remember that one in particular of the Jazz and not starting the clock, and just the absolute tirade that Jim went on. If you haven't heard it, try to find it. It's a classic.
I posted one. I posted the Utah one on my Twitter
it's
page.
a classic.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, so RIP to Gene Peterson. My best to Marsha and the boys and the family, the entire family. But a true legend was lost yesterday, and I didn't want to lose that in the shuffle. Got half hour to go into the show, so we still have more things to get to. We want some things that we want to kick around. We want to get your input on some things as well. But we definitely also have Car Wreck of the Day coming up before the end of the show. So if you guys want to get your car wrecks in, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us up on social media. You got good ones, we'll put them in. We got a couple of our own. Final 30 minutes right around the corner. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Couple of texts as we continue to roll on. 8755. Houston's taking big hits this year. A lot of Houston legends passing away. And when you think about it, Fred Fowler and Ken Hoffman right here from the station, both legendary Chronicle guys as well. And then Gino as well. There's 3 there. Been a tough year in terms of a lot of people that were staples of their Houstonians' lives as it relates to sports and I guess leisure with Ken Hoffman, as later on he transitioned to being part of our stations and also Culture Map. But those guys, for a ton of people, touched lives on a daily basis.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say, especially for any one of them, because they all had their own unique stamp on the industry and in Houston sports. But I mean, rather be Ken Hoffman with all the food reviews. I mean, I love the Hoffy Burger at Damaris Barbecue.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a great burger. If you haven't had it, definitely go out and try the Hoffy Burger. Obviously, Fred Fowler, both at this station and at the Chronicle. I mean, he was obviously the guy that put the tombstone on the cover. So there was some big moments there with him. And then obviously we spent the last segment talking about the legacy of Gene Peterson. So, yeah, unfortunately been a bad year for losing some of the legends here for Houston sports.
Did the Hoffy Burger have tomato?
I don't think it did. It was more of like a barbecue. I think it was obviously beef and cheese, but it had bacon, barbecue sauce, and an onion ring, I'm pretty sure.
There you go.
So no tomato, damn it.
And see what I'm doing here, because as it
I know
relates
where you're
to 9392 on the text message, both y'all are nuts. Tomatoes are great on burgers. Okay, to each his own. I can also eat a burger with a tomato on it, but if you give me my preference, because it's my burger, I prefer that a tomato does not have to be on it. Per se.
It's not the most disgusting thing you could put on there. But if I'm going to a place, like let's say downstairs at Burger Chan, where you're writing out all the things you want, it's never going to be a tomato.
No.
Because to Heidi Watney's point, who joined us at 4:30, go and make sure you check out the podcast page. That was a fun conversation. But it's just a textural thing. It's like slimy, and it's just, I don't know. It just, I don't want that kind of slimy.
Well, but it's cold regardless.
Cold, and yeah, it's just,
as opposed to everything else being warm on it, depending on your topping.
The texture and the squishiness of it, I don't know, man. It's just, I don't like it on there. Like, I like tomatoes overall. I love
do too.
Tomato sauce with pasta and lots of other things. But
ketchup?
Well, sure, of course. I can't claim to like ketchup as much as you, but I do like ketchup. But yeah, just the whole tomato on a burger, I'm fully out on that.
Well, it wouldn't be Honey Glazed Branham without this kind of debacle of a text message. You guys disgust me. Who in their right mind doesn't like fruit on their burger? Seriously, though, it's not a burger if you don't have buns, meat, cheese, onion, preferably red, lettuce, and tomato. Everything else is extra. See, I'm fine if you want to say meat, cheese, onion, but the lettuce and tomato, that's optional. That is not required.
I do like lettuce on my burger. And, well... Okay.
So that defeats the purpose if you say cold versus hot.
Well, no, my thing is not the hot versus cold. To me, is like the texture, the squishiness. Which now some lettuce
you sound like my 8-year-old.
Hey, apparently your 8-year-old has good food takes. But sometimes if the lettuce is still has some of the crunch, some of the crispness to it, I think it adds to the burger. Now, if it's all wilted and just kind of a droopy mess, then I'm out on that. I'll pull it off. But if it still has the crunch and the bite to it, then I want it on the burger.
See, I'm very particular in the fact that the way you set it up is if I've got meat, cheese, I would go grilled onions, grilled mushrooms. I don't even need ketchup and mustard. I just need.
I like mustard
because if that burger is done the right way, just like that, I don't even need a condiment because that's all I need. You can throw bacon on there. That's a phenomenal burger. If it's made right, then I don't believe you need. It's like kind of like the right barbecue. You don't need sauce if it's done the right way.
Yeah, if it's done the right way. And I mostly agree with you. I don't need everything on the burger. I definitely don't need tomato. I don't need pickle.
I'm not a big pickle on burger.
I do like lettuce, and I do like grilled onions is good. I also like sometimes there's some burger places near here. I just mentioned Burger Chan. They're getting 2 free shout-outs, but they'll do the fried crispy onion strings on the burger. I love that to give some extra crunch. So, I don't need much. Just like lettuce, some onion, obviously the cheese, and like mustard, and then I'm good.
So 5623 says crisp lettuce for sure. Yeah. Again, some people like it, some don't.
It has to be crisp.
Okay, that's fine.
If it's soggy, I'm out.
And then Honey Glaze came back with, just so you know, Jeremy prefers tomatoes on his burger over bacon, and I agree.
Ugh.
And no one gives a rat's ass about either one of them.
Okay, hold on. Can we retroactively go back and put Jeremy on Bad Take Boulevard? He prefers tomato on his burger instead of bacon?
Here's the thing. I got Jeremy's back.
Oh.
I don't believe that's
you
true.
too?
No, I don't believe that's true.
Okay.
I don't believe Jeremy would take tomato over bacon.
That first thing we have
No
to ask
question.
him about on Monday is to verify this take.
Because if you're wrong, Honey Glazed Branham, you are going to have a permanent spot on Bad Take Boulevard.
But
But
if he's right, Jeremy, retroactively on Bad Take Boulevard.
Yeah, that's because otherwise, man, like
I could see you liking tomatoes, not for me, but I get it. But tomato over bacon? Are you kidding me?
3338
horrible
says
take.
burgers don't need veggies. They get in the way of the meat and don't really contribute much.
I mean, again, if it's something that sometimes lettuce can be crisp, so I think that can add to it. Like I said, I think the grilled onions or like a crispy fried onion can add to it. I see the texture's point overall. Like I don't want a lot of competing flavors with the flavor of the meat, the cheese, and the bacon. But to me, because lettuce doesn't have a ton of flavor on its own, and onion takes on the flavor of whatever it's with.
But
So
it's
I think those things
complementary.
are fine.
Bacon complements the cheese, complements the beef, complements the onions, can complement the mushrooms,
Sure.
and they all kind of blend.
But
you go with the cold veggies, I just think it takes away.
But I think that to the texture's point, like tomato and pickle, that taste can compete with the burger, or at least take away from it. Like it could be a distraction. But lettuce doesn't really have a lot of taste.
A lot of flavor.
And onion takes on the flavor of whatever it's with. So I don't think that I agree with them overall. Like I don't want things competing with the taste of the meat, the cheese, and the bacon. But I don't think lettuce and onion do.
Someone said lettuce tastes like water. Not wrong. Not wrong. Josh from Seabrook says, have you ever considered having a fried green tomato on top of your burger? The answer to that is no, and I never will. That does not sound good at all.
I would try it because that would maybe get rid of some of the sliminess, but I'm guessing I won't like it.
5623, sauteed onion and mushroom, all in, but then says Swiss cheese, not for me.
No, I'm cheddar. Cheddar or American.
American,
yeah,
right.
Cheddar or American.
So, and the other thing is...
Or sometimes Monterey Jack, but mostly cheddar or American.
Yeah, because as a cheesehead, I'm just going to let you know, American cheese is not really cheese.
I know it's not really cheese. It's
but it's really good.
It's processed crap, but it melts so much better than the other cheeses, so that's part of why they use it.
And then 4761, because I'm getting all these burger takes in, says 3 Houston sports greats die and Jeremy still lives. Where is the justice in the world? I'm not reading that.
We're not going to read
I'm
that.
not going to read that out loud, but we were talking about burgers.
No, that's not cool.
Jeremy
we're not gonna
was,
read it.
I think, misquoted. But I just think
it's a bad take if Jeremy said it, but we will verify on Monday when he returns.
Yes, for sure. We are going to definitely verify that. And Honey Glaze says, Joel, if I'm wrong, I owe you. Name a place you want a gift card to, and I'll mail it to the station.
Do we really believe
no
you'll get
cheating,
it?
Though. Honey Glaze, do you know King of Twitch?
Yeah, do you really believe we'll get it?
Well, we're going to get the answer and give it to you
Jeremy's
Monday.
won multiple bets with the Twitchers and received zero of the winnings from those bets.
8082 says pickles on a burger is a must. Y'all are crazy. No, they're not a must. And you can have them on the side if you like. A blue cheese buffalo burger is awesome. No, thank you.
No.
By the way, blue cheese is mold, just in case you didn't know.
Blue cheese is disgusting.
Yeah.
Blue cheese is disgusting.
And then
I think the buffalo taste is overrated, to be honest. Like, I like wings, but if I'm going wings, it's never the buffalo
But again,
flavor.
if the burger's made the right way, I don't need the sauce.
You don't need it, but it can enhance.
It can.
But to specifically to that texture's point, like, I don't want the buffalo sauce in there. I would take a barbecue sauce. I'm sure there's some other sauces I'm not thinking of, but the buffalo sauce is,
Yeah, no. So that basically
Very
gets
mid.
Burger World out of the way. Thank you, Heidi Watney, for taking us on that path. But that was fun. And I think I told you that before, but growing up in Milwaukee, one of the
you're a
places,
cheese snob.
But one
Is
of
that
the
what you're getting
places,
to?
no, one of the places that was basically modeled for Big Al's on Happy Days was the fact that it's called Kops. They make their own frozen custard.
Wait, the place is called Kops?
Kops.
C-O-P-S?
K-O-P-P-S.
Oh, okay. Like
Okay.
I guess it was guys.
And it's like the old style original kind of drive-in type
Sure.
place. They make their own custard, and they have certain flavors. You have to read the paper or on now I'm sure their website.
This is sounding very dated.
Cops, well, no, back in the day,
We're talking
when I was
drive-through
growing
and checking
up,
the paper.
it's advanced in a lot of ways, but you'd have to check the paper to find out what the flavor of the week was because they always had vanilla chocolate.
Sure.
But then they would do like a flavor for only 2 or 3 days, and the line would be ridiculous. And their burgers were literally like a 12-inch burger. Like it was that
massive.
big.
Yeah.
And we would go to Kops, and
Is it just like a wide, thin patty, or is
it's
it?
a thin patty,
Okay.
but it's very, very wide. And then I'd do fried onions and ketchup, and cheese, I'm done.
So frozen custard then, is that what you're referring
Frozen
to?
custard, yep.
I've had it a couple times. I still prefer ice cream.
Ooh,
No,
if
I'm
you've had
guessing you
real
disagree?
original frozen custard, it might change your mind.
Culver's here does frozen custard.
Similar, but not like the.
Yeah, I'm sure it's different in Wisconsin, but
No doubt.
Okay. Yeah, I still prefer ice cream.
All right, so there goes to burgers. From there, we go from burgers to Bad Take Boulevard. I mean, we go from Bad Take Boulevard to burgers. Now we're going to go to our car wreck of the day. We've got plenty. Some of you could be on the list next week, as well as other things, but there's plenty that we can get to before we get out to the end of the show. So stay with us. Final segment comes up next with the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. All right, we got plenty of nominees. We'll get to a couple of them here, but also some coming in on the text message, as well as from our last segment. 9392, tomatoes belong on burgers just like ketchup complements fries. Not necessarily true there. I honestly didn't know American cheese wasn't cheese. You're welcome. Thank you from the
It's not,
America's
but it's delicious
Dairyland.
still.
Agreed. Someone said jalapenos on a burger. Yum. No, thank you.
In moderation, I'm fine with that.
It dominates. It's a flavor that dominates.
If it's in moderation, it can be fine. It can enhance, but if it's done too much, then you're right. It overpowers and takes away.
2339 says, I don't care how good the food is. Sauce makes it better. Tell that to a steak.
No.
End of discussion.
No, if you need to cover and smother something in sauce, then it wasn't cooked correctly. I like sauce, but it doesn't have to be on there.
3909 says, all you need to know about burgers is anything that George Mach features on his YouTube show. I think the Today Show just did a thing on the guy from New York that is
he a
credited
burger
with being like the burger expert.
Okay.
And Carson Daly did a
out.
thing with him. And he does his like own because he has like the smash burger, but the way he prepares it.
Yeah, I mean Trill Burger's a smash burger, which I just tried Trill Burger for the first time last week, and it lived up to the hype. That was damn good. So shout out to Bun B for that.
8746 says, I know exactly what you're talking about with cops. He mentions a high school that I'm very familiar with that he went to and said that the specialty flavor he loved most in the custard was the strawberry cheesecake, which was really good.
Yeah, strawberry cheesecake. Sure, I'm down with that. I'd try it.
Okay, so we've got bad takes to get to next, although people are still trying to chime in on their burger. Josh says that if Jeremy does like tomatoes more than bacon, yeah, that he gets it, and as well as anyone that has Team Fan and their name as their Twitter handle needs to be on Bad Take Boulevard.
Yep,
Not wrong about that, Josh.
Yeah, that's what I brought up in during Bad Take Boulevard. If your Twitter account is insert team name fan your name, then I don't take your opinion seriously.
Cold Fan says chili on a burger. Nope, don't need all that.
It depends on what else is on it, but I could go with that.
5623, no New Yorker will be a burger expert. Could be something to be said about that. All right, from our true car wrecks of the day, I will start because mine's quicker and doesn't have audio. But the fact of the matter is Cleveland had a game last night, the Guardians. Their pitcher on the mound was Tanner Bybee. He was pitching a gem in the middle of a very, very tight, scoreless game and has a tradition and a superstition of jumping high over the foul line going out to the mound each inning.
Sure.
He jumped high between the 5th and the 6th inning, so high that he seemed to pull a hamstring. And after several warm-up pitches and visits by the trainer, his evening was over.
So he pulled the Martin Gramatica. I mean,
Pretty much.
I mean, Gramatica tore his ACL, but I mean, yeah, he jumped up and I guess
he celebrated it.
Yeah, that was a celebration versus just that weird tradition. Like I used to see pitchers do that all the time, where they would hop over the line and not want to touch the dirt on their way back. I don't see that as much nowadays, but I've never seen it as aggressively as it was done in the example you're talking about.
He got
usually
some
it was just
serious
like
air.
Like just a short little kind of skip over the dirt. You're talking about like leaping over it, which is it's bizarre.
And the fact that ESPN had the wide angle to show that exactly how he did it. There was no escaping the fact.
They had the Zapruder film.
I'm curious when he comes back from whatever this injury ends up being, if he ever does it again.
God, I mean, you would hope not.
Or at least subdues the way he does it.
Yeah, you would hope not. So my car wreck of the day nominee. Now, I can't say every word mentioned in this.
I saw it.
But holy crap. If you didn't see what went down between Rockies pitcher Cal Quantrill and the Reese McGuire of the Red Sox, go to Barstool or anywhere else in the internet that has it, and make sure you check it off and check it out, because there was apparently an old story about Reese McGuire about him doing something illicit in a parked car in a parking lot where he was watching maybe a certain website and pleasuring himself. And
can't do that in Texas now.
Yeah, no. Well, it came out, and apparently he was acquitted, or I don't know the legal process of this, but Cal Quantrill of the Rockies got mad enough that coming off the mound decided to yell at Reese McGuire, "You bleeped off in a bleeping parking lot, you dumb bleep."
He said that during the game?
Said it coming off the mound as Reese McGuire's walking across him, and then other teammates got involved and got in between.
This brings the whole story together. I'm watching MLB Network last night because they're doing multiple games, and I wanted to see.
I mean, they can't air it.
No, but the conversation in the studio became because they thought it was just Quantrill celebrating getting the out before the ball was caught, and that ticked off the Red Sox.
No.
And then they were saying, is this as bad as a guy showboating a home run? And they were going back and forth all these things, and they had no clue that this was the story behind the story.
No. Yeah, the quote, and I'm obviously having to heavily edit it, but you bleeped off in a bleeping parking lot, you dumb bleep. That's what
because both benches cleared.
And again, the history is Reese McGuire allegedly, well, even more so than allegedly, but allegedly did that in a parking lot in a parked car watching adult content. And Cal Quantrill decided last night's game was the time to call him out on it. And there was some pushing and shoving between the two teams as things got heated, you might say.
So MLB Network, take note. This had absolutely nothing to do with a pitcher celebrating getting it out.
I don't think they can. I don't know how much they
But
could
just
actually
take note.
say.
I didn't say mention it, but take note of the fact that you did a whole segment on was this legit or not. Well, it seems to be very much legit, depending on whose side you're on.
Yeah, so Reese McGuire was arrested for this, for allegedly pleasuring himself in a parked car watching adult content.
All right, Austin, you don't really like it when we give out your information or participate heavily, but you get to pick the winner. Is it the Quantrell comment, or is it the pitcher that pulled a hammy jumping over the foul line?
I think it's got to be the Quantrell incident.
I mean, how's it not?
Yeah.
I mean, when have you ever seen that in baseball? That's the first time.
Well, I think that, like when they try to rattle a guy,
no one's ever seen a pitcher yell, "You bleeped off in a bleeping car."
No, but I think if you know a
bleep."
backstory about someone, nothing's off limits when it's between the lines, so to
Apparently not
speak.
for Cal Quantrell. He was bringing everything to the table.
My goodness gracious. All right,
I want him on the Astros, damn it.
Yeah, that is the winner right there, and he could actually probably help the Astros if he keeps his mouth shut. But we got to give you the rest of the lineup for tonight. We'll go network programming, then at 7 o'clock it's going to be Hall of Fame with Brad and Booker T. And if you want to switch over to 92.5 or you're listening currently, the Space Cowboys game will be on at 7 o'clock on 92.5. It's been fun today. We'll do it all again tomorrow. We appreciate B-Rod for all the hard work, as well as Brian McDonald next to me. I'm Joel Blank. We'll talk to you again tomorrow on a Friday edition of the Killer Bees. We'll talk to you then. But again, have a nice night, everybody, and we'll talk to you on Friday.